Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 196, Chapter 196, The Halloween Feast, though late, has arrived. Soon, Tver learned from the unfortunate child what had happened. The portrait of the fat lady at the entrance to the Gryffindor common room had been torn to shreds. Even with just half a cupcake left, Tver knew it had to be black. He followed Dumbledore with a look of displeasure, joining the other professors as they pushed through the curious students. At the entrance, however, they only saw the torn portrait of the fat lady and the chattering students. "We need to find the fat lady. She's likely hiding in one of the castle's portraits," Dumbledore said with a quick glance. "Tver, please inform Filch to search the castle's paintings. If possible, you should assist as well." "No need for such trouble, Headmaster Dumbledore." It was Peeves, appearing out of nowhere to float above their heads, his voice respectful yet oily. "I just saw her. She's hiding behind some bushes in the landscape painting on the 5th floor, trembling and crying." "Heh heh heh." Peeves looked utterly delighted, clearly enjoying the chaos. "Did she say who tore the portrait?" Dumbledore asked softly. Peeves' grin shrank, though his eyes still sparkled with mischief. "Of course. Who else could it be? That hot-headed man, Sirius Black." Dumbledore's expression darkened at once, silencing Peeves' chuckles. "All Gryffindor students are to return to the Great Hall immediately. No lingering elsewhere in the castle," he commanded, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. "Minerva, take them there first. Severus, Filius, Pomona, go back to your houses and bring your students to the Great Hall. They'll rest in the Great Hall tonight. Remus, find the other professors. Everyone is to gather in the Great Hall." "Headmaster," Snape stepped forward abruptly, "have you considered how he gained entry? There are many ways into the castle, so we must verify each one." Snape shot Lupin a cold, dismissive glance. "Perhaps someone inside the castle helped him." "I imagine someone could." "No." Dumbledore met his gaze firmly. "Severus, I don't believe anyone would aid him. That issue was settled at the start of the term. Everyone, return to your duties." The students were led away by their professors. The once crowded corridors and staircases gradually emptied, leaving only Tver, who had no assignment, and Dumbledore, who was examining the portrait. "Tver, can you tell how this portrait was torn?" After a long pause, Dumbledore suddenly spoke. Tver froze. He'd expected a search assignment, but now this felt more like a detective story. Probably some kind of sharp weapon. "Maybe you should call in the Muggle police to examine it." "Ha, indeed. Their technology is quite remarkable." Dumbledore chuckled lightly, the tension of the evening easing just a little. "But not right now," he added with a meaningful glance. With that, his finger touched the tear, and a strand of golden light poured over it. After making the gesture, Dumbledore stepped back, standing side by side with Tver as they both watched the portrait. As if reversing time, the cracks in the portrait began to fill, slowly restoring it to its original form. At the same moment, a large black dog appeared, viciously tearing the portrait apart once more with its claws. "Our reversal charm." Tver's eyes widened slightly. That spell was based on the principle of the time-turner, but it was common knowledge that it could only be used on a single time-turner. Yet Dumbledore had just caused this portrait to briefly rewind time. Wait. As the golden light faded, the black dog's phantom disappeared, and the portrait returned to its torn state. "It's a minor spell for a brief time reversal," Dumbledore explained casually, as if he had just done something trivial. "It lets us glimpse events that happened here earlier." Of course, Tver couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If Dumbledore truly had control over time itself, he might as well just surrender and confess everything. But the old man beside him was more powerful than he had imagined. Was this little display meant to intimidate him? Tver wasn't sure whether to laugh at the honor of receiving such a demonstration. He just wondered if, once Dumbledore had fully regained his strength, he could still defeat him. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, his expression remained unchanged, only a slight frown tugging at his brows. "So you're saying Black is that black dog? I suspect he's an animagus." Though phrased as a suspicion, Dumbledore's tone was so firm it sounded as if he'd witnessed Black's transformation firsthand. But he didn't pursue the subject further. "Come on, let's head back to the Great Hall." Tver shrugged indifferently and followed Dumbledore back to the Great Hall. The room was already packed with noisy students, with the head boy and prefects struggling to maintain order. But everyone had heard from Gryffindor about what had just happened, and no amount of urging could calm them down. "Silence." Dumbledore's voice boomed, instantly silencing the entire hall as all eyes turned to him. "Tonight, the instructors and I will search the castle. For safety, you will remain here and rest for the night. With a wave of his hand, the 4 long tables were moved to the walls. Hundreds of plush purple sleeping bags drifted down from the air, gently settling before each student. Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick then lowered and secured all the doors, leaving only a small passageway open. Good night, everyone. Dumbledore turned and walked toward the final doorway. Thud. The last door closed behind him. After exiting the Great Hall, Dumbledore glanced at the professors waiting outside. Search. Each of you take a section, the astronomy tower, the common rooms, everything. Search thoroughly. He efficiently assigned search duties to everyone, even giving Tver the ground floor. Seriously, they gave me the biggest area. He pursed his lips in displeasure. But then again, searching didn't necessarily mean he had to do it himself. Tver waved his wand triumphantly, and a string of little imps flew out cheerfully, looking somewhat eerie in the dark castle. Anyway, Black had probably already slipped out of the school and made his way to Hogsmeade. A casual search wouldn't cause any problems. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 197, Chapter 197, the first success of the ridiculous spell. Tver stood casually in the corridor, wand in hand, waiting for the little imps to finish their search and return. He looked as relaxed as a parent waiting for their child to get out of school. Didn't you ever suspect me? Lupin suddenly appeared beside him, his face etched with struggle. Tver didn't turn his head, maintaining his leisurely posture. Would you do that? I'd have him thrown into Azkaban. Lupin sighed. Then why would I? Lupin couldn't fathom where Tver drew his confidence from, but he could sense without a doubt that this effortless composure was no act. It was as if Tver saw through everything, himself, Black, and everyone else, with crystal clarity. Combined with Tver's unfathomable power, Lupin couldn't help but feel he was looking at a younger version of Dumbledore, even though he had no idea what the young Dumbledore was like. Lupin wasn't sure whether having such a colleague was a blessing or a curse. He glanced at the white band around his wrist. At least for now, it wasn't bad. And if Voldemort truly returned in the future, their side would be stronger, and everyone might suffer less. After coming to this realization, Lupin took a deep breath. Black is an animagus, he can transform into a huge black dog. This wasn't betrayal, but sharing intelligence with his teammates, he reassured himself inwardly. Oh, Dumbledore already showed me that, Tver said with a sigh. He'd expected Lupin to reveal some earth-shattering secret, but this. Lupin felt a bit dumbfounded himself, like he'd carefully prepared a gift only to discover the recipient already owned a better version. There's one thing you definitely don't know, he gritted out. Beneath the Whomping Willow is a passageway leading to the Shrieking Shack in Hogsmeade. Subduing the Whomping Willow is simple too, just press a specific knot on its trunk, and it'll calm down. Oh. That was news to Tver. He only remembered the passage beneath the Whomping Willow, he'd never heard of a method to subdue it. But then, he didn't need to know. Why tell me? Tver asked, gazing expectantly at Lupin, hoping he would say the answer he longed to hear. Lupin stared silently into the darkness beyond the window. After a long pause, he finally spoke. I trust you. Bingo. Tver barely managed to stifle a laugh. In the dim glow of the night fire, he managed only a faint smile. I appreciate your trust, but I suppose we are friends, aren't we? Yes, friends. Lupin responded with a relieved smile. Unsurprisingly, the search turned up no trace of Black. This was barely good news, at least for now. There was no need to worry about Black lurking in some corner, preparing to ambush them. But among the students, Black remained the castle's hottest topic for days on end. Everyone was debating how Black had infiltrated the castle, with theories growing increasingly bizarre. Weekend, Room 11. Professor, I think Black probably disguised himself as a Dementor and floated in through the air. George pointed toward the sky beyond the walls, where a dark cloud formed by Dementors occasionally shifted, revealing their shadowy forms. This time, Fred didn't wait for Tver to speak, he smacked George on the head. Idiot. Whatever method he used, it couldn't have been impersonating a Dementor. They're like boggarts, they have no physical form. Of course I know that, George grumbled, bumping Fred's shoulder. I just can't think of any other way. Maybe he used a secret passage. Penelope suggested. Impossible, Percy declared firmly. Filch knows every secret passage in the castle, and they're surely guarded heavily now. Not necessarily, dear brother, George said, raising an eyebrow smugly. He and Fred both burst into a lopsided, swaying laugh. Of course, this was partly because the chairs they were sitting on had springs. Right then, enough chit-chat. Tver waved a box toward them, making it float into view. Based on our progress from the last session, we've developed preliminary methods to substitute the use of spells. So today, I've brought a genuine boggart specifically to give you a more tangible sense of it. Percy recalled the professor's instructions before class and pointed at the box before him with sudden realization. Professor, is this the second boggart Professor Lupin found? The students had heard whispers of this story. With Snape now teaching Lupin's classes, everyone was keenly interested in anything related to him, naturally learning about the boggart from Harry. Correct, Tver pointed to a nearby spot. There's also a dummy over there. First, cast the spell on the boggart. Memorize it thoroughly. Then cast it on the dummy. If substitution works, this method will be more effective. The students nodded in understanding. After this period of practice, their greatest progress was imagining the dummy as a boggart and then casting the boggart banishing spell. They actually succeeded a few times. Though the changes were still minor, merely a hat appearing here and there, the professor declared this their first step on the path to success. So they lined up again, ready to face the boggart. But several students failed in succession. Though they managed to vanquish the boggart, the dummy remained utterly unmoved. Until Davy stepped before the suitcase. Facing the boggart transformed into a werewolf, he immediately sensed the difference from last time. He distinctly felt a wave of fear. He hurriedly shared this sensation with everyone, a club rule requiring immediate sharing of thoughts. Ridiculous. Perfect. The werewolf had transformed into the shape of the big bad wolf. He then rushed to the dummy, closing his eyes tightly, trying to lock the spellcasting sensation away in his mind. Ridiculous. With his shout, the classroom seemed to grow even quieter, filled only with the sound of wind and rain outside the window. Just as he opened his eyes in confusion, he saw George and Fred lunging at him. The twins slammed him to the floor, yelling excitedly. It took him a moment to realize what they were shouting. You did it. Damn, never thought you'd be the first to pull it off, you idiot. Maybe brainless fits better. Nah, I think no brain is more accurate. Davies watched them tease him, a smile spreading across his face. I succeeded. Oh crap, Fred, he really went nuts. George yelled in horror. Davies ignored the twins and struggled to lift his head. Beside the professor's examining movements, the once bare dummy was now clad in a bizarre outfit, the very same one the big bad wolf had worn moments ago. Chapter 198, Chapter 198, The Companion. After Davies and the other two scrambled to their feet, they found everyone gathered around the dummy, whispering excitedly. Professor, is there any difference between the clothes on this and Transfiguration? Why does it feel a bit off? Percy touched the wolf grandmother's scarf. This is actually Transfiguration too. Drawing on his expertise in the subject, Tver immediately reached his conclusion. Transfiguration can't be used directly on people. It's like you can't simply use an enemy's clothes for Transfiguration and strangle them. The reason it feels unlike Transfiguration is because this is a summoning charm, a type of Transfiguration. The students present quickly grasped the professor's meaning. Transfiguration combines three types of magic: Transfiguration charms, summoning charms, and vanishing charms. This outfit was the result of a summoning charm. The difference from Transfiguration is that you cannot apply a switching spell to it. Does that mean we can use summoning charm on people? Like summoning a knife to stab someone in the heart? Bulstrode immediately asked. This question startled everyone. Bulstrode, that's a terrifying thought. Charles said disapprovingly. It's just a metaphor, Bulstrode shrugged indifferently. It could be other things too, like shackles binding someone's hands. Tver nodded approvingly, shifting his gaze from the dummy to the students. Exactly. That's an excellent line of thinking. If truly achievable, this spell could even replace many other forms of magic. He paused before continuing, but clearly, it's difficult. Especially when facing stronger wizards, the greater the interference the spell faces. Tver's eyes narrowed, reflecting his experience. That's a common issue with all magic targeting wizards. The boggart banishing spell is probably no exception. Then why don't you try it? We haven't even fully mastered this spell yet. How could we try? Crystal said coolly. Her words instantly dampened everyone's eagerness to experiment. All eyes then turned to the grinning Davies. Spill it. What's the secret? George clamped his hand around Davies's neck, demanding threateningly. Davies pondered for a moment. It's not much different from before. Besides sensing a feeling of dread, the key is to keep your eyes closed the entire time. You mean keep your eyes closed? George guessed. But no one responded to him anymore. Those who'd grasped the trick were already scurrying back to the suitcase, lining up anew to experience the thrill of a successful spell firsthand. Including his twin brother. Hurry up, you idiot. Fred yelled from the back of the line. Tver watched their antics, already seeing the second and third students successfully cast the ridiculous spell on the dummy. Yet the look of contemplation deepened on his face. For there was one crucial detail he hadn't shared with his students. The boggart inside the suitcase was still fake. He had indeed obtained a new boggart from Lupin, but that boggart remained safely tucked away in his wallet, never having seen the light of day. The suitcase contained only a cloud of black mist he had placed there, utterly ineffective, merely a basic object for transfiguration practice. In other words, he had deceived the students once more. But this time, Tver truly sensed a shift in the willpower of Davies and the other students who had successfully cast the ridiculous charm. This change was so distinct that Tver felt an odd sensation. Their wills had transformed. Their wills had metamorphosed into another kind of will. Like one needle becoming another needle, utterly bizarre. Yet the more he pondered, the more a bold notion surged within him. If will could be transformed into will, what about magical power, which shares similar properties with will? And further still, what about the soul? Tver felt he had grasped the secret of the magic left behind by Salazar Slytherin. His previous conjecture, that the magic was the soul transformed into a compatible state to fuse with magical power, was wrong. Because that magic was purely the result of souls, or wills, being transformed through some unfathomable metamorphosis. Truth be told, 2 years ago, he would have thought himself mad for entertaining such a wild notion. But after witnessing the magic of Helga Hufflepuff and Rowena Ravenclaw, he had grown accustomed to the extraordinary. "Professor, why do I keep feeling that this boggart is a bit strange?" Percy quietly approached Tver and whispered. Before the club meeting, he had followed the professor's instructions, emphasizing once again that this boggart had been gifted by Professor Lupin. Though he wasn't sure why, he had carried out the order resolutely. But now, after several practice sessions where he successfully cast the ridiculous charm, he was starting to sense something peculiar about the boggart. It felt. "Your instincts are correct. This is a fake boggart, my own polyjuice potion." Tver smiled at him. Percy felt his worldview crumble once more. He stared, dumbfounded, at his classmates reveling in the game, at the clowns and werewolves being repeatedly dressed up, and at the dummy standing over here. This was fake. The boggart banishing spell they'd cast initially hadn't even worked on the boggart. In their minds, they had actually used a fake boggart to replace a dummy, successfully casting 2 ridiculous charms. Was anything in this world real? Seeing Percy's utterly shattered expression, Tver chuckled and patted his shoulder. "Don't dwell on it. You can think of it as replacing the fake boggart with the real one. That might make it a bit easier to accept psychologically." Percy pursed his lips. He desperately wanted to curse this deceitful professor out and walk away. But after a moment's thought, he decided on the latter option, just walking away. "I'm going back to practice," he muttered, avoiding the professor's gaze, terrified that his bold thoughts might be detected. He quickly trotted over to Penelope, and seeing her concerned smile, his mood lifted a little. Meanwhile, Tver set aside his research on the soul transfiguration spell and approached the students. Using the insight he had just gained, he began instructing them on the ridiculous charm. By the end of the club session, everyone had grasped the basics of the ridiculous charm to varying degrees. But as the professor had pointed out, applying this magic to people proved extremely difficult. Even George and Fred, the most skilled with the ridiculous charm, couldn't get Davies to wear a girl's skirt. Still, Tver offered timely reassurance. "Don't be discouraged. In a way, this is an entirely new spell. We've only grasped the basics. To truly master it, we need more practice. And we can start with easier things, like making Davies wear a weird hat or a pink shawl." Tver suddenly spread his arms wide, his face beaming. "But regardless, yes, we succeeded. Revel in this triumph. This is a moment of joy for every member of our club." "Woohoo!" the Weasley twins cheered instantly. The other students didn't find it jarring, instead, they grinned just as excitedly. Truth be told, even Percy, who was the academic star among them, had always prioritized his studies and never before tried to create or innovate magic. This was undoubtedly a profoundly memorable experience for them all. Tver was thoroughly satisfied with this activity, which had dissolved the barriers between their respective houses. At least within the club, they were no longer students of a particular house, but his partners. Chapter 199, The Werewolf Research Diary. In a magical world without intellectual property protection, the only way to safeguard your creations, spells and potions, is to keep them secret. But Tver didn't require his students to keep things secret, and honestly, he couldn't enforce it anyway. So, the club's achievements quickly spread throughout the castle. Unlike the club members, who had mastered their spells through long practice and theoretical understanding, other students only knew the incantation was ridiculous. However, successfully casting it was beyond their abilities. Thus, they could only watch as club members, especially the Weasley twins, pretended to cast spells on miniature mannequins. Everyone's feelings toward the club went from curiosity to envy in an instant. Fortunately, the twins could only change the dummies' clothes for now. Honestly, it should be called the pretend play spell, Ron muttered, scowling. Fortunately, the start of the new Quidditch season shifted everyone's attention. It was thanks to these two factors that no one punched George and Fred, who were constantly showing off. After all, they were members of the school Quidditch team. On match day, Tver was woken up early by the ruckus echoing through the castle. He leisurely poured himself a glass of pumpkin juice, looking out at the storm raging outside the window, with the enthusiastic stands faintly visible. This time, he had no intention of joining the chaos. With such heavy rain, unless he had a waterproof membrane around him, even he would get soaked. Besides, he'd barely slept the night before. The club's greatest achievement was actually in his hands, so his primary goal now was to study soul transfiguration. He was certain that the magic in the Chamber of Secrets was shaped by metamorphosis, but the problem was, he couldn't undo it. If it were regular metamorphosis, even if Dumbledore himself had cast it, Tver was confident he could reverse it. But soul metamorphosis required deeper research before he could even attempt to undo Salazar's soul imprint. Still, today had another important research task. Tver downed the last of his pumpkin juice in one gulp, then stretched out his hands, letting the empty cup float back down to the desk and stand upright. He allowed the buttons on his pajamas to unfasten one by one, falling away from him in an orderly manner. At the same time, the wardrobe doors slammed open, and a full set of British-style casual wear flew out, quickly enveloping him. Lifting his foot, extending his arm. After a few quick motions, Tver smoothed out the last wrinkle in his clothes, gave a wave to his outer robe, and turned to leave the office. Once the last echoes of the castle's noise faded, only the sound of wind and rain remained, along with the distant whistle signaling the start of the match. He didn't walk far. At the corner of the third-floor corridor, he came upon another room. Or rather, another defense against the dark arts professor's office. Knock knock. With a slow, dragging sound, the door creaked open, revealing Lupin's pale face, which bore dark circles even deeper than Tver's. His body, which had become a bit plump during his time at Hogwarts, had now become gaunt again, with his worn robes hanging loosely. It seemed that even with the wolfsbane potion, the werewolf transformation had left him with significant aftereffects. "My apologies," Lupin said weakly, stumbling slightly as he stepped aside. "My current condition makes it difficult to maintain my energy." Last night had been a full moon, and after enduring such a grueling night, his voice was barely audible. "I should have come over. Maybe I could have helped you. Besides, I've never seen a werewolf in full transformation before." Tver slipped inside. Such topics weren't meant to be loudly discussed. "I can't shake the feeling your motives aren't entirely pure." Lupin's face spoke volumes of unspoken thoughts. "Sit down. Help yourself to tea if you like." "No thanks. I specially prepared some spiked pumpkin juice for you." Tver held up the bottle, its contents swaying inside. As he spoke, the two cups on Lupin's desk floated over and obediently filled with pumpkin juice. One cup drifted toward Lupin, while the other, of course, was reserved for himself. "It's good for you. I'm much better at this than you'd think." Skeptical, Lupin took a sip. He wasn't particularly fond of such drinks. Yet, the sweet, rich pumpkin juice spread warmth through his body, immediately wiping away his accumulated fatigue. Even more interesting, it seemed to have a stimulating effect. His once drowsy mind felt much sharper. "I didn't know what the aftereffects in a werewolf would be, so I added every compatible enhancement potion." Thoughts. Lupin chuckled softly as he glanced at the remaining pumpkin juice in his cup. "Not bad. If only it didn't make me so alert. Right now, all I want to do is sleep." "All right, I'll make a note of it." Tver pretended to jot something down in the air before pushing up his imaginary glasses. "But you can't sleep just yet. I still need Mr. Lupin to answer a few serious questions. First, what's the difference between drinking the wolfsbane potion and not drinking it when you're in wolf form?" Lupin took another sip of pumpkin juice, then paused to think. "The biggest difference, of course, is retaining your sanity. But I've noticed something. Even when I manage to keep my sanity, I still have this overwhelming craving for raw meat." "Oh. How intense is this craving? Are you starving, desperately needing to eat? Or is it more like when you see your favorite delicious cupcake?" "The latter, because I can easily suppress that feeling." "You're amazing." "I can't suppress it at all," Tver said, genuinely impressed. "But this is likely an imperfect aspect of the wolfsbane potion, and it's also why the potion hasn't become more widespread. The version you drank was probably Snape's modified formula. That made Snape's improved potion recipe even more important. But there was no rush. Maybe Snape would come up with an even better version in the future." Tver had a lot of faith in Snape in this regard, otherwise, he wouldn't have kept the petrified photograph of Snape all this time. "Tver, ring in equal to ring in equal to." Lupin nodded gratefully. "I must admit, he really is exceptional in this area. Now, for the next question, did the bracelet work? And what effect did it have?" Lupin's face immediately froze, and the memory of last night's agony made his mouth twitch involuntarily. If he hadn't been outmatched, he would have wanted to confront Tver right then and there. "It worked extremely well. He put extra emphasis on the words, extremely well, giving Tver a bad feeling. Chapter 200, Harry's failure. The moment I transformed into a wolf, this bracelet emitted a blinding light. I clearly remember the blue glow filling the entire room. Then, as soon as my transformation was complete, the blue light swirled into waves, encircling me. Every time I tried to reach out or move, a wave would wrap around my body. And with it came excruciating pain, as though my entire body was burning. A pain so intense that even a werewolf's strong body couldn't endure it. Lupin's usually gentle face twisted in pain, as if he were reliving yesterday's terrible experience. After enduring it several times, my mind nearly faded, but I couldn't fall. I stood there all night, like a foolish student who'd made a mistake, suffering indescribable agony. He exhaled angrily, as if he might hurl the cup in his hand at Tver. Ahem. Tver let out an awkward chuckle. Don't worry, that pain was intentional. I was concerned that werewolves might have stronger magical resistance, so I used a different spell, one that makes the soul experience agony. Seeing Lupin's eyes widen, Tver quickly reassured him, rest assured, it won't leave any physical scars or lingering soul effects. Once the pain subsides, you'll be perfectly fine. As for preventing you from moving, that's because your thoughts in wolf form differ slightly from a human's. The spell was meant to suppress any aggressive urges during that state. You know, a werewolf who retains their sanity is often more terrifying. If they were to attack, their power would far surpass that of an ordinary werewolf. Lupin nodded in agreement. Years of hardship had taught him that some wizards were more dangerous than werewolves. If the two traits were combined, the resulting destruction would far exceed what either could do alone. But the sensitivity settings should be more reasonable. You can't expect me not to sleep at all, right? Don't worry, the new version will be ready by the next full moon. I'll be there to monitor it and remove any unsuitable spells in real time. After all, this job was Burke's responsibility. Lupin just needed to act as the client and provide the requirements. Whether Burke could actually manage it was entirely up to him. Once Lupin confirmed he could maintain his sanity during his transformation, he didn't mind Tver observing the process. Truth be told, his concern wasn't about Tver getting hurt. Given Tver's power, what he feared more was that in his frenzied state, he might accidentally provoke Tver, only to wake up the next day buried under a pile of rubble. Alright, now for the last question. Tver dropped the pretense. Can you use magic in wolf form? No, Lupin replied bluntly. Aside from a few minor differences, when I'm in that state, I'm just like a real wolf. Forget casting spells, I can't even sense my magic. Tver nodded in understanding. This was the result of a complete physical transformation. Like an animagus, he had become an ordinary animal, which meant no magic. Thank you very much for your cooperation, Mr. Lupin. Tver stood up and drained his pumpkin juice in one gulp. I'm guessing you were hoping to rush to the Quidditch pitch to catch the end of the match. He glanced out the window behind Lupin, where a small figure was plummeting through the sky. Looks like the game's over. You're better off staying here and getting some sleep. He pulled out a small vial containing a black potion and handed it to Lupin, along with the pumpkin juice. This is the draft of the living dead. Tver shook the vial. Add 1 drop if you want to feel drowsy again. Add 2 drops if you want a more restful sleep. But be careful, don't exceed 3 drops. You have class the day after tomorrow, and the students are already sick of Snape's endless lectures about werewolves. Thanks, Lupin accepted it with a smile. Truth be told, he was worried about being sleep-deprived from his excitement. The feeling of wanting to sleep but being unable was even worse than the aftereffects of a werewolf transformation. I won't disturb your rest any longer. After bidding Lupin farewell, Tver left the office. As he stepped into the corridor, he noticed the dark clouds in the distance had thinned significantly. And fewer still were the Dementors within them. It seemed Dumbledore might actually be considering dismantling the Ministry of Magic. Tver chuckled softly. Downstairs, a cacophony of voices shouting Harry and broomstick reached his ears. It seemed Harry had been rescued and taken to the hospital wing. Curiosity piqued, he followed the muddy footprints on the floor to the hospital wing. Professor Fawley. Hermione stood outside the circle of Quidditch players and immediately noticed Tver slipping in. I heard Harry got hurt. What happened? The players quickly parted to let Tver reach Harry's side. Tver pretended to be a novice, examining Harry while listening to everyone chatter about the events on the pitch. In short, during the intense moments of the match, Harry had encountered a Dementor in midair and fallen off his broomstick. Luckily, Dumbledore had slowed his descent at the crucial moment, and the landing spot was soft earth, allowing them to bring Harry back safely. Whether it was the noise of their conversation or something else, Harry began to stir awake before Madame Pomfrey had arrived. Are you feeling any discomfort? Harry's face was still dazed, but he shot upright immediately, nearly bumping into Tver. Sorry, Professor, but what happened in the match? He asked urgently, glancing at his teammates. Harry, it's not your fault. Cedric caught the golden snitch just as you passed out. He's demanding a rematch. But Wood thinks they won fair and square. We really did lose. The twins alternated recounting the match's outcome, but Harry's mood only seemed to get worse. It's okay. We've lost before. Dementors are just as awful as Snape. I mean, did any of you see my Nimbus 2000? Harry shouted. Hermione exchanged a nervous glance with Ron. Well, your broom got out of control and flew straight for the Whomping Willow, Ron said, swallowing hard. You know, it has a bit of a temper. Hermione bent down and picked up a small bag from the floor. Professor Flitwick helped retrieve your broom, but... With Harry's growing dread, she turned the bag upside down. A dozen splinters and twigs fell onto the bed. These were the remains of his beloved broomstick. Chapter 201, Methods for Winning Over Muggles. Dumbledore's magic slowed the fall, and the rain-softened grass cushioned Harry's landing, leaving him unharmed. Madame Pomfrey, however, insisted he stay in the hospital wing for 2 days of observation, until the weekend ended. But compared to Harry, the Dementors suffered far worse. The moment Harry fainted, Dumbledore's Phoenix Patronus burst into the sky, boldly diving straight into the circle of Dementors. No one knew what happened after that, but when Tver looked out the window, the sky had grown noticeably brighter. Only a few stray Dementors lingered beyond the walls. It was as if 100 patron muses stood guard along the ramparts. Every time a Dementor drifted close, it recoiled as though shocked by electricity. As non-beings, Dementors could never be wiped out entirely as a species, but individual ones could still be destroyed. And with Dumbledore striking in anger, destroying them was almost effortless. Could you stop laughing at us? Marvolio's helpless voice came through the badge. Ahem, all right, go on. Tver pulled his gaze from the bright sky and settled back into his seat. After wiping out half the Dementors, Dumbledore apparently sent Fudge a howler. We don't know what it said, but everyone heard a blast loud enough to blow the ceiling off. He claimed not to be gloating, yet Marvolio's voice shook with barely contained laughter. When Fudge walked out of his office, he was so embarrassed I almost wanted to toss a hood over his head. But I doubt he'll back down that easily. Now that he's tasted power, he'll definitely try to get back at Dumbledore somehow. Oh. Tver lifted his cup, pausing mid-motion. He's gotten that bold. He wouldn't dare, Marvolio snorted. That's why he's pushing Umbridge around in secret. As for what exactly he's up to, he's hiding it well. I know. Cynthia raised her hand excitedly, like a student who knew the answer even though Tver couldn't see her. Umbridge pressured the committee for the disposal of dangerous creatures into launching a trial over the Hippogriff incident at Hogwarts. That old woman even tried to drag Hagrid into it, but clearly the committee isn't brave enough to offend Dumbledore so openly. But Lucius didn't file a complaint, did he? Tver asked, puzzled. Of course not. But under the law, the committee has the authority to assess the danger level of any creature that injures a wizard, whether the victim files a lawsuit or not. This law is usually meant to protect victims who can't file their own complaints. In Hagrid's case, the whole thing is obviously suspicious. So even if Fudge didn't issue a direct order, it's clearly done on his behalf. Looks like our minister has grown quite ambitious, Tver said with a sigh. You said Fudge was timid and cautious. Why does he suddenly seem so brave? Marvolio's voice took on an odd note, as if he'd finally caught Tver slipping. People change. Tver rubbed his chin. Those who hunger for power love to use lofty ideals to restrain the strong in peaceful times, and rely on the strong to bully the honest in times of chaos. In the end, it's nothing more than the fox borrowing the tiger's authority. Maybe your elite aura gave him the confidence to challenge Dumbledore's power. Enough about him. How's the face mask business? Still running smoothly. He had already handed business affairs over to Cynthia. Unless something arose that even she couldn't fully handle, he only needed the occasional update. Just as you predicted, several Muggle groups have already taken an interest in the company. Cynthia sounded anything but worried, if anything, faintly disdainful. And how did you deal with them? Tver asked, intrigued. It was a test for her. He'd warned her of the possibility, but hadn't given her any solutions. Though in reality, they had plenty. The simplest option would have been to scare those groups off. Even under the ministry's surveillance, Cynthia could manage that with ease. But that wasn't what Tver wanted. I scared them all, planting the idea of inviolability deep in their hearts, Cynthia declared confidently. But that wasn't all. Afterward, I united them into an alliance, one led by us. I handed over all aspects of mask production, sales, and promotion to them, then allocated corresponding mask shares based on their contributions. Simultaneously, I defined their respective sales territories. Overnight, the business expanded across all of Europe. At first, Lucius resented sharing our profits, but when he saw the rapidly growing returns, his discontent vanished. Tver couldn't have been more satisfied with this answer. Earning money alone and expanding the mask business worldwide was simple. But ultimately, only he, or rather, only the wizards, would reap the benefits. Muggles could only ever be the ones giving. Sooner or later, countless Muggles would grow envious, and then all sorts of trouble could erupt. This wasn't what Tver wanted, even if their power made them unconcerned about Muggle tricks. Because constant opposition only breeds hostility and endless conflict. Therefore, sharing the profits with the Muggles was the most sensible approach. When wizards' businesses became the livelihood most Muggles depended on, while a few envious Muggles would still exist, wizards would gain far more Muggle allies. This resembled dividing and co-opting Muggles, a strategy Tver most admired, make friends plentiful and enemies few. As long as Muggles couldn't unite against wizards, their maneuverability would increase dramatically. Even those profiting from the trade would be less inclined than Tver to see wizards harmed. Not to mention, 3 Dark Lords were protecting the wizards. Tver took a sip of pumpkin juice, his expression peculiar. The sight of 3 Dark Lords guarding wizards was something one could only witness here. "Hey, Tver, are you still listening?" Cynthia asked with concern. "Yes, go on." Little did he know, on the other side, Marvolio felt utterly helpless upon realizing this. At first, he'd assumed Tver intended to inherit Grindelwald's legacy, overthrowing the Statute of Secrecy to become ruler over all wizards and Muggles. Later, Tver's increasingly friendly attitude toward wizards only deepened his unease. And now? He'd even fallen for Muggles. Liar. He promised to be a ruler, but this. He's just some altruistic fool. But now he was stuck on this sinking ship. Marvolio sighed deeply. "What are you doing?" Cynthia handed him the badge. "Anything else you want to say to Tver? Otherwise, I'll put it away." Marvolio snatched the badge. "No, I'm going to give him a piece of my mind. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 202, Chapter 202, The 3 Broomsticks. December gradually arrived. Dumbledore's earlier fury seemed to have had an effect. The Dementors no longer drifted recklessly through the grounds with billowing clouds in their wake. The castle's weather looked much improved because of it. Yeah, right. With December came snow and ice covering the entire castle. Even without Dementors, the cold cut straight to the bone. Still, the sunlight was far brighter now, and even the students felt more cheerful about their Hogsmeade trips. Tver was no exception. After weeks of practice, the club members could now perform the ridiculous charm flawlessly on mannequins. When casting it on actual wizards, however, they could only manage to turn things into small items like shawls or handbags. But for them, this was major progress, and it meant they were following the right path. A brand new form of magic was taking shape in their hands. Tver accidentally leaked this news to Rita Skeeter, and for an entire week the Daily Prophet's front page was filled with articles on Tver and the defense against the Dark Arts Club. Rita, ever clever, knew constant praise would only irritate readers, so she invited several highly respected wizards to contribute to a heated public discussion in the paper. Some approved, others criticized, naturally. Yet as Tver had said, the forward-thinking nature of this magic was enough to reshape the magical world's understanding. The debate raged on, and ultimately they reached only one conclusion: this innovative idea deserved genuine admiration. For the first time, Tver's name rose to prominence not because of the Folly family, but because of his own achievements. When the reports first circulated, many curious wizards wrote to him. By the time the discussion reached its conclusion, the writers had become internationally renowned masters. Recently, Tver found himself both pained and delighted. This reputation was something he had actively sought, meant to ease his future dealings in the magical world. After all, he couldn't very well have a new Dark Lord appear only for everyone to ask, who is Tver Folly supposed to be? These veteran wizards had devoted decades to magical research, and their knowledge wasn't inferior to his. Many of their insights left Tver genuinely enlightened. This also meant replying to them took a great deal of effort. If he hadn't passed part of the correspondence to Marvolio and Cynthia, he would have ended up like Lockhart, spending every day buried in letters. He finally understood why Dumbledore always claimed to have no energy for school affairs. He must receive far more letters than Tver ever did. But there were gains as well. He had quietly asked for guidance from several elderly wizards with deep expertise in soul studies, particularly regarding soul alteration techniques, and they really had offered substantial help. He had now begun experimenting with transforming his little imp. It could already take the form of pure magic, though changing it back would still take some time. Time to go, Tver. Hagrid appeared in the corridor, grinning broadly. Any later and we'll be late. Professor McGonagall had suggested that several professors spend the weekend in Hogsmeade. Tver hadn't planned to join them at first, but Hagrid, who was currently extremely fond of him, had enthusiastically invited him several times. Considering he'd spent so long buried in tedious magical research, Tver agreed, treating it as a chance to relax. Lupin, meanwhile, was preparing to teach Harry the Patronus charm and wasn't feeling well, so he wasn't going. Harry had actually approached Tver first about learning the spell, but considering his own Patronus, Tver recommended Lupin instead. So the group ended up being Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick, Hagrid, and Tver. And of course, someone else was waiting for them in Hogsmeade. Tver. Fudge extended his hand in surprise. I thought the paper must have printed it wrong. Never imagined it would actually be you. Tver smiled and shook his hand. Of course it's me. No one in the wizarding world could possibly impersonate me. This is Tver's third year at Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall proudly patted Tver on the shoulder as she addressed Fudge. This left Fudge even more astonished. But I recall you're the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Or did the newspaper get it wrong? He is currently the only Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts who has taught for more than 2 years. Professor McGonagall deliberately emphasized the word only. Don't stand out there, come inside and talk, Mrs. Rosmerta called from the pub entrance. She was the proprietress of the Three Broomsticks, a small pub, and a madam of enduring charm and refined features. Consequently, many in the wizarding world recognized her, and the pub's business was consistently brisk. Only then did Fudge take Tver by the arm and lead the way inside. He seemed particularly fond of that gesture. So, you've resolved the issue with this course. Fudge knew nothing about Voldemort's curse, but that didn't stop him from sensing the peculiarity of the class. In fact, most of the British wizarding world had some awareness of the problem. Tver silently glanced at his right wrist, still held in place. More or less. Fudge frowned slightly, but didn't press further. He was simply making polite conversation. After all, even if the Folly name wasn't as prominent as before, it was still a recognized pure-blood family. The pub was sparsely populated, lacking its usual weekend bustle. They found seats tucked into a corner beside a Christmas tree. What would you like to drink? Oh my, is this Professor Folly Hagrid always talks about? Madame Rosmerta looked at Tver with delighted surprise. Honestly, if Hagrid didn't rarely lie, I'd have thought you were a handsome student. How about trying my? Her graceful figure leaned lightly against Tver, her arm resting on his shoulder as she whispered, Aphrodite. Don't misunderstand, she was referring to a cocktail named after the goddess. Thanks for the compliment, but I'll stick with a mead. Curious little wizards keep coming to find me, so I need to stay alert. Tver smiled, subtly glancing toward the space concealed by the Christmas tree. There, 2 panicked young wizards were hiding, along with a third one, draped under an invisibility cloak, who cowered beneath the table even more anxiously. The hairy trio. Madame Rosmerta straightened reluctantly but professionally, turning to the other professors. And you? You must have a red currant rum, Minister. Chapter 203, The Secret Keeper. Tver now understood why Madame Rosmerta was so popular in the wizarding world. She was warm yet reserved, beautiful without being vulgar or flirtatious, everyone was happy to linger in her company. At least Minister Fudge was enthusiastic, inviting the pub owner to join their conversation. Soon, Madame Rosmerta personally brought their drinks over and sat down beside Tver. What brings you here, Minister? And our charming little professor, of course. Tver offered a polite smile. Naturally, I heard Hogsmeade had a splendid pub, and an even more splendid proprietor. Quite right. Tver always prefers staying at school, but it's so much nicer to come out here, Hagrid chuckled heartily. Exactly. If only handsome gentlemen like Tver came in, rather than Dementors, my business wouldn't be so slow. Madame Rosmerta gestured toward a group of young witches outside the pub, jostling and giggling shyly while pointing at Tver. Ahem, you must understand, dear, after all, Black is still out there. Fudge shifted uncomfortably in his seat, glancing around to make sure no one else was listening. Only then did he lean closer and whisper, I wonder if you've heard about Halloween, about what happened at Hogwarts. I know a thing or two, Madame Rosmerta winked at Hagrid. Clearly, the gamekeeper had once again kept the secret in his own way. Once something stops being a secret, there's no need to keep it quiet. So, you believe Black is still in the area? Fudge asked, sitting up straighter. Not believe, he's obviously still here. Dawlish has found some traces, but it's a shame we can't send Dementors into the castle to search. Dumbledore would never allow that, Professor Sprout exclaimed, her rosy lips forming a surprised "oh." Nor would we, Professor McGonagall replied coolly, taking a small sip of her gilly water. Fudge gave an awkward chuckle. Minerva, Dementors protect us all. Sometimes I wonder if some of Hogwarts' principles are a bit outdated. The professors ignored him completely, clinking their glasses and sipping their drinks. Professor Sprout quickly patted Fudge's arm reassuringly. Even she disliked Dementors and didn't think Hogwarts' values were outdated. Those Dementors are terrifying. But how did Black survive? He spent 12 years in Azkaban. Fudge quickly seized the moment to interject, 12 years. A full 12 years. In the days leading up to his escape, he kept muttering about Hogwarts, about being at Hogwarts. Probably trying to finish his last task. After all, his master was you-know-who, and he betrayed his best friend. Who knows how twisted his mind must have been to do something like that. Right, Minerva. Professor McGonagall didn't want to cause friction between the school and the ministry, so she followed along, setting her glass down. You don't need Hagrid to remind you of what Black and the others did at school, do you? Of course, Sirius Black and James Potter. Madame Rosmerta blurted out. Those two were inseparable, as close as brothers. If not for their different appearances, I would have thought they were siblings. Closer than brothers. Apart from the Weasley twins, I've never seen a pair more inseparable, Professor Flitwick interjected. Professor McGonagall, lost in her thoughts, sank into a wistful expression. Yes, when James and Lily got married, Black was the best man. In fact, he was Harry's godfather. Not one of us dared tell Harry any of this. Just because Black was a follower of you-know-who. Mrs. Rosmerta asked softly. No, far worse than that. Fudge leaned forward again, his voice low and chilling. When the Dark Lord was hunting the Potters, Dumbledore cleverly hid them beforehand to protect them. But that clearly wasn't enough, after all, they were facing the Dark Lord. So they used an ancient spell, the Fidelius Charm. As long as the Secret Keeper doesn't betray the location, even if the Dark Lord presses his nose against the window, he won't see them. Initially, Potter wanted Black to be the Secret Keeper, but Dumbledore insisted on taking that responsibility himself. Because at that time, Dumbledore believed there was a spy among us, feeding the Dark Lord vital information, Professor McGonagall said grimly. Seeing Professor McGonagall unwilling to continue, Fudge took over. But Potter insisted on using Black. The result, as we all know, was that within a week, the house was found by the Dementors. Thankfully, Harry survived, though he was the only one to do so. Of course, if you still consider Black his godfather, forget I ever mentioned it. Seeing everyone's low spirits, Madame Rosmerta hurried to comfort them. It's all right. Didn't Black get caught eventually? If only we'd been the ones to catch him. Fudge shook his head. It was Peter Pettigrew. I know, that little sidekick who always trailed behind them, right? Madame Rosmerta exclaimed in surprise. Exactly. He was always such a coward. Who knows where he found the courage to chase after Black? Maybe that's Gryffindor spirit, finding courage for friends. Even if it meant being blown to bits by Black. Horrible. He blew up the whole street, leaving only himself standing there laughing. As for Peter Pettigrew, we searched for ages but only found a tiny finger. Fudge's words abruptly halted as Hagrid's forceful nose-blowing echoed through the room. The others' expressions weren't much brighter. Except for Tver, who sipped his mead with a faint smile. What is it? Have you thought of something, little professor? Madame Rosmerta blinked her tear-filled eyes curiously. Nothing. I do think he was brave, in every sense. Tver didn't name names, so everyone assumed he meant Peter Pettigrew and sank back into shared sorrow. But in truth, he meant Black. Enduring 12 years in Azkaban, learning his enemy still lived, and escaping to Hogwarts' vicinity, even while subsisting on scraps. That kind of courage truly wasn't something ordinary people possessed. As for Peter Pettigrew, it was just as Tver had said during his first sorting ceremony, this was the limitation of the sorting hat. Unless, of course, Peter Pettigrew harbored some undiscovered courage within him. Thinking this, Tver stared intently at the shimmering liquid swaying in his glass. As if it contained the very essence of the human heart. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 204, Chapter 204, The Students' Changes Over 6 Months. On the first day of the Christmas break, Tver rose early as usual. He skillfully poured himself a cup of pumpkin juice while gathering the precious papers scattered across the floor. Only then did he leisurely glance out the window. It was a clear winter day. The heavy snowfall that had lasted all night had ceased, but its task was successfully accomplished. Hogwarts was now blanketed in a thick layer of snow. This year, more students chose to stay at school for the Christmas break, significantly more than last year. Tver was no exception. Given Lupin's condition, the next full moon was just 2 days away. To research the new generation of werewolf bracelets, he decided not to go home for now. Yes, just temporarily. He dared not skip family gatherings during holidays like Christmas, especially now that he'd been reappointed Defense Against the Dark Arts professor. Otherwise, Brenda would definitely send him a howler. Before long, several young wizards had taken over the empty snowy field, a rare sight, and started a snowball fight. Of course, they were using wands to control the snowballs. This game was simple enough for first-years to manage, so Tver had naturally promoted it throughout the school. Demonstrations, of course, were essential. Recalling how disheveled the students had looked during their snowball fight before the holidays, Tver couldn't help but laugh aloud. Even if the entire class attacked together, he could easily bury them under a deluge of snowballs. The reason he had free time for games was that this year's course load was unexpectedly light. Though Lupin would vanish for periods now and then, even so, he still handled more teaching duties than his two predecessors combined. And when Lupin took a break, there was always Snape. Though the students clamored for Professor Folly to take over, it was clear Tver wouldn't grant them that wish. This meant Snape, despite meticulously preparing lessons for the students, had to endure their veiled accusations. They believed Snape had forcibly snatched the teaching duties, leaving Professor Folly no chance to substitute for Lupin. So now, Tver only needed to choose between dueling theory and practical dueling each day, then leisurely guide the students. The rest, Lupin would reluctantly but flawlessly cover for him. As for the dueling tournament, that was a distant prospect, scheduled for the second half of the year. For a time, the students felt a complex mix of love and hate toward Professor Folly. The love, of course, stemmed from his consistently high-caliber dueling instruction. Even during squad-based combat drills, the professor offered personalized, expert feedback to each student. This included pinpointing their strengths and weaknesses, along with tailored training methods. Progress earned not only the professor's praise but also access to more advanced instruction. After months of practice, they clearly felt their abilities improving. Where they once trembled casting spells, now they engaged in fierce, back-and-forth magical duels. Thus, the simplest way to resolve disputes in the castle became a duel on the dueling grounds. There, protective enchantments cast by Professor Folly ensured that the grounds remained intact, at least beyond the students' destructive capabilities. This meant that whenever Malfoy tried to taunt Harry, the frustrated wizard would angrily counter with a duel. One-on-one, Malfoy wasn't afraid, he'd even welcome such a challenge. But to maintain relative team balance, the dueling grounds rules always required matches to be fought in teams. So, glancing at Ron and Hermione behind Harry, then at Goyle and Crabbe behind himself, he regretted his arrogance for what felt like the 100th time. He'd thought that since he aimed to be as powerful as the professor, he could defeat any opponent even with 2 deadweights in tow. But these deadweights were truly dragging him down. Yet abandoning them. The pure-blood pride within Malfoy's heart wouldn't allow it. Thus, Malfoy had no choice but to shift his strategy, settling instead for glaring at Harry with resentment. The moment Harry returned the glare, he'd swiftly avert his eyes, feigning innocence. Regardless, the students' combative nature stemmed partly from their rising abilities. They craved the chance to show off before their peers. Moreover, such high-quality instruction left even Professor Flitwick sighing in admiration upon learning of it. Why didn't I have such an excellent teacher back in my day? If Professor Flitwick could achieve such formidable strength without such a teacher, then with the professor's guidance now, wouldn't they surpass even Professor Flitwick himself? This thought sent the students' already high spirits soaring even higher. As for questions of talent or effort, those were naturally not considered by the students. But Professor Folly wasn't always conducting dueling lessons. Whenever he deemed it necessary, he would postpone the dueling session and replace it with a tedious theory class. Theoretical sessions that could last 2 entire class periods. Thus, students in 3rd year and above now experienced a thrill akin to opening a blind box during lessons. Before each class began, they had no idea what the professor would teach them that day. If it was a theory session, even while in the dueling grounds, they had to sit at tables and chairs conjured by the professor and listen obediently. Fortunately, the professor's magic kept the snowstorm and biting cold outside at bay. Otherwise, combined with their bleak spirits, half the students might have fallen ill before Christmas. Were it not for the professor's strict prohibition, the Weasley twins could have earned more galleons through their bets on theory and practical lessons than their family vault held. Thus, the students' admiration for Professor Lupin skyrocketed. Now, not only did no one in the school look down on his tattered robes, but if anyone dared mock Professor Lupin, Harry would be the first to glare them down. Of course, that was only because the mocker was Malfoy. Tver, naturally, was delighted by this turn of events. This year's research was far more complex. Soul alteration alone had deepened the dark circles under his eyes, let alone the elusive limbo he still couldn't fathom. Beyond that, there was the external mask business, Cynthia and Marvolio's ministry of magic maneuvers, and Lucius's courting of other pure-blood families. Fortunately, everything was progressing at an ideal pace. At least much better than he had planned. In a cheerful mood, Tver downed the last of the pumpkin juice in his office. Actually, this was the very last cup. Shaking the empty bottle, he decided to make a trip to the kitchen before breakfast. After all, breakfast could wait, but pumpkin juice was non-negotiable. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 205, An Unexpected Visitor. However, when Tver stepped outside, he encountered an unexpected visitor. Professor Folly, what's this? Burbage asked, looking at the empty bottle in his hand with confusion. She was holding several books in her arms, her face weary and showing signs of exhaustion, as if she had been up all night. Nothing much. Tver quickly hid the bottle behind his back. What brings you here, Professor Burbage? Oh, she said hurriedly, handing him the books. The books you lent me a few days ago, I've finished reading them. I came to return them. Tver took them, slightly surprised. This was the night he had returned from Hogsmeade and had run into Professor Burbage, who was answering students' questions. Coincidentally, it was a topic that had piqued his interest, so he had offered a different opinion. If he had said that during his first year, Professor Burbage would have either angrily rebutted him or ignored him completely. But after last year's basilisk attack, her attitude had changed. So after a friendly discussion, Tver had lent her the books, these very ones, and they had agreed to discuss them again once she had finished reading them. He hadn't expected her to finish so quickly. These books were quite thick, so she must have spent every free moment reading them. His ideas were still as sharp as ever in the wizarding world. His thoughts briefly drifted, but he kept his expression friendly as he invited Professor Burbage inside. Please have a seat. I have something urgent to take care of. Then, as she stood there looking confused, Tver casually placed the books on the pile on his desk, grabbed the noticeable empty bottle again, and hurried out of the office. Professor Burbage stood frozen for a moment, then reluctantly accepted the fact that Tver had left her alone in the office. She wasn't sure if this was a sign of trust. After all, professors' offices often contained things that weren't exactly convenient to leave unattended. She, for example, liked to stash Muggle stuffed animals around her office, the weirder the better. Her favorite was a black mouse plushie. But she took in her surroundings. Books. That was her impression. Books were stacked everywhere, on the shelves, on the desk. Some were old and worn, others were brand new. But every one of them showed signs of having been read and reread. In her memory, only the headmaster's office and the library had this many books. Curious, she picked up one of the open books on the desk, A Brief History of Time. The illustrations inside didn't move at all. This was a Muggle book. She recognized the trait immediately, just like the ones Tver had lent her. The problem was, she couldn't understand even the simplest sentence. In an infinite universe, every point can be considered the center, for on every side of it lie infinite stars. She read it over and over, frowning deeply, but still couldn't grasp its meaning. No, she understood it, but couldn't believe it. This is one of my favorite books. I can't fully understand it yet, but I often flip through it, Tver said, having returned unnoticed. He now sat across from her, holding the same bottle, though this time, it was filled with drink. He handed her a glass of pumpkin juice. That perspective is fascinating. Oh. Burbage quickly closed the book, flustered as she returned it to its place, then took the glass. Pumpkin juice. Professor Folly always seemed to surprise her with the unexpected. She hesitated for a moment, then apologized. Sorry, I shouldn't have touched your book. But interesting. Do you think the ideas in it are correct? Tver smiled and shook his head. I don't know, but so far, they've been right. So far. Burbage found such a vague response hard to accept. Tver chuckled softly. Explaining science to a professor of a wizarding school always felt a little off to him. That's science, Burbage. Science makes bold statements when it's certain, but when it's uncertain, it uses the most cautious language. But saying that every point in the universe is the center. You didn't refute it, did you? Tver pressed his lips together, his gaze suddenly sharp, making Burbage flinch. Just like every person in this world, deep down, they believe they are the center of it. Not you, certainly not me. Muggles included? Burbage asked, clearly deep in thought. True to her role as professor of Muggle studies, her first thought was about Muggles. Why not? Muggles outnumber wizards by far. The real question is whether we're included. Burbage suddenly realized what had been bothering her about Tver. He was far too friendly toward Muggles. Not only did he seem to know everything about Muggle science and humanities, but he also freely praised them without hesitation. You seem to hold Muggles in high regard. Though I've always advocated for equality, I've never met a wizard who admires Muggles as much as you do. May I ask why? Tver fixed his eyes on hers, and the slight dilation of his pupils made Burbage uneasy. Admire. I never said I admired them. In truth, I fear them. Burbage's eyes widened in shock. She quickly glanced at Tver, as if checking whether he had been replaced by someone using Polyjuice potion. Fear? Honestly, even when we disagree, I can't imagine someone with your strength being afraid of Muggles who can't use magic. Not now, Burbage. I fear what the future holds for Muggles. Tver gently placed one of the books she had returned into her hands. You've seen how fast Muggle technology is advancing. Can you imagine what it will be like 100 years from now? I suppose they'll have devices to detect magic, large-scale magnetic field reactors to restrict apparition, armor-piercing bullets to break through shield charms. When the statute of secrecy can no longer protect us, what will we do? By then, I'll probably be retired. What if they arrest me? What about our children, our friends, even our enemies? What will happen to them? Tver knew that Muggle technology might not develop that rapidly, but when it came to threats, exaggeration was always the best tactic. What then? Burbage asked, her voice tightening. She had marveled at the rapid progress of Muggle technology while reading those books, but never imagined this kind of possibility. Her mind felt foggy, and she found herself following Tver's line of thought without quite realizing it. Tver's lips curled into a slight smile, though it was too subtle for Burbage, still reeling from shock, to notice. Foggy was right, no one ever heard this idea without feeling a bit foggy. Chapter 206, Chapter 206, Burbage's Thoughts. Tver relaxed a little in his seat and gave an answer that caught Burbage completely off guard. I don't know, Burbage. That's why I came to Hogwarts, to seek answers from you, from Dumbledore, from everyone. Exactly. Burbage's eyes lit up. And Headmaster Dumbledore. He's brilliant. He's bound to have a solution. Tver let out a disappointed sigh. I'm sorry to say we haven't come up with anything viable yet. Muggle technological progress moves on many fronts. They're destined to explore every inch of the earth, its land, its oceans, its skies. No. They've already taken their first steps into outer space. As long as we continue living alongside them, being discovered is inevitable. In truth, he hadn't discussed anything remotely this deep with Dumbledore. Then, what are we supposed to do? Her inner support collapsing, Burbage grew increasingly anxious about the future of the wizarding world. Tver, however, gave her a small, reassuring smile. That's exactly why I was eager to talk to you, Burbage. You're the wizarding world's leading expert on Muggles. When it comes to Muggle matters, no one is more authoritative than you. So I want you. He suddenly lowered his voice. To tell the wizarding community about this. Burbage jolted in shock, her whole body trembling slightly. After so many years studying Muggles, the thing she'd encountered most was the arrogance wizards showed toward them, arrogance toward anything non-magical. Her lips trembled. But from what I know, most wizards won't believe it. Then convince them little by little. Just like the books I gave you. Show them Muggle technology step by step. Show everyone that on the other side of the world, Muggles are catching up. Determination finally flickered in Burbage's eyes, growing stronger by the second. Yes. If she could recognize this problem, there was no reason the rest of the wizarding world couldn't. Of course, you can't portray Muggles as a threat. Otherwise wizards will lash out at them, and I'm sure that's not something you want to see. Burbage nodded firmly. Exactly. We need wizards to take this seriously. Only by thinking together, sharing ideas, can we find the best answer. You're right, Burbage said, cheeks slightly flushed. But I'm hardly a renowned expert. Plenty of people argue with me in the papers. You absolutely are. Tver cut off her doubts without hesitation. Look at me. Burbage met his clear, determined gaze, and a strange surge of courage rose in her chest. What I see is Professor Charity Burbage, the woman who dared to proclaim the equality of Muggles and wizards in the Daily Prophet. She nodded before she even realized it. And Rita Skeeter will help you push back. Rita. Burbage blinked, baffled. She had never imagined someone like Rita would help her, much less how. That's right, Tver said quickly, unwilling to linger on the topic. You just focus on your work. Charity, the future of the wizarding world rests on your shoulders. Burbage's face had hardened into resolve. She suddenly shot to her feet, startling Tver so badly he nearly spilled his pumpkin juice. I'll definitely give it my all. No time to waste, I need to have an article written before Christmas. Without waiting for a response, she charged toward the door. Caught off guard by her sudden determination, Tver's voice wavered a little. If you need anything, you can come to me anytime. I still have, what is it? Burbage stopped abruptly. After a moment of hesitation, she slowly turned back. Actually, this is just a thought, but what if we integrated with Muggles? I mean really lived and worked alongside them. Wouldn't that ease the divide between us and help us understand each other better? You understand what I'm saying, right? That Muggles and wizards are equal. Tver nodded, stunned. For the first time, he felt his usually sharp mind wasn't keeping up. Burbage misunderstood his expression, assuming her idea was too outrageous. After all, it implied overturning the statute of secrecy, an idea only the Dark Lord had ever dared entertain. She hurried to explain. Of course, it's just a theory. I know it would be difficult, no, impossible, to achieve. So just take it as a joke. No, Tver said, striding over to her in a few quick steps. He patted her shoulder with deliberate emphasis. Whatever the possibility, it needs to be discussed publicly. Only by trying every option can we face the future with confidence, don't you think? And your idea? He paused. It's fresh. Yes, fresh. I think it's wonderful, bold, even. It'll be difficult, but if it succeeds, the outcome could be extraordinary. That's why many people will attack you, even insult you. But you must hold on. I, and many others with vision, will support you. Encouraged, Burbage thought of the years she'd quietly endured on her own. Now that someone finally understood her, she felt as though she'd found a true kindred spirit. Her eyes reddened. She pressed her lips together, afraid to speak for fear her tears would spill, and nodded again with determination. Then, like a warrior, she walked out of the office without looking back. Leaving Tver behind, still a little dazed. He scratched his head, downed several cups of pumpkin juice, and still couldn't figure out how Burbage had come up with a thought like that. Wait, had she been thinking along these lines all along? Honestly, it wasn't impossible. After all, Tver had chosen Burbage after observing her for 2 years. He knew she was a professor who cared about Muggles and held boldly progressive views. One could even imagine that quite a few people in the wizarding world shared similar ideas. Especially after the big move the teacher had made back then, his thinking had probably influenced many. And those people took that way of thinking, interpreted it for themselves, and passed it on. It simply never spread widely because it clashed with mainstream wizarding beliefs. Not everyone has the courage to spread the Dark Lord's ideology, after all. So, beneath the river the teacher once crossed, there are still many stones left for him to feel his way through. Chapter 207, Chapter 207, A Terrified Rita. Burbage worked astonishingly fast. Before Christmas even arrived, she had already produced a full article. But she'd also been smart enough not to push things too far. Compared to her usual style, she was downright restrained. All she did was give a broad overview of the development of Muggle technology, in truth, little more than her reflections from recent reading. This left both her supporters and critics equally confused. The content was fresher than before, yet Burbage hadn't slipped in a single bit of her usual equality agenda. It was completely unlike her. For a while, all discussion on the topic in the Daily Prophet went strangely quiet, as if everyone really was busy with Christmas, or as if it was the calm before a storm. But no one was more bewildered than Rita Skeeter. Lately, neither Tver, Marvolio, nor Cynthia had given her any particularly important assignments. Aside from her routine jabs at the ministry, she actually found herself with nothing to do, something she wasn't used to at all. Thankfully, Tver had recently sent word she was to help defend Professor Burbage. She'd been gearing up to show off a little, to please that folly young master. She could see perfectly well who held authority between Tver and Marvolio. Yet now, all her hard-earned venom had nowhere to go. Rita ended up pacing laps around the house, trying to burn off her restless energy. In truth, her mood was conflicted. She didn't even know what she thought anymore. Tver had coerced her, after all, and had cast such a dreadful spell on her. The memory made her reach up and touch her face with a shiver. The magic might be gone, but for a long time afterward, every accidental brush of her fingers had forced her to relive the terrifying distortion of her features. Each time, cold sweat. Which was why she'd had no choice during that period but to obey Tver and Marvolio. Even at the risk of covert aura arrests, she'd kept hammering the Ministry of Magic. She'd attacked them before, of course, but always with careful control, embarrassing them, never cornering them. Especially when it came to officials with real power, she relied on artful, subtle writing to glide around the edges. Only when she sensed someone was already on the decline would she tear into them, building her reputation as someone who feared no authority. Thinking of the adoration from some readers, Rita shook her head at herself. Honestly, as if she were Dumbledore, when had she ever not feared official power? And now there was Tver folly, the folly air she still couldn't quite decipher. Handsome, elegant, seemingly careless, yet with a quiet confidence that suggested he held every thread in his hands. And those sharp, striking eyes. She had met him only once, but Tver had made a deep impression. And throughout the past year, every one of his predictions about major events in the wizarding world had come true. Which was exactly why her feelings were so tangled. A man she should despise had a charisma and foresight that were impossible to ignore. If he hadn't pushed me so hard, or threatened me so directly, I might have gone along with him anyway. Amused by her own thoughts, Rita looked out the window. The winter snow shone brilliantly in the sun. In a few days, it would be the anniversary of their first meeting. Would they cross paths again? Knock, knock, knock. She froze. This was the safe house Cynthia had arranged for her, hidden cleverly within a Muggle neighborhood. Under normal circumstances, no wizard could find it. Could it really be Tver? She didn't dare rely on any clumsy magic this time and hurried straight to the door. Who are you two? Rita frowned at the strange pair in front of her. One was a young man as handsome as Tver, yet his face alone gave off an unmistakably wicked charm. Beside him stood an old man, slightly hunched, his smile as greasy as the long hair hanging around his face. An angel and a devil. No, she felt like they were both devils. My apologies, I came in such a rush I forgot to change my face. Marvolio offered an apology entirely devoid of sincerity. As he finished speaking, his face shifted into Dawlish's earnest, straightforward features. Dawlish. Rita's eyes nearly bulged out of her skull. Dawlish's face was attractive enough, but compared to the devilishly wild one from moments earlier, it fell far short. Marvolio impatiently pushed her aside, dragged Burke into the house, and shut the door with practiced ease. Didn't I tell you? Don't linger at the door. It makes you easier to spot. Hearing the familiar voice and the words only they would recognize, Rita finally snapped out of her shock and hurried after them into the living room. Are you Dawlish, or that man from earlier? What do you think? Marvolio shifted back into his real appearance in an instant. With a slight, upturned smile, he suddenly glanced back at her, devastatingly handsome. His face filled her vision so abruptly she felt her breath catch. You don't need to know how it works. When the time comes, Tver will explain it to you himself. For now, all you need to remember is that, at the moment, I am Dawlish. Of course, in private, you may call me Marvolio. Marvolio sat down with practiced familiarity on the sofa he'd used the previous year, the one Rita had reluctantly brought with her when she moved. Only now, the person beside him was his former, and only, boss. Burke stole a nervous glance at him, barely daring to sit on the edge of the seat. Not because of Rita, but because Marvolio was right next to him. He had thought this job would be simple, but the moment he saw Marvolio appear, his heart had been pounding non-stop. Master Folly, please let me get through this without accidentally offending this Dark Lord. He prayed silently to himself. Rita didn't notice his panic. A sudden thought struck her, and she pointed at Marvolio in shock. That Cynthia woman last time was a ministry official. Now you've infiltrated the Aura office. And, there might even be more of your people inside the ministry. What exactly are you planning to do to the ministry? Her voice sharpened with disbelief, and her face went pale with fear. I don't like people pointing at me. Marvolio's expression went cold in an instant, turning completely blank. But instead of anger, the emptiness terrified Rita even more. She yanked her hand back, clutching the other one over her chest as if he had already severed her finger. I'm sorry. Her voice trembled uncontrollably. Beside her, Burke covered his mouth, trying not to laugh. He had been just as scared when he first met Marvolio, thinking back now, it was embarrassing, huh? His smile slowly disappeared. Chapter 208, Rita's Assignment. Marvolio glanced at Rita and the smirking Burke beside her, sighing helplessly. One was a renowned journalist in the wizarding world, the other a rare heir to an alchemical family. By all accounts, they should at least possess composure and poise befitting their status. Yet neither seemed particularly bright, so easily thrown off balance. For the first time, he found himself agreeing with Tver's assessment. The magical world is too small, too narrow-minded. If things stay this way, forget progress like Muggles make, we'd be lucky not to regress. Faced with such a magical world, even the faintest spark of conquest within Marvolio vanished. Stop standing there like an idiot. Sit down. You've got another assignment. He gestured with his chin toward the seat opposite him as if he were the master of the house. But Rita didn't mind at all. If Marvolio ever spoke gently, that would be the real surprise. Once Rita had obediently sat down and pulled out a small notebook, Marvolio nudged Burke with his elbow. Snap out of it. What are you brooding about? Got a problem with me? Of course not. Burke instantly straightened his posture, stiff as a first-year student. So, the subject I'm reporting on this time is this Mr. Burke? Rita asked tentatively. Drawing on her extensive network of character knowledge, she finally recognized the patriarch of this fallen pureblood family, and its sole remaining member. Pretty much. Marvolio said, producing a bracelet at the same time. Unlike the first generation's conspicuous white, this bracelet had a translucent sheen. A small amount of demiguise fur had been woven into it, making it nearly invisible unless examined closely. But the internal upgrades clearly went far beyond that. Marvolio tossed it dismissively into Burke's hands. Your stuff. You explain it. Burke fumbled to catch it, then proudly held it up for Rita to see. It's a werewolf bracelet. Yet to Rita, that smile looked downright sinister. Her eyes flew wide. This bracelet turns people into wolves. Ahem. Burke's grin collapsed. It's a bracelet to suppress werewolves. He stretched the bracelet forcefully to show off its remarkable resilience. After all, this was his prized creation, one that had even kept him too busy to groom his hair. Packed inside the small bracelet was much of the knowledge he'd accumulated throughout his life. And, of course, more than a few suggestions from Tver, otherwise he would never have rushed to produce a finished model. Oh. Rita wrote it down with cool detachment. She wasn't a werewolf or an auror. Compared to a werewolf-suppressing bracelet, Fudge and that senior Undersecretary Umbridge were far more interesting. Still, since it was Tver's directive, she forced herself to focus. So how exactly does this bracelet restrain the werewolf? By strangling them to death. If I wanted to kill a werewolf, why would I bother making a bracelet? Burke snapped. Then what's the point? Rita rolled her eyes within the briefest flicker of a blink, careful not to be caught by Marvolio. To restrain them, of course. I mean, how does it restrain them? Oh, you should have asked sooner. Burke shifted the blame without hesitation, but the sound of Rita's teeth grinding made him quickly raise the bracelet. This bracelet helps suppress a werewolf's savagery during transformation. The moment it detects malevolent intent, even if it's just an instinctive werewolf reaction, the bracelet sends a searing pain that feels like it's burning right through your soul. I don't know whether a werewolf can still harbor malice after feeling pain like that, but either way, Master Folly said that afterward they'd struggle even to walk, let alone attack someone. Burke was about to describe exactly how excruciating the pain was, but Rita had already remembered the magic that once marked her face. For someone like Tver, inflicting pain that left a person unable to move would be effortless. She shuddered involuntarily. Brilliant idea. But what if the werewolf just shakes off the bracelet? Burke shot Rita a peculiar look as she suddenly grew enthusiastic. It's woven from unicorn tail hair and demiguise fur, materials with exceptional resilience. On top of that, it's been soaked in potion, reinforced with protective magic, and sealed with a permanent charm. Ordinary spells can't damage it at all. So unless you chop off the entire hand, a werewolf in full transformation has no way of breaking free. Burke lifted his chin, looking quite pleased with himself. This was, without question, the alchemical creation he was most proud of so far. Though none of its individual functions were particularly advanced, integrating so many different mechanisms into a single device was far beyond what most alchemists could accomplish. And now it had all been condensed perfectly into one bracelet. Given how the magical world, especially alchemy, had been declining, unveiling this alone would be enough to shock an entire field of practitioners. Professor Folly is truly amazing. I can't wait to write a whole year's worth of reports about him. Rita said excitedly. Burke, _. Wait, I invented this bracelet. Yes, Master Folly offered guidance, but this is still my work. He glanced uncertainly at Marvolio. If Master Folly really wanted to claim the credit, he wouldn't be able to refuse. How about we split it 50-50? Marvolio watched him with the same faint smile. Forget it. I'll take the money, and the young master can take the fame. Burke swallowed hard. The production costs would be recovered eventually, right? Seeing his anxiety, Marvolio let out a small laugh. Don't worry. All the credit this time goes to you. The articles can't mention Tver or anyone else at all. Tver hadn't explained the reason, but Marvolio immediately understood. The werewolf bracelet was far too conspicuous an achievement. With Dumbledore already keeping a close eye on Tver, any credit attached to him would instantly paint him as someone trying to recruit werewolves. Which, while true, was absolutely not something they could afford to reveal yet. And by pushing Burke into the spotlight while keeping themselves hidden, they'd have far more room to maneuver, especially Tver. Marvolio let out another sigh. After working with him for so long, he had fully grasped the nature of Tver's methods. Every single move served at least two purposes. He could hide his involvement perfectly while achieving the maximum possible effect with minimal action. To be blunt, even if Marvolio lived another lifetime, he still wouldn't come up with something like the face mask business, a scheme that simultaneously won over wizards, connected them with muggles, and showcased their capabilities all at once. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 209, Chapter 209, The Werewolf Situation. Tver was unaware of Marvolio and the others' thoughts, but he entrusted the task to them without hesitation. Otherwise, what was the point of recruiting subordinates? As for giving the credit for the werewolf bracelet to Burke, that was something he had specifically insisted on. In truth, he didn't mind if Dumbledore learned he was trying to recruit werewolves. If everything went as planned, by the time summer break arrived in 6 months, Dumbledore would have an entirely new problem occupying his mind. When that time came, forget recruiting werewolves, even if Tver openly infiltrated, as in enter, not fight, the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore wouldn't have the time to interfere. So his intentions here were purely strategic. He wanted his eventual appearance to carry greater weight and meaning, especially in the eyes of the werewolf community. Deep down, many of them longed to coexist with wizards, yet mutual misunderstanding only pushed the two sides further apart. Most werewolves were turned not by choice, but through revenge or accidental encounters. Take Lupin, for example. He became a werewolf because his father insulted Greyback, who retaliated by biting him. Aside from werewolves like Greyback, who were violent by nature, most had no desire to become monsters. The tragedy was that they often had no choice. Tver knew that the wolfsbane potion had existed for over 20 years, yet few werewolves ever had the chance to take it regularly. No one would hire them, and they simply couldn't afford the cost. Even wealthy families couldn't sustain such long-term expenses. So every full moon, they lost their rationality, became beasts, caused destruction, and spread fear that pushed them even further from acceptance in the wizarding world. Caught in this vicious cycle, they were left with only two paths: to live in poverty and instability like Lupin, or to follow their enemy Greyback, their minds gradually twisted by dark magic and hatred. Either way, suspicion toward wizards would naturally grow. If Tver simply walked up to them wearing a bracelet, they would treat him like an idiot. Because he didn't have the authority or status to make such an offer. But the Ministry did. Once the bracelet became known across the wizarding world, the Ministry would find itself in a dilemma. Managing werewolves was their job, but the bracelets were expensive. Even if the Ministry could afford it, Fudge would never volunteer to cover that cost. To the Ministry, werewolves were a fringe group. Occasional aura raids were enough. As long as werewolves didn't cause major incidents, the Ministry considered its duty fulfilled. Even a wizard with terrible math could see that was far cheaper than distributing free bracelets to every werewolf. So even if werewolves learned the bracelet existed, and that it could make them safer than for the average wizard, they still couldn't afford it, and no one would help pay for it. What would hurt them most was that the Ministry wouldn't reject them outright at first. Instead, they'd pretend to consider it, shuffling responsibility around. In the process, they would grind down the faint spark of hope in the hearts of well-meaning werewolves until nothing remained. Eventually, like the wolfsbane potion, the bracelet would become something they could only yearn for but never obtain. And after all that, when someone else stepped forward, even if they spent the same money and handed out the same bracelets, the werewolves' perception would be entirely different. The same ending, achieved through different means, would produce a completely different effect. That was exactly what Tver intended. As for who should step forward, wasn't there someone right here more suitable than himself? So, Lupin, the price of the werewolf bracelet is simply beyond what current werewolves can afford. Having just endured another full moon, Lupin's face still carried an undeniable pallor of exhaustion. But this time, with the restorative potions Tver had given him, and with both the wolfsbane potion and the bracelet reducing many of the transformation's side effects, he felt lighter than he had in years. A small smile even touched his lips. He had now personally proven how effective the combination of wolfsbane and the bracelet truly was. Which meant that if werewolves could wear the bracelets and take the potion, they could live like ordinary wizards. Yet Tver's words instantly smothered that rising hope. The bracelet's magic could be recharged by werewolves themselves, but what about the cost of the wolfsbane potion? And the bracelet's production cost? Even with his current stable income, Lupin could only barely afford it. What about the many werewolves with no jobs at all, not even the kind of work that skirted the law? With a conflicted look, Lupin touched his wrist. Under the sunlight, the faint mark left by the bracelet was barely visible. So even with the wolfsbane potion and the bracelet, we're still just werewolves. His throat tightened as he stared at his wrist. We're still feared and despised by every wizard, forced to live in the shadows of the magical world, either waiting to waste away or getting torn to pieces by wizards. Some werewolves are just children, you know. Yet they have to carry the stigma for life. But they don't even have wands. Who could they possibly threaten? Tver unconsciously licked his lips. Predictably, Lupin's kindness led him to all these conclusions on his own. Lupin was the very embodiment of someone who cultivates himself in hardship and helps others in prosperity. Had he still been struggling to survive, he'd never have had the time or strength to care about other werewolves. But now that he finally had some stability, his kindness would never allow him to ignore their suffering. So all Tver needed to do was help him hold on to that kindness. You're different now. Even after leaving school, Dumbledore would gladly give you a position so you could afford the wolfsbane potion. And my bracelet could. But what good would that do? Lupin's outburst was sharp with fury, something Tver had never heard from him before. As long as werewolves as a group remain unaccepted, we're still rats in the gutter. Even if this rat dresses up nicely and keeps himself clean. His fists were clenched tight, his muscles taut with anger. Yet his eyes were filled only with helplessness toward the condition of the wizarding world. The problem is, the werewolf population isn't large, but it isn't small either. Tver spread his hands. He wasn't surprised by Lupin's outburst, in truth, he had been guiding him toward it. To maintain such expenses is impossible even for Dumbledore. And as for the Ministry, they won't pay for wolfsbane, much less an extra bracelet. Lupin's expression dimmed further. We could borrow money. If we can control the transformation, we can work normally and pay it back. Unfortunately, Gringotts hasn't opened that kind of business. Tver shrugged. The casual gesture made Lupin's heart sink straight to the bottom. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. p-at-trian.com/blurrydream. Chapter 210, The Werewolf Recruitment Plan. Lupin took a resigned sip of pumpkin juice laced with an elixir to induce euphoria, but his troubles ran so deep that even finishing the entire bottle wouldn't have lifted his spirits. Perhaps he should grow used to this kind of disappointment, or perhaps he should never have hoped at all. Yet Tver's words rekindled that faint spark. Unless. Tver slowly raised his cup and took a small sip of pumpkin juice. The thick liquid seemed to swallow Lupin's hopeful gaze along with it. Unless what? Lupin asked urgently, not waiting for Tver to set the cup down. Unless someone is willing to cover the cost. Lupin felt even more defeated. Come on. With a werewolf's reputation, unless someone's got nothing but pumpkin juice sloshing around in their head, no one would lend that kind of money to a werewolf. He didn't even dare hope for the possibility of borrowing money. Wealth didn't grow on trees, and even during Voldemort's rise, werewolves had never truly been trusted. He failed to notice the increasingly exasperated look Tver cast at the cup in his hand. I have a friend. She really is a pumpkin juice enthusiast. Lupin blinked. This friend of yours, is she actually blinded by pumpkin juice? I'm sorry. Only after saying it did he realize how rude it sounded. You're saying someone is genuinely willing to lend money to a werewolf? Exactly. Tver nodded firmly, confirming the unbelievable. But it's not a simple loan. It's a wage advance, first to buy the werewolf bracelets, then a monthly supply of wolfsbane potion. The cost. Accept a bracelet, and you work for my friend for at least 6 months. Accept a month's wolfsbane potion, and you work for 1 month at half pay. Until that work is completed, no werewolf may abandon their post. Otherwise, they'll repay the debt with their life. The threat beneath the words made Lupin's heart jolt. He knew Tver's strength well. As a friend of his, this mysterious lender couldn't possibly be weak. Which meant the threat was no idle remark. What exactly would these werewolves be doing? I don't know any line of work in the magical world that needs so many werewolves. Simple, Tver replied with a grin. Cultivating herbs and brewing potions. As the face mask business expanded, the beautification potions supplied by Madame Pimpernel's beautifying potions had long fallen short of demand. Even the bulk herb purchases had begun drawing attention. After all, using such vast amounts of ingredients with no corresponding finished products on the market was suspicious to anyone paying attention. That was why creating a hidden herb greenhouse and potion-making facility had become necessary. The work wasn't technically difficult, but it was extremely tedious and required wizards to perform. Hiring through normal channels would only make it more conspicuous. But werewolves were different. They were already a marginalized group. Their disappearance from public view would spark relief, not questions. And once werewolves were normalized, having the plantations revealed wouldn't matter. Still, none of this could be told to Lupin. You know the beauty potion shop in Diagon Alley, right? Lupin nodded immediately. It was the only place in the wizarding world that brewed beautification potions. He had even hoped to work there once. Of course, he had considered every shop in the wizarding world that might possibly hire him. Madame Pimpernel has recently received numerous orders for beautification potions, so she urgently needs a group of wizards to assist her work. Even werewolves? Lupin asked uncertainly. Exactly. As my friend, she's learned about the effects of the werewolf bracelet and the wolfsbane potion. After my persuasion, she's willing to try trusting the werewolves. As long as the werewolves work diligently, she doesn't mind procuring some wolfsbane potion ingredients. After all, doing so cuts costs, which benefits both sides. How could it not be beneficial? She was already running a potion production setup, so brewing wolfsbane potion would be easy. And Tver could recruit a large number of wizards at a very low cost. As for the bracelets, the crafting method was in his hands alone. In short, Tver only needed to invest a small amount of material cost at the start to obtain a large group of loyal, inexpensive workers. His only real concern was earning too much money from Muggles. If he converted it all into galleons and flooded the market, the financial structure of the wizarding world might collapse in an instant. Lupin didn't know Tver's true intentions, but he trusted him. And with his sharp mind, he could clearly see how beneficial this plan could be for werewolves. Even so, it felt almost unreal. He quickly pinched himself. It hurt. He wasn't dreaming. Then let's not delay. Spread the news immediately. He shot to his feet. You're being naive. This plan cannot be broadcast widely. Tver wagged a finger. Why? It's an excellent plan. Lupin looked at him in frustration. Do you really think the ministry would willingly allow a large group of werewolves to gather together under a wizard's direction? Even if you repeat 1,000 times that it's just a potion factory, they'll remain suspicious and unhappy. Then they'll invent hundreds of excuses, registration for this, inspections for that, until everyone is exhausted. Lupin immediately recalled the ministry's many policies targeting werewolves over the years. Whether they worked or not, the excessive procedures and underlying distrust were painfully obvious. He slumped back down, brow furrowed. We could unite and pressure the ministry. He froze. No, no, no. That would only provoke them further. Then we should face it openly. It's only registration, better than living in constant displacement. No, no, no. If any werewolf with bad intentions exploits the situation, relations between werewolves and wizards would collapse again, possibly becoming even worse. His brilliant mind weighed the pros and cons in an instant. But clearly, if integrating werewolves into wizarding society were this easy, Tver wouldn't have a role in the matter at all. Therefore, we must gather the werewolves covertly. Only after the extremist ideologies among them are eliminated will true integration become possible. Tver spoke calmly. Even if that wasn't the real reason, he could hide his intentions effortlessly with such rhetoric. Exactly. Lupin's eyes lit up. I'll start contacting the werewolves privately right away and unite them. Talking to a clever person was always effortless. Tver hadn't even hinted at it, yet Lupin had already taken the task upon himself. But Lupin still needed to teach for the first half of the year. There was no way Tver would let him disappear. Calm down. The werewolf bracelets were only just completed. The plantation and the potion factory haven't even been built yet. Are you planning to recruit werewolves with thin air? And before any of that, the bracelets needed to be loudly discussed in the newspapers. Otherwise, how would he expect werewolves to willingly work for him? Tver smiled, gently tapping his cup of pumpkin juice against Lupin's. Trust me. Give it another 6 months. Once the preparations are finished, the entire plan can begin. Lupin couldn't shake the odd feeling behind Tver's smile. He quickly took a sip of pumpkin juice, pushing his doubts deep down. No matter what, if this could help werewolves integrate into the wizarding world, then it was the one thing he could do for them. Chapter 211, A Lavish Feast. Taking advantage of the last few moments, Lupin chatted with Tver about the plan to recruit werewolves. Being a werewolf himself, Lupin understood the complexity of their community without needing Tver to spell it out. Yet he was no ordinary werewolf. As a member of the Order of the Phoenix, he had extensive experience dealing with both werewolves and ordinary wizards. In Tver's eyes, he was the ideal candidate to become the new leader of the werewolves. You should be prepared, Tver said. When it comes to winning over werewolves, aside from material support, we won't be able to help you much. In truth, it wasn't that Tver couldn't help. It was simply that the gains from dealing with werewolves weren't worth his personal involvement, nor sending Marvolio or Cynthia. They had far more important objectives to carry out. That was precisely why Lupin was the best choice for the task. Lupin, however, assumed Tver simply didn't want to get involved in werewolf affairs. After all, not everyone shared the ideal of saving everyone. The help Tver had already given was more than enough to earn his gratitude. I understand. What you've done for the werewolves is already far more than most people in the wizarding world would ever do. To put it bluntly, even Dumbledore hadn't gone to such lengths for werewolves. Of course, someone like Dumbledore surely had more important matters demanding his attention. Lupin felt nothing but gratitude toward Dumbledore. Without him, he would never have received a complete magical education, nor would he have met several companions he considered brothers. Thinking of Sirius Black, his expression dimmed, and he let out a quiet sigh. He still harbored doubts about what had happened back then. Deep down, he couldn't believe Black would betray James. He had even wondered whether he himself might someday buckle under pressure and betray everyone. Never once had he imagined that the one who leaked the secret would be Black. That proud, carefree Black, who had looked down on you-know-who's power with utter disdain. How could he possibly choose to become the very thing he despised most? Yet Lupin never dared speak of it to anyone. He could only secretly revisit those memories during his drifting, unsettled life. If he hadn't heard about Black's escape, he would never have exposed himself, never risked everything to go to Grimmauld Place. But where are you now, Padfoot? Tver looked at Lupin with mild confusion as Lupin suddenly fell into melancholy. Just moments ago, he had been spirited and energetic. After a brief silence, he had turned unexpectedly wistful. I won't disturb you any longer. The Christmas banquet is about to start, and I need to hurry home. As Tver stood up, Lupin was pulled out of his memories at once. You're not staying at the school for Christmas. Come to think of it, this is the first time I've attended the Christmas banquet feeling this relaxed. You know, in the past I was always exhausted. No. If I'm any later, my mother might come personally to drag me back. Tver gathered his things and left the office with Lupin. The afternoon sunlight still lingered, but the students who had been playing outside had already returned to the castle, waiting for the banquet to begin. The Dementors outside had also calmed down considerably, standing obediently at their posts without moving. The castle was decked out in colorful Christmas decorations. Thick garlands of holly and mistletoe hung through the corridors, and the suits of armor lining the halls gleamed from being freshly polished. Even if not many students would get to admire them. After parting with Lupin at the castle gates, Tver headed out of the school, walking into the gradually cooling dusk. A dinner was waiting for him at home. When Tver returned to the manor, only the rows of trees along the path greeted him. There weren't many Christmas decorations, but each one was hung in the exact same position on every tree. That kind of obsessive symmetry was something you'd only see in the wizarding world. He was already familiar with the routine, so he quickened his pace toward the house. The moment he pushed the door open, the place was lively and noisy. Mills and Jeff were busy in the kitchen, with Cynthia occasionally stepping in to help. Brenda, meanwhile, leaned against a chair, directing Cynthia and Marvolio as they arranged the dishes. Cynthia, put that cheese-baked fire crab in front of Tver. He likes that one. Yes, and place the cranberry tarts next to it. Dawlish, could you carve the roast turkey first? No need to wait. Out of the corner of her eye, Brenda spotted Tver standing there with an awkward smile and immediately flicked her head away. No need to wait for Tver. Just give him the leftover bones later. Tver, however, wasn't about to be intimidated so easily. He quickly stepped up to the table and grabbed a fragrant tart. At the same time, Cynthia subtly pointed in Brenda's direction. He understood at once. This is genuinely the best tart I've ever had. Crisp on the outside, soft on the inside, and the cranberry aroma is brought out perfectly. I can't believe this was made by human hands. At the very least, it must have been Merlin himself, personally using Madame Helga's food magic. Just this small plate of tarts alone surpasses every dessert I've eaten before. That's good to hear. From now on, you can have this plate of tarts. We'll take the rest of the dishes, Brenda said with a light laugh as she pulled Cynthia down to sit. Sit down, Dawlish. You'll need to eat more tonight. At that moment, Mills and Jeff came out carrying the final dish, a pot of seafood soup. Oh, Jeff, is this gentleman a guest you invited? Mills asked. He looks a bit familiar, Master, but no, Jeff replied, holding back a laugh. Cynthia, Dawlish, do you two know each other? Mills continued, feigning curiosity as he served the soup. Tver helplessly snatched Marvolio's portion away. I'm Madame Brenda's most honored guest. You'd better show me some respect. Sit down already. Brenda snapped, pulling him into his seat. Honestly. Dawlish and Cynthia are both so busy, and they still came early to help. And you? You show up only when the dinner's about to start. Is this even your home anymore? They came early because I told them to help. That credit should count as half mine. All right, at least a little bit of it. Under Brenda's stare, Tver decisively looked away. Wow, tonight's spread is really something. This wasn't flattery. The table was genuinely overflowing, with almost every signature dish from the three chefs present. If the table weren't so much shorter, he might have thought he was back in the Great Hall at Hogwarts. Last year, you didn't get to eat to your heart's content, so this year I specifically told them to make more, with more complex flavors too. You're not going to waste everyone's hard work, are you? Brenda rested her chin on her hand, watching him with a half-smile. Tver swallowed unconsciously. No. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. p-at-trian.com/blurrydream. Chapter 212, Chapter 212, The Marvolio Revival Plan. Of course, Tver couldn't possibly finish the banquet alone. In reality, the main task fell to Marvolio. He never felt full anyway, he just needed to keep stuffing himself, then slowly dispel the food using magic. Here, Dawlish, eat some more, Tver said with a smile, placing a large platter of fish in front of the expressionless Marvolio. You know perfectly well I can't taste anything. Marvolio muttered under his breath, gritting his teeth. Without taste, everything he ate was like chewing wax. Even though he could magically get rid of the food afterward, it still left him irritated. Especially since everyone else was enjoying their meals so happily, it made him feel like a complete fool. And this wasn't even the first time Tver had served him food. What's wrong? You don't like it? Tver asked loudly, drawing the attention of Brenda, who was chatting with Cynthia. Does none of this suit your taste, Dawlish? No, Marvolio quickly flashed a compliant smile under Tver and Cynthia's teasing gazes. It's just, all this food. I feel awkward eating alone. Meeting Tver's wide-eyed stare, he casually dumped the remaining fish onto Tver's plate. So, you should appreciate Madame Brenda's thoughtfulness. Exactly, Tver should eat more too. Look at how much Dawlish has eaten, Brenda muttered before turning back to her conversation with Cynthia. This left behind a smug Marvolio and a dumbfounded Tver. Wait, you're the mighty Dark Lord. How could you do something so shameless? Tver whispered. Sorry, I don't understand what you're saying. Marvolio provocatively speared a piece of fish and stuffed it into his mouth under Tver's helpless gaze. Seems like you're really getting used to your new role, Tver retorted sarcastically, turning his attention to his own plate of fish. Of course I am. But not for long, Marvolio chuckled. If you don't help me achieve true resurrection soon, this body is going to be exposed. Then, the Aura office will be entirely up to you to manage. His tone was light. After all, it was Tver who was the target in the ministry, not him. If his disguise was discovered, he could simply flee, but the ministry would be impossible to stay in. Tver examined his body. Apart from the internal structure, the exterior was virtually indistinguishable from the real thing. Looks perfectly fine to me. Marvolio shook his head. I'm gaining more and more influence within the ministry. Promotion aside, when high-ranking officials need bodyguards, I'm their first choice. Especially at important events and meetings, Cynthia isn't even allowed to observe, but I can slip into the venue easily. He paused, then added, if it was just fudge, that'd be one thing. But at the last International Magical Cooperation Department meeting, I crossed paths with Barty Crouch. The moment we passed, he sensed something was off about me. If Cynthia hadn't helped cover for me, I might have been exposed already. Tver wasn't surprised. Barty Crouch was the former head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, one of the most powerful divisions in the ministry. Few who held sway there were ordinary, and their abilities were far from simple. Had his Death Eater son not been arrested and imprisoned, Barty Crouch would likely be the Minister of Magic by now. Then just avoid him. The problem is, there's also Rufus Scrimgeour in the Aura office. He's as fierce as a lion. It won't be long before my identity is exposed anyway. Well, here was another formidable opponent. If it came to raw power, Marvolio certainly had nothing to fear. But pretending to be a harmless lamb among so many dangerous individuals, especially maintaining that disguise long-term, would eventually start to take a toll on his health. Then let's talk about Barty Crouch Jr. Tver changed the subject so abruptly that Marvolio blinked in confusion, unable to follow the sudden shift. But Tver confidently sliced a piece of fish and popped it into his mouth. Do you remember young Barty Crouch Jr.? How could I possibly remember? I'd only been out of school a few years when the Dark Lord stuffed me into the ring. Marvolio's bewilderment vanished instantly, replaced by contempt. But I did come across his name while reviewing files. Wasn't he already dead in Azkaban? Tver chuckled softly. You're cold-hearted, aren't you? Barty Jr. was your loyal servant. So what? He swore allegiance to Voldemort. What does that have to do with me, Marvolio? Marvolio sneered. Besides, what's the point of commemorating a dead subordinate? What if I told you he's not dead? Oh. At Tver's words, Marvolio's interest finally peaked. Barty Crouch couldn't bear his wife's pleas. He used Polyjuice Potion to swap bodies with his wife and son, thus smuggling young Barty out of Azkaban. Tver said with a sigh. So young Barty has been out of Azkaban for years. Where is he now? Right at home. He's just been kept under his father's control, not making a sound. Then why bother rescuing him? Might as well have left him locked up in Azkaban. Marvolio curled his lip. Come on, not everyone can treat Azkaban like home the way you do. Tver rolled his eyes in exasperation, his hand trembling so violently he nearly flung the fish fillet off his fork. But what does he have to do with my resurrection? The key to your resurrection lies with young Barty Jr. Tver set down his knife and fork, surveying the surroundings before continuing. If you were to resurrect, what method would you choose? Marvolio immediately began to ponder. Technically, it wasn't resurrection, since he hadn't died, he existed as a disembodied soul. In other words, he only needed to reshape a physical form. Exactly. That ancient magic requiring a father's bone, a servant's flesh, and an enemy's blood suits you best. Yes, Tver planned to have Marvolio sip Voldemort's potion when he resurrected next year, causing 2 Voldemorts to rise simultaneously. Great. I'll go gather those ingredients now. Marvolio exclaimed excitedly, about to rise. Wait, don't rush. Tver quickly grabbed his arm. Some ingredients aren't so easy to obtain. Easy enough, Marvolio replied blankly. Father's bones are right in the graveyard. Servant's flesh. Azkaban's full of it. Enemies. Plenty in the wizarding world. Tver stared at him speechless. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. p-at-trian.com/blurrydream. Chapter 213, Chapter 213, The Purpose of the Werewolf Scheme. From the perspective of merely reshaping a physical body, it would certainly be easy to help Marvolio come back to life. But the problem was, Tver hadn't yet dealt with the Horcrux mark on his body. According to his teacher, even if they helped Marvolio form a new body now, his soul wouldn't be able to merge with it. So, Tver quickly and quietly explained the difference between a Horcrux and the main body. Speaking of which, Voldemort was indeed an expert at creating Horcruxes, but when it came to studying them, Tver might even be more skilled. Especially since Tver's research into the soul far surpassed that of any wizard in the magical world, including Voldemort and Dumbledore. After hearing this, Marvolio realized the issue. Even though he possessed a fragment of a soul, at his core, he was still just a mark Voldemort had left behind in the mortal world. So, my guess is that to turn the tables, you either have to surpass the main body in soul power or completely sever your connection with Voldemort. When it came to his own freedom, Marvolio couldn't help but become serious. Having witnessed far more effective and clever methods while following Tver, he had long since looked down on the original master's crude ways. Moreover, his pride wouldn't allow him to remain an appendage to the original master, even if they shared the same soul. The first option seems unlikely. After all, soul splitting isn't a perfect division, it's just the main body carving off a piece of itself. To maintain its existence, the original body still holds at least a third of the soul's power. So even if I gathered all the remaining Horcruxes, I wouldn't surpass the original. Tver's lips curled into a slight smile. No, the first option is actually the most likely. I think you've realized by now that Harry has a companion inside him, right? Aside from you, Voldemort now possesses 3 Horcruxes, the locket, the cup, and Harry himself. If you collect these 3, you could match Voldemort's soul power. Marvolio chuckled, shaking his head. He thought his discovery about that Potter boy hadn't been noticed yet. Matching isn't enough. The original soul inherently suppresses us. We need at least one more Horcrux. If you hadn't destroyed the diary or the diadem, maybe that would have been enough. Tver confidently picked up his knife and fork again and cut into the roast on his plate. What if Voldemort is about to make a 7th Horcrux? He held up a forkful of perfectly marbled beef, as though it were the Horcrux itself. Another one of your prophecies? Marvolio muttered. Tver shrugged, offering no reply, and stuffed the meat into his mouth. In truth, he had initially fallen into a misconception. At first, he'd thought Nagini was one of Voldemort's early Horcruxes. But after multiple confirmations, Cynthia had assured him that Nagini was now just a regular snake. That line is cut, basically. Cynthia subtly tracked down Voldemort and traced his whereabouts. So, Voldemort would inevitably split his soul again to create Nagini as a Horcrux. By then, Marvolio wouldn't even need to absorb Nagini, his own soul power would be enough to surpass Voldemort's. Though he received no answer, Marvolio instantly believed it, considering Tver's previous 100% accurate prophecies. So I have to wait until the main entity splits his soul again. Exactly. Tver's lips curled upward. I'd even like to help Voldemort resurrect, preferably let him wreak havoc once more, so we can stir up trouble in both the Wizarding and Muggle worlds. So you need me to assist him, and then we'll resurrect together. Marvolio sounded displeased. Why resurrect another core when he alone would suffice? Won't that interfere with their plans? No, no, no. I wouldn't dream of wasting your abilities. Remember the young Barty Jr. I mentioned earlier? You could arrange for him to seek out Voldemort voluntarily and offer his assistance. Tver actually had a more suitable candidate in mind, but it wasn't time to reveal that yet. After some back and forth, Marvolio finally grasped the role Tver had in mind for Barty Jr. We could also threaten or even control old Barty. He's Cynthia's superior, a high-ranking ministry official who could provide significant assistance. Accustomed to Tver's habit of killing 2 birds with 1 stone, he immediately recognized the strategy. Impressive, Tver remarked nonchalantly, munching on grilled meat. He hadn't considered that angle himself. You've learned a thing or two after following me all this time. Ha! I've now absorbed the essence of 3 generations of Dark Lords. If you fail miserably, I'll undoubtedly do a better job than you. Marvolio swayed his head smugly. Tver shot him a dismissive glance. Cut the nonsense. As long as you execute my mission flawlessly, failure isn't an option. Speaking of the mission, over the past 6 months I've raided several werewolf dens multiple times, sending plenty of werewolves with criminal records and strong traces of dark magic to Azkaban. But are you really planning to recruit werewolves? Marvolio asked, a hint of doubt in his voice. Their combat prowess is mediocre, and they tend to be hot-headed. Beyond their werewolf form, their only real advantage is high magic resistance. Yet your wolfsbane potion and bracelet scheme requires a massive investment in them. Frankly, I see no benefit in this plan. It doesn't sound like your usual strategy. That's the limitation of your thinking. Tver waved a finger at him with an air of superiority. You still haven't grasped my essence. Werewolves only need to help me make money. What use do I have for their strength? If it weren't for needing magic power, I'd rather make them even more pitiful. Marvolio's expression grew even more peculiar. If you don't need their strength, why did you recruit the werewolves in the first place? Why did you recruit them back then? To have them spread fear, for me, or rather, for the Dark Lord. Marvolio suddenly grasped something, yet couldn't articulate it. So Tver kindly resolved his confusion. Exactly. I wanted to contrast myself with Voldemort. By treating werewolves differently, I aim to make the wizarding world favor me. Both the Dark Lord and I seek to overturn the Secrecy Act. But how could I appear harmless, so no one would fear me? That's where my kindness comes in. A benevolent me would even try to save wicked werewolves. How could I bear to see wizards harmed? This was the most direct way to gain renown, especially since not all werewolves were untamable. So, from start to finish, you only need to cover some material costs. Not only will you recoup your galleons 100-fold, but you'll also get to trample me in the process, making yourself look so noble and righteous. Marvolio stared in stunned disbelief, stammering, "You mean, you could pull that off? How could you think so darkly of me?" Tver feigned anger, punching Marvolio, though the blow landed lightly on his shoulder. Simultaneously, his face shifted into a meaningful smile. "I'm such a good person." Chapter 214, The Holiday. After Christmas, Marvolio and Cynthia stayed at Folly Manor for several days, enjoying their holiday break. This rare gathering provided them with an opportunity to discuss future plans and exchange ideas about magic. Tver, in particular, sought their insights, especially Marvolio's understanding of the soul, to enhance his soul transformation abilities. He was now able to partially restore the magic after transformation, but the process was still unstable and required their expert guidance. "But come on, we don't even know soul metamorphosis, how can we advise you?" Marvolio sighed helplessly. Well, to be honest, Tver had only asked casually, never expecting much. As Marvolio put it, he still depended on Tver's expertise to help him fuse the souls within the Horcruxes. But this led to a new question. If those Horcruxes merge together, how do you determine which one takes precedence? Cynthia asked curiously. Probably have to fight it out. Marvolio replied uncertainly. Truth be told, he was skilled at splitting souls, but soul fusion. He'd never attempted it, nor even considered it. According to the teacher, it won't be pleasant. So pray for your own well-being. Best to practice your soul-related abilities more. Otherwise, we'll end up having to train a whole new Marvolio, Tver said lightly, lounging comfortably in his chair as he teased. In Tver's understanding, it would likely form a multi-personality soul in the short term, gradually merging all the Horcrux memories into a new Voldemort who seemed to have personally experienced everything. However, since nearly all the Horcruxes were dormant, the experienced Marvolio could easily become the dominant entity. Marvolio quickly grasped the situation, and a wave of relief washed over him. He certainly didn't want to revert to his former mad, bloodthirsty self. By the way, how's that matter I asked you to monitor? Tver turned his head to look at Cynthia. The International Confederation of Wizards Conference will convene this summer, as scheduled. As a deputy director of the Department of International Magical Cooperation, I've successfully secured an opportunity to address the assembly, Cynthia replied, slightly tilting her head. Her snow-white neck made her resemble a beautiful swan. Barty Crouch Jr. is currently focused on the Quidditch World Cup. However, considering that Dumbledore might propose the Triwizard Tournament at the conference, they've sent me as Britain's representative. But what they haven't noticed is that I've changed the speaker to you. She gave a playful wink, her bright eyes sparkling, clearly using a little underhanded trickery. Finally decided to reveal your existence. Marvolio quipped. He reclined lazily in his chair, bathed in the last rays of winter sun. Of course, Tver and Cynthia sat with equal ease, as if they were discussing plans for a summer vacation. I have to get the magical world thinking, but not reveal too much, Cynthia said, her tone calm and deliberate. Only when they figure out a path themselves will they truly embrace our ideals, at least the visionary ones among them. Tver narrowed his eyes, looking out the window. As January approached, the snow outside had begun to melt. Just like the history of the magical world, about to turn the page. What about those lacking foresight? Marvolio sat up straighter, his curiosity piqued. They're destined to vanish into the annals of history. Even if they stand in our way. Unlike Marvolio, Tver kept his expression impassive. Once we've won over the majority, who do you think could stand in our way, besides Dumbledore? Besides, we won't harm them. We'll just politely ask them to keep quiet and watch the transformation of the wizarding world unfold. He leaned back comfortably in his chair, even crossing his legs with an air of leisure. Looking back at Voldemort's and his own master's failures, Tver saw that the root cause was always failing to win over the majority. This time, he had planned carefully. He'd arranged for Professor Burbage and the upcoming conference speech to make the international magical community gradually realize that the statute of secrecy was outdated. After that, various discussions would naturally emerge. By then, even if he proposed the most shocking ideas, they would simply be part of a friendly debate, not subversive acts against the statute. After all, what could be wrong with ideas meant to protect wizards? What about the Muggle side? Cynthia suddenly asked. Why do you ask? Tver was somewhat surprised. Although he had entrusted the face mask business to her, he hadn't expected her to start thinking from a Muggle perspective so quickly. Well, while handling matters for the Face Mask Alliance, a Mr. Ian Russell requested to meet the company's boss. The real owner, Cynthia emphasized. This immediately caught both Tver's and Marvolio's attention. What do you mean? Has he discovered Jeff's existence? All company affairs were remotely managed by Cynthia through Jeff, who posed as an anonymous, behind-the-scenes investor. If he had detected Jeff's presence, it would be entirely within Tver's expectations. In reality, for anyone paying attention to the company with even a modicum of political savvy, uncovering the existence of an investor wouldn't be difficult. Cynthia frowned slightly, a bit hesitant. No, I don't think his words referred solely to Jeff. In fact, I suspect he might have realized the magic exists. Marvolio curled his lip in amusement. Probably that little elf let something slip. It's not impossible. Impossible, Cynthia countered sharply. Jeff only appears at the company office, and Russell has never been there. Even that message was passed to Jeff through his manager. And apparently, during the Alliance meeting, he was unusually insistent, repeatedly emphasizing how effective the face masks were, almost like magic. It seemed a bit excessive. Marvolio's interest was suddenly piqued. He nudged Tver's crossed leg. This is an intriguing character. Shouldn't you, the real boss, step in personally to see if he stumbled upon it by accident? See what? Tver stroked his chin thoughtfully, asking casually. How he uncovered the magic, of course, Marvolio said matter-of-factly. Given Cynthia's abilities, the only thing that could lead her to such a conclusion would be a spell by the Obliviator that slipped through the Ministry's net. Tver nodded in agreement. Such occurrences weren't unheard of, in fact, they were fairly common. Especially during Voldemort's rampage and the night he was defeated, many Muggles had witnessed magic firsthand. Most instinctively dismissed it as an illusion and ignored it. Only a small minority, who firmly believed and openly discussed it, had their memories erased by Ministry officials. But it couldn't be ruled out that some cases slipped through the cracks. After considering it for a moment, Tver made his decision. Regardless, I'll go and meet this Mr. Russell. Chapter 215, The Confident Ian Russell. London, Regent Street. A sleek black car slowly pulled up along the bustling thoroughfare, yet it blended into the surroundings, hardly standing out on this famed shopping street. What drew attention, however, was its driver. Ian Russell. Britain's, and arguably Europe's, top hunter. Yes, he liked to call himself a hunter, specializing in tracking down the most valuable targets in the world. Those familiar with Ian knew that for him, hunting was all about speed, faster, or even faster still. But now, the car had been stationary for a long time. Dozens of groups of shoppers had passed by, yet his hands remained firmly on the steering wheel, hesitant to let go. For the first time in his career, Ian found himself feeling uncertain. This was something he had never experienced. If his enemies knew, they would likely be left speechless. Is this really the legendary Ian, the hunter? Just a mask-selling merchant hiding behind a facade. There's nothing I can't catch. His gaze hardened, and slowly, he regained his usual composure. Since receiving the meeting invitation yesterday, his emotions had been all over the place. But he had come alone. That was his confidence, even for a negotiation, he dared to come without a single hound at his side. A soft, firm female voice suddenly reached his ear. You must be Mr. Russell. Ian was startled, but he simply tightened his grip on the steering wheel, then turned his head with an outwardly composed expression. Elegance. This woman had a beautiful face, flawless white skin, and a graceful figure. But what struck Ian first was the word elegance. Her lips curved into a slight, composed smile, one that seemed familiar with such situations. You're the owner of Violet Corporation? Ian asked calmly. It wasn't until then that he realized he was still sitting in the car while she stood outside, speaking to him. She lightly raised her right hand and gestured toward the street. My employer is waiting for you on the street. Please make the most of this rare opportunity. Ian turned his gaze to the street, but all he saw was a dense crowd, with no sign of the employer she mentioned. Odd. He had encountered many unusual meeting places, by rivers, at sea, in the sky, even in bunkers. But he had never heard of discussing business in the middle of a crowded commercial street. Perhaps the fact that you're sitting in the car right now is even stranger. The woman seemed to read his thoughts, her eyes falling on his hands still gripping the steering wheel as she kindly reminded him. Ian finally realized and pulled his hands away from the wheel. My apologies, he said, still composed as he unbuckled his seatbelt and stepped out of the car. I seem to have been a bit rude for a lady like you. But your observation is truly sharp. May I have the honor of knowing your name? Cynthia Vasaika. Please follow me closely. You might get lost in the crowd. Cynthia nodded slightly and then started walking ahead, showing little interest in continuing the conversation. As she led the way, Ian frowned slightly. To him, her words conveyed unmistakable confidence. Ms. Vasyka, have you ever considered changing your work environment? Honestly, I admire someone as exceptional as you. Just moments ago, the way she moved had inexplicably made him think of this. Cynthia's long stride faltered for just a second before continuing with firm steps. Her lips curled into an even wider, almost imperceptible smile, drawing the attention of several passers-by watching her. Sorry, I don't think you can afford what I'm asking. Not to brag, but honestly, very few people in Britain make me feel like I can't pay. Ian's interest grew even stronger. But Cynthia suddenly turned around, her right hand held out flat as if grasping something. But this was just an empty lot in front of a coffee shop. Just as Ian was puzzling over it, her right hand swept through the air. Now I do. Ian's confusion lasted less than half a second before two young men suddenly materialized before him. My apologies, Ian said, his expression still composed as he unbuckled his seatbelt and stepped out of the driver's seat. I seem to have been a bit rude to a lady like you. But your powers of observation are truly sharp. Might I have the honor of knowing your name? Cynthia Vasyka. You must follow me, or you'll likely get lost in the crowd. Cynthia gave a slight nod, then led Ian forward without much interest in further discussion. Walking behind her, Ian furrowed his brow slightly. To him, such words clearly conveyed confidence. Madam Vasyka, have you ever considered a change of workplace? Frankly, I admire employees of your outstanding caliber. Her mere movements moments ago had inexplicably sparked this sudden thought in him. Cynthia's long stride faltered momentarily, yet her foot landed firmly. The slight upturn of her lips grew more pronounced, drawing the quiet attention of several passers-by. I'm afraid you couldn't offer me the compensation I seek. Not to sound arrogant, but honestly, few in Britain make me feel I can't afford them. Ian's interest deepened. But Cynthia suddenly turned, her right hand held out flat, as if grasping something. But this was just an open space in front of a coffee shop. Just as Ian was puzzled, her right hand swept through the air. Now I do. Ian's confusion lasted less than half a second before two young men materialized before him. This was more secure than any heavily guarded conference venue he'd ever seen. What magic exists in this world? How could you possibly think that? Tver chuckled lightly, while Cynthia and Marvolio behind him exchanged helpless glances. No, I know magic exists in this world. Ian's eyes sharpened as he fixed his gaze on Tver, his tone even more resolute than his stare. Are you certain? Absolutely certain. Because I witnessed it myself, just a year and a half ago. This time, even Tver couldn't help but grow serious. Ian was satisfied that he'd finally seized control of the conversation. He didn't beat around the bush, immediately recalling the experience. At the time, I'd just closed a deal worth over £1 billion with the city government. He subtly flaunted his influence. Standing at the window of my top-floor office, feeling elated as I took in the view of London below. I saw a flying car, not in a movie, not suspended by wires, but a real car soaring through the sky. I still vividly remember the laughing faces of the two children inside. Many others saw it too, but their expressions quickly turned blank. All because a man in a long robe suddenly appeared and waved a small wooden stick at them. I instantly realized this wasn't something I was meant to know, so I quickly turned away, pretending nothing had happened. Since then, I've secretly followed newspapers and TV news programs, but not a single person, not a single word, has mentioned that car. So I dared only bury this memory deep inside, never telling another soul. Tver shrugged noncommittally. Maybe you were just so busy at work you hallucinated it. Ian stood up straight, his posture so commanding for a moment that Tver felt a fleeting illusion of seeing Rowena Ravenclaw in him. No, my eyes saw it, so it must be real, he declared confidently. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. p-at-trian.com/blurrydream. Chapter 216, Chapter 216, The Courage of Muggles. From the moment Ian began his recollection, Tver knew exactly why he was aware of magic's existence. It all happened a year and a half ago, when Harry and Ron, unable to pass through platform 9 3/4, decided to take Arthur Weasley's modified car without permission. Numerous Muggles had indeed witnessed that car, otherwise Mrs. Weasley wouldn't have sent Ron such an angry howler. That had violated the statute of secrecy, strictly speaking, it was a criminal act. So it wasn't surprising that someone like Ian Russell had slipped through the cracks. What was unexpected was that this fish not only cleverly concealed himself but also confidently trusted his own eyes. So, I wasn't wrong, was I? Ian asked with a smile. He'd kept this secret bottled up for a year and a half, constantly worried that a robed wizard might suddenly appear and give him a thump with a wand. Now that he finally had the chance to speak up, a wave of relief washed over him. He waved his large hand dramatically. Your face masks, and even those strange passers-by now, magic is at work here. And you? You're the legendary wizards. Tver didn't refute it, but he didn't affirm it either. Why are you so certain there's magic in the face masks? Ian immediately grinned, laughing unrestrainedly. Your face masks have been thoroughly researched by the scientists under my command, but no matter what, we couldn't detect anything unusual inside them. We couldn't even verify the ingredients. To be blunt, I've never seen a product like this. It clearly wasn't made using conventional methods. At the very least, the effects it produces can't be achieved through normal means. This was indeed a problem. If Muggles started spreading this secret far and wide, it would inevitably draw the attention of wizards. Tver gestured to Cynthia behind him. Pay attention to this issue. Solve it. Ian was pleased with Tver's response. In his eyes, the mages across from him were all-powerful, yet now, because of his single remark, they were forced to react. A surge of pride welled up within him. This was a victory won through the wisdom of an ordinary man. Simultaneously, he realized that mages likely had vulnerabilities too. Catching the eager challenge in Ian's eyes, Tver tilted his head back slightly, meeting his gaze with an air of haughty superiority. Aren't you afraid that if I tell you the mask simply works well, all this is just your imagination? Or perhaps, Tver's expression darkened instantly, it's all real, but we'll make sure you're completely eliminated. So what? Ian met Tver's gaze without flinching. From the moment I saw that man wielding a wooden staff, I realized you magicians look down on us ordinary folk, relying on your magic as your shield. Even when magic is exposed, you casually erase memories. I don't care what you do to me. In fact, I anticipated the consequences when I came here. But I came anyway, just to tell you, you are not invincible. And sooner or later, we will uncover all your secrets. His gaze swept across the three of them, finally settling on the cold-eyed Tver. He slammed his fist down on the table with a loud thud, then gritted his teeth and declared. Then I'll return that arrogance right back to you. An ordinary person would never entertain such thoughts. But Ian was different. He never forgot the contempt in that robed man's eyes, nor the arrogance when erasing everyone's memories. Yes, he admitted his own arrogance. But he also had to acknowledge the helplessness and fear he had felt back then. For that, he felt a twinge of shame. That was why he wanted to sharpen his own fangs, to charge at the mages before him, to launch his own assault. I finally understand why you've always been so wary of Muggle intelligence, Marvolio remarked, observing Ian's menacing expression with a sigh. Truth be told, even after years under Tver's command, he still looked down on Muggles who couldn't wield magic. But now, while his contempt remained, it was tinged with a newfound respect and apprehension. Exactly. Cynthia nodded in rare agreement. And their courage to fight. With both combined, I'm increasingly convinced Muggles will one day possess the power to overthrow wizards. Tver tapped his fingers rhythmically on the tabletop as if stating the obvious. That's just one aspect. I wouldn't even dare show my face around those great scientists, for fear they'd dissect every facet of the wizarding world through mere conversation. Then develop a whole arsenal of scientific weapons, arm legions of Muggle soldiers, capture us all, and dissect us on operating tables for study. Truthfully, technological advancement alone wouldn't be the issue, he simply couldn't gamble on the Muggles' humanity. The wizarding world was like a powerful yet isolated feudal dynasty, while the Muggle world was a new society, weaker in strength but advancing rapidly through technology. When the Muggles gained the power to launch their great voyages, the wizarding world could only pray for their mercy. But Ian beside him still maintained his fist-pounding posture. As time passed, his anger had long faded, leaving only bewilderment. Wait, he was furious. How could these magicians just sit there chatting so leisurely? Correction, we prefer to call ourselves wizards, not magicians. Tver regarded him gently, unconcerned by his earlier rage. On the contrary, Tver admired the defiant spirit within him. So you admit this is all magic? Ian stammered, now incredulous. Don't you trust your own eyes? We are wizards, just like the ones you encountered a year and a half ago. Tver leaned back in his chair, hands spread open. But not entirely the same. Even as wizards, we deeply dislike the arrogance of wizards, not just toward Muggles, but toward Muggle-born wizards too. Wait, Muggle is what you call non-magical people. Then what does Muggle-born wizards mean? Could ordinary people like us actually possess magic? Ian keenly grasped this point. He had always believed magic was passed down through bloodlines, generation after generation, and that wizards were fundamentally different from ordinary people, another species entirely. Like aliens. But now, it seemed things might be different. Actually, most wizards are born among Muggles. Aside from magic, there's no essential difference between you and me. Tver pointed at Marvolio's position, but he deftly dodged the attack. Ah. Ian suddenly felt a bit embarrassed as he lowered his fist. I was wondering, could I have magic too? Didn't you say we'd fight back using ordinary people's strength? Marvolio couldn't help but ask. But your boss said we're fundamentally no different, so why not be friendly? Ian retorted with righteous indignation. If they were aliens, it would be a fight to the death. But if they were all human? As a businessman, his first instinct was naturally to collaborate. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. p-at-trian.com/blurrydream. Chapter 217, The Alliance. Just as Marvolio and Cynthia were left speechless by Ian's vulgarity, Tver suddenly spoke up. That's right, we do have a basis for cooperation. But I'm afraid I must disappoint you. If you weren't admitted at age 11, that means you lack the talent for magic. Admitted. Ian froze. Could it have been a mistake? Or should I try applying again? Tver shook his head slowly. The quill of acceptance and the book of admittance never make mistakes. More magical trickery, huh? Ian shrugged helplessly, clearly resigned to the outcome. But why do those masks have magical power? Realizing he couldn't learn magic, the clever young man quickly shifted his focus. As long as there was a chance to make money, a merchant would never waste more than a minute on something unprofitable. Wait, his eyes suddenly lit up. Magic does exist, but you hide it, erasing memories to conceal it. That means you can't openly exist in this world. Or rather, you can't openly use magic to interfere with our business and lives. His excitement grew with every word. He'd been so caught up in the wonders of magic that he hadn't immediately considered this crucial point. A twinge of regret passed through him, but when he saw the two of them frowning, he realized. He had guessed correctly. You're right. So, to cover up your discovery, we'll need you to die. Marvolio, unable to stand Ian's smug expression, immediately drew his wand and pointed it at him. No, no, no. I think you misunderstood. Ian quickly waved his hands, dodging the wand's trajectory. Though he didn't know what kind of magic might come his way, the murderous intent on Marvolio's face made it clear that not all wizards were friendly. As for his earlier bravado, honestly, staying alive was the better option. If you really wanted to cover up the traces of magic, you wouldn't have needed to tell me so much. And Mr. Folly certainly didn't need to invite me here. I'm right, aren't I? He extended his arm triumphantly, pointing meaningfully at Tver. But Marvolio showed no appreciation. His wand remained pointed at Ian, and his expression quickly reverted to cold detachment, as if the earlier anger had never existed. So, what else do you have to say? This one was just as unfathomable, Ian reminded himself inwardly. Cooperation. Though I don't know why you can't reveal yourselves, I assume you need a powerful partner to help manage your business in this world, right? If that partner lacks strength, it'll only invite more people to Violet Corporation's business, increasing the risk of exposure. But now, you only need to reveal it to me. No magic required, just provide those masks. I have enough strength to protect your business. I can also act as your liaison. I'm sure even if those memory-erasing agents catch wind of it, they won't be able to trace it back to you, right? He confidently adjusted his clothes. Seeing the faint smile on Tver's lips, Ian knew he had correctly guessed the intentions of Mr. Folly. If they were to be above board, they could manage the company under their true identities. But recalling how ordinary people who witnessed magic had their memories erased, Ian realized that these three before him were doing something the wizarding world forbade. Still, it didn't matter. As long as the profits were large, he didn't mind bending the rules. Especially since those rules were wizarding laws. Tver couldn't help but applaud Ian's boldness and keen observation. He had come with precisely that purpose in mind. But he hadn't expected Ian to figure out so much based on his own insight. You're correct, but there's one thing you're mistaken about. That is, if you were ever exposed to the Ministry of Magic's attention, they have more than enough ways to completely erase your memories without you even realizing it. Ian froze. Is magic really that powerful? It can be even more incredible. Tver clapped his hands one last time. Ian watched in shock as the world around him began to twist and spin rapidly. His vision was filled with swirling colors, but the three figures across from him remained perfectly still, whether standing or sitting. Even the table before them didn't move an inch. Just as he opened his mouth to ask what was happening, the spinning stopped. He stayed frozen, still ready to speak, but no words came out. He was home. This was his very familiar study. Whenever he was at home, this was where he worked. That's why he'd spent over £50 million on this house, and this room, to ensure no one could ever intrude. But now, here they were, sitting leisurely, their chairs and the table right in the middle of the room, without triggering a single security measure. Only then did Marvolio dismissively lower his wand. Not bad. So this is the grand portkey you mentioned. I added a bit of the vanishing cabinet concept, though that made the portkey much more fragile. Tver nodded slightly, casually surveying the room before Ian's shock could fully settle. This display was purely to show Ian the wonders of magic. Otherwise, it might give him unrealistic ideas. Ian slowly closed his gaping mouth. He had been quite pleased with his discovery a moment ago, but now he realized that wizards had far more ways to handle him. Cooperation. He took a deep breath. Compared to before, his tone was noticeably weaker. I understand your methods. I only want to make money, I have no intention of blackmailing you. You misunderstand. Tver snapped his fingers, and 4 cups filled with pumpkin juice appeared in midair. I don't mind your thoughts at all. In fact, I don't even mind what the ministry thinks. And the reason I'm here today is simply because I want to cooperate with you. Watching the cup slowly float toward him, Ian hesitated before accepting one, though he was reluctant to drink. Tver took a small sip of his pumpkin juice without waiting. Beyond production, you can handle every aspect of the face mask business, promotion, sales, all of it. We can even protect you personally, including your health. We guarantee you won't suffer any harm or illness. Ian's breathing quickened uncontrollably. For the wealthy, nothing was more terrifying than aging and death. And now, if Tver wasn't lying, he could remain in perfect health forever. Just for that, Ian would be willing to give up half of his fortune. No, maybe a quarter would be enough. But then again, it was free now. Why pay for it? I have only one request. Tver set down his cup. Distribute the profits as widely as possible. Chapter 218, The Silent Majority. For the first time, Ian felt his brain wasn't enough. If they weren't after profits, then why go through all these convoluted lengths to violate the Ministry of Magic's laws? Why not just stay put in that wizarding world? I don't understand. In business, profit sharing is all about courting forces that benefit you, then scaling up the operation. But the thing is, we have ample strength. We don't need to do this at all. We could easily sell our face masks worldwide. If it were other, more important products, he would indeed need to share some profits to win over forces for mutually beneficial cooperation. But face masks. Honestly, even with their high profit margins, they weren't worth those powerful forces with connections reaching to the heavens targeting him. However. So your alliance wasn't formed to boost mask sales, but purely to recruit more people, he guessed, stunned. Talking to a smart person was refreshingly straightforward. Tver confirmed his understanding. Exactly. But it's not about simple sharing, it's about bringing in more people who benefit the business. As profits grow, we want as many people as possible to share in that growth. And you will be the driving force behind this alliance. He raised his glass, though if it contained wine instead of pumpkin juice, the effect might have been slightly better. Marvolio rolled his eyes in disgust. Not bad, Ian mused inwardly. Though it still felt odd, having him lead meant his profits were secured. As long as they weren't taking his share, who cared what they thought? So he raised his glass too, leaning forward to clink it lightly against Tver's. To a fruitful partnership. By the time Tver and the others returned to the estate, evening had fallen. Before they could even steady themselves, Cynthia blurted out impatiently. I could handle the face mask business alone. Why hand it over to Ian Russell? Before Tver could answer, Marvolio transformed while snapping back irritably. Honestly, if I were Tver, I wouldn't want someone as capable as you wasting your time on such trivial matters. Tver patted Cynthia's head reassuringly. The Ministry of Magic is where you belong. Besides, Ian is a shrewd businessman himself, far more suited to handling business matters than any of us. Cynthia nodded in understanding. Marvolio had now transformed back into Dalisha's form. But aren't you worried he'll attract the Ministry's attention? Even with his memory protected. Tver watched the slowly opening doors. He managed to hide for a year and a half simply out of fear of memory erasure. After my threats, he'll be even more cautious. Truthfully, Tver was quite satisfied with his gains from this trip. Especially Ian Russell's boldness and meticulousness perfectly matched his expectations for an agent. So even if Ian harbored a few ulterior motives, he didn't mind in the slightest. Cynthia, however, did mind. I sensed he was trying to analyze those potions scientifically, even seeking out other wizards he could control more easily to replace us. We just need to knock his hands off what they shouldn't be touching, but his actions are understandable, aren't they? Tver said casually. For someone like him, I'd be surprised if he didn't harbor such thoughts deep down, as long as there's any chance of gaining complete control over a business. But the question is, where in the wizarding world would he find wizards to replace us? He snorted derisively, leading both of them into the estate. For the remainder of the Christmas break, they stayed at the estate, refining their plans. Primarily, it was Marvolio's resurrection scheme. He'd agreed to postpone the resurrection for a year and a half, but the problem was, he needed to collect the remaining Horcruxes before then. Why did you destroy those 2 Horcruxes back then? If you hadn't, things would be so much easier now, and we wouldn't be in this mess. Marvolio grumbled incessantly. According to Tver's prophecy and his own knowledge, one remaining Horcrux lay in Gringotts' vault, another in the Black family's ancestral home. And the third was still alive and kicking at Hogwarts. The first two were manageable. The first could be retrieved by entering under the Ministry's authority for an investigation, or simply by capturing a goblin to assist. The second one didn't even require waiting. Though the Black family manor was protected, as long as it wasn't a Fidelius charm, he could slip inside easily. But the last one, how could he possibly extract his own soul fragment from Harry's body under Dumbledore's watchful eye? Bathed in the morning sunlight, Tver stretched out comfortably in his chair. Don't fret. Worst case, when Voldemort creates his seventh Horcrux, I'll fuse it for you first. It'll definitely surpass Voldemort. Marvolio curled his lip. He knew this, but he just wanted to nag Tver into action. Before he could speak again, Cynthia entered carrying a newspaper. The consequences of Professor Burbage's promotion of Muggle technology have emerged. The papers are in an uproar. She sat beside Tver and handed the paper toward him. But Tver didn't take it. Instead, he stretched lazily. What are they arguing about? Cynthia didn't seem to mind. She took the paper back, unfolded it on her lap, and scanned it quickly. Opinions are split into three factions now. One side supports Professor Burbage. They believe in the rapid progress of Muggle technology and are considering how wizards can share it with Muggles. But the other, larger faction doesn't believe Muggle technology can achieve anything truly remarkable. Their reasoning is that current Muggle technology still lags far behind magic. Both sides are arguing fiercely. But honestly, most remain optimistic. None truly believe Muggle technology poses a threat to wizards. Of course, it's possible those with differing views simply didn't publish in the paper. After all, wizards willing to study Muggles remain a minority. But what about the third faction? You mentioned three sides, could it be a neutral group? Marvolio craned his neck in confusion, glancing at the newspaper. It's actually Rita. She summarized both sides' views in a vivid article. Then, following Tver's orders, she used seemingly neutral but actually biased writing to support Burbage's ideas. And it seems to be working well. Quite a few neutral people have been swayed. Marvolio slumped back into his seat, bored. Looks like your plan backfired, he remarked, watching Tver with a smirk. Don't get ahead of yourself, Tver replied, maintaining his lazy demeanor. The paper's purpose isn't to fuel their quarrel, but to awaken the silent majority in the magical world to this issue. To stir the dormant convictions of those who agree with us, and gradually win over those who don't. When that happens, with these people behind us, we'll become the prevailing force in the magical world. So I even hope the quarrel in the paper gets more heated, best if it becomes common knowledge throughout the magical world. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 219, Chapter 219, The Firebolt. The day before the new term began, also the last day of the Christmas break, proved unexpectedly busy for Tver. Urged on by Lupin, he had no choice but to rush back to Hogwarts by noon. He hurriedly stepped into the castle, only to be immediately pulled up the stairs by Lupin, who was waiting at the entrance. Wait, you have to tell me where we're going and what we're doing, right? Tver asked, looking utterly bewildered. During the break, Lupin seemed to have recovered well. His grip felt much stronger, and his overall demeanor was vastly improved compared to before the holidays. Lupin agreed with Tver's point and halted his steps. Of course, they had actually reached their destination, Professor McGonagall's office on the second floor. You'll see when we get inside, Lupin said, his expression turning serious. But first, I must thank you for your Christmas gift. It was wonderful, my health has improved tremendously, even surpassing my usual condition. Before Tver could respond, Lupin knocked 3 quick, light taps on the door. Knock knock knock. Almost immediately, Professor McGonagall opened the office door swiftly, as if she'd been waiting for them behind it. Thank you for bringing Tver, Remus. The sternness faded from her face considerably at their appearance. Not being able to help you more, this is the least I could do, Lupin said, sounding somewhat apologetic. Tver's face still bore a look of utter bewilderment. However, the expressions on their faces were merely serious, and the student they'd just encountered seemed quite relaxed. So, the situation couldn't be that dire. So can I ask what this is about? Oh. Professor McGonagall belatedly realized, grabbing Tver's hand and pulling him into the office. Great, now someone else is dragging me around. Tver followed in resignation. But this time, no explanation was needed, he knew exactly what they were after. A beautiful broomstick lay intact on Professor McGonagall's office desk. Yes, every single part was there, how could it not be complete? Is the school short on funds? He asked jokingly. Why would you say that? Professor McGonagall turned back, puzzled. You dismantled the broomstick, didn't you? to study its inner workings and then replicate one to sell. Tver examined the broom. The disassembled parts were actually detachable components designed for replacement and maintenance. Yet he could still appreciate the intricate craftsmanship within. After all, he'd been exposed to considerable alchemy knowledge. And such a beautiful broom at that. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the latest firebolt model. Professor McGonagall gave the wisecracking Tver a sharp slap on the arm, shoving him toward the desk. You're not mistaken. This is the outrageously expensive firebolt on the market. Care to guess who'll receive such a precious Christmas gift? Her lips pressed tightly together, her expression hardening once more. Standing alongside Lupin, she radiated an imposing presence. Any ordinary student witnessing this scene would likely already be contemplating how to survive detention. Tver wore a peculiar expression. He knew full well that the only firebolt at Hogwarts would end up in Harry's hands. But wasn't Harry supposed to receive it at the end of the school year? Why had it become a Christmas present? It probably wasn't me. It was Harry Potter. Professor McGonagall emphasized, enunciating each word deliberately. What's even stranger is that the sender didn't sign their name, and they used public owls for delivery, Lupin said, his gaze fixed intently on the broomstick. And I visited the quality Quidditch supplies. The staff there said they received a letter of authorization from Harry Potter before retrieving the galleons from the vault. But I distinctly remember that vault number 711 belongs to Sirius Black. He didn't know how he felt saying this, but as Tver had advised him, whatever Black's secrets might be, they had to find him first. Tver wasn't surprised by this answer, though he hadn't expected them to uncover so much information so quickly based on just a broom. So what? I recall Harry was Sirius's godson. It's perfectly normal for a godfather to send his godson a Christmas present after being released from prison, isn't it? Lupin couldn't help but chuckle, earning him a sharp glare from Professor McGonagall. Be serious, Tver. She picked up the broom's ash handle and placed it before him. This broom was given by Black. We suspect it's been cursed with dark magic, or perhaps some of its safety mechanisms have been tampered with. Even after Lupin and I studied it all holiday break, we couldn't detect anything unusual. That's why we brought you in, to seek help from you, the dark magic expert. Tver took the wooden handle with a peculiar expression. Help. Honestly, if you two couldn't find anything, even I might not discover anything by casting spells myself. He shrugged. Besides, have you considered it might just be an ordinary flying broomstick? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Professor McGonagall declared firmly. If it were an ordinary broom, that'd be one thing, but this is a firebolt, an expensive broom whose price fluctuates based on craftsmanship. To put it bluntly, I wouldn't spend that much just to buy someone a Christmas present. Tver looked at her with a mix of emotions. If he didn't know the plot, he might actually have been convinced. The scene froze for a moment before Lupin hurriedly broke the silence. Regardless, Tver could try some disenchantment spells. Whether there's an issue or not, we just need to remove any unwanted magic. Tver raised the wooden handle to eye level, examining it while sighing helplessly. Forgive my arrogance, but if I were to use a counterspell, most of this broom's magic would likely be destroyed. That's unnecessary, we're only inspecting it, Professor McGonagall interjected quickly. Potter still needs this broom for the tournament. She cleared her throat. Ahem, I mean, if this broom is truly a gift, we have no right to tamper with it. With Professor McGonagall having spoken thus, Tver could only make a show of producing his wand and tapping the wooden handle. Instantly, strands of black thread emerged from the wand's tip. Simultaneously, golden runes began to appear on the broomstick. This is a manifestation. It resembles ancient runes, but it's actually me translating magic backwards into rune script, not ancient magic itself. To read the books Rowena Ravenclaw had hidden within her diadem, he'd supplemented his knowledge considerably with ancient runes. What do these runes mean? Lupin asked curiously. Ancient magic runes were primarily useful for deciphering ancient texts, making their study a necessity only for prominent families. Most wizards possessed little understanding of runes, even academic prodigies like Lupin. They indicate this broom is perfectly safe and free of any issues. Tver had gleaned far more insights, but those were knowledge he'd seen within the broom itself, information he saw no need to share. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 220, The Prophecy. At Professor McGonagall's insistence, Tver checked every single twig of the broomstick and uncovered several secrets of the firebolt. Had he really replicated a firebolt? Tver placed the final piece back on the desk with a strange expression. Candles had been lit in the office sometime during his inspection, and the sky outside the window had grown dark. Thank you for your hard work. Though her words were polite, Professor McGonagall's gaze remained focused on the firebolt. The slight smile at the corner of her lips suggested she was already imagining Harry riding this broomstick, leading Gryffindor to victory after victory. Tver shrugged indifferently. With the task complete, he had no intention of staying around while Professor McGonagall remained lost in her thoughts. He simply led Lupin out of the office. However, ever since Tver began inspecting the broom, Lupin had grown unusually silent, now trailing behind passively. Before Tver could ask, Lupin spoke up. "Tver," he said quietly, "why do you think Black gave Harry such a precious broom?" "You already know the answer, don't you?" Tver replied, his gaze lingering on Lupin with a knowing look. Lupin fell silent again. "I can't believe it. Black betrayed James and Lily. Why would he want to fulfill the duties of a godfather to Harry, the child he should resent?" Lupin's voice was filled with confusion. A growing sense within him told him that the events from the past weren't as simple as they seemed. Who knows? Maybe Black is trying to become a decent godfather. Tver replied casually, walking toward the Great Hall. "Instead of overthinking this, we should focus on teaching Harry the Patronus charm. If he becomes strong enough, whether or not Black is a danger, Harry won't be harmed." Tver was glad to see Lupin beginning to understand that Black might be wronged, but he absolutely didn't want Lupin to neglect his responsibility to teach Harry, all in the name of investigating Black. If this delay led to Harry failing to learn the Patronus charm and ultimately dying unjustly at the hands of a Dementor, that would be truly foolish. "You're right. The priority is to train Harry, at least give him the ability to handle danger," Lupin suddenly said, his voice firm. Tver glanced at the suddenly fired-up Lupin with confusion but shrugged it off. Emotion doesn't fill stomachs, after all. Dinner in the Great Hall was far more important. But when they returned to the staff table, the atmosphere felt strange. Professor Burbage was notably absent, while the other professors were, unusually, all present. Only Professor Trelawney, the divination teacher, carefully counted the heads before slowly taking her seat. She moved cautiously, as if the chairs were cursed with dark magic aimed at the number of occupants. Across from Professor Flitwick, Hagrid glanced at Tver, clearly hesitant to speak. "Sybil," Professor Trelawney, said at the Christmas feast that when 13 people dine together, the first to rise will be the first to die. Honestly, I don't mean to disrespect her, but that's utter nonsense. After all, such a situation must have happened many times at the headmaster's table over the years. And I don't recall Hogwarts losing that many students." Professor Flitwick explained quietly, though his sharp voice rang out, cutting through the conversation. Especially to Professor Trelawney's ears. "Phileas, that only happens at Christmas," she glared at him. "Well, that doesn't seem to make much difference," Hagrid murmured, glancing at Tver with hesitation. Seeing Trelawney's temper flare, it seemed like she was about to give the entire staff table a lecture on the abilities of a seer. To avoid hearing the lecture, Tver quickly asked in a soothing tone, "So, who was the first one to stand up?" Seeming to sense Tver's friendliness, Trelawney snorted and shifted her gaze toward him. "I was watching them closely, saw those two boys clearly, saw misfortune wrapping around them." She went on mysteriously for a moment before revealing the answer. "It was Harry Potter and Ron Weasley. But the problem is, they're two people." Professor McGonagall sat down impatiently, cutting off any further explanation Trelawney might have wanted to give. Facing the deputy headmistress, Trelawney didn't dare argue. She let out a small sob and muttered to herself as she picked at the bread before her. "Maybe both of them will meet with misfortune. I see shadows already falling over their souls." Hagrid glanced at Tver, his words caught in his throat. Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall both gave a dismissive glance, turning their attention back to their dinners. Tver, however, remained silent, deep in thought. Anyone else might have brushed off Trelawney's prophecy as nonsense. But not Tver. He knew Trelawney truly had prophetic abilities. So, would something actually happen to those two children? Hagrid speared a piece of grilled fish but continued to glance at Tver, as if wanting to speak but holding back. "Do you have something to say?" Tver snapped out of his thoughts and looked at him curiously. Finally, Hagrid let out a long sigh of relief. He quickly set the fish down and, with a worried expression, poured out his concerns. "Well, the Dangerous Creatures Disposal Committee has filed a public prosecution, demanding I attend Buckbeak's trial on April 24th. But I have no idea how to proceed. Hermione did a lot of research, but found no precedent for this kind of case. I don't even know how to defend Buckbeak, there's no victim." He rambled on, but Tver understood his point. During the holidays, Cynthia had mentioned it, a petty move by Fudge, trying to retaliate against Dumbledore and salvage his own reputation. Tver had dismissed it after hearing about it. Cases like this came down to the power struggle between the two sides. If Dumbledore put enough pressure on the Ministry, the committee wouldn't dare take real action against Buckbeak. But Dumbledore, despite everything, was still a decent man. To maintain the Ministry's authority, he wouldn't resort to such underhanded tactics. He'd just been overly optimistic about human nature, failing to anticipate how far Fudge would push his advantage. Just show up normally for the hearing. Don't worry, the Ministry will judge fairly. If it were unfair, Cynthia would have another little piece of leverage. Tver thought smugly to himself. To be honest, he was getting tired of Fudge's antics, and it was about time to take control of the ministry. But neither Cynthia nor Marvolio had the seniority to take over just yet. So, he would need someone else to help him run the ministry. Tver wasn't worried, though. That person would appear soon enough. Chapter 221, The Patronus Charm, Part 1. The new semester officially began, and the school's teaching schedule returned to normal. The sluggish laziness of the holidays vanished like melting snow. Still, winter's damp chill stubbornly lingered, dampening everyone's mood in class. In the Colosseum, during a fifth-year defense against the dark arts lesson. "Professor, teach us some magic that'll make people happy," George shouted, stomping his feet. Even though Tver had set up a large number of torches around the Colosseum, filling the space with warmth, the Weasley twins insisted on acting as if they were freezing. Even Davies and Cedric had picked up the habit, putting on gloomy expressions and sighing non-stop. It looked as though if Tver announced this was a theory class, they would collapse to the ground in despair on the spot. The other students followed suit, swaying dramatically while secretly watching Tver's reaction. "Very well. I can teach you a spell that makes people extremely happy." Tver looked at them with an amused smile. This lesson had actually been planned already, but the spell was quite difficult and had limited practical use, so it was originally intended for sixth-year classes. However, I should warn you first. This spell isn't something you can learn quickly. So if you fail to grasp the technique during this lesson, I won't continue teaching it in future classes. After all, your focus should be on the OWLS 6 months from now. Under the student's watchful eyes, he flicked his wand toward the sky. A silvery white light shot upward, flying beyond the school grounds. George watched the silver glow disappear before turning back, curiosity written all over his face. "So that silver light is what we're learning. More or less." "That's easy," Fred said confidently, slapping his thigh. "Exactly. If we can't even learn something this simple, what's the point of being in school? Might as well go sweep floors with Filch." George echoed. Only Davies looked uneasy. He kept staring in the direction the silver light had flown, where a tiny black dot seemed to hover. The dot was wrapped up by the silver light and instantly twisted in on itself. The distance was too great for him to see what caused the distortion. Still, based on his understanding of the professor, if Tver said it was difficult, then it definitely wouldn't be an easy spell. "Guys, I think we should take this seriously," he said. Cedric nodded in agreement. "We should wait until we understand this spell before." Before he could finish, a sudden gasp rippled through the class. A Dementor. George and the others immediately looked up. A Dementor was racing straight toward them. Aside from what looked like something strapped to its back, it was identical to the one they had seen at the school gates. In the blink of an eye, the snarling, clawed Dementor reached the airspace above the Colosseum and kept descending. It was heading straight for them. The students instantly shoved and scrambled, panicking as they crowded around the professor, as though staying close to him might give them the courage to face a Dementor. It wasn't that they were cowards. Dementors were simply too terrifying to deal with. They hurriedly reassured themselves. Ordinary magic was useless against Dementors. Every dueling technique they had learned was completely ineffective. If the Dementor really reached them, they would be utterly helpless. Wait. In their panic, they suddenly realized the Dementor seemed to be heading toward the professor instead. They scattered at once, fleeing far away from him. Only one small witch remained behind, trembling where she stood. It almost moved for a little. "Aren't you scared? The Dementor is coming after me, you know." The girl slowly turned her head, her face twisted with misery. My legs gave out. I can't move anymore." Wah. Just as Tver was left speechless, the Dementor finally touched down on the ground, landing right beside the girl. "Ah." Startled out of her wits, she clapped her hands over her ears and let out a scream loud enough to echo through the entire castle. "Huh." After screaming for a while, she finally realized that the Dementor hadn't attacked her. No, it had actually been pressed flat against the ground, completely motionless. And now she could clearly see what was on its back. A cute silver bear. Well, it couldn't really be called small. The bear itself was fairly large. She only thought of it as small because both its body and head were round and pudgy, making it look far more harmless than ferocious. "Professor, is that your Patronus?" Only after confirming that the Dementor was firmly pinned down did Cedric cautiously step closer. "That's right. This is what you'll be learning today, including Dementors and the Patronus charm." Before anyone could take a closer look, Tver dispersed his Patronus, turning it into something like silver-white ropes that tightly bound the Dementor. Then he levitated it upright. "So Dementors can be hung up like this too." Davies rushed over excitedly, as if he'd discovered a whole new world, pointing and gesturing at the Dementor. If not for the oppressive aura clinging to it, he might have reached out and touched it himself. Ordinary magic can't deal with non-beings like Dementors. But when combined with the Patronus charm, it works. It's their natural counter. Tver gave them a reminder, just in case they got carried away and tried binding a Dementor on their own. Seeing how obedient the Dementor had become, the students finally relaxed. They gathered around it excitedly, whispering among themselves as they discussed what they knew about Dementors. They say Dementors don't have physical bodies, so how can it be bound? It's probably not binding in the literal sense. More like a restraining effect. By incorporating the Patronus charm, it creates a form of suppression. But that robe looks so real. I wonder if you could touch it. Better not. Even from this far away, I can feel this heavy gloom welling up in my chest. After all, this was their first time observing a Dementor up close. Unlike the dull, lifeless descriptions in textbooks, only by truly facing a Dementor could they understand how painful that despair-filled emptiness really was. The Dementor being stared at, however, was having a far worse time. The silver glow of the Patronus charm continued to work on it, bringing a constant, burning agony. Tver's control was impeccable. He only immobilized it, without actually causing real harm. Fortunately, Dementors had little in the way of intelligence, driven purely by their instinct to feed, so there was no need to worry that this torment would drive it mad. Tver nodded in satisfaction. He liked creatures that were easy to control. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 222, Chapter 222, The Patronus Charm, Part 2. I assume you've already looked into Dementors on your own, so I'll only explain things you might not know. If you have questions, check the books after class. This is an extracurricular lesson, after all. Under the students' horrified gazes, Tver took a long step forward, stopping less than half a foot away from the Dementor. One step closer, and he would have been standing right beside it. Yet he showed no sign of discomfort. His face still wore that perfectly composed professor smile. The Dementor itself seemed equally oblivious, showing no reaction at all. It was actually less animated now than when the students had crowded around earlier. Dementors don't actually have facial features. With clear distaste, he lifted the creature's hood using his wand, revealing a horrifying, hollow mouth. Come to think of it, he really ought to study how that mouth managed to suck out souls. The thought alone sent a chill through him. More accurately, they only have a mouth. That's why they're effectively blind and deaf. They don't rely on sight to hunt. Then what do they rely on? George demanded angrily. During the last match, the Dementors went straight to the Quidditch pitch. If it weren't for the Dementors, Gryffindor's best broom wouldn't have been smashed to pieces. Emotions. Tver dabbed a trace of silver light onto his wand and waved it teasingly, like a cat toy, drawing the Dementor into craning forward. Dementors feed on joyful emotions. When such emotions appear within their range, they follow the scent. So don't think disguising yourselves will fool them. It's meaningless. Only someone like me, who completely seals off their emotions, can stand beside a Dementor openly, without any disguise at all. Only then did the students notice how unnatural the professor's smile looked. It was stiff, like a puppet's, and his eyes were utterly calm, neither warm nor cold. To be honest, that lifeless smile was even more unsettling than the Dementor itself. This was a small technique Tver had developed while practicing with Boggarts, used to lock away his emotions. It could be considered another form of occlumency, or perhaps an advanced application of it. The effect, however, felt a little strange. So he didn't maintain it for long, stepping away from the Dementor once more. Even if his mental strength was enough to resist the negative emotions a Dementor radiated, he had no desire to endure that oppressive feeling any longer. What does this method of perception remind you of? Tver blinked lightly, easing the student's tension a little. Boggart, Cedric answered at once. Correct. Dementors and Boggarts both fall under non-beings, but they are fundamentally different. Tver's expression turned serious. In my understanding, Dementors aren't simply feeding on happiness. If you're familiar with the concept of a black hole, then you'll understand what they're really doing. They devour positive emotions like joy and excitement. They're like the dark side of this world, and our happiness is actually one of the weapons we use against them. It's similar to water and fire, restraining one another. If positive emotions aren't strong enough, they're suppressed by Dementors. But when our emotions are intense enough, we can suppress them in return. So when you feel despair, don't panic. Stand up bravely and use joyful emotions to defeat them. And that is the principle behind the Patronus charm. The students nodded thoughtfully. Ever since learning that Dementors were stationed around the school, they had done plenty of reading, so the Patronus charm was nothing new to them. The books all emphasized the need for strong positive emotions, but never clearly explained what kind. Now, with the professor's explanation and their first-hand exposure to Dementors, they finally understood. What they needed was positive energy powerful enough to rival the negative emotions Dementors constantly radiated. Does that mean if our positive emotions are strong enough, we could wipe out a whole bunch of Dementors? Cedric suddenly asked. Oh, come on. We haven't even managed to summon a Patronus yet, and you're already thinking about that. George dropped his earlier confidence and started mocking Cedric. That's just wishful thinking. If Dementors really came after us, forget positive emotions. We'd be lucky not to wet our pants, Fred said, still shaken as he pointed at the Dementor. If I had to face the thing alone, I'd be too scared to move. Exactly. And that's what I want to warn you about, Tver said seriously. If you encounter a group of Dementors, unless your positive emotions are strong enough, the best way to use the Patronus is to carve out an escape route. After all, not everyone was a protagonist like Harry. For most people, being able to cast a Patronus that could hold its own against a Dementor already counted as competent. Wait, what about casting it repeatedly? Davies asked in surprise. No. Even if your magic reserves are sufficient, the Dementor's influence will keep weakening your positive emotions until you can no longer cast a Patronus at all. Tver flicked his wand, reshaping the bindings on the Dementor into a ring, which slowly expanded into a hemisphere. The hemisphere was about 20 feet in diameter, radiating a silvery white glow that made people feel relaxed and at ease. Next, you'll enter this sphere one by one and face the Dementor head-on using the Patronus charm. If you succeed, you'll be allowed to come back out. Tver opened a small gap in the hemisphere and waited for a challenger to step forward. Professor, George raised his hand, trembling. What happens if we fail? You'll die, Tver said with a gentle smile. The eager grins on the students' faces instantly froze. All right, he continued calmly. Who wants to go in first? The students retreated backward in perfect unison. George, Fred, and Davies decisively shoved Cedric forward, pushing him right in front of the professor. Then it'll be you four, Tver said with a laugh, pointing at the four standing there. All of you. Go in together. Sigma, surprised face, winky face. George and the others exchanged looks, realizing they were all equally stunned. Come on, Cedric said, already standing by the entrance. I'll be waiting for you here. Cedric had been feeling a bit resentful, but seeing their expressions now, he couldn't help waving at them with a touch of schadenfreude. After 2.5 years at the school, he understood the professor well enough. The lessons often involved danger, but the professor's safety measures were always thorough. There was no way he'd actually let them die in there, though suffering a bit was very likely. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 223, The Patronus Charm, Part 3. George and the other two froze for a moment, then finally understood the logic behind it. It was just their fear of Dementors that made them hesitate. Remember, the incantation is Expecto Patronum. Focus your mind, and make sure it's filled with joyful emotions. Tver reminded them solemnly, even demonstrating the full casting motion as an example. George and Fred nodded absent-mindedly and stepped into the protective barrier. Cedric, on the other hand, watched the demonstration carefully twice before entering last. Why are you just standing there? He asked as soon as he got inside, seeing his teammates frozen in front of him. Because the Dementor is coming. Davies screamed in panic. All three took a large step back at the same time, instinctively hiding behind Cedric. Only then did he truly understand why they were so afraid. The Dementor stretched out its arms and lunged at them like a ghost, its shadowy form surging forward in rage. Yes, rage. Its barely functioning mind told it that only by destroying every living thing in front of it could it make up for the pain it had just suffered. Expecto Patronum. Davies shouted hoarsely in panic, so flustered that he forgot to even swing his wand. George and Fred were hardly any better. One garbled Expecto Patronum into Expecto Protonum, while the other confidently shouted, Expelli Patron, and flicked his wand in entirely the wrong direction. Their chaos made Cedric tense up as well. He hurriedly raised his wand. Expecto Patronum. A faint silver-white light burst from the tip of his wand and shot straight at the Dementor, making their faces light up with hope. But in the very next second, their expressions collapsed. The Dementor's charge was only stalled for a brief instant before it lunged at them again. Expecto. Cedric tried to cast again, but George yanked him backward. He fell into the twins' arms and was dragged away. That single pull saved his life, because the Dementor's claws were already swinging down. Davies, who lagged behind, wasn't so lucky. The Dementor locked onto him, and his strength drained away like a receding tide. He could only weakly punch at it, but not only did it have no effect, the Dementor easily pulled back its hood, revealing a face with nothing but a mouth. Davies was completely spent now, as if his soul were about to leave his body. Holy shit, this is real. Cedric blurted out in shock. He could already see the Dementor's head lowering slowly, about to kiss Davies. George and Fred grabbed their heads in terror, forcing themselves to look toward the professor outside the barrier. Professor! Help Davies! He'll die! George screamed desperately. But Tver remained utterly calm. He even curled the corner of his mouth slightly, looking almost as if he were mocking their helplessness. Stung by that faint smile, Fred roared hoarsely, "What are you doing?" Tver shrugged casually, his smile becoming even more obvious. As if reminding them that when he said they could die, he meant it. With no help coming, Cedric turned back in panic. The Dementor's mouth was already right next to Davies, ready to suck out his soul. "No, I have to save him." His eyes were wide open, his hand clenched tightly around his wand, as if he might snap it in two. Suddenly, an inexplicable surge of positive energy flooded his mind. Expecto Patronum. A silver-white falcon burst out of the wand in an instant. Sensing its master's urgency, it beat its wings sharply and shot toward the Dementor like a beam of light. The falcon wasn't large, but its power was astonishing. Its sharp beak pierced deep into the Dementor's head, then violently hurled it into the air. The creature slammed into the inner wall of the dome above, sending ripples spreading outward like waves. Struck from both front and back, the Dementor no longer dared descend. Even after the falcon dispersed, it floated obediently in the air, helplessly watching as the Weasley twins rushed to surround Davies. "Wake up, Roger." George anxiously patted Davies's face. Before long, Davies slowly came around. "What just happened to me?" He blinked in confusion and touched his slightly swollen right cheek. "A Dementor almost sucked out your soul." Fred shouted, still shaken. "But I didn't feel anything." Davies hurriedly checked himself over, as if the Dementor hadn't gone after his soul but some part of his body instead. "You idiot. Everyone who actually knows is already dead. How would I know what it feels like?" George snapped, lowering Davies back to the ground. Fred, however, looked intrigued. But according to the books, being that close to a Dementor should make you feel freezing cold and overwhelming terror. None of that happened. Davies thought for a moment, then shook his head decisively. "Not at all. The only thing I felt was a wave of weakness when its mouth got close." "That's strange." They were so deep in thought that they didn't even notice Cedric walking over. "Stop guessing," Cedric said, his expression complicated. "It's probably the professor's protection at work. From start to finish, we weren't affected by the Dementor at all. In fact, positive emotions kept welling up inside us. As for Davies, even if the Dementor had actually kissed him just now, I doubt anything would have happened." "What do you mean nothing would have happened?" "I almost lost my first kiss." Davies protested fiercely. "Oh. So that story you told us about having a girlfriend before school was a lie?" George teased, pointing at him. "That wasn't a lie. It was pure love." Outside the field, Tver watched their increasingly off-topic discussion with an amused expression. There was no way he would actually let them get hurt in class. In truth, aside from their appearance, the Dementors here couldn't affect them at all. The dome itself was formed by the Patronus charm, continuously supplying them with positive emotions. If they still couldn't cast a Patronus under those conditions, then there was nothing more he could do. Once they realized this, George and the others also successfully cast their patron uses at the Dementor, having an absolute blast with it. If Tver hadn't urged them, they wouldn't have been willing to come out at all. But seeing their classmates' disgruntled looks, they exchanged mischievous glances and silently agreed not to share their discovery. As a result, those who went in afterward were thoroughly frightened by the Dementor. Some students were even scared to the point of nearly fainting. Even so, the Patronus charm was still an extremely advanced spell. Despite all the favorable conditions, only a very small number of students managed to grasp it. "Do you remember what I said before class?" Tver said as he reassured everyone, deliberately ignoring the smug Weasley twins. "This isn't a spell you can learn easily. If you have free time, you can practice it on your own. But honestly, its range of use is limited. You rarely encounter Dementors in everyday life. So don't be discouraged if you didn't succeed. There's nothing shameful about that. At the very least, your theory scores are far better than a certain pair of twins. Weasley twins, underscore. All right. Tell me, what's our focus for the remaining half year?" "OWLS," the students shouted with renewed determination. Tver nodded in satisfaction and began clearing away the equipment on the field. As for the Dementor that was barely hanging on, it no longer had any value. He disposed of it without hesitation. Everything he needed to study had already been accomplished through the students' battle just now. Ring in equal to ring in equal to. Chapter 224, Salazar Slytherin. Late at night. As darkness settled over Hogwarts, the castle fell into silence, broken only by the soft rustling of the forest beyond. Creak. Tver moved through the bathroom with practiced ease and stopped in front of the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. Yes, he was fully prepared to face Salazar Slytherin. After half a year of research and practice, he was now able to freely convert between soul and magic. Of course, that was only possible because magic itself was formed through the shaping of the soul. The door to the Chamber of Secrets had been completely restored. The serpent eyes embedded in it gleamed under the faint light, and the traces he had left behind earlier, like those of a basilisk, had been wiped away without a trace. But that didn't matter. As long as Salazar's magic still flowed through the door, it was enough. Tver's gaze sharpened as he slowly raised his wand. There was no flash of light, but in his perception, his magic drifted down onto the stone wall like a gentle breeze, spreading across the entire surface. In an instant, the door seemed to corrode. Layer by layer, countless brilliant points of light surfaced, shimmering like stars. The wall, however, was incredibly thick. Even after increasing his magical output, it took nearly 10 minutes before it completely vanished from his sight. What remained was a breathtaking sea of stars. So next, he just needed to merge these stars into... Wait. The stars were moving. Under Tver's astonished gaze, the starlight scattered lightly, then streaked toward the depths of the chamber one by one. Faster than when they had appeared, they converged into a dazzling beam of light. This development was genuinely unexpected. Tver had anticipated many possibilities, including, but not limited to, Salazar being ill-tempered and unwilling to communicate. The outcome he feared most, of course, was that Salazar hadn't shaped magic using his soul at all, which would mean his entire line of research had been wrong. But what was happening now? The magic had clearly been restored into fragmented soul light, yet it was flying away. So he was right, but not completely. Curious, Tver strode forward, passing through the thinning sea of stars and entering the Chamber of Secrets. Without needing to look closely, he immediately noticed the destination the starlight was rushing toward, the statue of Salazar Slytherin at the very heart of the chamber. Yet the statue gave him an inexplicably eerie feeling. It bore an aged face, with a sparse, long beard hanging down to the hem of its wizard's robes. Two large, grayish feet stood planted on the smooth stone floor. Everything about it seemed normal. But as the starlight poured into the statue's eyes, Tver finally understood the source of that unease. No matter where he stood, he felt as though the statue was watching him. An interesting design. Tver recognized it as a visual trick, a clever carving technique that created this effect without the use of magic. He slowly walked to the base of the statue and waited quietly. Waiting for Salazar Slytherin's secret to reveal itself before him. After a short while, the starlight fully vanished into the statue's eyes, and the chamber returned to darkness. The next second, an overwhelmingly bright beam burst forth from the statue's eyes, projecting onto the ground in front of Tver. At the same time, the other structures in the chamber seemed to come alive. The serpent carvings wrapped around the stone pillars began to coil along their surfaces. The long dry torches flared back to life, as if in a final resurgence. The thin layer of water on the floor slowly flowed away to both sides, revealing dry stone beneath. All of it was in preparation for the arrival of the chamber's true master, Salazar Slytherin. When the light faded, a tall, upright figure stood before Tver. His height was only slightly shorter than Tver's, who stood nearly 6 feet 3, though his body, extending from an emerald green robe, was noticeably leaner. Yet that did nothing to diminish his striking, almost bewitching beauty, especially those vivid green eyes, which examined Tver with an eerie, serpentine intensity. SSSSS. A cold hiss slipped from his lips, matching the chill in his eyes. My apologies, Mr. Salazar Slytherin. I don't speak Parseltongue. Tver bowed with effortless elegance. Even though Salazar didn't seem nearly as approachable as the other two founders, Tver still stepped forward without hesitation, meeting his gaze head-on. That was more or less what I expected, Salazar said with a faintly wicked chuckle. His voice carried an unexpectedly magnetic quality, somewhat similar to Marvolio's slightly husky tone. If anything, Salazar's voice was even more pleasant to the ear. Are you my heir? His eyes never blinked, a detail Tver noticed immediately. That depends on how you define an heir. If you mean someone who can speak Parseltongue and command the basilisk, then no, I'm not. But if what you want is someone who can restore your soul, then that would be me, and only me. Salazar seemed quite pleased by that confidence, the curve of his smile growing noticeably wider. Of course I want an heir like you. As for Parseltongue, that's up to you. You're probing my mind. Tver's expression instantly turned cold. He locked eyes with Salazar, the muscles in his wand-holding hand tightening at once. The intrusion had likely begun the moment their gazes met, yet despite his acclimacy, he hadn't noticed until now. To be blunt, even Dumbledore couldn't pull off something like this. Last year, Rowena Ravenclaw had read his memories as well, but that had been mutually agreed upon, and she couldn't maintain her own existence without him. Salazar was different. He hadn't even paid. No, his soul was still wandering around the castle. My apologies. Salazar dipped his head slightly, his manners flawless. I forgot to mention it. I'm a natural legilimens. I tend to catch glimpses of interesting things without meaning to. But your occlumency is quite impressive. It's already not much worse than ours. But compared to your legilimency, it's still far behind, Tver replied coldly. Natural legilimens weren't unheard of, but that was usually nothing more than an innate talent. Sometimes they couldn't even see through the most basic occlumency. As for someone at Salazar's level, Tver had never even heard of such a case. Don't worry. I won't reveal your little secret, Salazar said, spreading his hands in a friendly gesture. After all, you're the only one who can restore my soul, aren't you? To be honest, ever since I merged with the castle, I never imagined there would come a day when my soul could be reassembled. Merged? Tver frowned. Yes. Salazar's expression was utterly matter-of-fact, yet his eyes gleamed brightly. This is Slytherin's castle, young man. I have both the right and the duty to protect it. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 225, Chapter 225, The Meaning of Slytherin. A strange feeling welled up in Tver's chest. Referring to the castle as she, instead of it, honestly gave him the unsettling impression that Salazar Slytherin was speaking of a lover. As far as I know, didn't you leave the castle back then? Oh. Salazar seemed intrigued by the topic. And how do students describe me nowadays? Tver hesitated. He genuinely wasn't sure how to relay what the ancient records said about Salazar. According to legend, you wanted to purge the school of Muggle-born students, but were stopped by the other 3 founders. In dissatisfaction, you secretly built the Chamber of Secrets and then left Hogwarts. Ha 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 ha. Salazar suddenly doubled over with laughter, clutching his stomach. The rough, unrestrained movement was completely at odds with his bewitchingly handsome face. Ha ha, interesting. Truly interesting. He braced himself on his knees and slowly straightened up. Under Tver's puzzled gaze, he let out a helpless smile. Wrong. Completely wrong. On the contrary, I was the only one protecting this school. Do you know what the other 3 wanted to do? Salazar abruptly stepped close to Tver, his smile vanishing in an instant, replaced by absolute seriousness. Do what? Tver was startled by the sudden movement and asked instinctively. They wanted to expose magic to Muggle eyes, to turn wizards into servants of those foolish people. Salazar snarled through clenched teeth. They even wanted to uncover the true nature of magic, so that every Muggle could use it. A wave of dissatisfaction rose in Tver's heart. In his view, the other founders' ideas might have been radical, but they weren't entirely unreasonable. It was very likely that Rowena and the others truly hoped for harmonious coexistence between wizards and Muggles, but were limited by circumstances and ability. To be honest, Tver strongly agreed with that ideal and had been working toward it himself. Only Salazar Slytherin seemed genuinely extreme. Firmly believing that wizards stood above all others, he refused to allow Muggles any share in the fruits of magic. Now Tver finally understood why the ancient texts described that period the way they did. The truth was probably not far from those accounts. So you built the Chamber of Secrets to eliminate Muggles who possessed magic. To be precise, Muggles who should not possess magic, Salazar corrected him. Don't paint me as that extreme. I'm well aware that children of Muggle descent can have magical talent too. That's the foundation of the magical world's growth. Otherwise, I wouldn't have agreed to offer the Slytherin family castle to establish Hogwarts, nor would I have allowed witches and wizards with Muggle blood into Slytherin House. But you must understand this, he continued. If Godric and the others shared magic with those who shouldn't have it, I needed to retain the power to purge them. But they didn't succeed, did they? Tver curled his lip slightly. But their ideology lived on, Salazar retorted. That's why I chose to merge with the castle, to ensure that Hogwarts would never allow such a thing to happen. He spread his arms wide. The surrounding structures responded to his magic, emitting a deep, resonant hum that stirred the air. But the problem is, Tver said calmly, your basilisk killed an innocent student. And the Dark Lord who carried your bloodline slaughtered even more innocent witches and wizards. Tver lifted his chin slightly. Even as the surrounding architecture continued to press down on him, the vast magic within his body surged in response, unleashing an even greater force, crashing back against Salazar like a tidal wave. So the protection you keep talking about is actually harming wizards. And the founders you fear? Their ideas are the ones truly protecting the wizarding world. Salazar was clearly taken aback by Tver's strength. He had expected that if Tver could restore him from a purely magical state, then his power must be comparable to his own. But now. To be honest, if not for his fusion with the castle's magic, he would already have been crushed under the pressure Tver had just released. And yet, harming wizards. Would you mind explaining that in more detail? Salazar asked. For the first time, his expression turned solemn, the sharp edge in his voice gone. Tver withdrew his magic at once. A display of force was enough once. He had no intention of actually fighting Salazar. After all, Salazar now essentially was the castle. Defeating him would mean destroying Hogwarts itself. Dumbledore would be the first to object to that. After giving it some thought, Tver decided to begin with the story of Voldemort's parents. Voldemort's mother had come from the Gaunt family, a branch of the Slytherin lineage. It was that rebellious girl from the family who fell in love with a Muggleman, leading to a relationship born of a love potion. And from that loveless union, Voldemort, the Dark Lord starved of affection, was born. Tver then focused on Voldemort leading the Death Eaters in their rampage across the wizarding world, attempting to reduce Muggles and Muggle-born wizards to slaves. Especially Voldemort's belief that Muggle-born wizards were stealing magic. On the surface, it seemed to align perfectly with Salazar's own views. Yet after listening to Tver's account, Salazar showed no sign of agreement. Instead, he let out a long sigh. "You're mistaken, child. I understand now why you're dissatisfied with me. In truth, all of you have misunderstood what Slytherin really means. Our cunning, our ambition, our willingness to use any means necessary, we bear these traits because, as Slytherins, we must. Otherwise, why do you think I founded this school? Why do you think I established Slytherin House?" A trace of sorrow appeared in his eyes, as though he were pained by the misunderstanding. "I doubt you know how ancient wizards were persecuted, do you? Have you ever seen a child, simply because they survived a fall, being thrown into roaring flames by their own Muggle parents? I saw it with my own eyes. I ran into the fire and pulled that child out, but she still died screaming in my arms." He lifted his hands as if cradling something, his eyes filled with deep grief, as though that scene had been carved into his soul. Her tiny body was covered in burn marks, while her parents clapped and cheered. From that moment on, I realized that Muggles fear magic. They fear the unknown. They will use every possible means to harm wizards, to harm anything they cannot understand. But Godric stubbornly believed that Muggles were kind and friendly. So. Salazar raised his head, his expression fierce as a surging presence burst forth and pressed straight toward Tver. "I had to establish Slytherin, to turn them into the sharp, venomous spear of Hogwarts, of the entire wizarding world. To repay anyone who dares harm a wizard 10-fold, 100-fold. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 226, Unity. Tver stared blankly at the fiercely imposing Salazar Slytherin. To be honest, he felt a little moved by Salazar. Wait, he was actually being moved by Slytherin's ideology. If Marvolio ever found out what he was thinking, he definitely wouldn't spare him the ridicule. Tver shook his head helplessly. But after giving it some thought, he could understand it. Because magical communication was so scarce in ancient times, the strength of early wizards varied wildly, and their magical knowledge was often uneven. As a result, some wizards, especially children, were easily harmed by Muggles simply because they revealed magic. That was precisely why Hogwarts had been founded in the first place. As one of Hogwarts' founders, no matter how shrewd or cunning Salazar Slytherin might have been, he must have carried a genuine desire to protect young wizards deep in his heart. Otherwise, the other three founders would never have accepted him. It couldn't possibly have been just because they coveted his family castle. Compared to the others, Salazar's ideas had grown somewhat extreme, shaped by his personality. Still, they weren't exactly wrong. In fact, his concerns aligned closely with Tver's own. Because of this shared fear, Salazar founded Slytherin House, hoping to pass down vigilance toward Muggles. Frankly speaking, that was a mistake born of historical limitations. Over time, those ideas had been misunderstood and twisted, by many people, even by Slytherin students themselves. Yet for someone who lived 1,000 years ago, such thinking was undeniably forward-looking. It was just that Tver himself had developed a better, more nuanced philosophy for protecting wizards from Muggle harm. "I think I should thank you on behalf of the students you've protected," Tver said sincerely, bowing to him. Salazar waved his hand dismissively. "Everything I did was for my own convictions. It has nothing to do with you. As for your gratitude, I'd much rather see people stop misunderstanding the original intent of Slytherin House. Especially that child named Tom Riddle." He sighed, his expression complicated. "If possible, let the Slytherin bloodline end with him. But he's the last heir of the Slytherin bloodline in this world. You'd still kill him?" Tver asked curiously. "It doesn't matter." Salazar laughed lightly. "Slytherin has never been inherited through blood, but through ideals. As long as someone is willing to stand up and protect wizards, that person is my successor. Even if they're not from Slytherin House, or even from Hogwarts." Tver pressed. He had hit exactly the sore spot. Salazar was speechless for a moment. It would be better if they were from Slytherin House. At the very least, they must not be a Gryffindor. Tver chuckled softly, then brought up the matter of Marvolio, one of Voldemort's Horcruxes. When Salazar learned that he could still have a successor with a sound mind, a look of genuine relief finally appeared on his face. If he had a choice, he wouldn't want to helplessly watch his last bloodline disappear. He immediately began talking to Tver about Horcruxes. I've heard of that magic. To be honest, despite studying so many souls, I never once considered researching Horcruxes. That's because the spell touches the boundary between life and death, a realm where even death itself cannot interfere. Once someone dares to create a Horcrux, their life becomes tainted with death's curse. Even if they don't die right away, they will remain under death's constant gaze. As far as I know, even Herpo the Foul, the creator of Horcrux magic, failed to achieve true immortality. He didn't even live as long as I did. He snorted, clearly holding the magic in utter contempt. So if that Marvolio wants to live a normal life, he'd better absorb or destroy all of his Horcruxes. His lifespan alone is more than enough for him to live a very long time. But aren't you immortal? If I completely free your soul from the castle, you could walk the world again. Every founder had left behind their own imprint, but Salazar was the only one who had preserved his soul itself. Truly worthy of Slytherin, his understanding of souls had reached a depth no less profound than Tver's own. Tver sighed inwardly. Salazar, however, shook his head firmly. What's the point of living? As you've already guessed, my way of thinking really is outdated. In that case, I might as well remain in the castle and serve as Hogwarts' final line of defense. But Tver caught the phrase, as you've guessed. You were reading my mind again. His expression darkened as he turned away, a clemency surging to life. Salazar blinked at him playfully and even gave him a wink. I forgot to mention, legilimency has always been my strongest ability. Especially inside the castle, it provides the school with excellent early warnings and protection. Tver planted his hands on his hips in resignation. Salazar couldn't spread his thoughts anyway, so knowing them didn't really matter. Don't worry, Salazar said reassuringly, patting Tver on the shoulder. I can tell your ideas are far better than mine. And better than Godric's, he added pointedly. Honestly, watching him do this with such a youthful face always felt strangely out of place to Tver. Have you ever considered that Lady Rowena and the others actually understood your ideas? They even agreed with some of them. That's why, even after you became part of the castle, they still insisted on building and maintaining Slytherin House. Indeed, Slytherin and Gryffindor represented the carrot and the stick in attitudes toward Muggles. As the embodiment of wisdom, Lady Rowena couldn't possibly have overlooked that. After all, in that chaotic era, Salazar's cunning and ruthlessness had been indispensable to Hogwarts' successful founding. Salazar was visibly shaken by Tver's words. He froze in place, his hand still resting on Tver's shoulder, for a long while. You're right. Rowena always said that only by standing together could Hogwarts be at its strongest. So what she meant wasn't that we should all stay within the school, but that our ideas should be combined. That's the philosophy best suited to guiding wizards into the future. I misunderstood her. He muttered to himself, regret written clearly across his face. Then maybe I can help you reconcile with Mr. Gryffindor. Tver suggested. If he could drag Gryffindor out into the open, he'd be able to find the last two founders in one go. Impossible. Salazar suddenly roared. I made my mistakes, but Godric wasn't any better. I would rather die than reconcile with him. But you're already dead. Dead or not, I still won't reconcile. Salazar lifted his chin proudly. Chapter 227, Chapter 227, Lifting the Curse. Tver tried probing a few times, but Salazar never brought up his feud with Gryffindor. Much less where Gryffindor was hiding. According to Salazar, he had been the first to make the choice. Before even reaching the moment of death, he voluntarily abandoned his physical body and merged into the flowing magic of the castle within the Chamber of Secrets. From then on, he guarded Hogwarts in accordance with his will, operating in a rule-bound, structured manner. As for Salazar himself, he had long since lost any true initiative or conscious thought, existing in a state closer to instinct than awareness. That much was more or less within Tver's expectations. He couldn't exactly say he was disappointed. But still. In your current state, can you activate this badge? He took out the Hogwarts badge. As if sensing Salazar's presence, faint waves of magic pulsed from it, rising and falling gently, almost like a greeting. Salazar looked at the badge and let out a quiet, inexplicable laugh, shaking his head with a hint of emotion. If I'd seen this badge from the beginning, perhaps I wouldn't have gone to such extremes. Of course, he added, voice lifting with confidence, I would still have shown my enemies my countless methods, just in a far more appropriate way. He accepted the badge without hesitation. Activating it is easy enough. But I don't have much left to give you. The basilisk seems to be well and truly dead, and the magic, that has to remain within the castle. I'm afraid I won't be able to help you as much as Helga or Rowena could. That's fine, Tver said quickly, rolling up his right sleeve and holding out his wrist. What matters is whether you can remove this curse. Salazar took his wrist with his free left hand, examining it with interest. A soft, star-like glow of magic gathered around the curse. This is Voldemort's handiwork, Salazar said. From my perspective, it's likely tied to his bloodline. After such a long period of investigation, or rather, based on what Marvolio had let slip, the truth had become clear. The curse on the ring originated from records Voldemort uncovered among the Gaunt family's materials. That was why he had left the ring in the ancestral manner, to commemorate and safeguard that discovery. As for the curse on the defense against the dark arts position, it had been created using the familiar magic he sensed within the Chamber of Secrets. Salazar nodded in approval, though not because of Tver's reasoning, but rather. Worthy of Slytherin blood indeed. An exquisite piece of magic, binding bloodline and curse together to achieve an effect no ordinary curse ever could. Compared to hearing you praise Voldemort, Tver said helplessly, I'd much rather know whether this curse can actually be lifted. Salazar finished his examination and released his grip. If you understood how he accomplished this curse, he said calmly, you wouldn't be asking me to remove it. What do you mean? Bloodline, Salazar replied. He used the Slytherin bloodline to obtain privileges within the castle that belong exclusively to Slytherin. Through that, he drew upon the castle's magic to cast this curse. In other words, the curse is sustained by his very existence, the castle's defensive systems, and even my own magic. To break it, you'd have to destroy all of that. Of course, completely erasing Voldemort himself would also work, but that would include Marvolio as well. Tver was still reeling from the implications when Salazar abruptly changed his tone. However, that is only one of the curses. As for the other one, the method to remove it is actually quite simple for you now. Only then did Tver finally let out a breath of relief. Even resolving one curse was a victory. After all, the curse on the professorship wasn't especially dangerous. As long as his strength continued to grow, he could suppress it indefinitely. How simple is simple, exactly? Salazar broke into a wide grin. You separated me from the castle. Do the same thing and separate the curse from your body. Tver's eyes widened instantly. This was the first time he'd ever heard something like that. You mean soul transfiguration? Are you sure a curse can be separated into its own soul? No, no, no. Salazar's expression turned strange. Don't get hung up on souls. Transfiguration has no boundaries. Whatever you want to transform, that's what you transform. Honestly, I didn't realize transfiguration had become this constrained nowadays. Tver recalled the books Rowena had left him. In ancient transfiguration, different kinds of transformations were indeed classified in extreme detail. That was because they were constantly pushing the limits of the discipline. As its boundaries expanded, distinctions between transformations grew sharper, until learning it became incredibly complex, enough to stand as a complete magical system on its own. Modern transfiguration, by contrast, had been streamlined, cutting away excess to make it more efficient and practical. It was hard to say which approach was better. But in terms of sheer potential, ancient transfiguration clearly reached higher. Especially when it came to dealing with curses. Come on, Salazar said. I don't think I need to remind you of the techniques. What really matters is using your imagination to its fullest. He looked like someone who had just discovered a new toy, or like a teacher who had finally found a promising student and wanted to indulge in teaching again. Your research into souls and magic runs deep. The only problem is that, in trying to grow stronger quickly, you've stuck too closely to a fixed system. Unlike us, who could freely enjoy the more unrestrained side of magic. But that's fine. Just believe in yourself, all right. Faced with Salazar's patient guidance, Tver felt, for once, like he was actually being taught a lesson. In truth, he had already begun to notice this flaw himself and had been searching for ways to address it. He had simply started a bit late. All right, he said. I'll begin. Tver took a deep breath. Holding his wand in his left hand, he aimed it at the small black spot on his right wrist. Protego Vitae. This time, however, the purpose was different. He was withdrawing the life force that had been suppressing the curse. In an instant, the black spot swelled violently, as if it had swallowed something enormous. The dark mark resurfaced, spreading across Tver's entire forearm and continuing to crawl upward without stopping. Just as Tver was about to cast another spell, Salazar lunged forward and seized the position of the skull. His entire right palm transformed into a cluster of tiny stars. That single action froze the dark mark's advance. Now! Salazar shouted. Realizing Salazar was helping him, Tver snapped his wand back toward the black serpent emerging from the skull. For reasons he couldn't explain, he blurted out a spell he hadn't planned to use at all. Ridiculous. Even Salazar froze for a moment. The dark mark suddenly spewed out a thick cloud of black mist. The mark itself seemed to wither, retracting faster than it had appeared. The black fog twisted and tangled between the two of them. Then, boom. A pitch-black little imp appeared. Its hands, if they could even be called hands, were spread wide. Its face wore a gentle smile, but set against its dark skin, it looked unsettling and eerie. Honestly, Salazar said, staring at the creature with a complicated expression, your imagination actually scared me a little. He looked at the small imp, somehow both cute and vicious, and fell silent. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 228, Chapter 228, The Harvest. Tver didn't know why he had cast Ridiculous. Just as Salazar had said, he let his imagination take over. And at the moment, that spell was the most imaginative thing he could think of. He put away his wand and looked down at his right wrist. The dark mark there had once again been compressed by the returning surge of life force into a tiny black dot, its color noticeably lighter than before. He could clearly feel how much lighter his wrist had become. In the past, he would sometimes feel a slight delay when casting spells. His strength had been great enough to mask it, but if that hadn't been the case, he might have had to switch his dominant hand to his left. Now, all of those obstacles were gone. At this rate, even if the curse continued to grow stronger year by year, he could endure it for centuries. And it wouldn't affect his own strength in the slightest. So even if this journey hadn't earned him a direct gift from Salazar, the half a year he had spent studying transfiguration had already been worth it. But then came the problem. What was he supposed to do with this little imp? Tver looked at the small black creature in confusion. It had been formed from a curse. More precisely, from Voldemort's curse, saturated with an evil aura so dense it felt almost tangible. By all rights, this imp should have belonged to Voldemort. Yet Tver could clearly sense that it was completely under his control. The question was how he was supposed to control it. Surely he couldn't just let this thing follow him around all the time. That would scare the students half to death. You can put it away, Salazar said, clearly catching on to Tver's concern. He sounded amused. Just like when it existed on your wrist before. By now, Salazar's right palm was completely empty, drained of magic. Don't worry, he added, noticing Tver's gaze and lifting his right forearm. I've long since gotten used to not having a body. This is nothing. I was just asking how to put the imp away, Tver replied, giving him a mischievous wink. I wasn't worrying about you. All right. It's still transfiguration, Salazar said with a helpless shake of his head and a laugh, but this time, you need to turn it into your own magic. So the tricky part is not only transforming the curse into magic, but also removing the part that belongs to Riddle. Tver casually pressed the little imp back into his right wrist, using it to cover the original black dot. Only now, the dot had become the imprint of a tiny black imp. Voldemort's what? Nothing. Salazar silently raised the badge in his left hand. The badge has been activated. This is all I can do for you. The rest will depend on you. Tver took the badge with a touch of reluctance. It was indeed filled with magic, but that wasn't what he cared about. What troubled him was the regret. Salazar could have truly returned, becoming his strongest ally. Instead, he would watch him return to the castle, changing from a ruthless spear into an unyielding shield. But since Salazar had made his choice, all Tver could do was respect it. There was the same trace of reluctance in Salazar's eyes, yet he still resolutely let go of his form, his body dissolving little by little into starlight. We probably won't meet again, he said softly. But I'm grateful. To have met a student as outstanding as you. If you'd been able to attend Hogwarts back then, you would have become a Slytherin even greater than I was. His form was now completely wrapped in starlight, brilliant and radiant, much like his life had been. Go on, young man. Create your own future. With those final words, only dazzling motes of light remained where he had stood. As Tver stood there, paying silent tribute to the great founder, the cluster of starlight suddenly moved. All at once, it surged toward him, as if it meant to swallow him whole. And it did. Tver's vision filled with countless specks of green and red light. None of it was harsh or blinding. On the contrary, it drew his gaze in, making his eyes widen without him even realizing it. This wasn't just magic. It was Salazar's knowledge. The moment he realized that, Tver lowered his defenses completely and allowed the knowledge to merge into him. This was about feline transformations in biological transfiguration. Then research on the soul. So soul fusion required careful attention to the clash between two wills. And here were records concerning death itself. Indeed, the three Hallows were nothing more than powerful magical artifacts created from humanity's understanding of death, not true means of escaping it. Tver spent the entire night barely managing to sort everything out. By the time he left the Chamber of Secrets and returned to his office, the sky was already beginning to lighten. He let out a long breath and collapsed into his chair, no longer even in the mood for pumpkin juice. He had honestly thought there wouldn't be any extra gains this time, yet the knowledge Salazar left him was both vast and astonishingly varied. You could even say it exceeded what the other two founders had left behind. It felt as though Tver had walked into a library that contained everything from profound theories to the most mundane practical tricks. Salazar had been like a little hamster, hoarding every piece of knowledge that caught his interest inside his mind. Just organizing it all had taken an enormous amount of mental effort. Of course, that was probably because Salazar was the only founder who had preserved a complete soul, and what he left behind was likewise a complete and coherent system of knowledge. After all, Tver's own research interests were already all over the place. He had even studied how to stop his legs from shaking while riding a broomstick. Broadly speaking, the material could be divided into categories. Most of it focused on transfiguration, with the traits of each subcategory recorded in clear detail. Tver was familiar with much of it already, but unlike Salazar, he had never documented it so thoroughly or woven it into a unified system for transfiguration as a whole. The rest dealt with research on the soul. Since Tver's own work in that area was already solid, much of this part felt more novel and interesting than revolutionary. That said, Salazar also seemed to have conducted some research related to death itself. To be honest, Tver remained skeptical about the idea of death as an entity. Or rather, he didn't believe such a god truly existed. What it represented was simply one of the world's fundamental laws governing birth, aging, illness, and death. At the very least, neither he nor Salazar had managed to reach any definitive conclusions. However, there was also some material related to limbo, which turned out to be the most useful part for Tver. He even had the distinct feeling that Salazar had deliberately emphasized that section, as if guiding him toward successfully reviving Marvolio. It seemed that although the old ancestor claimed he didn't care, he was, in fact, quite concerned about his own bloodline after all. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 229, Chapter 229, The Seminar. The unexpected gains from the Chamber of Secrets forced Tver to devote most of his spare time to research. Especially Salazar's meticulously constructed transfiguration system. Each subcategory shared underlying principles. Once he grasped one, he could trace its connections throughout the entire framework. That said, there were still subtle differences that demanded careful study and a fair amount of time and effort. Fortunately, there was Lupin. He was now more than fully prepared to deal with his werewolf transformations. If the old Lupin had been a regular player, relying purely on endurance and personal ability to get by, then the current Lupin had clearly switched to the paid build, steamrolling everything with top-tier equipment and potions. After Tver's friendly advice and mutually beneficial exchange, the Wolfsbane potion brewed by Snape improved with every batch. Naturally, the taste grew stranger each time as well. That part was unavoidable. But since Tver wasn't the one drinking it, what did that matter? On top of that, Lupin's werewolf bracelet had been upgraded, gaining a sleep-inducing effect. This allowed him to get through his transformation with almost no physical exhaustion, which was one of the main reasons werewolves usually felt drained afterward. As for recovery potions after transforming, with Tver's generous supply backing him, Lupin only had two choices: healthy, or even healthier. With such comprehensive support, Lupin's condition during classes became noticeably more energetic. After lessons, he no longer needed Tver to hint at anything. He proactively prepared the theory exam papers for the students himself. He even took over the light orb game classes for the lower years, cutting Tver's workload by at least half. Half of the already divided teaching load, to be precise. In other words, a full quarter. Thanks to this, Tver managed to get a solid grasp of the various techniques Salazar had left behind within a single month. However, as February drew closer, the damp chill seemed to freeze Tver's thinking. When it came to limbo, there was still one small question he couldn't resolve. Was limbo an objectively existing space, or was it merely a personal sea of consciousness? Based on Salazar's notes and Tver's understanding of will lines, he leaned toward the former. That limbo existed as an intermediate layer between the living world of reality and the realm of the dead. The problem was that the sparse records clearly stated limbo was shaped by the consciousness of those who entered it. Combined with what he knew from the original events, Harry had indeed entered a world constructed from his own thoughts. So Tver found himself stuck, unable to settle on a definitive answer. If it was the former, he would need to break through space itself. If it was the latter, things would be much easier. He would only need to intrude into a sea of consciousness. By the time his research reached this point, Tver was no longer driven solely by Marvolio's resurrection. He felt that he was touching upon the mysteries of death itself. Even if immortality held no appeal for him, death as a concept was more than enough to spark his interest. In the past, he lacked both the time and the foundational knowledge. But after inheriting the profound legacies of the three founders, his research naturally advanced to this level. Clearly, it was an exceptionally difficult subject. Still, he didn't dwell on it for long. Not because he had found the answer, but because there was someone at Hogwarts who could give it to him. Saturday evening. After dinner, Tver deliberately returned to his office to make thorough preparations before heading toward the top of the castle, the headmaster's office. Yes, the weekly discussion sessions were still ongoing. Only now, the topics he discussed with Dumbledore had expanded beyond transfiguration to include Muggle studies, potions, charms, magical creatures, and even the multi-layered structure of life itself. And tonight, Limbo would be added to the list. After all, Dumbledore was one of the only two people Tver knew who had appeared in Limbo during the events of the story. Cauldron cake. This had recently become Tver's new favorite. It was only sold on the Hogwarts Express, which was why he hadn't tasted it in the headmaster's office until last week. When he entered the office, Dumbledore was studying several sheets of parchment. On the table across from him, small cakes and pumpkin juice had already been thoughtfully set out. Tver had long grown accustomed to Dumbledore's constant busyness. After all, as the greatest wizard of his age, the number of people corresponding with him far surpassed those writing to Tver. Still, ever since the summer holidays, Dumbledore had become noticeably more attentive. He always made sure to prepare plenty of tasty snacks. For example, after Tver mentioned liking cauldron cake just last week, Dumbledore had thoughtfully changed the password to match it. And that wasn't even mentioning the small mountain of cakes piled neatly on the desk. Had a teacher's charm really become this powerful? Tver pondered the thought as he skillfully unwrapped the cake. It wasn't until he had finished his second one, washed down with pumpkin juice, that Dumbledore finally set aside the parchment in his hand. "Aren't you going to reply?" Tver asked, curious. "Not this one. Mind telling me what it was about?" "Of course." Dumbledore poured himself a cup of tea before speaking at an unhurried pace. "It was about Sirius Black. Based on my investigations over this period, unless there was a second traitor, it would have been impossible for him to pass information to Voldemort that he himself didn't even know." Tver nodded slightly. That line of reasoning made sense. Comparing what Black knew with the classified information Voldemort had obtained would naturally reveal clues. "So you believe he wasn't the traitor?" "It's still too early to draw that conclusion. However, since he once attempted to break into the castle, it suggests there is still something inside that he needs to obtain." Dumbledore lifted his head from his thoughts. Or someone. That was Dumbledore. Even amidst his endless responsibilities, a bit of careful thought was enough for him to see straight through Black's intentions. Tver couldn't help but feel impressed. But Dumbledore's gaze remained fixed on him. "That's why, during this time, I need you and the other professors to pay closer attention to what's happening in the castle. Just be careful not to harm Black. With his strength, isn't it risky to hold back?" Tver said casually. "What if he ends up turning the tables on us?" What he was really worried about was that, after spending so long in Azkaban, Black might have lost his restraint and accidentally hurt ordinary professors or students. Dumbledore let out a soft chuckle. "With anyone else, I might worry about safety. But you. Your strength has been improving at a remarkable pace lately. I'd say that in another half-year, even 10 Blacks wouldn't be a match for you." Tver waved his hand in feigned embarrassment. The gesture was uncannily similar to Dumbledore's own modest mannerisms, and the words even more so. "Please don't say that. I'm just an ordinary young man." Watching Tver imitate him so perfectly, Dumbledore couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. At 112 years old, he sat there with a deep, thoughtful gaze, seeing reflected before him nothing but echoes of his own youth. Chapter 230, Dumbledore's Past. Tver and Dumbledore shared a bit of light-hearted banter before Dumbledore smoothly steered the conversation back to Transfiguration, formally beginning their discussion for the evening. To Tver's surprise, however, Dumbledore didn't linger on Transfiguration for long. Or rather, his questions became far more pointed. "I've noticed that the way your Transfiguration functions seems to have changed," he said casually, as if it were an offhand remark. Tver had already prepared himself to be noticed, yet Dumbledore's calm attitude made it hard to read his intentions. He took a sip of pumpkin juice to cover his reaction, but Dumbledore across from him remained perfectly composed, as though the question hadn't even come from him. "Impossible to read." "That's right. I've been studying some aspects of ancient Transfiguration recently. It's a bit more cumbersome, but the ancient system has a higher ceiling. So I've been learning it casually," Tver replied in an even more indifferent tone. Dumbledore wasn't surprised by the answer. In fact, his own mastery of Transfiguration had begun at a similar stage. The difference was that, unlike Grindelwald's highly specialized approach, Dumbledore had explored the entire Transfiguration system from top to bottom. If Tver knew what Dumbledore was thinking, he would probably be shocked. Unlike Tver, who had been able to build on existing foundations, Dumbledore had relied entirely on his own abilities. He had effectively deduced an entire Transfiguration system by himself. Of course, that was also because of the vast difference in how long they had studied magic. Give Tver another 20 years, and he could reach the same level. But by then, pushing things further would only become exponentially harder. That's a very sound line of thinking, Dumbledore said softly. To be honest, I've never seen a young person as outstanding as you who still continues to explore the mysteries of magic. More outstanding than me, and even more so than your teacher. Dumbledore let out a brief sigh of reflection, though his intention was clearly not just to praise Tver. If you don't mind me rambling a little, I'd like to talk about my past with your teacher. Of course not, Tver said at once, his eyes lighting up. My teacher rarely talk about things like that with me. He immediately slid his chair forward, leaning closer to Dumbledore. He even moved the little cakes and pumpkin juice out of the way, as if preparing to watch Dumbledore's story with his eyes. Dumbledore smiled helplessly at the gesture and ignored it. He leaned back instead, letting himself sink into his memories. That year, I had just graduated from Hogwarts. Forgive my arrogance, but at the time I was hailed as a prodigy in the wizarding world. Many great wizards who corresponded with me believed I would one day become its leader. You did, didn't you? Tver said, offering sincere praise. Even though he was wary of Dumbledore, and even though Dumbledore had defeated his own teacher, Tver had to admit one thing. Dumbledore was the unquestioned leader of the wizarding world, both in the past and in the present. Yet at those words, Dumbledore's expression suddenly dimmed. But I feel ashamed of it. My achievements were built on defeating Grindelwald. What people don't know is that because of what happened to my sister, I once agreed with his ideas wholeheartedly. In fact, some of those ideas even came from me. I was like an ambitious man who propped up a rival for himself, only to enjoy the praise of the world after defeating him. I am ashamed of it. He emphasized the word ashamed again, his voice ringing out with a force completely out of proportion to his age. It even startled Fawkes, who was resting nearby, into flapping his wings. Tver finally understood why Dumbledore always shut himself away in the castle. At heart, he was filled with guilt. For figures like Dumbledore and Grindelwald, the resonance between their ideals had far outweighed anything as simple as love. Yet for Dumbledore, whether it was helping Grindelwald stray down the wrong path or betraying the ideals he had once believed in, both were unforgivable mistakes. Every bit of praise people lavished on him sounded like mockery in his ears, stabbing relentlessly at his heart. But you didn't choose this path deliberately, did you? Tver said gently, trying to calm the visibly agitated Dumbledore. You only did what you thought you should at the time. And honestly, even without you, my teacher would still have developed ideas about ruling over Muggles. On the contrary, it was precisely because of your involvement that he didn't become so extreme. You made him realize that even if wizards ruled Muggles, they would still have to bear corresponding responsibilities. Since his teacher wasn't here, it didn't matter if he put it a bit bluntly. And he truly believed that without Dumbledore acting as a counterbalance, his teacher might really have gone down a path as extreme as Voldemort's. The sorrow on Dumbledore's face vanished almost instantly, as if it had never been there, replaced by a grave seriousness. And what about you? Your teacher and I both once wanted to rule over Muggles. And you? What do you intend to do to them? He slowly took out a newspaper. With just a glance, Tver knew what it contained. Professor Burbage had already begun hinting at the potential threats posed by Muggles, though she did so in a restrained way, not yet causing any real stir in the wizarding world. But that sort of subtlety was meaningless in front of Dumbledore. Many of Charity's ideas are very similar to yours. Or rather, they seem to come from you. So can you explain what kind of threat Muggle technology poses to wizards? And how should wizards respond to those threats? Dumbledore lowered his head and pointed at the article, his expression hidden from view. So that's why he brought up the past. He was waiting for me here. The corners of Tver's lips lifted slightly. The reason he had encouraged Burbage instead of speaking to Dumbledore directly was precisely to use someone else's voice to remind him. Muggle progress wasn't something a handful of people could decide through discussion alone. Listening to the broader public was the most legitimate approach for the wizarding world. To put it bluntly, he was using public opinion to morally corner Dumbledore. I don't know, Headmaster. If you've read the papers, you should know there are all kinds of opinions in the wizarding world. I think we need to wait for them. I want to hear your opinion. Your real opinion. Dumbledore suddenly looked up, his gaze surging toward Tver. I know you've been in contact with the Ministry. I know you're courting pureblood families. You're building your own followers. Do you understand what that means, Tver? That's exactly how Grindelwald and Voldemort started. And you're doing it even more carefully than they did. To be honest, Tver had originally planned to bring up this topic with Dumbledore at a better time. He hadn't expected Dumbledore to bring it up himself. It seemed the greatest wizard's instincts were even sharper than he had imagined. But it's more amicable, isn't it? Tver leaned forward, meeting Dumbledore's gaze head-on, his eyes steady and resolute. This was a moment he had to endure. If he backed down now, persuading Dumbledore later would only become harder. Fortunately, the knowledge he had recently gained from Salazar Slytherin had given him far more confidence than before. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 231, Chapter 231, The Great Ambition. Dumbledore's sharpness faltered. He could clearly sense that Tver's methods were more gentle, even more friendly compared to some of his own tactics. It was precisely for this reason that Dumbledore chose to question him through conversation. He truly couldn't understand Tver's motives. If Tver truly wanted to become the Dark Lord, he wouldn't need to sacrifice his own interests or go through the trouble of maintaining friendly relationships with his subordinates. Even Grindelwald had been arrogant with his followers. But if Tver had no such ambitions, what was the purpose of these actions? Surely he wasn't scheming just for the sake of it. Then why did you steer the magical world's discussion toward Muggles? Has your clever mind never considered that some extreme wizards might harm Muggles because of it? Or have you failed to realize the threat Muggles pose to the wizarding world once they become aware of magic? Since his split with Grindelwald, Dumbledore had been firmly committed to protecting Muggle interests, deeply wary of power and the ruthless pursuit of goals. His caution toward Tver was rooted in this belief. Truth be told, with Tver's strength and potential, he would one day replace Dumbledore as the most powerful wizard in the world. At that point, Dumbledore would have no means of stopping him. So, Dumbledore had to make sure that Tver had no desire to harm either Muggles or wizards and that he wouldn't lead the magical world down a path to its destruction. Yes, Dumbledore had realized that Muggle technology threatened Wizardkin's very survival. While he always protected both Muggles and wizards, he wasn't naive enough to think that Muggles didn't pose a threat. He'd always understood the treacherous nature of human hearts. But Tver felt an odd sensation inside him. Wasn't this the very idea I've been trying to convey to you? Why use it now to question me? Still, this also proved that the efforts he and his teacher had put in over the years were finally paying off. And then what? Should we keep hiding like rats in the sewers, waiting for Muggles to invent rat poison and kill us all? Since you've seen my actions, I might as well tell you, what I want to do is build a force that can resist Muggles. Tver slammed his hand on the table, rising suddenly to meet Dumbledore's stunned gaze. If the magical world must fight Muggles, we'll be the sharpest spear. If the magical world must avoid Muggle pursuit, we'll be the strongest shield. Our sole purpose is to protect the wizarding world. Thank you, Salazar, for giving me such a noble cause, Tver thought smugly. As for his subtle manipulation of the magical world's opinion and movements. Ah well, his brain had been so overloaded lately. Forgetting a few small details was normal. Ring in equal to ring in equal to. Dumbledore furrowed his brow deeply, at a loss for words. Tver's reasoning was so grand, so monumental, that it bordered on the unbelievable. If Tver said he wasn't interested in power, money, or any material gain, Dumbledore might have believed him. But working tirelessly for the future of the wizarding world, he simply couldn't bring himself to believe it. Yet, he found himself unable to refute it. He couldn't dismiss everything just because someone's intentions appeared pure, could he? Seeming to notice Dumbledore's internal struggle, Tver straightened up with a gentle composure. I know you don't understand. Honestly, nearly no one does. Why do I waste time, energy, and endure hardship doing all this? Not for fame, not for profit. What's the point? It's actually very simple. I'm doing it for myself. I'm a selfish person, but I have the foresight to see things more clearly than anyone else. He tilted his head back confidently. Not only Dumbledore, but even Fawkes was caught off guard by Tver's confidence, staring at him in stunned silence. I clearly foresee. The day will come when Muggles can use science to observe magic, decode our spells, and create mathematical models for every charm. What will wizards do then? Tver looked down at Dumbledore. Albus Dumbledore, as president of the International Confederation of Wizards, you should know that wizards formed the Confederation and established the Statute of Secrecy to protect themselves. But now, the winds of change are shifting again. Dumbledore, it's time to make a choice. Dumbledore closed his eyes and took a deep breath. This was the first time he felt such a sharp edge from Tver. Before, Tver had always appeared refined and polite, the quintessential British gentleman, playful at times, but always in control. But now, Dumbledore truly realized that the young man before him was no longer the student who needed his guidance. Both in intellect and power, he had earned the right to converse as an equal. Dumbledore opened his eyes, and all trace of condescension was gone. Yet, instead of responding with hostility, he softened his expression. The real world isn't so simple, Tver. Those who follow you all have their own agendas. They won't truly understand your vision. They follow you simply because your strength offers them something of value. Even if they began with idealism, what will happen once the war or the situation cools? They'll begin calculating their gains and losses. At that point, unless you force them into submission, all your noble ideas will fall apart. But if you oppress them with force, you'll have lost your original purpose. Seeing that Dumbledore was starting to accept his perspective, Tver sat back down calmly. I know. That's why I've always maintained friendly relations with them, trying to make them understand the crisis the magical world is facing. But as you said, if we can lead the magical world toward a better future, more and more will choose to follow us. Dumbledore remained silent for a moment. But what if the magical world chooses the conservative path? Tver hadn't actually considered that possibility. In his vision, even if most of the magical world chose to retreat, he could twist the facts in his favor. Besides, under his influence, that option wouldn't even exist. But he could play along. That's exactly why I've always sought your guidance. My mentor always pointed out the flaws in my thinking. He's always told me to learn from you, saying you're the best teacher to guide me. Tver looked at Dumbledore expectantly. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. Patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 232, Chapter 232, Dumbledore's Transformation. But Dumbledore shook his head gently. Your ideas are already impressive. There's nothing left for me to teach you. No. I'm still too inexperienced. I need guidance from someone as experienced and powerful as you, Tver quickly insisted. As if reading his mind, Dumbledore chuckled softly but still shook his head. Come now, I can hardly keep up with your thoughts these days. Besides, you wouldn't want someone overseeing you. How could that be? I'd be delighted to accept your guidance. Very well then. I'll reluctantly accept your invitation. Dumbledore said quickly, nodding seriously. Tver, _. To ensure you never entertain thoughts of harming Muggles or wizards, I'll need to keep a constant watch on your thoughts, and I may intervene in your actions when necessary. But don't worry, I'll always give you a warning first. Dumbledore smiled faintly, watching Tver, who looked stunned. Dumbledore knew he couldn't truly control Tver, especially with Voldemort on the loose, leaving him little time to focus on anything else. So, his role would be to prevent Tver from making irreparable mistakes on the bigger issues, unlike the time he and Grindelwald were blinded by ambition. As for the future of the magical world, just as Tver had said, it should be up to the wizards themselves to decide. Tver pursed his lips. He had hoped Dumbledore would offer support, but at least part of his goal was achieved. Dumbledore wouldn't stand in his way. Now, some of his plans could finally move forward. By the way, after all this talk, I still want to know that original question, Dumbledore suddenly said. What exactly are your intentions toward Muggles? Offense or defense? Tver thought for a moment, realizing now might be the right time to share some of his true thoughts with Dumbledore. I'll stick to my original answer, I don't know. You'll have to figure that out yourself. If he said it directly, Dumbledore would never agree. But if Dumbledore himself came to the conclusion of wizard-muggle integration, that would be beyond Tver's control. But I don't think either approach is ideal. Attacking Muggles would face the biggest obstacle from us wizards ourselves. As you know, Muggle-born and half-blood wizards make up the majority of the magical world. They'd be the first to oppose us harming their parents or friends. Before the war even starts, we'd be torn apart from the inside. As for defense, it's even harder. No one knows when Muggles might develop powerful weapons or detection devices. It could happen tomorrow or 100 years from now. By then, the magical world's strength, no offense, I haven't seen anyone from the younger generation with the talent of you or my teacher. In the future, the magical world's strength, especially at the top, will likely show signs of decline, while Muggle technology will continue advancing. With this shift, and the massive population gap, I can hardly see any chance of our success. Dumbledore could no longer hide his modesty. As headmaster of Hogwarts, he had long realized that while there were plenty of talented wizards in the magical world, none could match his own ability, or even Voldemort's exceptional skills. To be blunt, if Muggles truly launched a brutal war against wizards now, many wouldn't hesitate to ally with Grindelwald or Voldemort. He was sure that the intelligent ones among them wouldn't refuse. But Dumbledore couldn't shake the worry that, in the future, the only one who could fight this war might be Tver. Therefore, we must act quickly. With you, me, and the teachers in the magical world, whatever we do, facing Muggles, we'll be more confident. A sense of urgency bubbled up within Dumbledore, but he raised a hand to suppress it, quelling the feeling. From what I understand, Muggle technology isn't yet at that level. There's no need for such urgency. As a leader, composure is your greatest weapon. But you're right. The International Confederation of Wizards will hold its conference this summer. I can arrange for you to give a speech on my behalf. The magical elite needs to recognize the potential future threats. And of course, it'll save me from being labeled a stubborn old fossil. He chuckled lightly, but noticing Tver's odd expression, he asked, is something wrong? Or do you not want to step into the spotlight so soon? I've already secured the speaking spot for Britain. Tver scratched his head awkwardly. Dumbledore stared at him in silence for a moment. That little girl named Cynthia did it, didn't she? I've received plenty of praise about her from members of the British branch of the Confederation. Tver hadn't hidden his relationship with Cynthia, so he wasn't surprised Dumbledore knew about her. In fact, it would have been odd if Dumbledore didn't know. He nodded firmly. Dumbledore shook his head with a sigh. Even though I was prepared, you always manage to astonish me with your excellence. I can't say your approach is always correct, but I'm looking forward to seeing what you accomplish this summer. Ahem, please don't say that. I still have a lot to learn from you, Tver replied, feeling embarrassed. He quickly took a sip of pumpkin juice to cover up his blush. Dumbledore had complimented him multiple times tonight, and truthfully, he was starting to feel a bit heady. So he quickly brought up his own question, to avoid getting carried away with his own pride. For instance, have you studied limbo? At Dumbledore's surprised gaze, Tver proceeded to share his understanding of the realm. Only after Tver finished did Dumbledore compose himself. He paused for a moment before speaking slowly and cautiously. I never imagined you'd delve this deeply into it. I've only begun exploring the concept of death in recent years. But since you ask, we can discuss it. Limbo isn't a space where all departed souls go. In fact, only a select few ever encounter it. It's more like a loophole between life and death. Since consciousness can also create space, my theory is that consciousness itself might be the gateway to limbo. When someone is on the brink of death, if they retain strong, active consciousness, they could manifest in limbo. Dumbledore's words carried a hint of uncertainty, but Tver seemed even more certain of this theory. Of course. The limbo in the story was likely conjured by Dumbledore himself, who else could know it better than him? For the rest of their time together, Tver and Dumbledore focused entirely on this topic. As for their usual Muggle studies, they tacitly agreed not to bring them up again. Chapter 233, Chapter 233, The Mysterious Harry. By the time Tver emerged from the headmaster's office, the night had fully settled, and torches were already lit along the corridors. However, compared to previous sessions, this seminar had been considerably shorter, as the usual analysis of Muggles had been skipped. If not for that, Tver would not have crossed paths with Harry, Ron, and Neville. Ha ha ha. Potter, it's been ages since I last saw you sneaking around the castle at night. Where's your adventure taking you tonight? Peeves, holding some chalk he had found who knows where, began tossing it at Harry and his friends, sending them scattering in panic. Ron suddenly stood tall, facing Peeves with such confidence that he managed to intimidate the poltergeist for a moment. Peeves, don't think just because the Bloody Baron isn't around that no one can stop you. Harry, holding his firebolt, looked at Ron, confused. Then who? Peeves blinked his big eyes in confusion. The professors. Ron lifted his chin. I'm going to find Professor Folly right now. Peeves immediately grinned, leaving behind a trail of gleeful laughter. Ha ha. The professors have been busy lately, especially Professor Folly, he's nowhere to be seen. Neville quickly tugged at Ron's sleeve. The professors really have been busy. He hasn't taught me a single lesson since Christmas. Hear that? Even dim-witted Longbottom knows that. Looks like that Weasley kid's got less sense than him. Peeves taunted, gleefully twirling the chalk in his hands. Ever since last year, when the Bloody Baron stopped restraining him, Peeves had been able to run wild throughout the castle, causing mischief without consequence. But recently, due to the increased patrols by professors watching for Sirius Black, Peeves had toned it down slightly. Tonight, however, the professors had let their guard down, giving him the perfect chance to cause trouble. He had just been darting around the castle, scaring off several couples and even a fat rat. Now the rat was gone, but here were 3 students standing right in front of him. Peeves gripped the chalk tightly again. He hadn't hit their heads earlier, but this time, he absolutely had to. I just heard my name. Is there something you need? Tver stepped around the corner. Professor. Asterisk. Harry and the others exclaimed in surprise. Ahem, so it's our dashing Professor Folly. Roaming the castle this late, has a cute little witch got you all tangled up. Peeves was a bit stiff, but his recent streak of lawlessness had made him bolder than ever. Professor Perks, Peeves, this isn't quite proper, Tver smiled at him. I was just making a reasonable assumption, right? Peeves spun in the air, winking mischievously. Then may I conduct a reasonable test on you? Tver raised his right hand. Even without a wand, Peeves' face paled at the sight of Tver's raised hand. I'm not. Ridiculous. With a loud boom, a cloud of black mist exploded from Peeves, quickly dissipating into thin air. His figure was now fully exposed before everyone. Puffed. Ah. Puffed. Harry and the others burst into laughter. At that moment, Peeves was wearing a thick, brightly patterned red and green outfit. If there had been anyone from China present, they would have recognized it instantly, an iconic northeastern padded jacket. Tver couldn't have been more pleased with the result of his spell. Although the ridiculous curse involved complex principles, ones beyond the skill of most ordinary wizards, it was proof that he was beginning to forge his own path in creating magic. The only thing left to wonder was whether this magic could be used for harm. Like what Bulstrode had mentioned, conjuring a knife to pierce someone's heart. But Peeves, utterly embarrassed, couldn't stand it any longer. He frantically tugged at his clothes, then bolted away, disappearing down the corridor. "That's awesome, Professor!" Ron exclaimed, rushing excitedly to Tver. "This is the ridiculous spell, right?" George and the others mentioned it. "We've practiced it too, could we cast it on others like you did?" Harry and Neville also looked at the professor with admiration. "Obviously not. You can practice on dummies like George does, but the principles behind it are far too complicated for you at your level." In a good mood, Tver patted Neville's head affectionately. Now that he thought about it, Neville had the most perfectly round head, the best one to pat. Seeing the trio's excitement fade, Tver shifted the conversation. "So, what are you all doing here? I believe curfew is almost upon us." I lost the note with the password," Neville said, scratching his head sheepishly. Tver gave him a helpless look. He had already worked on Neville's talent issues, but his memory problems remained severe. Some crucial things he could remember clearly, but more mundane, non-urgent matters seemed to slip his mind. "What about you two?" Tver turned his gaze to Harry and the firebolt in his hands. "So, this is the firebolt. You finally got it." He knew Harry had been pestering Professor McGonagall for some time, trying to get the broom back. Even after Tver and Lupin had inspected it carefully, McGonagall insisted that Professor Flitwick also check the white magic on it. It wasn't unreasonable, after all. Tver excelled in dark magic, but when it came to obscure white magic, there were professors more experienced than him. Harry excitedly held up the broom, completely unaware that Tver and Lupin had taken it apart and inspected it thoroughly. "Yes. Starting tomorrow, I can use it for training. We're going to win the next tournament for sure." But then, a thought crossed his mind, and his excitement faded. Professor, could you teach me the Patronus charm?" Tver frowned. Wasn't Lupin teaching him that? "I won't take up much of your time. Just a bit of guidance, even if it means locking me in a room with a Dementor." Harry seemed to misunderstand Tver's hesitation and quickly explained. "You've seen it yourself, Professor Lupin's teaching skills are just as good as mine. Why insist on me?" Tver asked, curious. "Well, if even George and Fred could learn it, I thought you must be the better teacher," Ron said, offering a small compliment. But Harry's expression darkened with concern. "The thing is, Professor Lupin isn't in the best health." Tver gave Harry a peculiar look as he stared at the floor. It was Harry practicing the magic, not Lupin. What did his health matter? Besides, Lupin was in far better shape now than before. How could he possibly be unable to teach a simple Patronus charm? Regardless, Professor Lupin is a very competent teacher. "Would have been better if he didn't give us exams," Ron muttered under his breath. "So, it's not that I don't want to teach you, but Professor Lupin is simply a better fit for you." Seeing that the professor had spoken, Harry silently nodded in agreement. Sensing the awkward shift in the atmosphere, Ron quickly stepped forward, greeting Tver before pulling his friend back toward the common room. For the first time, Tver felt he couldn't quite figure out the protagonist. And the events of this year seemed different from the plot he remembered. It seemed like he'd need to keep a closer eye on his good students. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 234, Chapter 234, The Report on the Werewolf Bracelet. Werewolf bracelets, a new savior for the werewolves. Whether in Britain or anywhere else, whether for wizards or muggles, dealing with werewolves has always been one of the most troubling issues for society. Today, our special correspondent Rita Skeeter brings you a story that could change the werewolf situation, or perhaps just become the latest gossip. Werewolves have long been feared by wizards because of their uncontrollable transformations during the full moon. This fear persists even though they remain normal and healthy for most of the time. The author does not condemn this fear as immoral. After all, it's difficult to know if any werewolf might harbor evil intentions and deliberately approach us, intending to bite our loved ones and turn them into werewolves, or even kill them. Indeed, such incidents are not unheard of in the magical world. When well-meaning wizards repeatedly suffer harm, fear, and even hatred toward werewolves becomes inevitable. But the real issue isn't a matter of good versus evil, it's the undeniable fact of their transformation. In truth, we don't despise werewolves themselves, we fear their uncontrollable wolf form and the harm it can cause. This raises the question, if we could control werewolves in their wolf form, preventing them from harming us, would we still consider them enemies? Werewolves are wizards too. Their unfortunate transformation is not something they voluntarily chose. Each of us, or our children, might one day encounter a rabid werewolf. When that time comes, will we hate ourselves or despise our children for what they might become? Now, a magical artifact that could change this situation has appeared. This is why I write this article with such excitement. It's the werewolf bracelet, invented by Mr. Caractacus Burke, patriarch of the famous Burke family. This bracelet works during a werewolf's transformation. While it cannot keep the werewolf calm, it works more directly by detecting any urge the werewolf has to attack anyone. Once the bracelet detects this, it inflicts a soul-shaking agony on the werewolf. This pain is excruciating, but it doesn't actually harm the body. Otherwise, the Aurors would have come knocking on my door, Mr. Burke described the torment. The design was made to address the flaws of the wolfsbane potion. People fear rabid werewolves, but they fear calm werewolves even more. So, to prevent werewolves under the influence of wolfsbane from harming wizards and muggles, I've decided to suppress their malevolent intent outright. Hearing this, I was deeply moved. According to Mr. Burke, his bracelet was designed to compensate for the wolfsbane potion's shortcomings. If werewolves could have both the bracelet and take the wolfsbane potion, the dangers of their transformed state could be nearly eliminated. However, I've learned from an anonymous senior undersecretary at the Ministry of Magic that the ministry has no intention of procuring this combination for werewolves. This reminds me of the wolfsbane potion itself. Once hailed as the savior of werewolves, it has now become a useless and unwanted item, too expensive for werewolves to afford and too burdensome for wizards to supply. I don't question the original intentions of the potion's inventor. In fact, I firmly believe Demetrius Belby deserves far more recognition. But certain authorities have been ignoring the immense efforts that both gentlemen have put into saving werewolves. I genuinely believe the ministry's current management of werewolves is overly simplistic and heavy-handed. It's as if there's a hole in their thinking, allowing any viable solution to slip through. This has, understandably, sparked the discontent of werewolves. An elite Auror, a recipient of the Order of Merlin, revealed to me that the ministry demands werewolves remain silent and has even intensified their hunts. This occurs despite the werewolves committing no legal violations, they're simply expressing their desire for healthy, normal lives. As of this writing, there are reports that some ministry officials want the minister to reconsider these two inventions. I'll continue to follow developments. Finally, I'd like to emphasize, I'm not advertising here. I genuinely hope the werewolf bracelet can transform the lives of werewolves and reshape the wizarding world. Early the next morning, owls flew into the Great Hall, delivering parcels and Rita's article. Nearby, Lupin, who had been groggy-eyed, suddenly perked up after reading it. Tver, look at this article. He excitedly waved the newspaper in front of Tver. Tver pretended to glance at it, then nodded sleepily. In truth, he had already read it 2 days ago. So, what do you think? Could the ministry really buy bracelets for werewolves? Lupin asked eagerly. Don't you already know the answer? Tver replied casually. If it was just the bracelets, the ministry might grit its teeth and buy a batch if they get a new minister. But with the ongoing cost of wolfsbane potion, Fudge would never want to shoulder that expense. Lupin sighed. He knew this logic all too well, but a part of him still held onto a faint hope that the ministry might come around. Harry and Hermione, however, wore strange expressions. Do you think Professor Lupin would wear a bracelet if he really were a werewolf? Hermione asked, casting a subtle glance at the staff table. She had long suspected Lupin was a werewolf, based on Snape's substitute teaching. But out of respect for his privacy, Hermione hadn't mentioned it before. However, after learning Harry was taking private lessons with Lupin, she felt it was time to share the information. After all, the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor was notoriously dangerous every year, even Professor Folly could be unsettling at times. Harry immediately fell into thought. I don't think I've ever seen Professor Lupin wear a bracelet or anything. But there is a slightly paler patch of skin around his right wrist. I asked him about it once, but he didn't say anything. Hermione pursed her lips, clearly dissatisfied with the answer. She yawned wearily, clearly exhausted from having to attend every class, leaving her in a constant state of exhaustion. Anyway, you need to be extra careful yourself. Harry shrugged, noncommittal. Professor Lupin might not even be a werewolf. And even if he is, Professor Folly chose to trust him, he must have his reasons. Not to mention Dumbledore. Dumbledore's what? Ron leaned in, curious. But when he spotted Hermione, he snorted and turned back. Harry helplessly watched Hermione as she buried herself in her breakfast. Their relationship had soured over the incident where Scabbers might have been eaten by Crookshanks. He found himself caught in the middle, torn between them. Class time's here. Aren't you both excited for Professor Folly's class? Harry suggested, trying to ease the tension. Puffed. Someone like her probably skipped class. She's better at exams than actual magic anyway. Humph. No need for someone's concern. My theory and practical grades are far superior to someone's. Harry. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 235, The Dueling Tournament. But sulking or not, Harry and the others still had to attend class. Especially since this was Professor Folly's defense against the dark arts. By the time Harry and Ron rushed over, Hermione was already waiting for them in the Colosseum, looking utterly baffled. "I always thought she was weird, just like that strange cat of hers," Ron muttered to Harry, glancing at Hermione, who had turned her head away. Even though Harry hadn't had any quarrels with Hermione, he couldn't help but nod in agreement. "I feel like Hermione must be hiding something from us. But even if we asked her, she wouldn't tell us. She never treated us like friends anyway. It's pointless. I don't know what you two are whispering about, but if you don't get back to your own teams, I'll make you a team of one and send you to the corner for a whole lesson of whispering." Tver appeared behind them without warning, wrapping an arm around both as he leaned down to speak. Startled, the pair flushed bright red and jogged back into the crowd amid their classmates' teasing, joining Hermione. Naturally, sandwiched between them was our chosen one. "You've been studying dueling for over half a year now, and you've even practiced quite a few duels in this arena," Tver continued. "So, what are your thoughts?" "Awesome!" Seamus shouted first. This was the first time he could use magic freely in class without hiding it, especially his own peculiar brand of magic. In other classes, his explosive talent made him peeves, a miracle he didn't cause trouble. But in dueling, he was the unstoppable Gryffindor sword of the team. Professor Folly had warned him not to get cocky about it, urging him to practice his magic more to avoid mistakes. But winning duels mattered more, didn't it? The other students, while not quite as excited, still wore broad smiles of satisfaction. After half a year of practice, they clearly felt their abilities had grown. And not just in combat. Before, their spellcasting was often criticized by Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick for lacking decisiveness and firmness. But now, even the two professors had to admit that with more dueling practice, their casting in other areas of magic had become significantly smoother. As Professor McGonagall put it, they now met the standards of fifth-year students before Professor Folly arrived. This assessment made them look at the current fifth years with a hint of disdain. Little did they know that, due to a deeper understanding of magical principles, the upperclassmen had made even greater progress than they had. Tver clapped his hands in satisfaction, silencing their chatter as they shared their thoughts. "Excellent. I trust you've grasped why I've prioritized dueling in this year's curriculum. However, I now need you to recall something crucial mentioned during the very first lesson of this term, my lesson, of course." He paused, eyeing them. "Do you remember?" The students exchanged puzzled glances, whispering among themselves about what the professor could possibly mean. How much could they possibly remember from half a year ago? Besides, their first defense against the dark arts class this term had been taught by Professor Lupin. If it was about Professor Snape in women's clothing, well, that was etched into their souls. "Are you referring to the dueling tournament?" Hermione lifted her slightly haggard little face. "Exactly." Tver immediately answered loudly. The students didn't dwell on their failure to answer, their eyes growing brighter as they fixed them on the professor. A dueling tournament. The moment had come to prove they weren't any weaker than the professors. Over the next few lessons, you will form teams and participate in an interclass dueling tournament. Opponents will be randomly assigned by draw, and the competition will proceed through a knockout tournament. Furthermore, this tournament permits the use of any magic learned in class, remember, only what was taught in class. Dark magic is strictly forbidden, including even the most vicious jinx and hex. Of course, if any student has independently mastered advanced spells typically taught to upperclassmen, their use is permitted. He paused, letting the students digest that. But be warned, any fatal mistake will end your journey in this tournament. Therefore, treat this with utmost seriousness. Give 200% effort and leave no regrets. Tver's solemn warning instantly dampened the students' excitement. They exchanged glances with other teams, strategizing how to secure victory if matched against them. The elimination format was somewhat arbitrary, the draw results could easily influence student rankings. But the champion, regardless of opponents, should ultimately prevail. Moreover, this was the most time-efficient method Tver could devise. Naturally, Hogwarts dueling tournament could never rival Durmstrang's as the school's premier event. Thus, matches could only occur during class hours, with only the final year-level competition spilling over into the weekend. As for classes, his own lessons barely took up a quarter of the schedule. Naturally, he'd prefer to slack off, make things more efficient. After all, 5th and 7th years had crucial exams to prepare for, and other students' final exams couldn't be delayed. Once the students accepted the tournament rules and looked at each other with fighting spirit, Tver waved his wand. Instantly, each team's representative names appeared above their heads. Then he waved again into the air. The names immediately swirled together, mixing and blending. This wasn't truly a draw, as Tver could manipulate the match pairings. But for him, there was absolutely no need to do so, making the pairings genuinely random. Even if Harry didn't want to face Seamus and the others. Watching Harry's name combine with Seamus's in the air, Ron's face instantly clouded over. We're screwed. We're up against Seamus. Just guarding against his magic turning into explosions at random will drain us dry. Hermione rolled her eyes impatiently, but a hint of seriousness also appeared on her face. But Harry's worries extended beyond Seamus and his team. He glanced furtively at Hermione, who was yawning, and Ron, who looked dejected. It wasn't that they were weaker than Seamus, but the unpredictability of fighting Seamus, combined with Ron and Hermione's current state and relationship, left him feeling decidedly uneasy. Especially the latter, he seriously doubted the two wouldn't start fighting each other first during the match. Chapter 236, The Official Match. Soon, the roster for the class competition was finalized, and Tver moved briskly to organize the venue. With so many students competing in teams, even if he took over every defense against the dark arts lesson, there would still be no way to finish all the matches before exam month arrived. So he conjured a golden membrane, dividing the dueling arena into 7 sections, just enough to accommodate everyone at once. As for whether the space was too small and might limit the students' performance, that was overthinking it. Even with his guidance, how much could third-year students really manage? After assigning each team to its designated area, Tver used black cloth to separate them from their opponents. Once everything was in place, he raised his voice and delivered his final instructions. Victory will be decided when all opposing team members are disarmed, stunned, petrified, or otherwise rendered unable to move or fight. In other words, if any of their teammates still have the strength to lift a counter curse or continue fighting, the match goes on. After the first round, 7 teams will remain. That means in the second round, 1 team will receive a bye and enjoy a full period of rest in the next class. Only the team that defeats its opponents the fastest will earn that privilege. So don't go easy on your classmates. After confirming that the protective measures within the golden membrane were fully secured, Tver glanced around. Every student was watching him with bright, eager eyes, anticipation thick in the air. Enough talk. On the count of 3, the black cloth will fall, and the match will begin. Harry hurriedly wiped the sweat from his palms, tightened his grip on his holly wand, and took a deep breath. As for Hermione and Ron, their barely concealed hostility toward each other was what truly made him nervous. 3. Just saying, don't you dare drag us down, Hermione said, lifting her wand. 2. What a joke. Harry and I worked together perfectly. If it weren't for the two of us, Ron cut himself off mid-sentence. 1. So you still have to rely on me. Hermione declared smugly, firing off a flash of red light. In her calculation, the instant the black cloth fell, the spell would shoot straight across the center line and secure the opening strike. Begin. As expected, the moment the black cloth dropped, Seamus's side was caught off guard. The professor had mentioned this tactic before, but actually pulling it off was far too difficult. Their spell casting wasn't stable enough, the timing was always off, either too fast or too slow. There was no way to calculate it precisely. After a brief moment of chaos, they were immediately forced onto the defensive. Ron, on the other hand, looked anything but pleased. He puffed out his cheeks and hid behind Harry, leaving Harry to block the incoming spells. Then, from behind cover, Ron snapped off a sharp stunning spell that nearly struck their strongest opponent, Seamus. See. If it weren't for Harry, do you think you could attack this comfortably? He shot back indignantly. Harry struggled to maintain his shield charm, hands full, wishing he could turn around and punch both of them. I'm the one doing the attacking here. As if hearing his thoughts, Seamus and the others noticed something odd about their opponents. 2 attackers and 1 defender. Harry Potter alone can't possibly hold off Seamus's magic, Padma Patil analyzed quickly. So we leave the offense to Seamus and focus everything on Potter. They'll be the first to fall. Michael Corner didn't even bother responding. He immediately began interfering with Harry's movements, deliberately sending spells wide to draw Harry's attention. Of course, it was also possible he genuinely missed. Either way, Harry's attention was pulled away. Given Hermione and Ron's current state, Harry had taken on full defensive duty. He couldn't help worrying that one of those stray spells might hit them. What he didn't see was that the two of them had already, without a word, taken shelter neatly behind his back. Ron casually fired back a spell, then frowned at Hermione. Aren't you always bragging about how strong you are? Then why are you hiding back here? Then why are you hiding? Hermione snapped back, returning both the spell and the accusation. Because I'm not as strong as you. Ron said righteously, hands planted on his hips. Hermione stared at him, completely speechless. With the pressure suddenly eased, Seamus's luck finally came into play. A spell that had gone wide slammed into the ground and exploded violently. Purely in terms of power, it didn't leave much of a mark on the floor, which Tver had deliberately reinforced beforehand. But the sudden blast still startled Harry and the other 2. Perfect chance. Without any need for coordination, the 3 on Seamus's side chose to attack at the same time. 3 flashes of red light shot straight toward Harry. Before he could even react, Hermione and Ron sprang aside with practiced agility, watching as Harry was struck head-on by 3 disarming charms. And at that exact moment, Hermione and Ron's spells also took effect on the opposing side. Seamus suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet ripple and surge. The momentary triumph on their faces vanished as all 3 of them stumbled. In that split second, Hermione's stunning spell hit Seamus squarely. He went down hard and, in the process, knocked over the 2 teammates behind him as well. Lying on his back, the last thing Seamus saw before losing consciousness was the blinding sunlight above, and Harry's wand flying toward him. He never got the chance to catch it. Moments later, Michael and Padma, already down, were finished off by follow-up stunning spells. The 3 of them ended up piled together, fast asleep. Very nice coordination, Tver said, suddenly appearing beside Hermione and Ron with a thoughtful smile. The transfiguration itself wasn't particularly strong, but it cleverly exploited the weakness of the feat to achieve the best result. Well, it's actually the spot on my soles where George and Fred used to tickle me when we were kids, Ron admitted sheepishly, scratching his head. And you, Hermione, Tver continued, you took advantage of their tight formation perfectly. Instead of choosing the fastest disarming charm, you went with a stunning spell that had more impact, bringing all 3 down at once. Hermione immediately lifted her chin, though the dark circles under her eyes were now almost on par with Tver's, making the gesture look more amusing than proud. Harry, still lying on the ground, stared at them helplessly. Maybe help me up first. As the first team to be eliminated, Seamus and the others received Tver's personal attention as he lifted the spells on them. That didn't exactly make them feel much better. It's okay, Padma said gently, trying to comfort her teammates. I think even a professor must have gone through failures when they weren't strong enough yet. Tver, who hadn't gone far, immediately turned back. Sorry to disappoint you, he said calmly. I've never failed in the first round. In fact, I've never lost a battle against students of the same year. The remaining matches wrapped up one after another. Just as Tver had anticipated, the team format sometimes balanced out differences in overall strength. At the same time, it could also dilute the impact of standout individuals, causing some genuinely excellent students to be eliminated. Even so, choosing a team was itself part of the test. What Tver was emphasizing now was teamwork, not individual bravado. All right. The team receiving a bye in the next round will be Harry's team. Winning teams, don't get carried away. You still have a long road ahead of you. Losing teams, don't be discouraged. Identifying your own problems is just as important. For example, Seamus. Next time, I want to see you fight using your real strength, not relying on luck. Unless, of course, you can fully control your unique talent. And one last reminder, Tver added with a smile. I'll allow you to cry for a bit after losing, but I absolutely won't allow anyone to skip my next class. The students immediately huddled together, bursting into laughter. The gloom of defeat faded away in an instant. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 237, Chapter 237, Tver in a good mood. Spring sunlight finally reached Hogwarts. In just one short week, it swept away the dampness and chill that had long clung to the castle. At the same time, the dueling tournament was unfolding across the school in full swing. Of course, no matter how loudly they protested or how many tactics they tried, Tver still refused to let first- and second-year students take part, purely for reasons of ability. Most of them could barely cast even a basic combat spell properly. If they were thrown into the arena, swapping their wands for wooden clubs might honestly have been more effective. As for the older students, they were naturally overjoyed. Counting last year's statue incident, they had already been through plenty of combat-related training. Still, what they truly longed for was real, head-on combat, especially proper wizard duels. Otherwise, the students wouldn't have turned the arena into the go-to place for settling disputes in the first place. It wasn't that there were so many genuine grudges. They just wanted an excuse to indulge themselves. Now, with an official and openly sanctioned dueling tournament that was also tense and thrilling, the enthusiasm of the entire student body had been ignited. Tver's reputation, which had taken a noticeable hit earlier due to his habit of slacking off, finally began to recover. Of course, that also had a lot to do with Lupin's outstanding teaching lately. He had grown thoroughly dissatisfied with the Ministry of Magic's inaction regarding werewolves and desperately wanted to help the werewolf children he had encountered before, as well as the kind-hearted werewolf wizards still struggling in society. Especially after a friendly discussion between Tver and Dumbledore, the Board of Governors unanimously decided to fully admit all eligible werewolf children into Hogwarts. This wasn't without precedent. Aside from Lupin himself, there had been another werewolf student at Hogwarts 10 years ago, a girl named Chiara Loboska. According to Lupin, Professor Snape began refining the Wolfsbane potion precisely for that young witch. This is official canon. I just find it interesting, so I'm sharing it. Tver, however, always felt that the fact she ended up in Hufflepuff rather than Gryffindor accounted for most of it. In the end, it had been concerns over the Board of Governors and the uncontrollable nature of werewolves that stopped Dumbledore from fully opening Hogwarts doors to werewolf children, all for the safety of the other students. Now, with Tver's help, both problems were resolved. They even managed to weaken Voldemort in the process. So the moment Tver made the proposal, Dumbledore agreed without hesitation. If Tver's methods for requesting funding hadn't been so clumsy, Dumbledore might have even been tempted to pay for the werewolf bracelets out of his own pocket. As a result, Lupin had long been eager to carry out the plan Tver had so kindly helped him devise. Unfortunately, out of a sense of responsibility toward his students, he still had to remain at Hogwarts and teach defense against the dark arts for another half-year. Because of that, he held nothing back, showcasing his skill and presence as the second-best defense against the dark arts professor to the students. With one rising as the other fell, if the dueling tournament hadn't pulled back a fair number of fence-sitters, Tver's title as the best would have been in real danger. With the weekend approaching, however, the students temporarily set aside their passion for dueling. The Quidditch match was about to begin. More importantly, Harry Potter had obtained the most advanced broomstick in the world, the Firebolt. Yes. No matter how many times Gryffindor's Quidditch captain would try to stress discretion, news of the Firebolt still spread to every corner of the school. Which meant that the upcoming Gryffindor vs. Ravenclaw match would be the Firebolt's very first appearance at Hogwarts. It was like a Muggle supercar. While the result of the match certainly mattered, for a significant number of students, simply seeing the Firebolt in action mattered even more. So, with the weather looking particularly pleasant that day, Tver appeared in the stands in a relaxed mood. He was gradually getting the hang of the transfiguration technique Salazar had left behind. Even more pleasantly surprising were the unconventional magical theories Salazar had included as well. These ideas were practically uncharted territory in the modern wizarding world, especially when it came to the unrestrained, imaginative side of transfiguration. The unexpected windfall put Tver in such a good mood that a faint smile had lingered on his face since morning. "Professor, you seem especially happy today," Cedric asked tentatively. In today's match, George and Fred were playing for Gryffindor, while Davies was on Ravenclaw's side. So Cedric had left the Hufflepuff section and moved over to sit with Ravenclaw, planning to show some support. Of course, for Cho Chang. As for Davies. Who was that, again? Tver was completely unaware of Cedric's little thoughts. The reason he was sitting with Ravenclaw today was simply because of an invitation from Professor Flitwick, who hoped it would give a bit of encouragement to a house that wasn't exactly known for athletic prowess. What no one knew was that Tver had always shown little interest in anything outside magical study, sports included. That was also why his build wasn't nearly as sturdy as that of other Durmstrang students. "It is quite nice," Tver replied, not bothering to deny it. "Then may I ask you something?" Cedric's eyes immediately lit up. After 2.5 years of observation, the students had more or less figured out the professor's habits. Ordinary classroom questions could be asked anytime. But once a question went beyond the syllabus, the answer depended entirely on the professor's mood. If his mood was average, he would usually point them toward a few books and let them work it out themselves, right or wrong being their own responsibility. But when the professor was in an exceptionally good mood, especially after certain banquets, any question asked would receive an extremely detailed answer. "I was wondering," Cedric said, "why is it that spells like ridiculous, or other spells that act directly on people, encounter resistance? And what does that resistance actually mean for us?" Tver glanced at Cedric in surprise. That was not an easy question. "Let me give you an example," he said. "If you wanted to put a dress on Davies, what's the difference between using ridiculous and knocking him out with a stunning spell first, then conjuring a dress and changing him into it?" The surrounding students shuddered immediately. If those words hadn't come from the handsome Professor Fawley, their imaginations would have gone to some very strange places. Cedric, however, fell into deep thought, clearly taking the question seriously. "Unconsciousness," he finally ventured after a long pause, his answer uncertain. "Ridiculous doesn't require him to be unconscious, but the other method does." "So why is that?" Tver pressed. Because Davies would resist." "Exactly." Tver exclaimed, clearly pleased, just as the match officially began. "It's the will to resist. By personally changing his clothes, you're directly violating his will. That's why your ridiculous often has such a hard time working on people. Unless you find a way around that wall of will, you're forced to use brute force to break straight through it." In reality, it wasn't quite that simple. It was closer to a wizard's inherent resistance to magic. For most wizards, it functioned like a passive trait. You either had it, or you didn't. But for Tver now, this was precisely the field he was actively exploring. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 238, A Wronged Malfoy. Watching Cedric sink into deep thought, Tver didn't interrupt him. Instead, he turned his attention to the Quidditch match, which he honestly didn't understand all that well. He'd only explained that much earlier because he happened to be in a good mood. To put it bluntly, this was a topic most adult wizards had never even considered, let alone a student like Cedric. Still, outstanding students always received a professor's special attention, and they were expected to put in the effort worthy of that attention. Harry Potter's firebolt has completely stolen the spotlight today. If you ask me, Potter should have done a victory lap around the pitch before the match even started. Jordan shouted excitedly from the commentary box. Jordan, what the audience actually wants is information about the match itself, Professor McGonagall's sharp reminder echoed through the enchanted microphone. That small interruption did nothing to stop Gryffindor from building an 80-point lead, even though Harry, as Seeker, couldn't directly contribute much to his team's scoring. In truth, Ravenclaw had simply been stunned for a moment by the Firebolt's overwhelming performance. Especially when compared to Cho Chang's Comet 260, the difference was so stark that her broom looked barely faster than a crawling turtle. After a while, though, Ravenclaw recovered from the shock. Taking advantage of Gryffindor's momentary overconfidence, they scored 3 goals in quick succession and narrowed the gap. The match gradually settled into a stalemate. Unable to follow the finer details of the game, Tver could only take amusement from Jordan's increasingly outrageous commentary. Still, he noticed something else. To counter Harry's firebolt, Ravenclaw had resorted to a rather desperate tactic. After several attempts, Cho Chang completely gave up on searching for the golden snitch. Instead, she made use of Harry's gentlemanly instincts, repeatedly placing herself in his flight path to block him and buy time for her team. Of course, it wasn't as if Cho Chang had many other options. But Tver cast a strange glance at Cedric, who was still deep in thought. He couldn't help wondering whether the two of them were actually dating, and whether the Seeker, who had once defeated Harry, had ever imagined such a scene playing out. Suddenly, a gasp swept through the crowd. Not only Tver, but even Cedric was jolted back to attention. Harry was still speeding forward, but he pulled out his wand mid-flight and fired a streak of silver light toward 3 tall, black shapes on the ground. No, one enormous shape. A stag. Tver recognized the Patronus instantly. Those with antlers were stags. Those without were does. As for its opponent, that was far stranger. Even from a distance, Tver knew it wasn't a Dementor. If they'd paid even minimal attention in class, they would know this much at least: Dementors have hands, but no feet. No matter what, it was a fully formed Patronus. With its embodiment of joy, it celebrated Harry's capture of the golden snitch and Gryffindor's victory. Unlike the crowd surging toward the Gryffindor players, Tver let out a quiet sigh and walked calmly to the edge of the pitch, approaching the heap of so-called Dementors. Malfoy, Crabbe, Goyle, and Slytherin's team captain, Marcus Flint. It was obvious now that the earlier scare had been staged by these 4. Professor, Malfoy said first as he crawled out from beneath the robes, his head lowered in shame. Professor McGonagall came striding over, fury written all over her face. A disgraceful trick. Despicable and cowardly, trying to sabotage Gryffindor's Seeker. Even if Professor Snape were standing here, I would still give every one of you detention and deduct 50 points from Slytherin. Her hair was slightly disheveled, whether from anger or excitement at the victory was hard to say. But the fury in her voice left the 4 Slytherins utterly unable to argue. May I take responsibility for Draco Malfoy's detention? Tver said suddenly. Oh. Still seething, Professor McGonagall only now noticed Tver standing beside her. Of course. Then the other 3. They can be handed over to Professor Snape, Tver replied calmly, his gaze never leaving Malfoy, who still hadn't lifted his head. Very well. Professor McGonagall glanced between the two of them with a strange expression. You 3, come with me. Once they hurried away, the pitch gradually fell quiet as the students dispersed. The Gryffindors, it seemed, had moved their celebrations back to the common room. To be honest, forget your father. Even I feel ashamed of what you did this time. Tver's tone was perfectly calm. There was no trace of shame in it at all. If anything, it sounded as though he were speaking to a complete stranger. Draco didn't know why, but a sudden panic rose in his chest. No, Professor, it's my fault. I'm the one who should be punished. I shouldn't have. I really shouldn't have. Tver watched quietly as Draco babbled in a fluster, words tumbling over each other. And your reason? He asked flatly. Or have your thoughts really become this childish? Draco froze, his words catching in his throat. He stole a glance at the professor's expression and pressed his lips together. I just wanted to scare Potter. So that's how you came up with such a brilliant plan as pretending to be Dementors? Tver said mockingly. Even though you don't even know that Dementors don't have feet. I do know, Draco muttered in a small voice. It's just that the others couldn't hide it properly. Tver let out a humorless laugh. You see Harry as your rival. Honestly, I'm glad to see the two of you competing in a fair environment. It benefits both you and Harry. But look at yourself. Harry practiced the Patronus charm, a spell of that level, to overcome his fear. And you? You can only rely on such clumsy tricks to interfere with a fair match. Draco, is this really the manners your family taught you? Where has your pride gone? Tver said, exasperated, as if iron truly could not be forged into steel. With every word, Malfoy's head dropped lower. In the end, his shoulders trembled slightly. After a moment, he suddenly lifted his head, staring straight at Tver with reddened eyes. But why do they get to misunderstand me? I didn't. My father didn't either. We never accused that whatever animal it was. They pushed all the blame onto me. Even Goyle and the others think I'm always scheming and plotting. Tears pooled in his eyes, held back only by sheer stubbornness. Is it just because I'm a Malfoy? Just because my father was once a Death Eater? Why? I want to know why too, he shouted hoarsely. Tver paused. In truth, the reason he valued Draco at all was because, as the heir to the Malfoy family, he was far more malleable than members of other pureblood families, especially those that openly represented the Death Eater faction. To be frank, Lucius had his own calculations and was far too driven by profit and self-interest. Choosing him had been something Tver did out of necessity. But his son, Draco, was much better than him. Have you ever asked yourself why Goyle and Crabbe are willing to follow you without hesitation? It's because of the Malfoy in your name. When you enjoy the honor that name brings, you must also shoulder its responsibility. That's something every one of us has to face. You think being misunderstood is unfair. But what about Harry? Doesn't he also carry the title of savior on his back? Draco sniffed. He couldn't help feeling that the professor was right. His lips trembled, and he lowered his head again. Then what about you, Professor? I've always wanted to become someone like you, someone people admire. But I never see you carrying any burdens. Tver chuckled softly, reached out, and patted Draco on the head. He leaned in and spoke quietly by his ear. Because I'm not the same as you, Draco. My glory was never earned through my bloodline. I've always relied on myself. What's great isn't pure blood. It's me. And only me. Chapter 239, Detention. Draco Malfoy stood there, mouth agape, utterly stunned by Tver's words. His eyes unconsciously followed Tver's movements as he watched him straighten up, still dazed. Ever since he was a child, Draco had been taught that from the very moment he was born, the blood flowing through his veins carried nearly 1,000 years of Malfoy honor. Everything about his upbringing told him to take pride in the Malfoy family, to take pride in his pureblood lineage. And that had always matched reality. Born with a silver spoon in his mouth, wherever he went, as long as he revealed himself as the Malfoy heir, he was met with endless flattery and deference. Yet now, someone was telling him that strength could exist without relying on bloodline. That obsession with bloodline could even obscure what true strength really was. Draco's emotions twisted into a knot. On one side was everything he had been taught since childhood. On the other was the living legend he had seen with his own eyes. He felt lost. Even a little afraid. Which direction was he supposed to walk in from here? As if sensing his inner turmoil, Tver reached out and lightly patted his shoulder. Don't see your identity as a burden. Enjoy it. Use it. Let it support you while you fully develop your own talent. If your strength isn't enough yet, trying to distance yourself from your family will only invite criticism. But once you're strong enough, no one will care about your relationship with your family anymore. Draco finally felt his racing thoughts settle. He sneaked a glance at Tver, then looked at him with open anticipation. Professor, can you teach me how to become stronger? That depends on you. I'll work hard. Malfoy clenched his fist, his resolve visibly firming. No, Tver said with a soft laugh. What I mean is, you'll need to start by serving your detention. Malfoy choked, momentarily speechless. He had almost forgotten about that part. Still, in a way, it was a blessing. The castle was currently full of Gryffindors celebrating their Quidditch victory. Some of the younger students weren't satisfied with staying in their common room. They insisted on showing off in front of students from other houses, especially Slytherin. As Malfoy followed the professor back toward the castle and eventually toward the common room, they ran into no fewer than 3 groups of little lions eager to flaunt themselves in front of him. With the professor present, they didn't dare get too close. They only laughed loudly from afar, even imitating the way Malfoy, wrapped in his black robes, had been scared senseless and knocked to the ground by the Patronus. Professor, Malfoy said quietly from behind, testing the waters as much as trying to distract both himself and Tver. The spell Potter used earlier, that was the Patronus charm, right? Only now did he truly realize just how crude and foolish his little scheme had been. Yes, Tver replied, nodding thoughtfully. Even without the title of savior, Harry's talent in spellcasting was undeniable. More importantly, the effort he put in was the real foundation of his strength. Yet so many people took that talent and effort for granted. Just like Draco himself. When he performed well, it was seen as only natural. When he faltered, he was mocked. Seen that way, the two of them were actually quite similar. The difference was that Harry had Dumbledore's guidance, allowing him to grow into a true savior. And you? Tver glanced back at Draco, who was walking with his head lowered, lost in thought. With my guidance, what will you grow into? The Patronus charm is extremely advanced magic. Harry was able to learn it because he genuinely wanted to overcome his fear. So I hope you study magic for your own sake, not just to compete with him out of spite. Draco gave a faint, sulky pout. That wolf. Lupin could teach Potter the Patronus charm. I just think that spell isn't really that amazing. He almost let it slip. He knew about the connection between the professor and Lupin. Otherwise, he wouldn't have paid Lupin so much attention in the first place, let alone noticed his werewolf identity. If he accidentally blurted it out and caused Lupin to lose his job, then forget about most of the students in the castle. Even the professor would end up hating him. Tver chuckled softly, not surprised at all that Lupin's identity had been exposed. Snape's pettiness had its uses after all, and Hogwarts was never short of clever students. It was just that Lupin's excellence had made them all keep quiet. Being able to acknowledge someone else's excellence is a necessary step toward becoming strong, even if that person is your enemy. And besides, Lupin is your professor now. Professor Lupin. Professor Lupin is excellent, Draco hurriedly added, then quickly piled on, but I still think you're the most outstanding of all. Even if you say that, I'm not reducing your detention, Tver replied calmly. He suddenly stopped walking, nearly causing Draco to bump straight into him. Knock, knock, knock. Tver tapped lightly on the door 3 times. Lupin soon opened his office door. I didn't expect you to really get involved with students. He frowned and glanced at Draco standing behind Tver. Wait. You're not planning to use him as detention, are you? Isn't it perfect? Tver raised an eyebrow with a smile. It eases your workload and punishes Draco at the same time. So that's why you suddenly cared so much, Lupin muttered, curling his lips before turning back into the office. Not long after, he returned carrying a large bag. Everything's in here, including the upper year ones, he said, still eyeing Draco suspiciously. If he helps out, aren't you worried something might go wrong? Don't worry. I'll supervise personally. Nothing will happen. Tver took the bag and waved Draco along as they headed back to his own office. Draco listened to the exchange in complete confusion. It wasn't until they entered the professor's office and he'd finished a glass of pumpkin juice that he finally asked, curiosity getting the better of him. Professor, what exactly is my punishment? A bad feeling crept up in his chest. Lupin might not like him much, but his professional ethics were solid. If even Lupin thought this punishment wasn't suitable for him. Could it be dangerous? Draco's face went pale at once, though with his naturally fair complexion, it wasn't very noticeable. Feeling scared now? Tver said with an amused smile as he untied the bag. Don't worry. It's not dangerous, but it is very difficult. You'd better prepare yourself mentally. He pulled out a thick stack of exam papers and placed them in front of Draco. Grade all of the students' papers from this week. Try to finish within 2 days. Otherwise, you'll be staying up late. One more thing. Since this is punishment, I won't be giving you an answer key. Draco's lips trembled as he stared blankly at the ever-growing pile of papers. By the time Tver finished pulling them out, they had completely blocked the professor's face. But I don't have enough knowledge to grade these properly. That's your problem, Tver said, pointing to the full set of textbooks laid out on the desk. You can consult these, and I'll answer questions that the books don't cover. But keep this in mind. If your grading has too many mistakes or omissions, your detention will continue next week. Looking at the professor's gentle smile, Draco felt as if he'd fallen straight into an ice pit. Professor, I don't want to study anymore. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 240, Black Strikes Twice. The content of the students' exam papers was actually fairly basic. Even the more advanced material mostly stayed at the level of concepts. And that, coincidentally, was exactly what suited Draco best. Although much of it clearly went beyond his current knowledge, it was important to remember that for truly outstanding students, textbook material alone was never enough. What's more, Draco hadn't even fully mastered what was already in the textbooks. That was why Tver deliberately used this method, helping him quickly build a solid theoretical foundation. Only with that foundation would Draco have the chance to learn more advanced and deeper magic. Draco's talent, however, was closer to a blend of Harry and Hermione's. He had respectable spellcasting ability and a decent grasp of theory, but in any single area, he still fell short of either of them. So he spent the entire evening scratching his head in frustration. By the time curfew was approaching, he had managed to grade less than a third of the papers. Most of those were from third-year students or below. You should head back now. Looks like you'll need to put in a bit more effort, Tver said. As for whether this carries over into next week or turns into an all-nighter, that depends on the quality of your work. He patted the stack of graded papers. Draco's shoulders sagged as he wearily set down the quill in his right hand and the fourth-year textbook in his left. For the first time, he truly understood just how exhausting it was to study under a professor like this. The textbook material alone was difficult enough, but the professor kept extending beyond it, leaving him even more confused and overwhelmed. If Percy were here, he would, for once, wholeheartedly agree with him. "Good night, Professor," Draco muttered as he staggered out of the office, nearly bumping into the doorframe. Tver chuckled, tidied up his desk, and picked up the papers Draco had graded to review them. As expected, this was far easier than grading everything himself. Next school year, whether the new colleague turned out to be Moody or Little Barty, neither of them would be easy to deal with. At the very least, they wouldn't be like Lupin, helping him grade papers. Multiple-choice questions could be handed over to the training dummy, but the large number of subjective, essay-style questions would still eat up a great deal of his time. Now, with Draco around, the workload dropped sharply. He could reduce his own burden while also laying a foundation for Draco's future. Perfect. Tver, in high spirits, sipped pumpkin juice and ate cauldron cakes. He had deliberately borrowed a large batch from Dumbledore earlier. As for the exam papers, they floated up one by one in front of him, unfolding upright. Once he finished reviewing a paper, any mistakes or omissions were automatically circled in ink and sorted to the side. This was probably the easiest late night he'd ever had. Though, for him, it hardly even counted as staying up late. Especially since, after finishing all the reviews, it was still earlier than his usual bedtime. That left Tver not quite sure what to do next. He wasn't sleepy, but there wasn't really enough time to get into a book either. Too much time to waste, too little to use properly. The unexpected sense of ease left him feeling oddly at a loss. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, a set of hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. They stopped abruptly. Then came a knock on his office door. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking was urgent, yet restrained. "What is it, Percy?" Tver opened the door at once and found Percy standing there, panting heavily. Professor, Black broke into the Gryffindor common room. Tver stared at him in surprise. How did Black get in? Where is he now? Was he caught? After taking a moment to catch his breath, Percy finally managed to respond. Black has the passwords. He got hold of the note Neville Longbottom wrote them on. As for how he got it, we don't know. And we still don't know where Black is now, so Professor McGonagall sent me to ask you to come over. Then let's go. Tver followed Percy, listening as he explained what had happened that night. No one knew how Sirius Black managed it, but he had broken into the castle and obtained Neville's lost note, which contained an entire week's worth of passwords. When he appeared in Harry's dormitory holding a dagger, Ron noticed him and scared him off. Scared him off? Tver asked, his tone odd. Most likely because he couldn't find Peter Pettigrew and had no choice but to leave. But Percy misunderstood his expression. Yeah, and that's what makes it strange. If Black really wanted to hurt Harry, given the strength it took to escape from Azkaban, wouldn't it have been easier to just attack directly? Honestly, a few third-year students couldn't have stopped him. So why run away? If he was worried about his own safety, wouldn't it have been better not to come to Hogwarts at all? Percy lowered his head, deep in thought, but it was clearly a question he couldn't answer for now. When Tver entered the Gryffindor common room, several professors were already there. Even more noticeable, however, were the exhausted young witches and wizards. Hermione in the corner was especially striking, her head bobbing up and down as if she were nodding off while fishing. Tver, I need your help. Professor McGonagall spotted him immediately. At your service. Dumbledore has taken Snape and the others to search the castle. We need to search Gryffindor Tower as quickly as possible, Professor McGonagall said, addressing the other professors as well. I'll take the boys' dormitories with Tver. Lupin stepped forward at once. Professor McGonagall glanced back and forth between the two of them with mild confusion, but she didn't dwell on it. She nodded and led Professor Burbage and Professor Sprout toward the girls' dormitories. Let's go, Lupin said seriously, striding off in the opposite direction. He searched each dormitory with unusual urgency, his focus sharp as he checked room after room. Tver, on the other hand, did the exact opposite. He grabbed a blanket, lifted it, put it back, lifted it again, put it back. Then lifted it one last time. Good. Black definitely hadn't been sleeping here. Tver. Lupin snapped, clearly displeased with his lackadaisical attitude. What are you doing? Black could be hiding here. And what are you doing? Tver leaned lazily against a bedpost. You should know better than I do. The passage by the Whomping Willow is the place where Black is most likely to appear. Then what exactly are you searching for? Black. Or your own heart? Lupin fell silent. He lowered his wand, then sat down heavily in a chair, staring out the window at the clear night sky. I'm not trying to excuse Black, he said quietly. I just want to know what he's really after. This is the second time he's broken into the castle, but I think you've realized it too. He never intended to hurt Harry. He even prepared a Christmas gift for him. That's why I need the truth, Lupin said firmly. I want to know what really happened back then. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 241, Lupin's Thoughts. Tver was not surprised by Lupin's persistence. Among the original group of 4, James Potter was dead, Sirius Black had been thrown into Azkaban, and Peter Pettigrew had faked his own death, hiding away as a rat. Only Lupin remained. He lived on in the open, despite being a werewolf, yet his situation was no better than that of his former companions. Before coming to Hogwarts, there were no ordinary wizards left in this world willing to associate with a werewolf like him. To Lupin, all his friends were already gone. That kind of loneliness hurt him far more than a life spent drifting from place to place. That was why, once he noticed something strange about Sirius, he became desperate to uncover the truth. Ideally, he wanted to find evidence that could clear Sirius's name. Why don't you just ask Sirius directly? Tver asked. Lupin shook his head. I can't trust him yet, and he may not trust me either. If we meet now, the chances of a conflict are far greater than the chances of a calm conversation. And after the 2 incidents, I realized that Black clearly had opportunities to break into the castle, but he wasn't targeting Harry at all. Instead, he was trying to get into the Gryffindor common room, or more precisely, this dormitory. That means he's searching for something, not trying to hurt anyone. So I need to find it before anyone else does and figure out Black's true objective. If he was framed, then this could be the evidence to clear him. And if he had other intentions, then this will be proof of his guilt. Tver understood. Lupin's talent and insight were undeniable. Just from Sirius's actions and his understanding of him, he had almost pieced together the truth. So, I don't even know what Sirius is looking for. Why are you dragging me into this? Tver snapped. With a helpless sigh, Lupin stood up from his chair. You're clearly capable. Can't you help me out? The problem was that what Sirius was searching for was Peter Pettigrew. Tver had already scanned the entire area earlier and found no trace of that little rat. Based on what he had overheard from Harry and the others, Peter had already found a way to escape from the student dormitory. At this rate, even if they tore the place apart, they wouldn't uncover anything useful. Lupin had come to the same conclusion. What is there in a student dormitory anyway? Books. He gestured toward the textbooks casually scattered across the desk. Meow. A large ginger cat suddenly darted inside. Its slightly chubby body did nothing to slow it down, and it moved with surprising agility. The moment it spotted Tver and Lupin in the dormitory, it bolted right back out again. Pets. Lupin murmured, sensing that he might finally be on the right track. From that point on, during the continued search, he deliberately shifted his focus to the pets kept in the dormitory building. Just as Tver had predicted, neither Black nor Peter was among them. After an entire night of searching, they came up empty-handed. That didn't stop the castle's gossip from shifting the very next day. The focus moved from the dueling competition to Quidditch, and finally settled squarely on Sirius Black. Because of this failed attack, security throughout the castle was immediately tightened. Dementors were, of course, forbidden from entering the school, so every moving statue and suit of armor inside the castle was pressed into service as part of the patrol. Anyone acting suspicious would be detained on the spot until a nearby professor arrived. Black was never caught, but several sneaky couples meeting in secret were. Compared to them, though, the one who truly suffered was Neville. Professor McGonagall was furious with him. He was banned from visiting Hogsmeade, and no one was allowed to tell him the common room password, meaning he had to wait outside until someone brought him in. As if that weren't enough, once his grandmother heard about it, she sent him a howler. Now, miserable and wronged, Neville not only had to endure his classmates' ridicule, but also served detention. Fortunately, Tver took the task upon himself and arranged for Neville to serve detention alongside Draco, grading exam papers. Even so, compared to Draco, Neville still lagged far behind in theoretical studies, no matter how long Tver had been teaching him. Often, by the time Draco had fully worked through an entire paper, Neville had barely managed to understand half the questions. Still, that didn't really matter. Draco had already proven that this kind of detention, combining punishment with instruction, produced excellent results. After a single weekend of studying, Draco didn't even wait for Tver to suggest it. He took the initiative to ask for the detention to be extended so he could grade even more papers. When he saw Neville, he was clearly displeased. Not because he had to serve detention with Neville, but because some of the papers had been taken away from him. Luckily, all papers from the same year level were identical. Grading 40 versus 30 only made a slight difference in familiarity. "Professor, who do you think will be facing in the third-year final?" Draco asked casually, interest lighting up his voice as he continued grading. Across from him, Tver was leisurely reading a book and didn't even look up. "You've only cleared the second round. You're already sure you'll make it to the final?" "That's a given." "I'm already prepared to win the championship," Draco said confidently, lifting his chin as his quill paused midair. Recently, he'd discovered the most effective way to use Goyle and Crabbe in matches. Ironically, the idea came from watching Potter's performance in the first round. Use Goyle and Crabbe as shields. Forget about positioning them as support or disruption. None of that mattered anymore. Just put the two of them up front and have them continuously cast the shield charm to block incoming spells. Meanwhile, Draco would wait for openings and strike when the moment was right. The tactic played perfectly to his strengths and allowed him to defeat his second-round opponents with ease. It was nothing like the first round, where those two idiots, Goyle and Crabbe, dragged him into a drawn-out struggle and cost him a bye. Tver recalled that scene and couldn't help smiling wryly. He lifted his head from the book and looked at Draco. "Your entire offensive strategy depends on you. If you run into opponents who are good at defense, they won't even need to fight back. They can just drag things out until your magic and stamina are gone." Draco curled his lips. "But even without this tactic, the team's offense has always relied on me." "Well, you could try other strategies," Tver said lightly. "Don't underestimate Goyle and Crabbe." "What kind of strategy?" Draco looked at him, eyes bright with interest. If he had a choice, he didn't want to rely on such a desperate and extreme approach either. "Before we talk tactics," Tver said, tapping the thick stack of papers in front of him, "you should deal with these first, champion." Chapter 242, the Grand Final. This was the most comfortable stretch Tver had experienced since becoming a professor. Someone else was helping with grading, and now Draco and Neville couldn't be driven away even if he tried. Because they had finally felt it for themselves. A solid theoretical foundation genuinely elevated their understanding of spellcasting. This was exactly what Tver had always emphasized to his students. Most wizards cast spells based on experience and intuition. To put it bluntly, they relied almost entirely on natural talent. But magic was actually a rigorously structured system. Every movement of a wand, every syllable of an incantation, every fraction of magical power, and every trace of intent had its own requirements. It didn't demand that spells be cast according to a single rigid standard. But if one wanted smoother casting and greater power, then those aspects had to be treated seriously, not handled carelessly. That was where theory came in. It strengthened students' understanding of those subtle, almost intangible principles. Otherwise, Tver wouldn't have been so strict about theoretical study from the moment they entered the school. So after 2 weeks of study, Draco and Neville hadn't learned any new spells, but the spells they already knew had become noticeably stronger. Even though Neville lost narrowly in the 4th round, the final match before the championship, and failed to advance to the finals after being defeated by Harry's team, he still secured 2nd place in the year. More importantly, Neville's performance on the field stunned everyone. Students who knew him had quietly looked down on him before. Between the black attack and Neville's long-standing timidity, even if they didn't say it out loud, few truly respected him. But in this match, against the strongest opponents in the year, even after his teammates were eliminated early, Neville fought 1 against 3. He nearly turned the situation around on Harry and the others. In the end, the gap was simply too large. He managed to take down Ron before being disarmed by Harry's spell. Even so, that was more than enough to make his classmates see him in a new light. It was said that Professor Snape's attitude toward Neville had become even worse. Because everyone claimed Neville's dramatic improvement was entirely thanks to having a good teacher. Look at him. He never improved like this in potions. If anything, he got worse. Regardless, this meant that the top 2 teams in every year had been decided. All that remained was the official arrival of the finals. Harry, one of the strongest contenders for the 3rd-year championship, was feeling extremely confident. With the Weasley twins' friendly encouragement, or rather, their chaotic interference, Ron's relationship with Hermione had eased somewhat. More importantly, during the match against Neville, Ron had taken Neville's final counterattack head-on, saving Hermione at a critical moment. So even though the two hadn't returned to their former closeness, they were no longer at odds, no longer shoving each other forward as human shields. And their opponent was their old rival, Draco Malfoy. Based on Hermione's analysis and the information they had gathered, even though Malfoy's spellcasting had clearly improved, his team's tactics still had glaring flaws. Since the second round, Goyle and Crabbe have done nothing but cast the shield charm for 3 matches straight. They haven't used any other magic at all. So today, as long as we guard against Malfoy's attacks and concentrate our fire on either Goyle or Crabbe, we can beat them. Hermione laid it out quickly for Harry and Ron. It was Saturday morning, the day of the dueling tournament finals. Today, on the dueling grounds before them, the champion teams of each year would finally be decided. And according to the professor's schedule, the matches would proceed from the lower years to the higher ones. Which meant that, aside from years 1 and 2 who weren't competing, the duel between Harry's team and Malfoy's would be the very first match. But the problem is, Ron said cautiously, Neville mentioned that Malfoy also spent a long time marking papers with Professor Folly. There might be more to him than we realize. He couldn't forget Neville's last-second outburst. Embarrassing as it was to admit, he wasn't even sure anymore that he could beat Neville himself. That was exactly why he had volunteered to be the one to take the hit. After all, both Hermione and Harry were stronger than he was. Not necessarily, Harry said. Neville said they didn't learn many new spells. They just improved their understanding of the magic they already knew. The match was about to begin, and adding pressure now would only do more harm than good. So even though he shared their worries, Harry still offered some reassurance. Just then, Neville, whom Tver had pulled in to help out, came jogging over. The match is about to start. The professor told me to let you know it's time to enter the arena. All right. No matter what, we're more flexible than they are. Once we're on the field, we'll adapt as we go, Hermione said, giving them one final reminder. When Harry and the others were led into the dueling arena, the first thing they noticed wasn't Malfoy and his group standing in the center with cold, mocking expressions. It was the crowd surrounding the arena. Because it was the weekend and there was no Quidditch match, almost every student had shown up, filling the tiered seats around the field. No, not just students. Harry gave a quick glance and spotted no fewer than 5 professors, and even Lucius Malfoy, his chin lifted proudly. Lucius seemed to be in high spirits lately. His robes looked more refined than before, his complexion was rosy, and he carried an unmistakable air of arrogance as he looked around. Directly opposite him, however, Professor Dumbledore wore an encouraging smile and clapped enthusiastically for them. But the applause never reached Harry's ears, completely drowned out by the even more frenzied cheers of the students. Potter. 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 Harry wasn't unfamiliar with cheers like these. The roars at Quidditch matches were even louder. Still, this was the first time he had stood so close to the crowd, hearing their chants so clearly. That went doubly for Ron and Hermione. It was their first time facing a scene like this. Even though everyone was chanting Harry's name, it also meant that as competitors, they were under intense scrutiny. Ron's breathing grew noticeably faster. He liked being in the spotlight, and during the serious attack, he had already experienced being admired by his classmates. But that crowd had been nothing compared to this. It left his limbs feeling stiff and uncooperative. Let's go, Ron, Harry said, tugging at his sleeve to snap him out of it. What? Oh, right, Ron said, slapping his forehead as he finally noticed Professor Folly standing at the center of the field. You're not nervous, are you? Hermione asked with a smile. Of course not. Ron said this as he walked forward, moving his arms and legs in awkward sync, leaving Harry and Hermione to exchange helpless looks behind him. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 243, Chapter 243, Draco's Secret Weapon. Seeing the tension creep onto everyone's faces, only Harry and Draco looked somewhat steadier, thanks to their experience in Quidditch matches. Tver let out a quiet sigh. The psychological resilience of Hogwarts students still needed work. With no other choice, he flicked his wand. A layer of transparent golden film rose up, separating the arena from the stands and cutting off the deafening cheers. Only then did everyone finally let out a long breath. Seeing that, Tver didn't waste any time. After all, there were 5 matches scheduled for the day. This match will be a little different from the previous ones, he said. As you can see, the field now has obstacles of various sizes. The protective enchantments on the ground have also been removed, so you're free to destroy or transfigure the terrain without restriction. Harry almost blurted out that if the professor hadn't mentioned it, he still wouldn't have noticed anything different. He quickly turned around to take a closer look. At some point, aside from the massive stones at both ends, rocks of all shapes and sizes had been scattered irregularly across the field. The largest were as tall and bulky as Hagrid, while the smaller ones barely reached their waists. Their shapes were just as uneven. Some were oval, and others looked suspiciously like stone benches. Ahem. I ran out of suitable stones, so I borrowed a few stone benches from Hagrid, Tver said, a little sheepish. But don't worry. They're no different from ordinary rocks. You're free to use transfiguration on them, or even smash them apart. I won't be asking for compensation. Well, that should put Weasley at ease, Draco said, his instinctive sarcasm kicking in. I think you should be worrying about how you're going to cry in front of your dad later, Harry shot back without missing a beat. You. Enough, Tver said, pressing a large hand down and stopping the two boys in their tracks. This is a competition. Winning with words isn't exactly something to be proud of. Listen carefully. Dark magic is still forbidden. That includes curses, hexes, and the like. If any team is caught using them, they'll be disqualified immediately. He gave Malfoy's head an emphatic pat, earning an unhappy pout in return. All other rules remain the same. Victory will be decided when your opponent loses the ability to fight back. So don't be careless, and don't let arrogance get the better of you. Show me your very best in this match. With that, Tver sent both teams to opposite sides, positioning them behind the large stones at each end. The stones might have looked randomly placed, but in truth, both sides had an equal number and size. Only their arrangement was messy. It was a simple way to simulate a chaotic battlefield and test their ability to adapt on the fly. If the Forbidden Forest weren't such a hassle to modify, he would have held the match there instead. As the referee, Tver moved to the edge of the field. Once everyone was fully focused and waiting for the start, he raised a sheet of black cloth. But unlike before, there was no countdown. A real fight won't give you time to prepare, he said. The moment the cloth drops, the battle begins. Not just Hermione, even Draco froze for a split second. He had deliberately practiced the travel time of his spells, planning to seize the exact moment for a first strike. And now that advantage was gone. Before he could think it through, the black cloth dropped with a sharp whoosh. Expelliarmus, he shouted, firing off his fastest spell. On the opposite side, Harry and the other two responded in perfect sync with their own disarming charms. The difference was that there were three of them. Draco cast a faintly irritated glance at Goyle and Crabbe, who were busy maintaining their shield charms. He didn't need to think about it. Once the others blocked his attack, they would launch a full counteroffensive. Sure enough, as the four disarming charms fizzled out on either side of the field, the opposing team practically abandoned defense and focused all their fire on Goyle. Draco's lips curled into a smug smile. If this had been before, that tactic really would have beaten them. But now, things were different. Vincent. At Draco's shout, Crabbe immediately understood what he meant. Lumos. A brilliant orb shot straight into the air. Before Harry and the others could react, it burst apart with a loud bang. Blinding light poured out from its center. If not for the golden barrier, the spectators around the arena would have been blinded on the spot. Harry and the other two weren't so lucky. Their eyes couldn't withstand the sudden glare, and they instinctively squeezed them shut, trying to ease the sharp pain and momentary blindness. Harry's and Hermione's hearts jumped at the same time. This was bad. Malfoy would never miss an opening like this. They both hurriedly cast shield charms in front of themselves, but in the next instant, they realized what Malfoy was actually aiming for. Ah! Ron let out a startled cry, which quickly turned into the dull thud of a body hitting the ground. Draco looked at the fallen Weasley with clear satisfaction. He had long known that Potter and Granger were highly alert. That Weasley, on the other hand, was different. This move was guaranteed to throw him into a panic. This tactic hadn't actually been taught by Professor Folly. The professor had never instructed him in specific battle strategies at all. All Professor Folly had ever said was that every wizard had things they were good at and things they weren't. Understanding the strengths and weaknesses of oneself and one's teammates was the strongest tactic of all. Yes, Goyle and Crabbe had plenty of flaws. They lacked a theoretical foundation, their understanding of magic was chaotic, their magic output unstable, and their spell pronunciation inaccurate. But there was one advantage, the only one Draco had managed to uncover. Sometimes, their spells were absurdly powerful. They didn't understand how to control magical output. Fine. Then don't control it. Pour all their magic out at once. Even if they couldn't follow up afterward, that was enough. The blinding light charm was the secret weapon they'd prepared for nearly a month. Crabbe didn't need to join the follow-up attack. All he had to do was pour everything into casting this single spell. Watching the results, Draco continued to hammer away at Potter's and Granger's shield charms. By now, Harry and Hermione had recovered somewhat and managed to force their eyes open. Ron. Hermione shouted when she saw Ron lying motionless on the ground. Don't worry about him. Spells came flying toward them, and Harry quickly grabbed Hermione and pulled her behind a rock. They crouched against it, using the thick stone as cover from the incoming magic. Crack. Crack. The stone above them shattered under the impact of spells, making Hermione flinch. What do we do? We're down one person. Even if Goyle and Crabbe are idiots, they still have the advantage now. Hermione quickly poked her head out, but another spell flew overhead, making her immediately duck back down. Wait. Crabbe's casting has become much more chaotic. What do you mean? Harry asked urgently. The spells flying in his direction were clearly stronger. He didn't need to look to know Malfoy was focusing on him. Of course, he didn't dare look. That means it's still effectively 2 against 2, Hermione said firmly. From that single spell earlier, she had already keenly sensed just how poor Crabbe's current condition was. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 244, Chapter 244, The Champion. Hermione's words immediately bolstered Harry's confidence. He quickly glanced across the field. They're coming this way. Realizing that the two were hiding behind the rocks, Draco stopped wasting magic at once and signaled Goyle and Crabbe to circle around. Potter, when did you turn into a little mouse? The three of them advanced carefully but quickly from the side. Ah, where's the mouse? Goyle asked, staring at the empty ground in confusion. That's not right. The stones here aren't that thick. Draco realized instantly. To prevent both sides from hiding endlessly, the professor had designed these rocks to be more like stone slabs, only about a fist thick. Draco didn't even have time to warn his teammates before he leapt backward. He had already seen the stone peel away, shedding a layer of pale gray skin. Stupefy. Expelliarmus. Protego. Draco's belated shield charm only managed to block Hermione's stunning spell. It couldn't stop Crabbe from being disarmed. Draco could only watch as Crabbe's wand flew into Harry's hand, leaving him completely out of the fight. Of course, if the professor hadn't forbidden brawling, Crabbe's physical combat ability would still have been quite impressive. Goyle, meanwhile, reacted a beat too late, and cast a shield charm. Draco shot him an annoyed look and stepped past him, firing a disarming charm toward where Harry and Hermione were hiding. The two of them moved swiftly, circling around and easily dodging the spell. Just like that, both teams were back on equal footing. The difference was that the fight had shifted from long range to close quarters. Less than 10 feet separated them. So close that if there hadn't been a stone slab between them, they wouldn't even have had time to cast shield charms. Realizing that Goyle's slow reactions were putting him at a growing disadvantage, Draco fought while retreating, dragging Goyle backward to open up some distance. But Hermione wasn't about to let that opportunity slip away. She darted forward, perfectly using Crabbe, who was still standing there in a daze, to block Draco's line of sight. You idiot. Don't you know how to dodge? Draco shouted in frustration, but before he could finish, the ground beneath his feet suddenly softened. Caught off guard while retreating, he lost his footing and stumbled backward. Damn it. Only then did he realize his attention had been drawn entirely to Hermione. He hadn't noticed that Harry had transfigured the ground beneath his feet. Aren't you supposed to be the attacker? Watching two stunning spells fly straight at him, Draco could only grumble that complaint in his head. But in the next instant, a broad figure suddenly stepped in front of him, blocking both spells without hesitation. Why? I was dodging. Crabbe collapsed with a look of utter disbelief, hitting the ground with a heavy thud. Draco rolled his eyes in irritation, forcibly swallowing the brief flicker of emotion that had nearly surfaced. Hermione didn't even have time to feel relieved before she realized she was now fully exposed to Goyle and Draco's line of sight. She hurriedly cast a shield charm, but by now, even Goyle was smart enough to switch to offensive magic. A red spell struck Hermione squarely. As she fell, she became Goyle's first successful knockout of the entire dueling tournament. But Goyle barely had time to celebrate before Harry's urgent disarming charm hit him head-on, sending him staggering to the ground. As for the wand, Harry kicked it aside with obvious disdain. If not for the golden barrier, both Harry and Draco would have noticed that the spectators were already fired up, their enthusiasm ignited by the dazzling variety of tactics on display. Hermione's way too smart. Without her, Harry would have lost ages ago. Seamus shouted from the stands, as if yelling like that could wash away the humiliation of being eliminated in the first round. Even though Malfoy's improved a lot, Harry is still the strongest fighter on the field. His disarming charm is faster and more precise than any other spell he uses. After several years of guidance, Neville's raw strength was one thing, but what had truly grown was his perspective. As if encouraged by Neville's words, Harry stepped forward confidently, facing Draco in a final one-on-one duel. What, don't feel like playing mouse anymore? Draco said, just as confident, trading spells with Harry blow for blow. No. I just want to see whether a coward like you will run away again, just like you did 3 years ago. Harry had been waiting for this duel for a long time. Ever since first year, when Malfoy had asked him to a midnight duel and then stood him up, Harry had been looking forward to this moment. Annoyance flashed across Draco's face, but a sharp glint flickered in his eyes. He increased the power of his casting, switching to the more forceful petrification curse. Harry's lips curved upward. Instead of stubbornly blocking everything with shield charm, he relied on agile footwork. Draco was moving as well, but his magical energy was clearly draining faster. Before long, sweat beaded on his forehead, his fringe plastered tightly against his skin. Harry wasn't having an easy time either, but his exhaustion was mostly physical. His spellcasting rhythm remained steady, without a single opening. Malfoy, however, was another matter. At the moment when both of them were close to their limits, Harry sharply sensed a brief hesitation in Malfoy's casting. His wrist flicked rapidly, releasing. No, two red beams flew toward Malfoy in quick succession. The first concealed the second, masking the real spell completely. As the magic shot forward, Harry recalled what Hermione had whispered to him before the match. Malfoy is very confident. Every time he uses shield charm, it's perfectly timed. He never maintains it for even a second longer than necessary to save magic. That's impressive, but it also means you can trick him. We can't cast two spells at once like Professor Folly, but you can make the first one just give off red light and save your magic for the real spell. Thank you, Light Orb Games, Harry thought smugly. But to his surprise, even though Malfoy really had been fooled, he still had enough strength left to cast two shield charms in rapid succession. He even managed to fire back a quick disarming charm. Didn't see that coming, did you, Potter? But before he could savor his triumph, his wand suddenly felt as though something pressed down on it, jerking his aim downward. That tiny shift caused his carefully prepared spell to slam into the ground instead, blasting up a few chunks of stone. In disbelief, Draco saw Ron standing there. He was clutching his head, but his wand was pointed straight at him, casting a pressure charm with perfect accuracy. Expelliarmus. Soaked in cold sweat, Harry immediately followed up, knocking Malfoy flat. Only after seeing Malfoy go down did Harry reach out to steady Ron. I've got to say, Hermione really needs more practice with countercurses. I'm only just recovering now. It turned out that when Hermione had hidden behind Crabbe earlier, she hadn't just drawn Malfoy's attention. She had also used a countercurse on Ron. We should all be thanking her. Otherwise, we wouldn't have won this championship, Harry said with a wide grin. No. Clearly my pressure charm was the real star. Give it a rest. In your current state, you can barely manage even that simple spell. Compared to Harry and the others laughing and joking, Draco lay on the ground in far worse spirits. He was panting heavily, his head throbbing from magical exhaustion, but the strongest feeling inside him was disappointment. He didn't dare stand up, afraid of seeing the professor's disappointed expression. He had worked so hard. Every day, after grading papers and returning to the dormitory, he practiced magic for hours. So why did he still lose? He pressed his lips together, eyes glistening under the harsh sunlight. Soon, the light above him was blocked by a smiling face. Professor. He whimpered softly. Get up. You did very well this time. No, you did better than anyone expected. Tver smiled and held out a hand. Yes. Draco choked as he took the professor's hand. He couldn't hold back his tears anymore, and they streamed down his face as he stood up. Chapter 245, The Devious Nature of Tacticians. Harry was caught between pain and happiness. The April dueling tournament had officially come to an end, and they had won the third-year championship by narrowly defeating Draco. But the good times didn't last long. Just as Harry was feeling smug, draped in the invisibility cloak and following the Marauder's map to sneak into Hogsmeade for a relaxed half-weekend to celebrate his victory, he was seen. Not only by students like Draco Malfoy. Even Professor Folly, who was chatting casually in the pub, caught sight of it. Harry Potter's head. Even though Harry immediately took the secret passage back to the castle, he still couldn't stop Snape from catching him and searching him, confiscating the Marauder's map in the process. Luckily, the map eventually ended up in Professor Lupin's hands. He got a scolding, but at least things didn't spiral out of control. I bet Malfoy reported us, Ron said angrily. Just to get revenge for losing to us. Whether it was him or not, the map's gone, Harry sighed. It's fine. You still know where the secret passage is. But where did Hermione go? Didn't she say she was doing homework? Ron asked, glancing around the empty common room. To be honest, it was already strange enough that she was still thinking about the match on the night we won. Now she's skipping a rare Hogsmeade trip too. I was even hoping to take the chance to properly make up with her. Just then, Hermione climbed into the common room. But Harry's heart instantly sank. Hermione looked at them with red, swollen eyes, holding up a damp letter in her hand. What happened? Ron asked in a tone so gentle Harry barely recognized it. Hermione shook her head numbly. I don't know how to tell you this. Hagrid lost the case. Buckbeak is going to be executed. Harry's heart dropped straight to the bottom. Even though Hermione and Ron really did seem to have reconciled. Why? He asked hoarsely. I don't understand how he could still lose, Hermione said, choking up. I gathered so much evidence that should have helped. But we still have a chance to appeal. That's right, Ron said immediately. This time, we'll all help you. Umbridge pulled a small trick. She reassigned all the committee members who were sympathetic toward magical creatures, either transferring them away on various pretexts or giving them other duties. So when the hearing took place, the committee was naturally dominated by members who favored extreme measures against magical creatures. She didn't even intend to give Hagrid the slightest chance with that so-called appeal. Cynthia's crisp, efficient voice came through the badge. It looks like Fudge has gotten a lot more capable lately. He's even learned to play these little games, Tver said, idly turning the badge in his fingers as he gazed out the window with a faintly amused expression. He's been using me quite smoothly these days. He even insists I act as his bodyguard when meeting the Muggle Prime Minister, as if Dumbledore were hiding somewhere, planning to assassinate him. The badge suddenly crackled with Marvolio's roguish, mocking voice. Isn't that perfect? You can map out his entire network and replace him when the time comes. The problem is, our progress with Barty Crouch has been far too slow. No, it's basically non-existent. Marvolio and Cynthia had both tried approaching Barty Crouch, but his instincts were simply too sharp. Not only had they failed to get close to him, they had actually raised his level of suspicion. Still, I've already made contact with Bertha Jorkins and secured evidence that Barty used a memory charm on her. Once we capture Barty Jr., we can directly threaten Barty Crouch into joining us. Tver wasn't entirely satisfied with this arrangement. He didn't want to prop up a mere puppet minister. What he wanted was a genuinely like-minded partner. Still, Barty Crouch's level of vigilance had exceeded his expectations. For even Marvolio and Cynthia to resort to threats meant that this former ministerial candidate was not someone to underestimate. Then leave it to you, Marvolio. Focus on collecting the remaining Horcruxes. In less than a year, you'll be truly resurrected. Oh, come on. Collecting Horcruxes is easy. You're just afraid I'll clash with Barty, Marvolio complained. Would you? Tver asked calmly. Of course I would. Marvolio replied righteously. He's the one who's made things so restrictive for me at the ministry. I've barely been able to rack up any achievements lately. And you still dare complain? Tver rolled his eyes, not bothering to hide his irritation, even though no one could see him. Tell me about Ian Russell. How's he handling the business? At that, Cynthia immediately laughed, clearly pleased. The company is making an absurd amount of money. What do you mean by absurd? Tver paused. Ian sells the face masks to agents in each country at a fairly acceptable price. After that, how they sell them is entirely up to them. So they're jacking the prices up through the roof? Tver asked. On the contrary. Their retail prices are almost the same as what they pay us, sometimes even lower. That's because Ian gave them a strategy. They use the masks to build brand recognition, then push their own cosmetics, luxury goods, and other high-margin products. So now our masks exist under dozens of different brands. Even though they all come from the same manufacturer, consumers have no idea they're produced by the same company. And we're selling at nearly the same price we would ourselves, without worrying about marketing or promotion at all. We just focus on production. Not bad, Tver said approvingly. He had chosen Ian precisely because of his vast influence in the Muggle world. Only a tycoon of that caliber could pull off something like this. If it were purely about making money, Tver would never have allowed such an arrangement. But his goal was to bring Muggles and wizards together. Wizards only needed to know that it made enormous profits. They wouldn't care about branding at all. As for Muggles, once they realized that the face masks they use so often came from the magical world, fear or not, they would still have to accept the fact that they were benefiting from magic. When I handed the accounts to Lucius, his expression looked calm enough, but I could clearly tell he was practically floating as he walked, Cynthia added. Oh, right. Lucius has also been privately courting several pure-blood families, as well as some former Death Eaters. How should we deal with that? There was a soft rustling of papers from Cynthia's side, as if she were preparing to pass for a list. He had no interest in memorizing every single name. Check their records. Anyone with crimes goes to Marvolio. He's always complaining about lacking achievements, isn't he? As for the rest, recruit them if possible. But what should we have them do? Cynthia asked. Nothing in particular. Those people are all unstable to some degree. I just need to make sure they don't cause trouble or interfere with our plans. You're so wary of pure-blood families. Then why recruit them at all? Marvolio asked, genuinely puzzled. If I wanted to rule Muggles, purebloods would be our natural allies. But what I want is to integrate wizards and Muggles. The ideology of pureblood supremacy is inherently our enemy. So I have to bind them to us with shared interests before they realize that. At the very least, I can't let them unite. Pureblood families were deeply entrenched forces in the wizarding world, and they existed not only in Britain but in many other countries as well. Tver had to ensure that these families wouldn't be blinded by profit and stir up trouble. No wonder you went to so much trouble to rope in the Malfoy family back then, Marvolio said with a mocking tone. TSK. People who play strategy really do have dirty minds. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 246, Chapter 246, Draco Malfoy's Transformation. They talked for a while about strategies concerning the pureblood families, mainly about how to balance the competing interests of different houses. If everything could be torn down and rebuilt from scratch, Tver wouldn't need to worry about any of this. The problem was that pureblood families were also part of the wizarding world's structural stability. With the potential threat posed by Muggles, a chaotic magical world was the last thing he wanted. Of course, compromise was out of the question. Under his subtle guidance, methods like winning some over while suppressing others were tactics both Cynthia and Marvolio knew all too well. They didn't stop because the discussion was finished, but because... Knock, knock, knock. A soft yet firm knock interrupted their conversation. All right. Act according to your own judgment. At this stage, you don't need to be so restrained anymore. Knock, knock. Outside the door, Draco hesitated in confusion. Normally, the professor would open the door directly. Why did he need to knock twice this time? Had he come too early? Draco glanced guiltily at the bright, sunny weather outside. For in the afternoon could count as evening, right? Come in. The sudden opening of the door and the professor's voice immediately put him at ease, and Draco hurried inside. Professor, Sit. I think I've gotten used to you arriving earlier every day, Tver said with a laugh as he poured him a glass of pumpkin juice. Ever since the dueling tournament ended, Draco hadn't sunk into frustration over his defeat. On the contrary, he had become even more proactive, repeatedly asking to grade additional exam papers. Apparently, after returning to the dormitory each night, he would spend a long time practicing magic. Tver had once suspected this was partly revenge against Goyle and Crabbe, just to keep them from getting a good night's sleep. Still, it was a good thing for Draco. Before this, Tver had worried whether Draco could endure the dull grind of theoretical study and patiently build a solid foundation step by step. After all, Draco had always relied on his talent. He preferred powerful spells and had never had much patience for theory, even when Tver went out of his way to present it in clever ways. But this defeat had instead ignited his fighting spirit. In the long run, losing this match was more meaningful than winning the championship. At the very least, the sense of looking down on everyone else had faded considerably. Tver studied Draco as he carefully sipped his pumpkin juice. More accurately, that arrogance had transformed into confidence in his own strength. That kind of pride wasn't a flaw. On the contrary, Tver had always believed that those with real ability deserved to carry a quiet pride within themselves. His own teacher, Voldemort, even Dumbledore, and Tver himself all held an unshakable confidence in their own power. It was both the source of their strength and the driving force that pushed them to grow even stronger. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. All the recent papers have already been graded by you too. What? Draco snapped his head up, not even bothering to wipe the pumpkin juice from his lips. If there are no papers, I can just read. He pointed at the stack of textbooks on the desk. Once brand new, the set was now covered in creases from how often he and Neville had flipped through them. Don't be in such a hurry, Tver said, rising to his feet. I imagine your family has taught you quite a few special spells, hasn't it? Draco froze for a moment. The Malfoy family did indeed possess many carefully preserved spells. That was one of the defining traits of pureblood families. Magical heritage was the foundation of their standing in the wizarding world. But still. Are you going to teach me dark magic? Now. No. Tver walked around the desk. Didn't you say Harry can cast the Patronus charm? What do you think? Would you like to learn it as a reward for how seriously you've been studying lately? He moved to a deliberately cleared space in the office. This spell is very difficult. If you're worried you won't manage it, I can. Before Tver could finish, Draco sprang to his feet. No. If Potter can learn it, then I definitely can. Tver was quite satisfied with that fighting spirit. As for teaching the Patronus charm, it wasn't a sudden impulse or a simple attempt to have Draco compete with Harry. For Tver, this spell represented a kind of foundation. A foundation for learning dark magic. Take Percy, for example. After exposing him to basic dark magic, Tver had immediately begun teaching him the Patronus charm. It was only after Percy mastered this spell that Tver continued with further dark magic instruction. It wasn't that someone who practiced dark magic couldn't cast a Patronus. It was a matter of mindset. A typical example was Umbridge. She could cast a Patronus because she treated dark magic as nothing more than a magical tool, no different in essence from any other spell. Unlike Bellatrix Lestrange, who had become completely obsessed with the overwhelming power of dark magic. So if Draco could cast the Patronus charm, even while learning many dark spells, it meant his inner self had not been eroded and his will remained firm. Otherwise, Tver had no intention of teaching on and discovering one day that his student's resolve had gone astray. Draco jogged over, his wand somehow already in his hand, his face lit with excitement and anticipation. He didn't know how long it had taken Potter to learn the Patronus charm, but it would definitely take him less time. With a flick of his wand, the professor summoned a tall, upright trunk. Unlike an ordinary trunk, its surface was wrapped in strands of white thread. No, magical threads that shimmered with white light. Draco noticed the difference at once. "Professor, what's inside?" "Someone I invited specially for you." "A trainer, you could say." Draco quickly pressed his lips together to keep his smile from showing. He knew that in fifth-year classes and above, the professor had brought in a Dementor to teach the Patronus charm. Wait. Did that mean his strength had already reached the level of the upper years? Don't get happy too soon. This spell is far more difficult than you imagine. And unlike Harry, you'll be facing a real Dementor, without any extra help from me. I'm even prepared for this to take a full month. Draco remained silent, lips still pressed together, his gaze fixed on the trunk. He wanted to prove himself in front of the professor with real ability, not empty words. "It seems you're ready. But I still need to remind you. The incantation for the Patronus charm is Expecto Patronum." Tver explained the details of the Patronus charm one by one, and Draco listened with full attention. It might have sounded a bit long-winded, but while the theory behind the spell seemed simple on the surface, the fact that so many adult wizards failed to master it spoke to its exceptional difficulty. Draco understood that well. In the past, he would probably have dismissed all this theory outright. But after spending so much time grading papers, he had come to truly understand the importance of a solid theoretical foundation. He was also eager to strengthen himself in that area. "Next time, I'll make everyone look at me differently." He clenched his wand tightly, his gaze sharper than it had ever been. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 247, An Excited Malfoy. Don't get so worked up. The Patronus charm needs a happy memory, not an excited one, Tver said with a laugh as he stepped in front of the trunk. So then, what's the happiest memory in your heart? Draco froze on the spot. I don't know. It struck him all at once that he didn't seem to have any truly happy memory worth cherishing. Riding a toy broom as a child? No, that wasn't it. His father had clearly disapproved of that kind of joy. One glance at his laughter, and he had turned away coldly. Casting his first spell successfully. That didn't feel right either. Spending an entire afternoon just to manage a simple Lumos hardly met his father's expectations. Becoming the Quidditch player he'd always dreamed of. Even less likely. He'd never even won a championship. From a very young age, he had been taught to become a proper heir. His clothes had to be immaculate. His words and actions could never be crude. He searched through his memories again and again, yet couldn't find a single moment he could truly call happiness. Maybe, seeing Harry Potter so angry he couldn't even speak. But he couldn't bring himself to say that out loud. Maybe, getting good grades at school, he offered uncertainly. Tver gave a reluctant nod. The specific memory doesn't matter. What matters is that the happiness in your mind is strong enough. In other words, that achievement should be something that makes you grin from ear to ear. When you're ready, raise your wand. Draco did as he was told, lifting his wand at once. The confusion on his face was replaced by determination, his eyes fixed tightly on the narrow seam of the trunk. Creak. The white threads wrapped around the trunk snapped as if cut clean through, breaking apart in an instant. Freed of its restraints, the lid was shoved open by an impatient Dementor inside. This was Draco's first time facing a Dementor from such close range. In that moment, he finally understood the fear Potter must have felt when confronting one. He also realized just how inappropriate it had been for him to use Dementors to scare Potter before. The few sparks of happiness in his mind were like tiny candle flames, snuffed out by the blade-like cold carried by the Dementor. Expecto. Before he could finish the incantation, a suffocating despair surged up, flooding his entire being and crawling over every inch of his skin. When the Dementor first emerged, it seemed momentarily confused. But its ant-sized intelligence quickly grasped the situation. Compared to the firm-willed Tver, Draco was clearly the easier prey. Yet before it could take even a single step, a streak of white light lashed around its waist, slammed it hard into the ground, and dragged it straight back into the trunk. Bang. The moment the trunk snapped shut, Draco felt the Dementor's presence vanish completely, as if it had been wiped away. Have some chocolate. Cake works too, Tver said, stepping over to help him up. At the same time, refreshments he had prepared in advance floated over. Draco glanced at the cauldron cake, then chose a small piece of chocolate instead and took a large bite. Professor, am I useless? Why would you think that? Tver said, casually picking up a small cake. That said, there are some issues. The happiness you felt was far too weak. Forget casting the Patronus charm, you couldn't even briefly resist the Dementor's influence. You need a much stronger memory. At least several times stronger than the one you just tried to use. But I really can't think of any other memory, Draco said, frustration creeping into his voice. Tver watched him struggle, helplessly exasperated. This child was clearly suffocated by the upbringing of pureblood families. As someone familiar with that world, Tver knew exactly how oppressive that kind of education was to a child's nature. It was as if a ruler was pressed against them at all times, measuring every action, even how wide they were allowed to smile. To put it bluntly, only after arriving at Hogwarts did they finally get the chance to breathe, to loosen up a little. No wonder so many purebloods ended up with problems. You could try recalling the moment during the dueling tournament when everyone was cheering, Tver suggested. But I lost. Draco shot back, clearly indignant. But in my eyes, you already won. Tver bent down, tapping lightly over Draco's heart, his gaze steady and unwavering. You were never meant to defeat Harry, Draco. The one you need to defeat is yourself, your arrogance and your complacency. As long as you realize that and keep working to change it, that matters more than winning 100 championships. Draco parted his lips, staring at the professor in a daze. So, that's how you see me, he muttered, sounding faintly aggrieved. Tver straightened up, momentarily speechless. Anyway, he continued, if you think back carefully, you should remember how many people in the stands were cheering and applauding for you. When Draco looked like he was about to argue again, Tver cut him off firmly. Not just Slytherin. Students from other houses, and even the professors, were impressed by your performance. This wasn't something Tver made up. Anyone could see how badly Goyle and Crabbe dragged the team down, and just how much individual ability Draco Malfoy had shown. After all, even many upper-year students couldn't cast Shield Charm twice in a row when fully rested. Yet Draco, with his magic nearly depleted, had still managed to cast a third spell. Even Tver himself had been surprised. Really? Draco lifted his head slightly, eyes bright, clearly trying to meet the professor's gaze. I have no reason to lie to you, do I? Once Draco's fighting spirit had returned, Tver stepped aside again. I don't expect you to successfully cast the Patronus charm after just 1 or 2 attempts. That's completely normal. What you need to focus on right now is practice. Yes. Draco raised his wand firmly. This spell was simply too difficult for Draco. Even with a bit of euphoria potion mixed into his chocolate, and Tver quietly applying a cheering charm as well, Draco still couldn't produce a Patronus. That said, unlike most people whose resolve weakened with repeated exposure, Draco grew more energized each time he faced the Dementor, lasting longer with every attempt. If Tver hadn't noticed that his magic and stamina were both close to exhaustion and stopped the training in time, Draco would have collapsed on the spot. In a way, that was a kind of talent too. If he were ever unlucky enough to be thrown into Azkaban, at least Draco wouldn't have to worry about his will breaking. Did you notice? Tver said reassuringly. Your progress is very fast. For the next while, you just need to focus on refining the details of your spellcasting. Judging by the excited look on Draco's face, though, reassurance probably wasn't necessary at all. Chapter 248, Lupin's Discovery. Tver, I saw it. Lupin suddenly rushed into the office, a thick sheet of parchment clutched tightly in his hand. Ah, what's going on here? He stared at Tver and Malfoy, who were chatting and laughing as they ate small cakes and drank pumpkin juice. Even the dull thumping sounds coming from the trunk nearby didn't feel as strange as this scene. Want some? We didn't have dinner, Tver said, holding up a half-eaten cauldron cake, a few very noticeable crumbs still stuck to the corner of his mouth. It was the first time Lupin had ever seen him this unrestrained. It's already past 9. You're eating cake at this hour? You might as well go to the kitchen and get something proper, Lupin said, his gaze dimming as memories of late-night wanderings at Hogwarts surfaced. Right, Draco, are you still hungry? Want me to make a trip to the kitchen? Tver asked casually, swallowing the last bite of cake. No need, Draco said quickly, finishing the last of his pumpkin juice. I'm heading back to the dormitory anyway. He wiped his mouth roughly, stood up, and turned to leave. Good night, Professor. Professor Lupin too. Lupin watched Malfoy's sudden friendliness with confusion. Even after sitting down, he still hadn't quite processed it. Like Percy and Neville, Draco's been studying magic with me recently, Tver said as he poured Lupin a cup of tea. Lupin nodded in understanding. He had seen Neville and the others attending private lessons before. What surprised him was the addition of a Malfoy, especially one whose father had once been a Death Eater. Still, no matter how much he disliked Lucius, he wouldn't vent that resentment on Draco, nor would he show bias against Slytherin in class. "You're quite close with the Malfoy family?" Lupin asked. Tver tidied up absent-mindedly. "Of course. Pure-blood families always have some degree of kinship." Lupin frowned slightly, his grip on the parchment tightening. "Lucius was a Death Eater. And have you ever considered this?" Tver said calmly as he set his cup down, a faintly scrutinizing look flashing in his eyes. "If Voldemort were to return, and the Death Eaters around him were all our partners, would so many people still need to be sacrificed?" Lupin froze, momentarily lost in the image Tver painted. "Wait. Voldemort's return. How did you come to that conclusion?" "Dumbledore has been tracking Voldemort for years. The only thing he's been able to confirm is that Voldemort never died. And it's very possible that he'll return in the near future." Tver deliberately softened his expression, easing the tension in the office. Lupin, however, grew even more serious. "So Dumbledore wants me to reach out to werewolves to prevent them from joining Voldemort's side." "Ahem," Tver choked slightly. "You could put it that way. No wonder you've been working so hard on the bracelets and helping werewolves find jobs. Come to think of it, that really is a good thing for them," Lupin said, sighing as he set the parchment down. "Let's not get into that," Tver said quickly, changing the subject before Lupin made him any more uncomfortable. "It's so late. What brought you here? Is it related to that?" He gestured toward the parchment, which carried faint magical fluctuations, clearly some kind of enchanted item. It looked very much like a map. "This is a map of the school," Lupin said, spreading the parchment out and revealing the intricate lines drawn across it. Compared to Tver's Magic Point map, this one had a far more elaborate style, with names decorated by flourishes and embellishments. What truly set it apart, though, was that it could display the names of everyone who entered Hogwarts, something the Magic Point map couldn't do. Even Tver wasn't sure what kind of magic had been used to achieve that effect. It was likely something provided by Black or James, some old magic passed down and preserved within their families. "It shows every corner of the castle, along with everyone's name." Lupin pointed to the name, Remus Lupin, on the parchment. "Of course, I didn't see your name. You're the only one like that." At first, Lupin had been genuinely shocked. As one of the map's creators, he knew exactly how much magic they had poured into it. They had used every spell they could think of. Even Dumbledore couldn't detect its workings. But considering Tver's strength, pulling something like this off wasn't impossible. Tver didn't explain. He simply raised an eyebrow and smiled faintly. Even without knowing the exact principles behind the Marauder's map, it didn't stop him from using name-based magic to hide himself. "So," he said casually. "Honestly, this map is pretty convenient for keeping an eye on the castle. In a sense, it was even more useful than the Resurrection Stone. Do you know whose name I saw on it?" Lupin's expression turned serious as he got to the point. "Who?" "Black." "No. Peter Pettigrew." His voice carried a disbelief even he couldn't quite suppress. "I was a bit curious tonight. I wasn't trying to spy on anyone. I just wanted to look at the castle's secret passages. You know Sirius knows those passages too. But I saw someone who should have been dead, walking around the castle. Alive. Even though he went back and forth several times, even though his name sometimes overlapped with students, I saw it clearly. It was Peter Pettigrew." Lupin's expression shifted constantly, his eyes flickering as he stared at the parchment, his mind racing. What happened back then was definitely not that simple. But what exactly was Wormtail trying to do? That part still didn't make sense to him. Tver finally showed a hint of interest. This matter was clearly approaching its conclusion. "Do you know what kind of person is afraid of good people?" "Afraid of good people?" Was he talking about Wormtail? Lupin froze, saying nothing. Tver didn't wait for him to answer. "Bad people. Assuming you didn't see wrong, and the map didn't make a mistake, then if Peter had nothing to hide, why would he be sneaking around?" "The map never makes mistakes," Lupin said firmly, immediately understanding what Tver was getting at. "You mean? Wormtail was very likely the one who betrayed us back then." Tver simply shrugged, neither confirming nor denying it. Lupin was naturally cautious and sensitive. If Tver tried to fool him with prophecies or outright claims, it would only make him more guarded. Hints like this were better delivered indirectly. Then what role did Sirius play in all this? Wait. A sudden flash of insight struck Lupin. Wormtail's animagus form is a rat. He was probably hiding in Gryffindor Tower, and Sirius went there to find him. Just if, Sirius and the others were betrayed by Wormtail, and everything was orchestrated by him, that possibility isn't impossible. But the problem is, we need to find at least one of them, Tver said, pulling out a newspaper he had prepared long ago. This is something a friend of mine at the ministry told me. Apparently, Black saw this very newspaper before he escaped. Lupin's attention snapped instantly to the rat in Ron's hands. That's right, he said softly. That's Peter Pettigrew. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 249, Lucius's Visit. Even with the Marauder's map, tracking down Wormtail was no easy task. There weren't actually that many people in the castle, but once they were all displayed on the map, it felt overwhelming. Names of every kind moved densely across the parchment. During class time, everyone was packed into classrooms. Once lessons ended, the common rooms and corridors were still crowded with students. On top of that, after so many years, parts of the castle had changed slightly. There were even areas Lupin and the others had never reached back then. Places like that might seem insignificant to ordinary people, but to Peter, a little rat, they could feel more spacious than the Weasley house. Well, relatively speaking. At the very least, Tver knew the map didn't show the Chamber of Secrets, nor the underground chamber where the Philosopher's Stone had once been hidden in first year. That meant there were still many concealed locations within the castle, some of which even Tver himself might not know about. If a location didn't exist on the map, then naturally, no name would appear there either. So for the time being, finding Peter's name wasn't something they could accomplish quickly. The students, however, were the ones truly suffering. Professor Folly had a long-standing habit of shifting into theory-heavy lessons as finals approached, and the students were already used to it. After all, the dueling tournament alone was enough to keep them talking for the rest of the term. The problem was that Professor Lupin had started to seem distracted in class as well. They had finally encountered a second excellent defense against the dark arts professor, only for him to pick up the same bad habits as Professor Folly. Worse still, Professor Lupin had mentioned that once the school year ended, he wouldn't stay on like Professor Folly, but would instead pursue his own new goals. That alone made the classes feel dull. The students didn't really mind end-of-term revision. It happened every year. What they couldn't accept was losing a teacher like Lupin. Next year, they'd be back to opening blind boxes again, hoping for the best. As for those comments at the start of the year about sending Professor Lupin to Azkaban. What? We've done too many practice problems. Our heads are spinning. We can't remember a thing. Fortunately, their attention was soon pulled elsewhere. The final Quidditch match of the year was about to begin, the most important match since the dueling tournament. Gryffindor versus Slytherin. This match would decide the winner of this year's Quidditch Cup. Even Draco temporarily put aside his Patronus training, which had finally started to show results. Most of the time he managed to squeeze out from his mountain of homework went straight into Quidditch practice. In Tver's view, even if Draco's natural talent for Quidditch was higher than his own, he still fell short compared to Harry. Not only was Harry slightly more gifted, he also had an extra year of training and match experience. Even their broomsticks weren't on the same level. Harry's was clearly better. So, to avoid putting too much pressure on Draco, Tver didn't go to watch the match. Instead, he stayed behind with Lupin to study the Marauder's map. More accurately, Lupin had tracked him down, leaving him stuck in the office with no way out. Maybe we could add a search spell to the map, Tver said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Something that automatically looks up any name you want to find. Lupin kept his eyes on the map and replied without looking up. Why do you always come up with ways to be lazy? Tver lifted his head, looking entirely unbothered. Laziness is the true source of magical progress. Only by thinking about how to make magic more convenient for everyday life do we gain the motivation to expand it. Lupin finally pulled his eyes away from the map, looking helpless. I actually don't know how to argue with that. Knock, knock. A cautious knock suddenly came from the door. Lucius Malfoy. Through his sensory magic, Tver immediately identified the visitor. But shouldn't he be at the pitch, watching his son's match? Curious, Tver called out. Come in. Lupin, understanding the hint, quickly folded away the parchment. Mischief managed. The faintly ingratiating smile on Lucius's face froze the moment he saw Lupin, then was swiftly replaced by his usual aristocratic aloofness. I didn't realize you had company. Perhaps I should come back after the match. No need. We're finished here. Lupin picked up the parchment. He didn't even finish the pumpkin juice in his cup before standing and giving Tver a brief nod, then turning to leave the office. Even though he understood why Tver was trying to draw Lucius in, Lupin still couldn't bring himself to sit and chat pleasantly with a former enemy. Especially when so many of his friends, James, the Longbottoms, and others, had suffered at the hands of the Death Eaters. Lucius made no comment. Ever since learning that Tver had stayed at Hogwarts and was in frequent contact with Dumbledore, he had grown increasingly uneasy the more he thought about it. This was someone with grand ambitions. So he sat properly, not daring to relax, until Tver glanced regretfully at Lupin's abandoned cup and poured Lucius a cup of tea. Only then did Lucius come back to himself. "Thank you very much," he said, accepting the cup with both hands. Tver watched with amusement as he took a careful sip. Lucius wasn't actually afraid of him. In truth, even in front of Voldemort, Lucius could maintain a measure of composure. And Tver had never shown him anything remotely brutal. There was no real reason to be afraid. More likely, Lucius had imagined something on his own and thoroughly demonized him in his head. "All right," Tver said. "You skipped a perfectly good match to come here. What's the matter?" Draco was really hoping you'd watch him play. Tver could already picture Draco's aggrieved expression, trying desperately to hide his disappointment when he realized neither he nor his father had shown up. Lucius swallowed the tea in his mouth before looking at Tver with a probing expression. "Well, you asked me earlier to get in touch with some pure-blood families, didn't you?" Tver nodded. He had already handed that part off to Cynthia and Marvolio. The list of names was still too short to even interest Marvolio in making any arrests. "They're willing to follow you," Lucius continued. "So they'd like to hold a ceremony to show their respect, and to celebrate standing on the same side as you." "A ceremony?" Tver asked, his tone faintly odd. "That's right. Isn't the Quidditch World Cup this summer? We plan to attend the matches, and once the tournament ends, hold a grand parade." A spark of excitement finally appeared on Lucius's face, growing more intense by the second. "In front of wizards from all over the world, we'll let the magical community feel our presence. Even if our business with Muggles is accidentally exposed in the future, it'll make the Ministry think twice." "It sounds more like you're reminiscing about past glory," Tver said coldly, lifting his gaze. At the word past, Lucius couldn't help but shudder, as if he'd been dragged straight back into winter. A chill ran through his entire body. "If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 250, Chapter 250, Tver's Plan. I don't understand. How could you possibly think that?" Lucius Malfoy stammered for a long while, nearly forgetting how to speak. With Tver laying it bare so casually, whatever little schemes he had been nursing evaporated on the spot. As a former Death Eater, he was finally enjoying a kind of ease he had never known before, no longer worried about his family's future. The problem was that this money couldn't be spoken of openly. To Lucius, it felt like wearing splendid robes in the dark. It was satisfying, but also unbearably frustrating, like something was missing. That was why, under the urging of several pureblood friends, he'd thought of staging a highly visible parade, just to announce his existence to the world. As for getting arrested by the Aurors, honestly, it was laughable. His former master already controlled nearly half the Auror office. If that master hadn't yet moved openly to seize power, how could the current head of the office, Scrimgeour, still be sitting so comfortably in his position? Besides, among those Death Eaters who had slipped through judgment, perhaps their brains weren't all that impressive. But when it came to fighting, especially running away, if they claimed second place, no one dared claim first. Otherwise, they would have been dragged to Azkaban long ago. And this sort of thing was never truly secret. That was simply how the wizarding world worked. Even if everyone knew it was the former Death Eaters behind it, without solid evidence, the Ministry wouldn't dare lay a hand on them. The existence of the pureblood families alone was enough to make them hesitate. Still, faced with Tver's unreadable expression, Lucius felt his confidence draining away. To be honest, in the face mask business, aside from contributing a few antiques at the very beginning, he had been utterly useless ever since. Calling him expendable would have been generous. All of Lucius's current sense of security came from Tver. If Tver turned around and chose to work with someone else, all that satisfaction would vanish in an instant. "If you don't like it, I can have them stop immediately," he added hastily. Tver suddenly laughed. "You don't need to be so nervous. I never said you couldn't hold a parade. Just..." He looked deeply at the slightly dazed Lucius. "The plan needs a small adjustment." "What kind of adjustment?" Under that gaze, Lucius swallowed unconsciously. Every instinct he had told him this was anything but a simple change. "I assume you still remember what the Death Eaters once did?" Tver asked, abruptly shifting the topic. The turn left Lucius even more confused. "What do you mean?" After a moment's thought, realization finally dawned on him. "If you're talking about the, mistakes we made back then, the Ministry already judged us, didn't it? The fact that we weren't sent to Azkaban means our crimes weren't considered unforgivable. Otherwise, those people at the Ministry wouldn't have taken our bribes." Lucius spoke rapidly, even exposing things he shouldn't have. He knew very well how ruthless his former master had become. Many of his old followers had already been sent to Azkaban. There was no doubt in his mind that Tvers will lay behind it. But you won't deny that some of you really did escape judgment using various excuses, will you? Tver said calmly. Tver didn't actually mind working with such people. But if it came at the cost of alienating Dumbledore, it simply wasn't worth it. Compared to Dumbledore's influence, a handful of subordinates with criminal records meant nothing at all. Lucius nodded, the motion slow and reluctant. The corners of Tver's mouth lifted as he licked his lips, like a hunter who had finally sighted his prey. Then what's the problem? I only want to see the guilty receive the punishment they deserve. If you have nothing on your conscience, what are you afraid of? So you're planning to use the parade to hand over a merit to Marvolio. Lucius stared at him in shock, eyes wide. Tver gave a cryptic smile. The credit could be given to anyone. But considering he still needed to draw in Barty Crouch, and that Marvolio might not even be available at the time, the outcome was obvious. If Barty had both honors and public acclaim while Fudge was drowning in scandal, the choice between them would speak for itself. Naturally, there was no need to explain any of that to Lucius. So I need you to act as the intermediary and pass all the details of the parade to Marvolio. As for the specifics, he'll know how to handle them. But I'm the organizer. Lucius rasped. What kind of leader betrayed his own people? Well, perhaps there really was half an example. Still, faced with Tver's mild, almost gentle smile, Lucius found himself unable to voice any further objections. This was exactly what Tver wanted. He wanted Lucius to betray the Death Eaters completely. As their current leader, once Lucius took this step, even if the remaining Death Eaters eventually understood his reasoning, the seed of distrust would be firmly embedded in every one of them. At the very least, Lucius would never again be able to command them as effortlessly as before. He wouldn't even have the chance to defect back to Voldemort. And without Lucius at the helm, it wasn't arrogance on Tver's part to say that those Death Eaters, even combined, wouldn't be enough for Marvolio to chew on. At that point, Lucius would have no choice but to cling tightly to the authority Tver granted him. This time, without Tver, he truly would be nothing. Marvolio had misjudged him. This wasn't merely killing two birds with one stone. Tver was far more greedy than anyone imagined. This time, his prey wasn't just the Death Eaters. It included Lucius and Barty Crouch as well. He could even trip Fudge along the way. Lucius stood there, stunned, thinking for a long while. As one of the few genuinely sharp minds among the pureblood families, he slowly grasped Tver's intent. Tver was cutting off every possible retreat. Yet Lucius had no choice but to comply. Otherwise, forget about retreat. He wouldn't even have a path forward. It was terrifying. Lucius trembled all over, the hand holding his cup shaking uncontrollably. For the first time, he felt a deep, genuine regret for ever choosing to cooperate with someone like this. How could someone capable of manipulating the Dark Lord possibly be a gentle, kind professor? I understand. The words seemed to drain him of all his strength. Once he finished speaking, he collapsed back into his chair, no longer able to maintain his earlier rigid posture. I think you felt it already, Tver said calmly. I won't harm anyone who is loyal to me. On the contrary, being my subordinate only requires you to enjoy the fruits of victory. That's something Voldemort could never give you. As he spoke, Tver poured Lucius another cup of tea, his tone almost reassuring. But the problem was that the shock he delivered to the soul was far more brutal. Lucius dared not reveal his thoughts. He quickly took small sips of the scalding tea, as if the burning sensation could somehow drown out the panic roiling inside him. Chapter 251, Examination Month. Lucius finally worked it out. Even back when he served under Voldemort, disloyalty among subordinates had never been tolerated. And now, his feelings were tangled and contradictory. The harsher Tver's methods became, the more it proved that this new leader truly had the resolve and capability to lead them toward real victory. At the very least, he was far more competent than the Dark Lord who had personally gone after a baby and still managed to fail. Not long after Lucius left, a wave of raucous cheering came crashing into the castle. We're the champions. Potter. 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 Gryffindor forever. Even with soundproofing charms layered throughout his office, the noise poured straight into Tver's ears. So Gryffindor had won in the end. That wasn't surprising. Aside from raw strength, Slytherin lagged behind Gryffindor in nearly every respect. They also weren't particularly fond of training, so this result had been well within Tver's expectations. Draco was probably stewing again. Thankfully, the boy was good at regulating himself. With any luck, he would soon turn that frustration into drive and focus on studying magic with him. Honestly, what was so fun about Quidditch anyway? Tver ate his cupcake with a look of open disdain. It definitely had nothing to do with the fact that he wasn't good at flying. Knock, knock. Creak. Draco stared at the door that opened instantly, too surprised to dwell on his grievances. His clothes were slightly disheveled, and he was holding his Nimbus 2001. It was obvious he had rushed over the moment he changed out of his match uniform. "Come in," Tver said with a smile. Professor, Draco hesitated. Earlier, he'd been so furious that he'd charged straight here, thinking only of learning more magic so he could do better next time. Now that he'd finally calmed down, he realized he hadn't spared a thought for what the professor might think. "Calm down, Draco. The match is already over. You can't afford to annoy the professor too," he hastily reminded himself. "I expected you to rally yourself again," Tver said with a chuckle. "But I'll admit, I didn't expect it to happen this quickly. Still, that's a good thing. When nothing can knock you down, it means you're ready to stand on your own in this world." Draco's gloom vanished in an instant, replaced by renewed confidence. The praise left him practically floating. So Potter won the match. Big deal. Does he have anywhere near as much room to grow as I do? But Draco's private thoughts were hardly enough to dampen Harry and the others' celebration. After Charlie left school and before their current captain would graduated, Gryffindor finally claimed the Quidditch Cup once more. The Little Lions, who had been waiting for this moment far too long, celebrated for the entire weekend. Even Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw, despite their less-than-friendly relations with Slytherin, joined in the festivities without hesitation. Joy filled every corner of the castle. The professors, Professor McGonagall especially, chose to look the other way when some of the celebrations went a bit over the top. The students had their doubts. In private, Professor McGonagall probably looked even happier than they were. If she hadn't reminded them at the very end, they might well have forgotten that classes were still scheduled for the next day. The only ones in a bad mood were the Slytherins, led by Snape. They looked at Gryffindor with barely concealed hostility, as if they might draw their wands and start a duel at any moment. Even though Draco had long since shaken off the shadow of defeat, when Neville, or even Percy, ran into him in an office corridor, they knew better than to provoke him. The rest of the students weren't reckless either. Even the young lions understood that accepting the snake's provocations now would be pointless. Doing so would only play straight into their hands. But before long, the joy began to fade with time. Partly because everything that needed celebrating had already been celebrated. The Weasley twins had nearly exhausted their entire fireworks stockpile. And partly because exam month was coming. The importance of OWLS and EWTS, or final exams, doesn't need repeating, Tver said. Now that you've finished celebrating and all activities have wrapped up, I expect you to focus fully on revision. Tver was the first to formally kick off end-of-term revision in the castle. He even decisively suspended the defense against the Dark Arts Club. By now, everyone's ridiculous curse was producing decent results. At the very least, they could reliably force a garish, multicolored skirt onto Davies. But as Tver had always emphasized, the point of this spell was not simply to let them play pranks on others. It was to make them understand how personal will influence the effect of magic. For these students, grasping magic at this conceptual level was clearly a bit ahead of schedule, even though they were already outstanding. Still, that kind of exploration was far from meaningless. Once they became aware of it, the students gradually began thinking about autonomy in spellcasting. They might stumble a little at first, but Tver was confident they would eventually understand. This was, after all, the foundation of becoming a powerful wizard. Tver's creation of the Defense Against the Dark Arts Club had really been a casual move. For these students to grow into people he could truly make use of would unquestionably take time. That said, as some of the best spellcasters at Hogwarts, they were bound to become pillars of the wizarding world in the future. Leaving his mark on them early was simply planning ahead. As for starting revision so early, Tver's confidence came from Lupin. For the first time at the end of a school year, someone would be sharing his workload, even if that person's thoughts were still tangled up with former companions. Lupin genuinely cared about the students. He personally summarized countless practical tips for dealing with magical creatures, an area where he was arguably even better than Tver. He also thoughtfully prepared a thick stack of practice exams and revision materials, especially for OWLS and NEWTS, don't be mistaken. As an excellent Hogwarts graduate, Lupin's grades might not have rivaled Voldemort's, but when it came to distilling exam experience, he was unquestionably superior. After all, making Marvolio do practice questions was one thing. Asking him to recall the details of exams from 50 years ago was truly asking too much of the Dark Lord. The students, however, were genuinely suffering. For the first time, they had finally achieved an ultimate victory in Quidditch. As June arrived, the sunlight outside the windows grew brighter by the day. Even the distant Dementors looked a little more pleasant. Two wonderful things should have come together perfectly. So why did those hateful problem sets and revision packets have to exist? As the Weasley twins put it, using weather like this to do practice questions is practically a crime. If you don't start revising properly, Professor McGonagall replied coolly, I wouldn't mind committing one. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 252, Chapter 252, New Changes to the Final Exams. The students were delighted to discover that this year's Defense Against the Dark Arts exam had changed once again. And this time, it was a change they genuinely welcomed. The exam was still divided into theory and practical components, and they still had to spend half a day seated in a classroom completing the written portion. But in another classroom, something entirely different was waiting for them. A maze. A maze filled with all kinds of magical creatures. And that wasn't all. Inside were riddles laid out by a certain thoughtful professor, as well as barriers that could only be passed by casting the correct counterspells. That said, the students didn't need to clear every single challenge perfectly. After all, there were differences in individual ability, and Tver had deliberately included some high-difficulty sections to distinguish truly outstanding students. So if they ran into a problem they couldn't solve, they were allowed to take a detour. It would simply cost them more time. In the end, their final grade would be determined by a combination of their performance inside the maze and the time they took to complete it. What surprised Tver was that, even though he had designed the challenges strictly according to the course standards, the students performed even better than he had expected. This was especially noticeable when they faced magical creatures. Thanks to their dueling training, their spellcasting had become far more decisive. The only issue was that, in emergency situations, they instinctively used a lot of offensive magic rather than the correct responses Lupin had hoped to see. If Tver hadn't prepared plenty of healing potions in advance, some of the magical creatures in the maze might not have made it to the end of the exam. Lupin could only look helpless about it, but as Tver said while trying to reassure him, the so-called correct method is just what we consider the optimal solution. But for students, and even for wizards, as long as they can get through safely, that's the optimal solution. Then why are you still docking points? Lupin shot Tver an annoyed look. He had just given an A, acceptable, to the student who had knocked the kappa away. But this isn't real life. It's an exam, Tver replied matter-of-factly. The optimal solution is always based on a creature's weaknesses. That kappa could have been lured onto land and tricked into bowing. He would have passed without a scratch. But Thomas insisted on wasting magic and fighting it head-on in the water. If there'd been any other creatures in there, he probably would have died on the spot. So if his impediment jinx hadn't been well cast, forget an A. I would have given him a P, poor. Lupin nodded in understanding, but Dean Thomas, who had just emerged from the maze, did not look pleased at all. He had thought that fight was impressive. Even if it didn't earn a high grade, surely an E should have been possible. Instead, in the professor's eyes, it was only worth the next lower grade, an A. After that, the students no longer dared to rely on clever tricks. They behaved properly and did their best to exploit the weaknesses of magical creatures. And it was precisely because of this that they truly came to understand just how much this approach could help them. The dangers we face mostly come from other wizards, so I want you to apply the weakness analysis skills you've trained on magical creatures to wizards as well. After the exam ended, Tver addressed the student solemnly. These weaknesses don't necessarily mean physical flaws. They could be casting habits, unfamiliarity with certain branches of magic, or similar issues. You need to analyze them and exploit them if you want to deal with potential threats more effectively. It was essentially a lesson in adapting on the battlefield. These students were nothing like their counterparts in the original story. Tver had taught them for 3 full years. From laying foundations in their first year, to exposure to real combat in their second, and now, in their third year, they were already capable of holding their own in proper duels. At the very least, their combat strength had improved in a very real, measurable way. But without realizing it, a sense of arrogance and carelessness had begun to take root in their minds. The creatures Lupin brought into class were all standard textbook examples. Their danger level was limited, so even charging in head-on didn't usually put the students at serious risk. But looking ahead, the dangers they would face in the future would be far more complex than this. By then, it would be far too late to start thinking things through. Lupin didn't quite know why Tver was being so serious, but he understood his thinking. Or rather, having experienced battles both large and small himself, he strongly agreed with this approach. To be honest, judged by third-year standards, your abilities are very good, Lupin said. But measured by the standards of real wizards, every single one of you is failing, no matter how you look at it. He promptly poured cold water over them. You already have to go all out just to deal with these simple creatures. If you ran into something truly powerful, what then? Would you just stand there and wait to die? At first, Lupin worried that his words might be too harsh and dampen the students' spirits. To his surprise, not a single trace of discouragement appeared. Instead, the students became more and more excited. It was as if the school's pumpkin juice had been spiked with a cheering potion. They completely fell in love with this exam format. Even after finishing Defense Against the Dark Arts, they wanted to keep running the maze. Some particularly strong students even set time limits for themselves and started competing in speed runs. Unable to withstand their constant pleas, and after discussing it with Lupin, Tver removed some of the more dangerous magical creatures and left the maze in place for the time being. Even so, this was only one subject, and it happened to be the fastest exam to finish. The students still had several more exams to prepare for. Only after Tver repeatedly promised that the maze wouldn't be dismantled before they left school did they reluctantly shift their attention to their other subjects. But Tver himself, like the students, still couldn't relax. With Lupin's help, he finished the final tasks of the school year faster than ever before. However, because of the special exam format, he and Lupin still had to grade papers for 5-year groups. Normally, professors would leave that work for the summer, sending results out together with the letters for the new school year. But this summer, Tver and Lupin were destined to be far too busy, so they had no choice but to work overtime and get it done in advance. Especially since certain people always seem to enjoy adding a bit more work for the two of them at the busiest possible times. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. Patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 253, Chapter 253, Draco's Choice. On the final day of all the exams, Tver spent the entire day accompanying the students preparing for their OWLS and NEWTS. This had become the single most time-consuming task on his schedule lately. Even ordinary exams were enough to make some students break down from nerves. Now, faced with tests that could very well determine their future, nervous students were everywhere. Or rather, it was impossible to find a single student who wasn't nervous. I'm pretty confident I can get, wait, how many subjects am I taking again? Percy stood at the doorway, his lips trembling. Don't be nervous. As long as you don't reveal anything you shouldn't, everything you've learned in class is more than enough to handle the examiners, Tver said, amused, as he reassured him. If even a top student like Percy reacted like this, it went without saying how the others felt. So Tver stayed by the entrance of the Great Hall, comforting students as they waited their turn. The hall had been converted into an examination venue, and students entered one by one according to their subjects. That said, Tver had great confidence in this year's students, more confidence than they had in themselves. Based on past experience, students usually lost marks in practical sections. They rarely had opportunities to apply magic in real situations. Most of their practice consisted of repeatedly casting spells. Honestly, that kind of training reminded Tver of how he had learned English in his previous life, plenty of drills, but almost no chance to actually speak. Now, after several years of adjustment, even though there were still many theory-heavy courses, the proportion of practical training was far higher than before. The faint looks of surprise on the examiners' faces were proof enough that this cohort's performance had genuinely exceeded expectations. Among those examiners were even elderly figures who had once invigilated Dumbledore's exams. They had seen generation after generation of students pass through. While this class didn't produce anyone who could rival Dumbledore, their overall quality surpassed every cohort before them. That was exactly what Tver wanted to see. Change in the wizarding world wasn't something he alone should push forward. Wizards themselves needed the strength to face that change. Tver wasn't a babysitter. What he cared about was the overall interests of wizardkind. If a few individuals ended up destitute because they lacked ability, he wouldn't spare them a glance. No, he might even watch coldly as they were gradually eliminated by this new society. After the last group of students finished their exams in high spirits, Tver joined them for dinner in the Great Hall, which had been restored to its usual state. It was one of the few remaining chances to spend time with the 7th-year students, so he thoughtfully sat down at the students' long table. Surrounded by the lively crowd, Tver kept a faint smile on his face, listening to them talk about amusing moments from the exams and their hopes for the future. He couldn't help wondering what expressions they would wear if they knew he planned to overturn the secrecy laws. Still, he didn't stay in the Great Hall for long. After dinner, he took his leave. He still had a pile of exam papers waiting to be dealt with. But on the way back to his office, Tver caught sight of a strange figure. Draco, what are you doing here? Draco was holding a cup in his hands. A thin wisp of steam still rose from it, though not much warmth remained. Seeing him here wasn't strange. What was strange was why he was standing outside Lupin's office. Draco looked at Tver in surprise and delight, lifting the cup openly to show it to him. I came to look for Professor Lupin. Professor Snape asked me to deliver this potion to him. He leaned his head back slightly, clearly repelled by the smell wafting from the cup. Tver shook his head with an amused smile. Even though Lupin had already made it clear that he wouldn't be staying on at Hogwarts after the school year ended, Snape still tirelessly hinted at his werewolf identity in every possible way. Now he had even gone so far as to send a student to deliver Wolfsbane potion. As if he were afraid no one would notice. Honestly, Snape's petty behavior was childish to the point of being almost endearing. The real issue was that people feared werewolves because they didn't understand them. Some outstanding upper-year students had long noticed Lupin's oddities, but out of trust in Dumbledore and genuine fondness for Lupin, they had never spread the matter around. What Snape was doing now felt more like a child trying to tattle through roundabout hints. Is Professor Lupin not in his office? Tver stepped forward and knocked on the door. I've been waiting here for almost 20 minutes, but Professor Lupin never came to open it, Draco replied obediently. He had originally planned to come and ask about his exam results, or rather, to find out whether his scores were higher than Potter's. Hearing this, Tver fell silent as he stared at the tightly closed door. Tonight was the full moon. Lupin just happened to be away from his office, and he hadn't taken the potion. Which meant that tonight was likely the night Sirius Black would appear. In Tver's memory, many events this year no longer lined up with the plot he remembered, and that had already planted a seed of doubt in his mind. Over the past few years, he had gradually realized that he was most likely in the world of the original Harry Potter novels, not the film series he remembered so clearly. On top of that, his very presence had already begun to introduce unknown changes into the wizarding world. Blindly following the original plot was no longer an option. Still, there was no need to worry. He already had enough composure and confidence to deal with these changes. Draco looked at Professor Foley, who had fallen into thought, with some confusion. Professor, did something unexpected happen? He asked carefully, not wanting to interrupt the professor, yet unable to suppress his curiosity. It's a good thing, Tver said as he came back to himself, smiling as he took the cup from Draco's hands. Come on. Let's go sit in my office. Draco immediately put his curiosity aside and followed closely behind the professor, slipping into the familiar office with practiced ease. After sitting down and taking a few sips of pumpkin juice, he still couldn't hold back his curiosity. Professor, aren't you worried about Professor Lupin being a werewolf? Why should we be? Tver asked in return. He's a werewolf. So what? Outside of their transformed state, werewolves are no different from ordinary wizards. Hasn't everything you've seen this past year taught you that? Tver explained patiently. This kind of prejudice against magical creatures wasn't something that could be erased overnight. It required long-term, subtle influence. And, ultimately, Draco would have to understand it for himself. Draco nodded reluctantly. He had grown up receiving the most traditional wizarding education, and his disdain for magical creatures ran deep. If Lupin weren't genuinely a good person, he wouldn't even address him as a professor. If his father ever found out, he would probably think Draco had gone mad. The thought made him laugh inwardly, accompanied by a sudden, exhilarating sense of rebellion. But that wasn't what Tver wanted. Draco, if you want to become someone who stands above others, you must learn to view all of your subordinates as equals, Tver said. Whether they are werewolves, vampires, giants, or any other kind of magical creature. They are allies who help uphold your position, not servants to be ordered around. Holding his cup, Tver looked at him with a meaningful gaze. Whether Draco could truly grasp this would determine his future ceiling. The words left Draco momentarily flustered. Yet faintly, he felt as though he were standing before an important choice. Someone who stands above others. Is that what you want me to become? That's up to you, Draco, Tver replied calmly, meeting his gaze. My role is to teach you. What kind of person you choose to become has always been your own decision. Draco took a deep breath. I don't know if I can do it, he said, meeting the professor's eyes with resolve. But the one thing I can promise is that no matter what I have to do, no matter what ideas I need to change, I'll work hard for it. In truth, he had never really thought about what kind of person he would become in the future. As the heir to the Malfoy family, becoming the head of the Malfoy house was simply the natural course of things. He neither looked forward to it nor resisted it. But now, it felt as though a seed called ambition had quietly taken root in his heart. Chapter 254, Reunion with an Old Friend. Unlike Tver and the others, who were idling away their time in the office, Lupin's mood was anything but relaxed. Determined not to leave regrets in his teaching career, he had been throwing himself into grading papers lately, carefully reviewing each student's performance and offering tailored advice on how to improve. Of course, this was also because Tver's inventive approach to slacking off had left him with no alternative. He worked straight through until evening. During a short break, he found himself absent-mindedly picking up the Marauders map that lay nearby. I solemnly swear I'm up to no good. He had paid close attention to the map earlier, but after searching for a long time without finding anything, he had forced himself to let it go and focus on preparing the students' final exams. Still, just one quick look wouldn't hurt, would it? Thinking of how Tver shamelessly allowed himself to slack off, Lupin instantly found a perfectly reasonable excuse to relax for a moment. And it was that single glance that made him realize something was very wrong. Harry and the others had run to Hagrid's hut. The problem was that Peter Pettigrew's name was overlapping with theirs, right at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Then, almost immediately, Sirius Black's name appeared, running together with Ron into the Whomping Willow's secret passage. And then they vanished at the end of the tunnel. Lupin grabbed his wand and hurried out of his office. Even though the map didn't mark anything beyond that point, he knew exactly where the passage led, the Shrieking Shack in Hogsmeade. In his haste, he not only forgot to take the map with him, he also forgot to close the door. On the other side, Harry and Hermione followed Ron's trail, jogging through the Whomping Willows underground passage. Where does this lead? Hermione asked, unable to hide her nerves. Urgency was written all over Harry's face. His uneasy gaze flicked between the pitch-black end of the tunnel and the walls on either side. The only thing that offered him any comfort was the sight of Crookshank's tail guiding them ahead. I don't know. The map only shows part of this passage. Even George and Fred don't know where it ends, he said. But if I had to guess, it probably leads to Hogsmeade. Harry's heart jumped. Crookshank's tail disappeared, replaced by a faint glimmer of light and a small opening ahead. They emerged into an abandoned house coated in dust. The furniture was broken and rotting, and the windows were boarded up, letting in only a few thin strands of sunlight. The Shrieking Shack. After a brief look around, Hermione recognized it, her clear thinking bringing a measure of calm back to her. Harry nodded in silence, and the two of them drew their wands at the same time. There was a loud creak from the floor above their heads. Moving in practiced unison, they stepped cautiously up the dark staircase, one after the other, until they reached the door of an equally decrepit room. Harry took a deep breath. Bang. He kicked the door open and rushed in. Ron. In the corner of the room stood Ron alone, except for the rat in his hands. Scabbers was struggling frantically, squealing as he tried to escape. Harry, behind you. Ron shouted in panic. Harry spun around at once, wand leveled firmly at the shadows. Hermione followed suit, her wand trained in the same direction. The figure in the darkness didn't flinch. Calmly, he reached out and closed the door. As he did, he stepped fully into the light. His eye sockets were deeply sunken, his skin completely drained of color, waxy and cracked, like a corpse dragged back from the grave after years of decay. He stretched his lips into a savage grin, revealing a mouthful of filthy yellow teeth. Sirius Black. Expelliarmus. He whipped Ron's wand through the air with startling speed, his movements far too agile for someone who looked like him. Harry reacted instantly. Protego. A flicker of surprise crossed Sirius's face. It had been 12 years since he last fought with a wand, and having his disarming charm blocked so easily left him both startled and oddly pleased. Expelliarmus. Hermione didn't hesitate. She spun and fired a disarming charm straight back at Black. Protego. Once again, a shield charm intercepted the spell. But this time, the caster was someone else. It was Lupin, who had rushed in just in time. After blocking the spell, Lupin and Black locked eyes in silence under Harry and Hermione's stunned gazes. I never imagined you'd end up like this. Lupin studied Black's current state, his voice heavy with emotion, as though his thoughts had been pulled back 12 years, or even further. Back then, Black had been the most high-spirited of the four of them, and without question the most handsome. Now he looked neither fully human nor ghost, a shell of what he once was. People change, Black said lightly, shrugging. Just look at Harry and the others. 3rd years, and they already have combat skills like that. He smiled, the same gentle smile Lupin remembered so well, and opened his arms toward him. But Lupin didn't return the embrace, even after lowering his wand. Tell me. Did you switch people back then? Yes, Black said with a sigh. Then why did you keep it from me? That was my mistake. I thought I was clever. I trusted the wrong person. Black's expression dimmed. At that moment, Lupin finally stepped forward and wrapped him in a tight embrace. Professor. Hermione stared at the scene in disbelief. Why? Why are you helping Black? After everything, after how much we trusted you. The truth isn't that simple, Hermione, Lupin said quickly. The truth is that you're a werewolf. Hermione shouted, her eyes red with hurt. When did you figure it out? Lupin asked quietly. Professor Snape taught us a lot about werewolves, and everything lined up with you. And, Harry stepped up beside Hermione, during the summer, Professor Foley asked Cedric's father about your whereabouts. We asked Mr. Diggory for help. That's how we confirmed it for sure. Ah, yes. Lupin shook his head with a bitter smile. If it hadn't been for Tver, I would have died that summer. Then why didn't you expose me? He asked, forcing a faint smile. Harry hesitated. Well. Professor Foley said you shouldn't judge someone based only on appearances. That kind of judgment is always incomplete. But clearly, you betrayed his trust, and Dumbledore's as well. Hermione snapped. Have you ever thought that you're judging Black the same way? Lupin said gently as he put his wand away and walked toward them. Hermione lifted her wand again, but Harry stopped her. We'll trust you one last time, he said. Tell us what really happened back then. After everything he'd been through over the past 2 years, he'd learned to be patient. At the very least, he now had the composure to wait. It was Peter Pettigrew. You remember seeing his name on the map, don't you? Lupin reached into his pocket, only to realize that in his rush, he'd forgotten to bring the Marauder's map at all. No matter what, someone who should have been dead was right here in this room. Expelliarmus. Suddenly, an urgent voice rang out from the open space by the doorway. If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 255, Chapter 255, The Truth. Even though the dash had drained much of his strength, Snape, panting as he threw off his cloak of invisibility, still snapped off 2 disarming charms with flawless precision, hitting Lupin and Black squarely. After that, he did not even spare a glance at the wand spinning through the air. Instead, his eyes swept first toward Harry and the others. Only after confirming they were unharmed did he look back at Black, a cold smile creeping across his face. Well, well, well. Snape raised his wand and aimed it at Black's head, as though he were holding a sharpened blade. How I've looked forward to seeing you again, Sirius Black, he said through clenched teeth. Revenge really is a pleasure. Severus, listen to me, Lupin said urgently. Snape cut him off at once. Ha. I warned Dumbledore long ago that someone was helping Black. And yet he chose to trust you, just as he trusted that arrogant Folly. But it doesn't matter. The magic I prepared for Folly will work just as well on the 2 of you. And don't worry. These spells will only bring you despairing agony. After that, I'll personally hand you over to the Dementors. At the word Dementors, Black's face drained of color, his already gaunt features turning even more ashen. Snape caught it and let out a satisfied, chilling laugh. What's wrong? Still not used to the Dementors? Don't worry. After tonight, you won't need to stay in Azkaban anymore. They'll be more than happy to give you a kiss, so that... Expelliarmus. Asterisk. 3 flashes of red light slammed into Snape like cannon fire. His body flew backward, smashed into the wall, then slid down to the floor. Blood seeped into his hair as he lost consciousness. Ah. I think one would have been enough, Harry said awkwardly as he lowered his wand. Mate, I thought I was the only one who reacted in time. Ron shot an amused look at Hermione, who stood beside him, clearly stricken with guilt. No matter what, we shouldn't have attacked a professor, Hermione said in a panic. She took a couple of steps forward, then hesitated and retreated, as if she wanted to go check on Snape but didn't dare. You're right. That sort of thing should be left to us, Black said, swallowing hard. He suddenly realized that students these days were even wilder than they had been in his own time. We still don't trust you. Harry said, raising his wand at him again. That's fine. The truth will come out soon enough, Lupin said, holding up both hands to show he meant no harm. Just hand Peter over to us, and everything can be explained. He gestured toward Ron. But Ron only tightened his grip on the struggling rat. No way. I'm not handing Scabbers over to you. He's been with our family for 12 years. Exactly 12 years. Black's face twisted even more fiercely than Snape's had moments earlier. Is that even a normal lifespan for a rat? Seeing Harry and the others tense up, Lupin quickly reached out and gave Black's shoulder a calming pat. More importantly, when they found Peter back then, all that was left of his body was a single finger. And this rat, Scabbers, is missing a toe. Ron, we spent 7 years with Peter. We saw him transform countless times. There's no way we're mistaken. If he really is Peter, then why couldn't it be Black who wanted to kill him, to silence a former hero? Hermione suddenly asked. Lupin froze for a moment. Then why would he hide with the Weasley family for 12 years? Hero? He was the one who betrayed James. Black roared. What do you mean? Harry asked, his voice uncertain as he stared at him. Back then, Voldemort suddenly intensified his hunt for your parents and for you. No one knew why. To protect you, Dumbledore proposed using the Fidelius charm to hide you. Harry stepped forward, his grip on his wand tightening unconsciously. That's right. You were the secret keeper, weren't you? At first, yes. I was the one everyone knew about. That way, as long as I stayed hidden, no one could find you. But the problem was, our enemy was Voldemort. Sirius said, clutching his head in frustration. I couldn't guarantee he wouldn't track me down. I wasn't afraid of dying. What I was afraid of was exposing your location because of me. So in the end, I decided to make Peter Pettigrew the secret keeper, while I drew Voldemort and the Death Eater's attention away. That way, even if I died at Voldemort's hands, no one would ever know where you were. But none of us ever imagined that Peter himself would be that shameless traitor. Burning with rage, Black strode forward and snatched the squeaking rat straight out of Ron's hands. If this is a lie, I'll go find the Dementors myself and die alongside James. But if it's true, I'll tear this filthy traitor apart with my own hands. Scabbers! Ron shouted. But before he could say anything else, a flash of blue light from Lupin struck the rat. The cry died in his throat. The rat he had lived with day in and day out suddenly sprouted a man's head. Then arms, legs, and finally the rest of the body emerged, until a whole person stood there. He was a very short man, with dull, sparse hair sticking out in messy clumps and a large bald patch on the top of his head. His body looked wrinkled and shrunken, like a fat man who had lost a great deal of weight in a short time. His skin was filthy, almost the same color as Scabber's fur, and his sharp nose and watery, beady green eyes still carried an unmistakably rat-like quality. He swept his gaze across the group, breathing rapidly. Harry noticed his eyes constantly flicking toward the door. This was Peter Pettigrew. You slept with that thing for 12 years? Hermione said to Ron in disgust. Not 12 years. Ron protested immediately. Percy didn't want it anymore and gave it to me. It's only been these past few years, and I didn't sleep with it. He pulled a miserable face, clearly just as revolted, as he shouted his defense. Don't worry, Ron. Peter fooled a lot of people, myself included. But after today, he won't be fooling anyone ever again. Lupin smiled gently. Long time no see, Wormtail. Remus, oh, and Sirius. I've missed you too, Peter said, forcing a tense smile, his eyes still darting around nervously. Black let out a cold laugh. Ha. It's not you I've missed. It's the truth you've been hiding. I don't know what you're talking about, Peter stammered. His voice grew weaker and weaker. He didn't dare meet anyone's eyes, instead staring at the floor as if a hole might open up for him to crawl through. Seeing his shameless display, Black clenched his fists tightly. Wasn't it already perfectly clear just now? Fine. If you didn't hear me, I can go through every one of your despicable crimes again, nice and slow. Peter finally seemed unable to withstand the pressure. He suddenly shouted at Black, you have no idea how powerful the Dark Lord's magic really is. Yes, you're strong. You can afford to look down on the Dark Lord, but I'm different. I was timid to begin with, my abilities were weak, and most importantly, my mother was waiting for me to come home. I couldn't die. He broke down crying as he dropped to his knees, covering his face with his hands. His shoulders shook with each sob, a pitiful sight that could easily move anyone who saw it. Chapter 256, The Dementors Attack. Just as Harry and the others were wavering, shaken by Peter's breakdown, Black finally snapped. He drove his foot into Peter hard, sending him sprawling across the ground. Is that supposed to justify betraying us? He moved to kick him again, but Lupin grabbed him and held him back. Have you ever thought about it? Lupin demanded. Because of your betrayal, how many parents lost their children? How many children were left without parents? Kill him, Lupin. Black roared at him. I can't wait another second. Kill this shameless traitor. No. As both men raised their wands, Harry suddenly stepped in front of Peter, blocking them. You can't kill him. Harry, this man is responsible for your parents' deaths. Black said, turning on him in disbelief. I know, Harry replied calmly, but you shouldn't turn yourselves into murderers over someone like him. Peter, who had been collapsed on the ground moments ago, suddenly sprang up with a speed that didn't suit him at all. Beaming, he grabbed Harry's arm. You're too kind, Harry. I knew someone as merciful as you wouldn't bear to see me hurt. Harry shook him off in disgust. Don't misunderstand. I just want to take you back to the castle and hand you over to the Dementors for judgment. Only then did Black and Lupin exchange a look and let out a shared breath of relief. I have to say, Harry, you really are just like your father, Black said softly, his thoughts drifting into the past. All right, we can't waste any more time, Lupin said, clapping his hands once. He quickly conjured a length of rope and bound Peter tightly. If you try to escape, I won't hesitate to kill you. Then he fixed Ron's injured foot with a wooden splint, allowing him to move a little more easily. Honestly, I think we should make a suggestion to Professor Folly, Ron muttered. The badge he gave us doesn't block physical damage at all. What about Professor Snape? Hermione asked, voicing the worry she had been holding onto all night. Snavellis will be fine, Black said impatiently, flicking Snape's wand. Snape seemed to jerk back to life as invisible cords looped around his wrists, neck, and knees, hauling him upright. His head still lolled forward like a grotesque puppet, his feet hanging a few inches above the ground. He was suspended in a posture that looked disturbingly like a cross. Once we're back at the castle, we'll hand him and Ron over to Madame Pomfrey. They'll get proper treatment, Lupin said, reassuring the still anxious trio. To be safe, he bound Peter to himself and Ron as well, forming a bizarre little group. Together, they made their way back through the passage and headed toward the castle. Harry's mood, however, had lightened considerably. I don't know if you're aware of this, Black said hesitantly, more nervous than he had ever felt in his life, but, when you were just born, I was your godfather. I was thinking, if it's possible, and if you've got the time, or you want to, you could come stay with me for a while. Of course, if you actually like living with your aunt and uncle, I won't force you. Of course not. Harry blurted, practically glowing. I mean, where do you live? I can move in any time. Oh. Black laughed, delighted. It was the first time he had sounded this happy in over a decade. It might need a bit of cleaning. I'll come and pick you up. We can help, Ron said suddenly. Everyone turned to stare at him, and he immediately went a little red. I mean, if you don't mind. Of course I don't mind. But I should probably apologize in advance. When I'm a dog, I'm usually pretty gentle, Black said, looking slightly sheepish. It's fine. I'm used to being the one who gets hurt, Ron grumbled. Watching them joke and chatter, Harry felt lighter than he had in ages. Like walking back through the passage together, it almost felt as if everything had finally reached the best possible ending. But the moment they stepped back onto the school grounds, that happiness vanished. Harry, the moon! Hermione cried, her voice sharp with fear. Harry felt the moonlight on his skin and whirled around. Lupin's face was already twisting with pain. Mate, you didn't take your potion tonight. Black grabbed him fast, trying to hold him steady. Don't. I have, the bracelet. Lupin rasped, his voice turning into a strained snarl. The bracelet. Black said, frantic. What bracelet? No, we have to get you back into the passage, now. It's the werewolf bracelet. Hermione gasped, sudden hope flashing across her face. It suppresses a werewolf's urge to attack. Professor Lupin really is wearing one. How does it suppress it? Black demanded. Will it actually hold? Hermione froze, caught out. I don't know. The papers never said. In the full wash of moonlight, Lupin completed the change. Whatever human will he had left was snuffed out completely. Ah. The werewolf threw back its head and howled, bloodshot eyes snapping straight to Black. Its claws rose high. And in that instant, a ring of white light flared around him. As the claws came down, the light shrank sharply, snapping back into his body. Aff. The werewolf's face contorted as if it had been hit by a wave of agony. The raised claws sagged, suddenly limp. What was that? Black stared, stunned. Was that the bracelet? It has to be. Hermione said, almost laughing with relief. But the werewolf's feral stare had changed. Fear seeped into it. It tried again, swinging a claw in a testing strike. The white light flashed a second time, and the creature shuddered as if something deep inside it had been slammed hard. AA. This time, even its howl came out weak. It stumbled backward several steps. Losing its mind did not mean losing every scrap of sense. It clearly understood now that the people in front of it were not prey it could take. With its decision made, it turned and bounded away, disappearing in a few leaps into the depths of the forbidden forest. Remus. Black lurched as if to chase, but Harry grabbed him and stopped him. Sirius, the sky. Harry's hand shook as he pointed upward. Sometime without them noticing, Dementors had gathered in countless numbers, packed together like a storm cloud pressing down. Damn it, Black hissed, retreating back to the others. The howl must have drawn them in. At the same time, Snape, who had collapsed after Lupin's magic restraint faded, seemed to feel the Dementors' despair rolling toward them. He clutched his pounding head and staggered over to Black. With a grimace, Black shoved Snape's wand back into his hand and took Lupin's wand for himself. Snevelis, didn't you say you had a pile of spells ready? Use them. After that long in Azkaban, Black wasn't confident his Patronus would still have enough strength. Damn you, Snape snapped, gripping his wand. If it weren't for you, would we be in this situation at all? He knew perfectly well that when Dementors fed, they would not mind an extra dessert. And with this many, 1 or 2 patron uses would never be enough. Grinding his teeth, he lifted his wand high, aiming straight at the Dementors. A dazzling light burst into existence in front of them, glaringly bright against the night. Then a white, spherical shape shot forward like a cannonball and slammed into the swarm, blasting a huge hole through the dark mass. TCH. Even I have to admit it, you've got real skill. Damn it, Snape barked. That wasn't my magic. Chapter 257, Return to the Castle. The silvery white sphere did not stop after crashing into the Dementors. Instead, it flared like a newborn sun, its radiance growing brighter and brighter. It leapt through the swarm of Dementors. Any Dementor touched by that light did not even have time to flee. Like snow exposed to sunlight, they melted away in an instant. Before Snape and the others could recover from their shock, nearly half of the Dementors above them were already gone. Of those that remained, some fled at more than twice the speed they had arrived with, while others stood frozen in place, as if waiting to be erased. Harry stared blankly at the stag he had summoned. It bounced in place twice, then dissipated. Even if it hadn't vanished, it wouldn't have made a difference. In the shadows, however, Peter Pettigrew curled his lips into a faint smile as he watched. When he had first seen the Dementors, he had been certain he was finished. But now things were different. With everyone distracted by the Dementors, all he had to do was turn back into a rat and slip away. "I'd advise you to put those thoughts away," Tver murmured quietly beside Peter's ear. "Otherwise, if something goes wrong, it won't be something you can afford." Peter jolted in fright at the sudden voice. "Who are you?" His voice shot up an octave, shrill and squeaking like a rat, instantly snapping everyone's attention toward him. "Professor!" Ron exclaimed in delight as he looked at the figure who had appeared beside them. "Good evening, everyone," Tver said with a smile, giving them a small wave. "Is tonight some kind of special occasion? Gathering at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, what, a midnight banquet?" Snape visibly relaxed, though he still clicked his tongue in annoyance. No matter how much he disliked Tver, he had to admit that Tver's strength was more than enough to guarantee their safe return to the castle. "You're the Professor Fawley Novellis mentioned?" Black asked, tightening his grip on his wand, his guard clearly up. From what he had seen just now, this professor seemed more ally than enemy. The problem was that he himself was still a wanted man. If this professor decided to hand him over to the Dementors, a fight would be unavoidable. "That's right. And you must be the old friend Lupin talked about," Tver replied. He paid no attention to Black's small movements, instead glancing up at the remaining Dementors. His Patronus was close to its limit, but the Dementors had reached theirs even sooner. Aside from those still fleeing, there were hardly any left. "Professor, please help Professor Lupin," Harry said urgently, pointing toward the depths of the Forbidden Forest. He turned into a werewolf and ran inside. "Is he wearing the bracelet?" Tver asked calmly as he drew his gaze back, then gave Peter a long, meaningful look. Sensing the warning in that stare, Peter immediately froze, abandoning any further attempts to slip away. Even without seeing it firsthand, from hiding in Gryffindor's dormitories and common room, he had heard enough to know that this young professor's strength was far beyond anything he could deal with in his current state. Not to mention Black, who was watching him like a hawk, as though he were just waiting for an excuse to deal with him once and for all. "He did," Hermione answered quickly. "When he tried to attack us, he looked like he was in a lot of pain." "Then it's fine," Tver said. "Once Lupin regains consciousness, he'll make his own way back to the castle." "But won't the creatures in the Forbidden Forest attack the professor?" someone asked anxiously. "That's a werewolf, Hermione," Tver explained patiently. "Werewolves have extremely strong magical and physical resistance. Ordinary attacks wouldn't even register as pain. And the bracelet itself provides some protection. Besides, if he can't win, he can always rely on his incredible mobility to escape." Tver wasn't trying to lock a werewolf in a cage. He was simply suppressing the urge to attack during transformation. As a werewolf, instinct alone was enough to evade most threats in the wizarding world. And for the few dangers that couldn't be escaped, whether the bracelet was there or not hardly made a difference. Seeing everyone finally relax, Tver clapped his hands as the silvery light in the sky faded away. "All right, let's head back to the castle. You've made quite a scene tonight. Dumbledore and the others are still waiting for you." At the mention of Dumbledore's name, everyone truly relaxed at last. Everyone except Peter Pettigrew. The group resumed moving forward at full number, except this time Lupin's place was taken by Tver. Peter, sensing the fate awaiting him, panicked and began pleading wildly. "Ron, Ron. I watched you grow up. I've been with the Weasley family since you were 1 year old. Your parents wouldn't want their pet killed." "Shut up." Ron snapped. "If my parents knew the rat in our house was someone as filthy as you, they'd personally send you to Azkaban." Peter didn't take offense. Instead, he turned his attention to Hermione, who was helping Ron along. "Dear Miss Granger, you're so clever. Surely you can understand my reasoning back then." "Of course I can," Hermione said with a dry laugh. "A despicable coward who betrayed his friends because he was afraid of a powerful enemy. Is that about right? Honestly, I can't believe you were ever a Gryffindor. If you'd stayed for 7 years, you'd know Gryffindor is full of exactly that kind of people," Snape said coldly. "Still better than you, you Slytherin," Black shot back immediately. Snape didn't reply. He simply gave Black a contemptuous smile, sharp enough to hurt more than any insult. "Snovellis, don't think 12 wasted years mean I can't beat you." Black snarled. "In fact, even without those 12 years, you still wouldn't beat me," Snape said calmly, idly twirling his wand. Even knowing now that the real traitor had been Peter Pettigrew did nothing to ease his hatred for Black. Black's temper flared instantly. He lunged towards Snape, gripping his wand tightly. But just then, as they neared the castle, an unexpected voice rang out. Black. Quick, Dawlish, arrest him. Fudge and Dumbledore stood at the entrance, Fudge's plump face flushed with excitement, his raised finger trembling as if he were staring at a prize that would secure his promotion. Then again, hadn't the Minister of Magic already reached the top? Harry stepped in front of Black. You can't do this, Minister Fudge. Sirius was framed. The real traitor was Peter Pettigrew. That's right, Tver added at just the right moment. Peter has already told us what really happened. He's the one who framed Black. Isn't that right, Peter? Peter looked uncertainly from Black's twisted, furious face to Tver's gentle smile. He desperately wanted to claim he'd been threatened, but this was the wizarding world. There were countless ways to pry the truth out of him. In the end, he could only nod weakly. Chapter 258, Fudge's Plan. Fudge only noticed the bound Peter Pettigrew at that point. He studied him with confusion. And this is Peter Pettigrew. He became the secret keeper in the end, and he's the one who betrayed my parents. You wronged Sirius back then, Harry said quickly. At first, Fudge still showed a faint interest in the truth. But the moment he heard the word wronged, his brow tightened. Wronged. No, my boy. The Ministry of Magic does not make mistakes. But you did. Harry pressed anxiously. You locked Sirius up in Azkaban by mistake and even gave Peter, the real criminal, a medal. He didn't realize that the more he spoke, the more displeased Fudge became. Enough. Fudge suddenly roared, startling everyone present. Realizing he'd lost his composure, he cleared his throat, as though the outburst had nothing to do with him. We'll interrogate them properly to determine the facts. Dawlish, take Black, and this man suspected of being Peter Pettigrew, too. There are towers in the castle suitable for holding them, Marvolio interjected at the right moment. Fudge hesitated. He had originally intended to bring them back to the Ministry, but holding them at Hogwarts would do just as well. After all, the Dementors were already here. Then interrogate them in the castle and report the results to me afterward. As for you, Fudge turned back to the others, go back and rest. No wandering around tonight. What are you planning to do to Sirius? Harry sensed something was off. He stayed in front of Black and demanded an answer. Hermione and Ron stepped up beside him, staring at Fudge just as firmly. This is standard procedure. We're only conducting a routine interrogation. Fudge snapped impatiently, waving a hand to signal Dawlish to act. Harry opened his mouth to argue again, but Dumbledore stopped him. Harry, and Hermione. Ron is injured. Take him to the hospital wing. Poppy is already waiting for you. And you as well, Severus. Hearing the unmistakable finality in Dumbledore's tone, Harry nodded reluctantly. I have potions prepared already, Snape said smugly. He shot a glance at Black, whose arm was still gripped by Marvolio, flicked his head, and strode away. As everyone's attention finally turned to him, Tver seemed to remember something. I'll head to the hospital wing too, see if there's anything I can help with. After exchanging a look with Dumbledore, he left as well. Then. I'll take you to the castle towers, Dumbledore said with a light chuckle, noticing Fudge's hesitation. Of course, afterward I'll return to my office for some tea. With his little scheme laid bare, Fudge gave an awkward smile. Black, however, felt increasingly uneasy. Just as Harry had sensed, he too felt that Fudge was resisting the truth, unwilling to acknowledge Wormtail's involvement. The thought unsettled him. He didn't mind being sent back to Azkaban or carrying the blame again. But he could not accept Wormtail slipping away from judgment under these circumstances. And even more than that, he couldn't stand the idea of Harry's goodwill being trampled by a politician. That boy was exactly like James, wearing his heart on his sleeve. By the time Black snapped out of his thoughts, he realized he had already been locked away at the top of a tower. Even with 7 years of sneaking around the castle at night behind him, he couldn't remember ever being here. Of course, a place this remote was worth mapping once at most. Coming back again would be pure torment. The howling wind made him pull his clothes tighter around himself. Even in June, the night wind at this height was cutting cold. He couldn't afford to fall over something so trivial now. On the other side of the tower, Fudge stood pacing anxiously in front of the iron door holding Peter Pettigrew. The moment Marvolio stepped out, he rushed up to him. Well. What did the interrogation turn up? Marvolio pressed his lips together. It's confirmed. He is Peter Pettigrew. In order to mislead, well, you know who, he switched the secret keeper and kept it hidden. Then why did the bastard have to hide for 12 whole years? Couldn't he have come out a few years earlier? Fudge snapped, stamping his foot in irritation. Marvolio nearly burst out laughing. He bit down hard on his lip to keep his composure. Black only escaped last year, he said. I don't care. This absolutely cannot get out. But you weren't even minister back then. What does this have to do with you? Marvolio asked calmly. Fudge let out a bitter smile. Even if I wasn't the one who tried Black or handed Pettigrew that medal, those cursed reporters would pin the whole mistake on me anyway. Do you understand? I can't let the ministry be stained by this kind of scandal. At the very least, not while I'm in office. Out of Fudge's sight, the corner of Marvolio's mouth lifted slightly. Not only do I understand, he thought, someone has already seen through every move you're going to make. By now, even without Tver's reminder, Marvolio was well aware that Fudge was nothing more than a politician obsessed with power. Truth and facts meant nothing to him. Preserving his own authority was the only goal behind everything he did. Then what should we do with Peter Pettigrew and Black? Marvolio asked. Fudge fell into thought. After a long pause, he turned back, a ruthless glint in his eyes that even the darkness couldn't hide. Kill them, he said flatly. We'll tell the public that Peter Pettigrew honored his friend's dying wish and protected Harry for years. In the end, he bravely fought Black, who escaped from prison and tried to take revenge on Harry. He died because he was weaker. As for Black, he was later. No, Fudge interrupted himself. Change that. We captured Black and handed him over to the Dementors. For the first time, surprise flickered across Marvolio's face. Fudge's sheer viciousness was, honestly, beyond what either he or Tver had expected. But there are a lot of people who already know the truth. Dumbledore included. How do we silence them? And killing them outright would only raise suspicion. People would say we let Black waltz into the castle and murder a so-called hero. Fudge was left speechless. He had only been venting his frustration in the heat of the moment. Then what do you suggest? He asked stiffly. At last, Marvolio's smile surfaced fully. Maybe we don't resolve the case at all. We drag it out. We simply refuse to admit that the ministry made a mistake. As long as Peter Pettigrew accidentally escapes, then until he's caught again, we haven't done anything wrong. At most, we can say our earlier handling wasn't entirely appropriate. And when the escaped Pettigrew is finally captured again, won't the initiative be firmly in our hands? He said softly, his tone almost coaxing. Fudge noticed nothing strange. On the contrary, his eyes lit up. That's right. Not only do we let him escape, we should even make a bit of a spectacle of it, completely distancing ourselves. Leave it to you. I'll go have tea with Dumbledore and keep him occupied. And remember, there must be absolutely no connection back to us. Don't worry, Marvolio replied, watching Fudge leave with a meaningful look. I'll make sure it's handled cleanly. Chapter 259, Chapter 259, Peter Pettigrew's Mission. Meanwhile, Tver stayed in the hospital wing, accompanying Harry and the others through their examinations. Of course, the only one whose injuries could be called serious was Ron. Even so, no matter how long he wailed, it didn't change the fact that they were minor wounds that would heal after a few days of rest. Dumbledore stopped by midway, checked on their condition, and after giving Tver a subtle wink, left. Catching the signal, Tver smiled knowingly. You stay here with Ron. I have a few things to take care of. Professor. Just before he left, Harry, who had been quiet for some time, suddenly spoke up. Do you know what's going to happen to Sirius? Tver turned back, a little surprised. Ron and Hermione were also looking at him, concern written plainly on their faces. In just one night, Harry and Black had grown this close already. Was it because the Dursleys had treated Harry too badly, or because Sirius had treated him too well? Don't worry. He'll be fine, Tver said. After a moment's thought, he added, of course, the most important thing is the ministry's attitude. Tonight, Sirius Black wasn't Tver's main objective, so he neither intended to nor needed to interfere with the ministry's decisions, especially Fudge's stance on Black. Even so, Fudge wouldn't dare truly do anything to Sirius. At the very least, he wouldn't go any further than what was already in the original course of events. Still, Harry and the others took Tver's words as if they were gospel, as though he could decide the ministry's actions himself. Which, come to think of it, he actually could. And more so. With that slightly odd thought in mind, Tver climbed the increasingly dim staircase toward the quiet West Tower. Peter Pettigrew is inside, Marvolio said with a rather unscrupulous, satisfied grin. I gave him a good scare earlier. He's in there trembling now. How does Fudge plan to let him go? Tver asked, glancing over the empty castle lawns. Even if Peter could turn into a rat, escaping the castle wouldn't be that easy. He didn't say, Marvolio sneered. He probably wants me to take him out personally. That way, if it's ever exposed, he can dump the blame on me. Marvolio had long since seen through Fudge's cowardly nature. All that talk about having tea with Dumbledore was probably just an excuse to stay far away from this filthy business. Perfect, Tver said calmly. Go bring that hippogriff over. Let the two of them leave together. Buckbeak's hearing had been temporarily suspended when Marvolio reported Black's whereabouts. Letting it go with Peter meant that an already overwhelmed Fudge likely wouldn't have the time or energy to interfere. Honestly, for the minister himself to get involved over the appeal of an ordinary hippogriff, it was almost as if he was afraid people wouldn't notice his guilty conscience. Once Marvolio left, Tver straightened his robes, then unhurriedly pushed open the iron door holding Peter. At the sound, Peter shot up from the floor in a panic. Why is it you? Peter stared at Tver in shock, then looked past him at the empty space behind. Where's that auror? And the Minister of Magic? Oh, them. Tver replied casually. They're busy thinking about how to deal with you. With a flick of his hand, two finely made chairs rose from the floor. Tver walked over and sat down without ceremony. Peter was too short. Talking to him meant constantly looking down, which was hardly comfortable. But Peter had no interest in sitting at all. The moment he heard the word deal, his hands and feet began to tremble uncontrollably. His eyes flicked back and forth, repeatedly darting toward the open doorway. If you try to run, Tver said mildly. I won't wait for them to decide anything. I'll kill you on the spot. I doubt anyone would bother condemning me over such a trivial matter. Tver crossed one leg over the other. The gentle smile on his face looked, to Peter, like something straight out of a nightmare, sending a chill through his entire body. Why, you really plan to kill me? Peter's strength drained away, and he collapsed onto the floor. Strictly speaking, Tver said. They do. Catching a whiff of hope, Peter suddenly sprang back up, faster and more determined than before. What do you mean? You're not the same as them. MHM. That simple sound, uttered through Tver's nose, inexplicably filled Peter with a sense of reassurance. Why you're going to save me, he asked cautiously. You could put it that way. And you'll let me leave this place. A trace of joy finally crept onto his face. Yes. Ha ha ha. I knew it, you're a good person. Peter burst out laughing. Overexcited, he reached out to grab Tver's hand, only to have it brushed aside with clear disdain. Tver frowned slightly but said nothing. Peter could only laugh awkwardly in response. Then, let's go. Go. Tver finally asked his first real question of the night. Have you thought about where you're going? Or rather, where can you go? The moment you escape, both the Ministry and Dumbledore will be hunting you down. That kind of treatment, I imagine, is reserved for Voldemort himself. And speaking of which, Tver added lightly. Your former master probably isn't very fond of you either, is he? At the mention of Voldemort, Peter shuddered violently. Yet Tver's words filled him with even greater terror. I can keep hiding. Tver looked at his cowering figure with open mockery. Hiding until when? Until Harry grows old and dies. Or until Black forgets the hatred between the two of you. Even if you really could hide that long, what difference would it make? You'd be no different from a dead man. And your mother would still have to live with the disgrace you left behind. At the mention of his mother, something finally cracked in Peter's terrified expression. Then what am I supposed to do? He shouted, on the verge of hysteria. Seeing that opening in Peter's defenses, Tver calmly laid out his true purpose. It's simple. Go find Voldemort. I'm sure he wouldn't mind taking you back. This time, Peter forgot to be afraid. He stared at Tver in a daze. Find the Dark Lord. Exactly. Tver took out a wand. It was the phoenix feather wand Voldemort had left behind, the one Cynthia had recovered from the ruins of Harry's home. Take this wand to him. Voldemort won't mind accepting you again. In fact, under these circumstances, he might even put you to good use. Helping him return, for instance. Peter's mouth fell open wider and wider as he finally understood what Tver wanted from him. How dare he? How dare he plant a spy at the Dark Lord's side? How dare he scheme against the most terrifying Dark Lord in history? Overwhelmed by fear of Voldemort, Peter collapsed to his knees in front of Tver, sobbing uncontrollably. Please, don't do this. I'll do anything you want, anything at all, but I can't go back to the Dark Lord as a spy. If he finds out, he'll kill me. Then go die, Tver said calmly, gesturing toward the door. Standing there was Marvolio, his face twisted into something vicious. He even licked his lips, eyes gleaming with cruel anticipation. Ah. Peter looked up in a daze. Snot and tears streaked his face, making his already ugly features even harder to look at. This was supposed to be a negotiation. Why couldn't they bargain back and forth like normal people? Why did it jump straight to life and death? Didn't he know that death was the thing Peter feared most of all? If you'd like to support my work and unlock advanced chapters, you can follow me on Patreon. Up to 50 chapters ahead for now. patreon.com/blurrydream. Chapter 260, Chapter 260, even those living in the gutter have the right to look at the stars. Tver leisurely watched Peter Pettigrew sink into deep thought, making no move to interrupt him, instead calmly admiring the moon outside. It was a bit of a shame, really. Such a beautiful moon, yet a werewolf like Lupin had no choice but to avoid it. Peter, however, had no mood to appreciate the view. Hadn't he betrayed James and the Order of the Phoenix in the first place because the Dark Lord's power was overwhelming back then, because he believed Dumbledore had no chance of winning? And now he was being told to betray the Dark Lord again. According to what Tver had revealed, the Dark Lord might be barely clinging to life at present, but sooner or later, he would rise again. If Peter exposed himself now, he would end up hated by both sides. His fate would be even worse than that of an ordinary traitor. No. I can't do this. Die now, or gamble and die later. Take your pick, Tver said calmly, looking at Peter as he suddenly raised his head, clearly about to speak. Peter's earlier resolve instantly collapsed into desperate fury. Do I even have a choice? He cried, his voice trembling with sobs. Why can't you look at it from a more positive angle? Tver asked, amused. I'm asking you to help Voldemort return. If you succeed, then even if he later finds out you were a spy, he won't really care. If Voldemort ultimately defeats us, you'll become the greatest contributor among the Death Eaters. If we're the ones who win in the end, not only will you wash away the crime of your past betrayal, you'll even be celebrated as a symbol of endurance and sacrifice. No matter how you look at it, it's a win-win situation. Honestly, you're making me want to go undercover myself. Tver even clenched his fist, smiling broadly, as though he truly planned to take on the role himself. Then, should we really let you go instead? Peter asked cautiously. Win-win. More like lose-lose. No matter which side won, he would be branded untrustworthy. As long as either leader was even slightly narrow-minded, he would be the first one to be purged. Tver's smile vanished at once. He stared at Peter expressionlessly. Silence immediately fell over the room. Peter looked at Tver, who still hadn't spoken. His expression grew more and more miserable, bitter enough to rival the wolfsbane potion Lupin usually drank. At last, he spread his hands in resignation. But that's the Dark Lord we're talking about. The moment I come into contact with him, I'll be discovered immediately. Wouldn't that make the whole point of sending me undercover meaningless? Tver nodded in satisfaction at Peter's belated good sense and took out a crystal glowing a vivid green. The memories of our conversation tonight can be stored in this. In the memories Voldemort is able to see, you'll have seized a lone hippogriff and fled Hogwarts on its back. I've already confirmed it. Even Voldemort won't detect anything unless he forcibly digs it out of your mind. Tver had tested it on Marvolio himself. At the very least, Marvolio had been unable to use legilimency to break through the crystal's protection and glimpse the memories sealed inside. As for whether the current Voldemort had made further advances in legilimency, or whether he might notice something off about Peter through his usual behavior, that was none of Tver's concern. If it failed, the one who died would just be a lowly rat. Tver neither wanted to care nor had the time to. Peter stared at the crystal's flickering green light and couldn't help swallowing hard. To him, it felt less like a safeguard and more like a killing curse, one that could claim his life at any moment. Stop hesitating. I'll be honest. This is your only chance to stay alive. You caused the deaths of the Potters and sold out a great deal of the Order of the Phoenix's information. This is your chance to atone. If you refuse, I won't be as merciful as Harry was, kindly watching you slowly face legal judgment. Bathed in the green glow, Tver's face looked faintly sinister. Only then did Peter let out a helpless sigh. Having fallen to this point, he no longer had the luxury of choice. Even so, the fact that Tver was willing to explain all this to him already counted as mercy. Fine. Then. I sincerely hope you succeed in the future. It's we, Tver corrected with a gentle smile. He raised the crystal toward Peter. Peter instinctively reached out to take it, only to realize in horror that his body would not respond. He could only watch as the crystal drew closer and closer to his forehead, and then his skull was cut open. Even without seeing it, the sensation of his skin being sliced was etched clearly into his mind. No. It wasn't just his skull. It was his entire brain. The crystal settled at the very center of his mind, and a strange, indescribable sensation washed over him, as though his soul were peeling away from his body. Time seemed to lose all meaning. He had no idea how long it was before he finally felt his soul return. Tver let out a quiet breath. This was his first time using partial transfiguration on a living being, and it was far more difficult than he had expected. Even with Peter's body and magic completely suppressed, the strain on him was considerable. This was already the limit of what he could manage right now. Pushing further wasn't impossible, but whether Peter could survive it was another matter entirely. He couldn't very well send Peter to infiltrate Voldemort with his brain half destroyed. When Peter finally came back to himself, he touched his head. The sensation of being cut still lingered faintly, but the strange presence of the crystal was gone. This is just a memory-preserving crystal. It won't affect you in any way. Which was, of course, a lie. Tver felt that his ability to tell outright falsehoods with a straight face was improving by the day. Peter didn't know whether to believe him, but he could only lower his hand in resignation. Aren't you worried I'll tell the Dark Lord about this and have him remove the crystal for me? You wouldn't want to do that, Tver said, offering him an encouraging smile. In truth, we're willing to trust you. That includes Dumbledore. He's always believed you were a brave Gryffindor. You just haven't discovered the courage in your own heart yet. Courage? Peter laughed bitterly. If I really had that, I wouldn't have chosen to become such a despicable traitor. Don't give up so easily, Peter. Even if you live in a gutter, you still have the right to look up at the stars. Tver stood, gave Peter's shoulder a light pat, and left him standing there in a daze as he walked straight out of the small cell. Even if you live in a gutter, you still have the right to look up at the stars, Marvolio said at the doorway, swaying exaggeratedly, his tone dripping with mockery. I've noticed you always have a lot of these weird lines. And somehow they always sound impressive. Do you usually read books like that? I'm just speaking from the heart. And besides. Tver glanced at him with a teasing look. That line applies to you too, Tom. You have that right as well. Marvolio's grin froze. A moment later, he angrily punched Tver, who was clearly holding back laughter. You're the one living in a gutter. Chapter 261, The Destined Future. Peter didn't stay inside for long before coming back out, his expression perfectly calm. It was the first time Tver had been unable to read anything from his face. Has his mouth talk really gotten that powerful, he thought, mildly bemused. But it didn't matter. Whatever Peter was thinking wouldn't interfere with his plans. How will I contact you after I leave? Peter asked evenly, clearly no stranger to undercover work. There's no need, Tver said. Just focus on carrying out Voldemort's orders. Peter's composure finally cracked. He parted his lips slightly, genuinely surprised. You really trust me that much? I told you. I'm willing to believe you. Tver reached out and ran a hand along Buckbeak's neck. He didn't mean to belittle them, but sometimes animals' instincts were simply direct. All that bowing and etiquette existed only to gauge intent. As long as you could control the emotions you projected, those formalities were unnecessary. In fact, doing so worked even better than any bow. Go, Tver said. Voldemort is still waiting for his loyal servant in the forests of Albania. After you leave with Buckbeak, find a safe place and release him. He knows how to come back on his own. Aren't you worried the ministry might reopen the case on this hippogriff? Marvolio asked suddenly, frowning. Could you even recognize Buckbeak among a whole flock of hippogriffs? Tver shot back irritably. Hagrid just needs to give him a new name. Even if Fudge inspected every single feather, he still wouldn't be able to tell. Peter had no interest in bickering with them. Seeing that Buckbeak showed no aversion to him, he climbed up without a word and settled into place. Tver withdrew his hand from Buckbeak's neck. Sensing the intent he conveyed, Buckbeak's long wings trembled. With a sharp whoosh, they spread wide, his front hooves lifting high into the air. One powerful flap sent him soaring skyward, cutting through the darkness and vanishing into the distance. Tver watched Peter's figure recede until it disappeared completely into the blackened sky. Keep a close watch on both him and Voldemort, Tver said calmly to Marvolio. Once Voldemort creates a new Horcrux, we move. Trust. Since when was there ever that much trust in this world? With Peter's matter settled, Tver felt unburdened as he followed Marvolio, watching him dash toward the headmaster's office with almost theatrical urgency. Minister, Peter's escaped. Marvolio bent over, hands braced on his knees as he panted. If not for the utterly unruffled Tver standing behind him, the scene might have looked far more dire. Fudge glanced at Dumbledore, who was wearing an equally calm smile, and immediately felt awkward. Why did these two look like they were watching a performance? Still, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and keep playing along. What? Dawlish, didn't I tell you to keep an eye on him? How did you let him get away? Fudge slammed his fist onto the desk in frustration, though the impact was restrained. Whether he was holding back out of consideration for Dumbledore, or simply afraid of hurting his own hand, was anyone's guess. Damn it. Now this case is going to drag on. Dumbledore finally frowned. And Black, he asked. He's innocent. Surely he can be released now. No. Fudge shouted reflexively. The moment he realized he was yelling at Dumbledore, his neck stiffened and he shrank back slightly. I mean, Black's escape is an established fact. We still need to. But Dumbledore interrupted him without warning. If there are already plenty of people who can prove that Black is innocent, then your focus should shift to capturing Peter. Fudge was left momentarily speechless. He wanted to argue, but caught Dawlish giving him a subtle shake of the head. He understood immediately. He had already acted questionably enough. If he kept tangling with Dumbledore now, he risked drawing attention to himself when he was supposed to be blending into the mess. All right, Fudge said, putting on his best ministerial airs. Peter Pettigrew is still at large. Therefore, we cannot yet confirm that Sirius was the true informant back then. Of course, we also can't say he's completely innocent until Peter is brought in. So Black must remain under ministry supervision, fine. He'll need to respond to a summons whenever the ministry requires it. Under Dumbledore's steady, penetrating gaze, Fudge backed down and revised his wording. It wasn't a full exoneration, but being able to move freely within the wizarding world was already a significant improvement for Black. Dumbledore finally smiled, satisfied. Then the Dementors stationed at the school can be withdrawn, yes. I doubt Peter Pettigrew would sneak into the castle just to attack a student. That's exactly what I was going to bring up, Fudge said, his temper flaring the instant Dementors were mentioned. The Dementors I transferred from Azkaban, there are fewer than a third of them left. I want an explanation. The explanation is simple, Tver said calmly, meeting Fudge's shocked stare. Your so-called partners attempted to attack an innocent wizard, 2 highly respected professors, and 3 well-behaved students, all within the grounds of Hogwarts. Fudge clearly hadn't expected someone he regarded as a junior to speak up and contradict him so directly. Quite so, Dumbledore added. I warned you long ago that Dementors are unreliable. The risk of them turning on one's own side is far too great. Fudge sprang to his feet, acting as though he hadn't heard a word. We'll be removing the Dementors tonight. As for Black, have him come to the ministry when he has time and see Dawlish. He needs to give a statement. With that, he grabbed Marvolio and fled the headmaster's office as though escaping a fire. Tver watched his retreating figure with a faintly amused look. I've got a bad feeling Fudge is going to cause a serious trouble someday. No matter what, Dumbledore said quietly, he is still the Minister of Magic. He, too, was disappointed by Fudge's performance. But as someone who never cared for fame or power, Dumbledore understood that maintaining the ministry's authority mattered more during times of peace. Enough about him, Dumbledore continued. Are you certain Peter will end up on our side? Of course not, Tver said matter-of-factly, taking a seat and smoothly pouring himself a glass of pumpkin juice. There's no such thing as a perfect plan. I'm just making a few extra preparations. And even if Peter truly decides to stand with Voldemort, Voldemort's suspicious nature means he won't dare trust him fully. When the time came, Tver wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Peter would be on his way to meet death all on his own. Peter never really had a choice. From the moment he betrayed the Order of the Phoenix, this was the future that awaited him. Chapter 262, Professor Trelawney's Prophecy. Lupin came back early the next morning. Tver had just gotten up when he heard some movement from next door and immediately went over to check. Seeing Lupin's exhausted, stifled expression, Tver couldn't help wondering whether he'd run into a she-wolf in the Forbidden Forest. Werewolves lose their reason and memories while transformed, but once they return to human form, they can recall everything that happened during the change. Drink some restorative potion as soon as you can, Tver said lightly, handing him a brimming cup of pumpkin juice. Want me to add a little extra of that stuff? Thanks. Lupin took a small sip, his expression hard to describe. Color visibly returned to his face, though his spirits remained low. Tver looked at him with some confusion. Seriously? I remember the bracelet was supposed to protect your mind. Did it not work? It worked very well, Lupin sighed. This one's on me. Seeing that Lupin clearly didn't want to talk about it, Tver tactfully let the matter drop. By the way, how are Harry and Black? Lupin asked, forcing himself to sound more alert. What happened after I turned into a wolf? Tver was just about to explain everything that happened after he arrived when the office door was suddenly knocked. This early? Don't tell me Snape was so furious he didn't even let you sleep, Tver joked darkly as he went to open the door. Outside stood Black and the trio. Remus, oh, Professor Folly. Black froze in surprise when he saw Tver at the door. Black still looked unkempt, as if he hadn't slept at all the night before, but his mental state was clearly far better than the last time they'd seen him. Professor. Harry poked his head out from behind Black. Are you here to visit Professor Lupin too? That's right. Tver's gaze shifted to Ron's leg, which was wrapped in a thick bandage. Judging by how easily he was moving, it didn't seem too serious. Noticing the professor's look, Ron quickly lifted his leg a little. Madame Pomfrey said it's almost healed. As long as it doesn't split open again, there won't be any problems. That's good. Come to think of it, I thought you'd be heading to Hogsmeade, Tver said, stepping aside from the doorway with a teasing tone. After all, Harry can go there openly now. As he spoke, his eyes met Black's. Or rather, Black had been studying him all along, and Tver was simply returning the look. At the mention of this, Harry broke into a grin so wide he could barely close his mouth. He and Hermione had gone to the hospital wing that morning to visit Ron, only to run into Black on the way, just as he was leaving the headmaster's office. After hearing everything, they learned that the ministry had temporarily set aside the charges against Black. At the very least, he would no longer be treated as a criminal. Now, just as the professor had said, Harry could openly have a relative who cared for him. Lupin didn't know any of this yet, so Tver sat quietly to the side, watching Harry and the others excitedly talk over the ministry's current decision regarding the traitor incident. By the way, Professor Lupin, are you really not planning to keep teaching? Harry asked suddenly at the end. Yes, Lupin replied, looking at them with quiet satisfaction. Although Black hadn't yet been fully cleared and Peter had escaped, the return of an old friend was enough to leave him content. Now, he could finally say that he had no lingering worries holding him back from pursuing what he truly wanted to do. Why don't you come stay at my place? Black suggested tactfully. The house is huge. Cleaning it all by myself won't be easy. No, I'll pass, Lupin said with a smile. You can handle the work yourself. He took out the invisibility cloak he'd retrieved earlier that morning, then picked up the Marauder's map from the desk. I brought this back from the Shrieking Shack. And this map as well. This is the Marauder's map we made back then. Black asked in astonishment. Yes. Now that it's ended up in Harry's hands, it feels like a kind of inheritance, Lupin said as he handed both items to Harry. Use them well. You need them more than anyone else, and you're the one who can make the best use of them. Harry nodded solemnly. After chatting for a while, Harry and the others decided to take Black on a tour of the castle, introducing him to their many years of impressive achievements at school. What they didn't know was that, aside from the absence of Voldemort stirring up trouble, Black had been even wilder than they were back in the day. Just before they left, Harry suddenly spoke up. There's something strange I want to tell you. Oh. Tver, Lupin, and Black all turned their attention to him. Yesterday, right after the divination exam, Harry said slowly, Professor Trelawney suddenly sat bolt upright in her chair. I couldn't wake her up no matter what I did. Then she started saying strange things in this really harsh, piercing voice. I don't know if she was deliberately messing with me, but it felt really unsettling. Harry lowered his head, frowning at his shoes, clearly uneasy and reluctant. No matter how strange it sounds, just say it, Tver said with interest. We'll decide for ourselves. Black frowned, clearly displeased. If Harry doesn't want to talk about it, then he doesn't have to, he said firmly, meeting Tver's gaze. No, I think I should tell you, Harry said at last, making up his mind. Professor Trelawney talked for a long time. I don't remember the details, but I remember the general meaning. She said the Dark Lord lay alone, betrayed by his followers, and that his final servant had been bound in chains. Tonight, well, last night, Harry corrected himself, at midnight, that servant would set out to reunite with the Dark Lord. With that servant's help, the Dark Lord would return and carry out their inevitable destiny. But what stuck with me the most, Harry said, swallowing hard, was the last thing she said. She said, a new Dark Lord will rise. The office fell into silence. Even Tver frowned deeply. Seeing their reactions, Harry hurriedly added, actually, I don't think Professor Trelawney has ever made a successful prediction. Maybe this was just like before, something she said at random. No, mate, Ron said. Professor Trelawney did predict Hermione dropping divination. Hermione immediately bristled. That was my own decision, because the class is completely unreliable. And take Harry, for example. Do you think he's ever run into anything ominous? Harry immediately broke into a goofy grin. What he'd encountered wasn't bad luck. It was family. All right, Tver said, cutting off Ron before he could argue further. I'll inform Dumbledore about this prophecy. We'll handle it. At the word prophecy, Harry's smile vanished. Professor, do you think this was a real prophecy? Why do you ask? Because, if Voldemort really comes back with Peter's help, wouldn't that be my fault? Harry lowered his head, guilt written all over his face. Tver looked at him helplessly. You should think about it this way. If you hadn't stopped Black and the others from hurting Peter, wouldn't Black still be carrying the label of a murderer? Would you really want to miss the chance to stay at Black's place during the holidays? And besides, even without Peter's help, Voldemort still has other ways to come back. Compared to taking away one of Voldemort's servants, I'd much rather see Black living freely. That said, this prophecy was rather interesting. Harry finally relaxed, while Black stared at Tver in surprise, suddenly recalling his conversation with Dumbledore the night before. If something happens to me, the Order of the Phoenix will be led by Tver. He's so young. Can he really handle it? And his thoughts always seem unusually deep. No matter what, Dumbledore had said calmly, his goal is to destroy Voldemort. As long as we're certain of that, it won't work against us. Chapter 263, Draco's Patronus. Nothing proved Black's innocence more clearly than seeing him stroll openly through the castle, chatting and laughing with the professors, Snape excluded. At first, his appearance sparked a wave of panic among the students. If telephones worked at Hogwarts, someone would probably have called the Aurors on the spot. But really, what secrets could Hogwarts keep for long? Within a few days, even if most people still didn't know every detail of what had happened back then, they understood the grudge between him and Peter Pettigrew and knew that Black was innocent. Of course, long-held prejudices didn't vanish overnight, but at least people no longer felt genuine fear when they saw him. So in the final stretch of the school year, Harry and the other two happily dragged Black all over the castle, enthusiastically introducing their many glorious achievements, most of which were, in truth, pure mischief. Little did they realize that if Voldemort hadn't been stirring up trouble back then, compared to the original Marauders, the four of them were practically as well behaved as the Dementors under Tver's command. Just like Harry, Draco was also in an excellent mood on the other side of the castle. Very good. Looks like I won't need to make a trip to Azkaban to catch another Dementor. Tver watched Draco with clear satisfaction. The wand in his hand was glowing brightly, holding back the pitiful Dementor in front of them. Their Patronus charm training had been paused for a while because of finals, but once the exams were over, Draco's progress with the spell turned out to be unexpectedly fast. It seems I was too impatient before, Tver said thoughtfully. I should have let you rest a bit, digest the theory, and then continue practicing. Draco pulled his wand back, still looking somewhat dissatisfied. That's on me. I've practiced for so long, and all I can manage is a burst of white light. I heard Potter can cast a proper Patronus even when facing a whole group of Dementors. That's because he had a reason he couldn't afford to lose, Tver explained calmly. At the time, it wasn't just for himself, but also for the godfather he had only just reunited with. That was the key to Harry's exceptional performance. And of course, when it came to raw talent in spellcasting, Harry really was the strongest of their year. But that doesn't mean you're lacking, Tver continued. Being able to practice to this extent under a Dementor's influence already puts you ahead of most people your age. As he spoke, Tver drew back the Dementor that had slipped its restraints and was trying to escape. This particular Dementor seemed almost broken. It no longer even tried to attack them, instead seizing every chance to flee as far away as possible. As if it didn't realize that all the other Dementors outside had already been removed. There was no way Tver would allow it to appear anywhere near the students. Do you want to take a short break? He asked. Draco said nothing. He stared at the Dementor, lips pressed tightly together, then slowly shook his head. All right. Remember the feeling just now, Tver said. You're very close. He lifted his wand slightly, and the white light binding the Dementor instantly loosened, expanding just enough to enclose both the creature and Draco. This time, realizing there was no way out, the enraged Dementor lunged straight at Draco. What surprised Tver just as much was Draco's reaction. He didn't cast a spell immediately. Instead, he raised his wand and stood there, silently watching the onrushing Dementor. He looked almost as if he'd been frightened stiff. Just as Tver was about to tighten the circle of light and pull the Dementor back before it could reach Draco. He moved. Expecto Patronum. At last, what burst forth from Draco's wand was no longer a vague white glow, but a swift, clearly defined white figure. From the front, it looked somewhat like a powerful eagle, yet its silver-white tail was absurdly large, dazzling to the eye. As Draco was still wondering what kind of creature it was, the Patronus suddenly flared its tail open. A peacock. Tver finally recognized it. Unlike a real peacock's tail, which was mostly decorative, the white peacock's tail was anything but ornamental. It was a brilliantly radiant weapon. Once it fanned its tail, the peacock swept it forward toward the Dementor. Already barely holding together, the Dementor couldn't withstand the blow. Wrapped in white light, it dissipated like a wisp of black smoke and vanished from the room. Not bad, Tver said, applauding approvingly. Your Patronus is clearly much stronger in combat than most. A Patronus's strength comes from two main factors. The first is the caster's own power. Take Tver himself. Even if his Patronus were weak by nature, its strength would still surpass that of most others. The second is form. For example, Dumbledore's unique Phoenix Patronus. That alone already outclassed the vast majority of patron uses. For Draco's very first Patronus to outright destroy a Dementor instead of merely driving it away was clear proof of its formidable power. And just because a Patronus is mainly used against Dementors doesn't mean this kind of strength is meaningless. In reality, a Patronus is an outward reflection of one's inner self. A powerful Patronus also proves that Draco possesses considerable talent when it comes to magical power. Draco, of course, had no idea that Tver had already inferred so much about his magical aptitude from this alone. He beamed as he looked at his beautiful peacock Patronus. The bird held its head high, radiating a natural elegance and noble grace. He couldn't have been more satisfied. Perfect timing, Tver said, glancing at the clock. You managed to conjure your Patronus before the banquet. Let's head to the Great Hall. It was the last day of the school year. Tomorrow, they would be boarding the train home. Which meant that tonight was Hogwarts' end-of-year feast. Draco's smile, however, faded noticeably. By the time they entered the Great Hall, Tver understood why. Thanks to the extra points from the Quidditch Cup, Gryffindor had claimed the House Cup. As a result, the hall was decorated with banners and streamers in Gryffindor colors. The little lions were chatting much more loudly than usual, and to Draco, the noise was especially grating. They're so loud, Draco muttered under his breath, curling his lip slightly as he walked back to the Slytherin table. Tver, meanwhile, returned to his seat at the staff table. Only, Lupin's place had now been taken by Black. Several days earlier, Lupin had already packed up and left the school, setting off on his journey to persuade his fellow werewolves. Tver had given him the contact details for Burke and Marvolio. One would supply him with the bracelets and potions he needed, while the other could help him deal with the more troublesome werewolves. Lupin understood werewolves better than anyone. He knew how deeply they longed for a normal life, and he also knew just how cruel some of the more twisted ones could be. There was no need to worry that he would treat every werewolf with naive, saintly compassion. As someone who had lived through the struggles between the Order of the Phoenix and the Death Eaters, he was hardly lacking in wisdom. So Tver enjoyed the feast with a clear conscience. After all, there was still plenty to take care of this summer. Chapter 264, Barty Crouch. Barty Crouch sat quietly on the sofa in the sitting room. The curtains were drawn tightly shut, doing their utmost to keep out the summer sunlight. No lamps were lit either. He simply sat there, alone in the dimness. Perhaps hiding his face in the darkness was the only way to keep himself from losing control. So it had finally been discovered. Unable to withstand his wife's desperate pleas, he had gone to immense lengths to replace his son and extract him from Azkaban. It wasn't that he'd never considered the possibility that this secret would one day be exposed. He had only tried, as best he could, to delay that day's arrival. But the peaceful, uneventful years that followed had made him careless. Careless enough to let Bertha Jorkins discover Barty Jr. even after casting an exceptionally powerful memory charm on her, even at the cost of damaging her mind. The unease in his heart had only grown stronger. Until yesterday, when it finally broke loose. To Mr. Barty Crouch, regarding your son, Barty Crouch Jr., we have certain matters we believe you will find of great interest. We will arrive at your residence tomorrow afternoon at precisely 2 o'clock. Please do not refuse this meeting. Some things, once set in motion, cannot be stopped by resistance alone. In the faint light, Barty read the letter again. In truth, there was no need. After staring at it all night, every word had already been carved deep into his mind. Master, would you like me to light the candles? A house elf named Winky crept in timidly. Startled out of his thoughts by her voice, Barty ignored the question entirely. What time is it? His voice was hoarse, the result of not having had a drop of water for hours. 5 minutes until 2, Winky replied, watching him with concern. Shall I prepare some bread and milk for you? You haven't eaten since last night. No. Barty said sharply, pushing himself up by his knees, which felt weak from sitting too long. Go stay with him. Watch him carefully. Without my orders, you are not to come out. Young master has been very well behaved. If you would just. Are you questioning my orders? Winky flinched, her whole body trembling. Yes, master, she whispered. Her large, watery eyes blinked sadly as she left the sitting room, glancing back again and again while heading upstairs. Almost the instant she was gone, a knock sounded at the door. Knock, knock. Barty's body gave an involuntary shudder. His grip on the parchment tightened, though it was already crumpled beyond saving, so it hardly mattered. He drew in a deep breath, and the sharp, composed look returned to his eyes. Barty strode toward the front door and yanked it open, only to find a young man just about to knock again. Ahem. Tver withdrew the hand that had nearly collided with Barty's face. Pleased to meet you, Mr. Barty Crouch. I'm Tver Fawley, currently the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor at Hogwarts. I know who you are. Fudge has been mentioning you quite a lot lately, but I never imagined it would be you, Barty said, his brow knitting tightly. When his gaze shifted past Tver to the equally young man and woman standing behind him, his sense of unease deepened further. Cynthia. So you're the one who sold me out. Cynthia didn't respond, merely offering a polite smile. In my view, that's not selling you out. It's revealing the truth, Tver said as he stepped forward, brushing past Barty and walking straight into the house. Marvolio and Cynthia followed immediately, the group strolling in and casually looking around as if Barty weren't even there. Having a house elf really makes a difference. The place is spotless, Marvolio said, running a hand along the shoe cabinet by the entrance. He usually stayed at Dolish's place, partly for cover and partly to keep an eye on Dolish, who was under the Imperius curse. These days, Jeff only cleaned the Folly family estate and Cynthia's house. To keep his own place tidy, Marvolio had no choice but to learn a bit of household magic and occasionally clean alongside Dolish. Tver, meanwhile, had fixed his attention on a portrait of a woman hanging in the sitting room. Even in the dim light, her elegance was unmistakable. There was also a trace of melancholy between her brows. "I assume this is your wife, Mr. Crouch." Barty approached with a dark expression, glanced at the portrait watching him with concern, then sat down without answering. "Since you're here to reveal the truth, I suppose there's no need for tea." Marvolio let out a cold snort, but Tver merely shrugged and sat down opposite Barty, meeting his deep, probing gaze. He was deliberately trying to provoke him with small jabs, hoping to claw back a bit of initiative despite being at a disadvantage. Unfortunately for him, Tver had no intention of giving him that chance. Tver calmly took out a bottle of pumpkin juice and poured himself a glass. "Of course not. I think a celebratory drink is more appropriate." The faint smugness on Barty's face vanished at once, replaced by an odd, unsettled look. After a moment, he quickly suppressed it. "Enough games. What do you want from me?" "To have Cynthia take my place." "Half right," Tver said, setting his glass down in midair. "I never intended to threaten you. On the contrary, we're here to help you. To help you become the next Minister for Magic with honor, standing at the very peak of power in Britain." Barty froze. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. Ever since receiving that letter yesterday, he'd replayed this meeting in his head countless times. And not once had it played out like this. "Why, wait. You plan to prop me up first, then replace me once Cynthia has built up enough credentials." Barty thought he had finally seen through Tver's intentions. Even if they truly helped him become minister, he would probably end up as nothing more than a puppet, a stepping stone destined to be discarded. Tver wasn't surprised in the slightest. In fact, he found conversations with clever people refreshingly efficient. "Supporting you is correct, but Cynthia won't be replacing you. What I want is for you to stay in that position for a very long time. In truth, we're partners. I can guarantee that we won't expose anything about Barty Jr., and will even help you distance yourself from the matter entirely." Barty's breathing grew noticeably quicker. To say he didn't want to be minister would be a lie. But ever since his son had been sent to Azkaban, that desire had quietly died out, leaving him to simply go through the motions at the ministry. If given the chance, who wouldn't want greater power? "And why should I believe you?" he demanded. "Fudge may be behaving oddly right now, but he's still firmly in the minister's chair. Why would he ever step aside for me?" Seeing the desire clearly stirred in him, Tver smiled in satisfaction. What if Fudge had no choice but to step down? Chapter 265, Voldemort's Mission. Fudge stepping down. Barty's brow creased slightly. Fudge was a politician, and politicians inevitably had this flaw or that hanging over them. That much was unavoidable. But the real question was whether those flaws were enough to bring him down. Fudge is extremely cautious. He not only avoids leaving leverage against himself, he certainly wouldn't let anyone else get hold of it, Barty said coolly. "I don't see how you could force him out." "Then nothing really changes for you," Tver replied, offering no further explanation. He couldn't exactly tell him that he knew Fudge was destined to fall sooner or later. On the contrary, Tver continued, "Not only will I have people openly attacking Fudge, I'll also help you repair your image." At that, Cynthia smoothly took out a sheet of parchment and placed it in front of Barty. Travers. Avery. Amicus Caro. Electo Caro. It was a list of names, all Death Eaters, and all of them Death Eaters who had escaped prosecution. As the former head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, Barty recognized them instantly. Quite a few of these people had been released by his own hand. Back then, he had been determined to convict them, but every one of them came from entrenched pure-blood families with deep influence in the wizarding world. Many members of the Wisengamot were related to them in one way or another. Without solid evidence, there was no way to arrest a single one. But the problem was, how were the dead supposed to testify? Barty losing his chance at becoming minister hadn't just been because of his son. It was also because these people bore deep grudges against him. "What does this list mean?" he asked. "You're in charge of the Quidditch World Cup on August 22nd, correct?" Tver said. "That's right. On that day, the Death Eaters will put on a rather unfriendly little demonstration. And this list will become your achievement. All you need to do is take Dawlish with you and arrest them. And everyone on this list happens to have very close ties with Fudge. That alone will be more than enough to drag him into a mess." Tver gestured toward Marvolio. With a resigned shrug, Marvolio stayed the same physically, but his face shifted, transforming into Dawlish's. Barty's eyes widened in shock. "You, what is this?" The strongest fighter in the Ministry's most powerful combat division had been nothing more than a disguised face all along. You can call him Marvolio, Tver said, clearly pleased by Barty's reaction. But within the Ministry, I expect you to call him Dawlish. As Marvolio gained more and more prominence inside the Ministry, very few witches and wizards failed to be stunned by his changing face. No wonder, Barty muttered. I've always felt Dawlish had become strange. His body must be some kind of unusual construct as well, isn't it? His gaze flicked uneasily between the three of them before finally settling on Tver's calm, unreadable face. So if I really become Minister of Magic, Cynthia would naturally take over my former position, and this Marvolio would most likely become head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, correct? That would put half of the Ministry's power in your hands. What exactly are you trying to do? Wait. You're a Hogwarts professor. Don't tell me Dumbledore is behind this. At that, Tver's calm expression nearly collapsed. He discreetly pinched his thigh to keep himself from laughing. You could look at it that way, he said evenly. Dumbledore believes Voldemort will return. And this time, to prevent the Death Eaters from causing too much damage, we have to lay the groundwork in advance. At the very least, the Ministry must stand on the same side as the Order of the Phoenix. So I need someone decisive, someone willing to fight the Death Eaters, to take control of the Ministry. And this will be the greatest achievement you can claim since your son was imprisoned. Tver lifted an eyebrow with open confidence. Every word he said was true. He had simply left out the finer details of his relationship with Dumbledore. And if I refuse? Barty asked grimly. In truth, he was already wavering. If it came to a war with the Death Eaters, he would have chosen to fight them regardless of this conversation. What unsettled him was the feeling of being forced into a corner. Then it would become the greatest failure of your career at the Ministry, Tver replied calmly. The newspapers would be flooded with articles condemning you, the Aura office would accidentally uncover evidence of bribery, and Cynthia would still replace you. Of course, that's not what we want. I sincerely hope you'll choose to join us. You wouldn't want the Ministry to side with the Death Eaters after Voldemort's return, would you? By the time Barty realized the full truth, he would already be firmly labeled as part of Tver's faction. At that point, whether he resisted bitterly and tried to withdraw, or became intoxicated by power and stayed willingly, Tver would be fully prepared to deal with it. I won't help you do anything that violates the law or basic morality, Barty said. He slumped back in his chair, tilting his head slightly so his eyes met those of his wife in the portrait. If it were you, you would understand me, wouldn't you? The thought weighed heavily on him. Tver didn't pay much attention to his expression. There were very few people in the Ministry truly qualified to be minister. Scrimgeour was too hardline, the others were too weak, little better than fudge. Only Barty Crouch had once been uncompromising, yet had fallen into decline because of his own son. By all measures, he was the most suitable candidate Tver could control. Oh, and one more thing, Tver added casually. Voldemort knows your son is here and plans to take him away. In reality, Bertha Jorkins was perfectly safe under Cynthia's care. Voldemort knew only because Tver had deliberately had Wormtail leak the information. What? Barty stared at Tver in shock at his offhand tone. Aside from Dumbledore, no one who had lived through the last Wizarding War could hear of the Dark Lord taking notice of them without feeling fear. Don't worry. Everything is under control, Tver said calmly. Besides, handing over the ticking time bomb is better than keeping it in your house, isn't it? He looked up toward the ceiling, his gaze seeming to pass straight through it, as if seeing what was happening upstairs. Above them, a house elf hurriedly withdrew a spying charm. And nearby, a young man sat dazed in a chair, his mind clearly elsewhere. What does the Dark Lord want Barty Jr. to do? Barty asked, his expression finally showing a father's concern. To become my colleague, Tver said with a playful smile. Voldemort wants to pull off a little inside-outside cooperation and ensure his successful resurrection. You're planning to make Voldemort fail? Barty asked sharply. No, Tver replied. We're going to make sure Voldemort succeeds in resurrecting. And your son is the key. Tver needed to ensure that both Voldemort and Marvolio were brought back in a stable, reliable way. After that, each of them would carry out their own respective missions. Chapter 266, Gringotts Business. Barty Crouch turned out to be far more receptive than Tver had expected. Once he decided to cooperate with Tver, he didn't waste a moment, immediately sitting down with Marvolio to discuss the arrests of the Death Eaters. It seemed that this former candidate for minister hadn't truly lost his desire for power. It had merely been buried deep beneath the surface. Marvolio, for his part, didn't mind at all. He had been preparing for this operation for a long time and had already sorted out which Death Eaters should be arrested and which ones should not. So you're saying we still need to win over the support of some of the Death Eaters? Barty asked, clearly displeased. In his eyes, Death Eaters were criminals, and criminals belonged in one place only, Azkaban. It's not about us approving of them, Tver said calmly. Many Death Eaters come from pure-blood families. I'm sure you've already seen just how deeply rooted their influence is in the wizarding world. Even if Voldemort fails again, as long as they haven't committed any obvious crimes, they'll still escape punishment. If that's the case, why not work with them? Without the backing of that group, even if Voldemort is resurrected, the power he can gather will be significantly reduced. As their strength weakens, ours grows. That makes things much easier for us. Barty found himself nodding in reluctant agreement. In the past, his uncompromising hatred of evil would never have allowed him to accept such logic. But the rise and fall he'd experienced in the Ministry had worn down that rigidity. Can you guarantee that these Death Eaters will genuinely support us? He asked. No, Tver replied without hesitation. I never expect loyalty from fence-sitters like them. But as long as their actions lean in our favor, our operations become more advantageous. Isn't that enough? He shrugged and took a leisurely sip of pumpkin juice. All right, Barty said with a sigh. Oh, by the way, Tver added casually, haven't you recently taken on an assistant named Percy Weasley? The name suddenly came back to him. After officially graduating from Hogwarts, Percy had, under Cynthia's arrangements, become Barty's assistant. On the surface, nothing seemed different from his previous life. But behind the scenes, he served as the link between Tver and Barty, as well as an extra hand to counter Fudge. What about him? Barty glanced at Cynthia. I remember he was arranged by you. Don't tell me he's one of yours as well. He's our partner, Tver corrected him. If anything comes up in the future, you can pass messages to me through him. As expected, Barty let out a cold snort. Looks like you've planted quite a few pieces on the Ministry's board. Tver ignored the barb, tipped his head back, and finished the pumpkin juice in his cup. If you still have questions, discuss them with Marvolio and the others, he said. As for now, we need to head to the next place while they're still on duty. On duty? Barty echoed. Tver didn't bother explaining. With a flick of his hand, the cup vanished, and he led Cynthia and Marvolio toward the door. I'll let you know when Voldemort comes calling. When that happens, just step out and avoid the situation. After a brief pause, Barty suddenly called out to them as they were about to apparate. Wait. Can you guarantee my son's safety? I can guarantee that he'll ultimately end up in the Ministry's hands, Tver replied. As for how he's dealt with after that, it will depend on your influence within the Ministry, future Minister. With a casual wave, Tver's figure disappeared into the blazing sunlight. Looks like there's really no way to refuse now, Barty murmured to himself as he stood at the doorway. Meanwhile, Tver and the others arrived at their second destination of the day. Gringotts. It was a towering, snow-white building rising above the surrounding shops. Beside the gleaming bronze door stood a goblin in a scarlet uniform trimmed with gold. Tver walked straight up the white stone steps toward him. Goblins were generally short, and this one was no exception. He barely reached half of Cynthia's height. Yet his hands and feet were unusually long, and his round head was far larger than a human's. As Tver and his companions entered, the goblin bowed to them. A second silver door appeared before them, engraved with Gringotts' warning inscription. To Tver, such warnings were little more than empty posturing. The moment they stepped inside, two goblins bowed and led them into a vast marble hall. On either side of the hall sat roughly 100 goblins behind long counters. Some weighed coins on scales, others examined gemstones through monocles while hurriedly jotting entries into large ledgers. Countless doors lined the hall as well, each seemingly leading somewhere different. Goblins continuously guided visitors in and out according to their needs. Esteemed guests, may I ask what business brings you to Gringotts today? The goblin to Tver's left asked with a bow. Who's in charge here? Tver asked. He swept his gaze across the hall. The goblins' hierarchy seemed to be based on age. The younger ones worked diligently, while the wrinkled old goblins strolled about at their leisure. Was the eldest goblin the one in charge? The guide goblin sized up the three young people in front of him. Judging by appearance alone, they certainly looked wealthy. But this was Gringotts. It recognized gold, not faces. All business can be handled here in the main hall, the goblin said. No matter how large your request, there's no need to trouble our supervisor. What about this kind of business? Cynthia said calmly as she produced a heavy sack and pulled it open just enough for him to see inside. Gems. Even through that small opening, the goblin felt as though the brilliant light nearly blinded him. He tried to cry out, but only a strangled sound escaped his throat, as if he'd been choked by sheer shock. There was another way to convert currency into galleons. One could purchase large quantities of precious gems or rare minerals. Goblins were never stingy with galleons when buying such things. As the face mask business expanded, even with Tver repeatedly insisting on distributing profits, their accumulated funds had already grown into staggering amounts. The figures sitting in the bank accounts were climbing at an astonishing rate. And if they were going to win over the Malfoys, it was time to start converting that wealth into galleons. Unlike before, when he had to proceed cautiously, Tver now had more than enough confidence to negotiate with Gringotts. "I'll take you to meet our supervisor, Mr. Ingus," the goblin said at once. He stood there in shock for a long moment, swallowing several times before realizing how rude he'd been. Hastily bowing in apology, he raised a hand and pointed toward the far end of the hall. There stood a door unlike the rest, a dark gold color that immediately set it apart. Chapter 267, The Greedy Goblins. Under the goblin's reluctant gaze, Cynthia pulled the drawstring tight and put the bag of gems away. "This way, please." The goblin withdrew his probing look and led Tver and the others toward the counter in front of the golden doors. "Before meeting Mr. Ingus, I need to inform his assistant, Mr. Griphook." Griphook was a middle-aged goblin with a receding hairline. He wasn't seated at the central counter, but stood behind a smaller one to the side. It was clear that the main position was not one he was qualified to occupy. Even so, Tver had noticed that ever since they entered, this goblin had been quietly observing them. "Mr. Griphook, these guests would like to meet Mr. Ingus." The guide goblin whispered into his ear, subtly gesturing toward Cynthia. The more Griphook listened, the deeper his frown became. "If you wish to sell gems, esteemed guests, I can make that decision myself," he said politely, though Tver could still hear a faint note of disdain in his tone. Tver silently weighed the expression on his face. Goblins harbored a natural hostility toward wizards. That, more than anything else, was the real difficulty of this visit. "And if there were more?" Tver asked calmly. "No matter how many, I can still make the call," Griphook replied, lifting his chin without a trace of humility or servility. "Enough to empty Gringotts of all its galleons." Tver leaned down and spoke softly into his ear. "Or perhaps I could flood the wizarding world with goods worth millions of galleons." Griphook's expression changed instantly. "The ministry would never allow that, and you'd suffer losses of hundreds of thousands of galleons," he said sharply. "By the time the ministry realizes what's happening, the wizarding economy would already be in ruins," Tver replied evenly. "And then it would be you goblins who bear the blame for inadequate oversight. Wizards wouldn't mind taking over Gringotts at that point." Griphook's expression shifted several times in quick succession as he grasped the severity of the situation. "I don't believe you have the means to carry this out." At Tver's signal, Cynthia tossed out the same bag from earlier, then one after another produced identical sacks, each filled with gems, and dumped them onto the counter. There were so many that the small counter could no longer hold them. Clatter. One of the bags inevitably fell to the floor, and its contents spilled out, gems scattering at the feet of Tver and the others. All around the hall, the goblins froze mid-motion. Greed flared in their eyes, and even their breathing seemed to grow heavier. Under the candlelight of the hall, the gems glittered with blinding brilliance. Fortunately, there were few customers in Gringotts at the moment. Otherwise, those wizards would hardly have resisted bending down to pocket a few gems. With a goblin's innate sensitivity to precious stones, Griphook didn't even need to examine them closely to know that these were finely cut, flawless gems of exceptional quality. "Is that sufficient now?" "Of course." A goblin in a black suit stepped out from behind Griphook. He didn't look much older than him. Only then did the other goblins recover from their shock and return to their work, though their attention still drifted this way. "Secure the gems for our guests, Griphook." Ingus extended his hand toward Tver. "Ingus, supervisor of Gringotts." "Tver Folly." Tver dipped his head slightly as he shook Ingus's hand, their eye levels aligning neatly across the counter. "So you're the heir of the Folly family. Your father came to withdraw funds not long ago." Ingus smiled warmly. At least, Tver couldn't detect anything amiss in that expression. "This isn't the place for a proper conversation. If Mr. Folly doesn't mind, would you care to have some tea in my office?" "Of course." Tver had no objection. This time, Griphook didn't dare interfere. Together with the two guiding goblins, he hurriedly gathered the gems scattered across the floor. Each of them lifted several heavy bags and followed behind. Ingus's office, however, caught Tver by surprise. Beyond the golden doors, a roaring furnace burned brightly, filling the antique room with heat and light. "This is a goblin tradition," Ingus explained. "Forging is as essential to us as eating. It's part of everyday life." He took a seat on the guest sofa and personally poured steaming tea for them. "To be honest, we rarely drink tea ourselves. But with more human visitors, we've had to learn these customs." "A good habit," Tver said with a smile as he sat down. "You should keep it up." Ingus paused only briefly, but Griphook bristled. "Then why can't you wizards learn to respect goblin customs instead? Don't think money lets you do whatever you want. Gringotts will never bow to any dark or criminal force." "That's enough, Griphook. We shouldn't be as rude as wizards," Ingus said calmly. Despite his words, his gaze never left Tver, and he made no move to send Griphook or the others away. So, what brings our guests to Gringotts? Ingus asked. If you're merely selling gems, there's no need to threaten my assistant. Tver lifted his teacup, took a sip, then set it down before meeting their eyes. It's simple. I want all the Muggle currency in Gringotts. And if possible, I'll take the Muggle currency from other countries' Gringotts branches as well. I imagine you're already troubled by the piles of Muggle money sitting in your vaults, aren't you? Gringotts had always offered exchanges between Muggle currency and wizarding money, but strictly limited both the frequency and the amount. The reason was simple. It was extremely difficult for Gringotts to convert Muggle currency back. Even with relatively few wizards in the magical world, and even with small exchange amounts each time, centuries of accumulation had left Gringotts with an ever-growing stockpile of Muggle money. It had long since become the goblins' most pressing problem. So even someone as composed as Ingus couldn't help but be startled by Tver's proposal. What do you want Muggle currency for? Ingus asked. To do exactly what you do, Tver replied. Use it to purchase goods, sell them in the magical world, and convert the proceeds back into galleons. Repeat the cycle. The price difference in between is our profit. Then why give it to you? Griphook blurted out. Why shouldn't we take that profit ourselves? Do you have agents in the Muggle world? Tver pointed toward the bags of gems they were carrying. If you really had that kind of capability, why would you still be troubled by an ever-growing pile of Muggle currency? Griphook fell silent, his retort cut off at the root. But this is illegal, Ingus said after a deep breath, forcing himself to remain calm. The Ministry of Magic would never allow it. As long as the Ministry doesn't find out, what's the problem? Tver lightly gestured toward the gems again. Otherwise, how do you think we acquired so many in the first place? Ingus's composure finally wavered. His fists clenched, and desire flickered uncontrollably in his eyes. If what Tver said was true, they could not only dispose of all that Muggle currency cleanly, but even convert it into galleons at far better rates. Gringotts knows nothing of your plans, Ingus said, breathing a little harder. We are merely fulfilling our client's request to exchange gems for currency. Tver didn't bother exposing the self-deception. Once these greedy goblins tasted the benefits, even if Tver later demanded they stop, they would never agree. By then, Gringotts would be his most natural ally. Ring in equal to ring in equal to. Chapter 268, Chapter 268, A Loyal Goblin at Your Service. Just as the deal was finalized and Ingus had goblins sent to count the bags of gems and the currency reserves, Tver suddenly seemed to remember something and mentioned it offhandedly. Oh, I also need to make a trip to Bellatrix Lestrange's vault. Ingus's raised hand paused midair. He turned back to Tver with a faintly amused look. Impossible. Griphook blurted out at once. Only Lestrange herself may enter her vault. That rule is the foundation Gringotts survives on. Even after we've just concluded a deal that could last for many years. Tver asked lightly. Griphook glanced down at the bulging bag of gems in his hands and hesitated. He wanted to say that he wanted the gems, but not at the cost of breaking Gringotts' rules. But when he thought of Tver's earlier threat, the offer was simply too much. So Mr. Folly's true objective today is actually Mrs. Lestrange, isn't it? Ingus said with a soft chuckle as he sat back down, slipping seamlessly back into the rhythm of negotiation. To be precise, it's something in her vault, Tver admitted openly. When dealing with an old fox like this, being evasive only bred suspicion. It was better to put the chips on the table. Are you certain that item is still in the vault? Ingus asked. Absolutely. In that case, let Griphook escort you there, Ingus said, flicking a glance at him. His tone was so casual it was as though they were discussing the weather, not the private opening of a client's vault. But what if Mrs. Lestrange realizes? Griphook asked uneasily. Gringotts had seized vaults before, but only after confirming the owner was dead and had no heirs. She won't have the chance to find out. Even if she's released someday, Mr. Folly surely won't mind helping us deal with that little inconvenience, Ingus said, giving Tver a sly smile. The meaning behind that smile was clear. If Lestrange came knocking, these goblins would not conceal his identity. Of course. We're business partners, after all, Tver replied easily as he stood up, returning an equally warm smile. Ingus's smile vanished at once. He fell silent for a moment, then waved his hand with a sigh. Go on, Griphook. Take these partners there. Greed, Ingus thought. If goblins were ever to fall, it would be because of that inborn greed. But he had no intention of refusing. After all, what goblin could resist gleaming gold and precious gems? Griphook had no choice now. Without a word, he picked up a small bag, led them out of the office, and returned to the main hall. Unlike when Tver first arrived, the already sparse number of customers was now down to just the 3 of them. It's past the goblins' quitting time, Griphook said. That reminds me, what do you usually do after work? Tver asked curiously. He was normally a homebody, and on the rare occasions he went to places like pubs, he hardly ever encountered goblins. Griphook opened an ancient-looking door for them, revealing a narrow stone corridor lit brightly by torches along both sides. What do you think? Goblins do the same things wizards do after work. Stop looking at us like we're something strange. The corridor sloped steeply downward, opening onto a narrow railway track below. With that, Griphook let out a sharp whistle. A small cart came racing down the track, screeching to a precise stop right in front of them. I honestly don't know what ordinary wizards do at night, Tver said, peering around like a curious child as he kept asking questions. I usually read. Do you do that too? He climbed into the cart with the others. It wasn't spacious, but it wasn't cramped either. Griphook gave him a wordless look. Goblins' eyes are for spotting gems, not reading books. He yanked the lever down, and the cart shot forward along the rails. After a stretch, the tracks began branching in every direction, forming a labyrinthine network of lines beneath the ground. Yet the cart seemed to know the route. Without Griphook steering it, it still carried them onward as if guided by instinct. In wealthy households, there's usually a forge, Griphook said, raising his voice over the rush of air. We make interesting goblin ironwork. Of course, materials are harder to come by now, so most people make smaller pieces, badges, and the like. And in our spare time, he continued, goblins either go out to drink and talk, or we explore ancient magical secrets we've uncovered during the day. That's also one of the sources of Gringotts' wealth. Cold air screamed past, stinging Tver's eyes. With a casual flick of his wand, he cast an iron armor charm over the entire cart, sealing out the wind. Is it profitable? Tver asked. Griphook stared, momentarily stunned by the precision of the spell. It took him a moment to recover. It used to be. But now that more and more ruins have been dug up, the yields are getting smaller. If I had an order for magical ironwork I wanted to place with the goblins, and we supplied the materials, would you take it? Tver asked with interest. Now that he had money, he no longer cared about the exorbitant prices of goblin-made goods. Griphook had never encountered a customer so bold and unconcerned, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. I don't know what they'd decide. I don't think they would. Just then, as they descended deeper and deeper underground, a dragon appeared ahead. They had reached the deepest vaults of Gringotts. The dragon's scales had aged to a pale, loosened white. Its cloudy pink eyes looked dull with exhaustion. Both hind legs were shackled in heavy fetters, thick chains running from them to enormous spikes driven deep into the stone floor. The dragon seemed to notice them. It snapped its scarred head around and let out a roar so powerful the cart shuddered, followed by a blast of searing flame. But whether because they were still too far away, or because Tver's iron armor charm was too strong, not a trace of heat reached them. Don't worry, Griphook said quickly. I'll keep it under control. He pulled a handful of small metal instruments from the pouch at his waist, shaking them so they rang with a bright, crisp clatter. Tver and the others didn't take them. Instead, they studied the dragon with obvious interest, not a hint of fear on their faces. After all, the three of them could take down a healthy dragon without even breaking a sweat, let alone one as battered as this. Griphook awkwardly put the clinking pieces away. By then, the cart was slowing to a stop in front of a vault door carved with intricate patterns. Strangely enough, it was wooden. Griphook stepped down first and pressed his hand to the center of the door. There are so many spells on this thing I can't even tell them apart, he said smugly. All I know is, if anyone other than a Gringotts goblin tried to do this, the door would suck them in, and they'd be trapped inside. This time, Tver didn't argue. He watched the door vanish and nodded in agreement. There really was an overwhelming amount of magic layered onto it. Without understanding it, even he wouldn't benefit from pressing a hand on it recklessly. Recognizing Griphook's identity, the door disappeared completely, revealing a deep, dark opening. Lumos. A bright orb flared to life near the ceiling, laying bare every corner of the vault. Tver saw piles packed tight with gold coins, golden goblets, silver armor, the pelts of strange creatures, and crystal-clear potions. There was even a skull still wearing a crown. Marvolio, clearly unable to wait, stepped in first. Just simple flagranti and doubling spells, he said, sniffing lightly as if the magic had a scent. But what does this Hufflepuff's cup you mentioned look like? Easy, Tver said with a soft laugh, pointing toward a golden cup tucked away in the corner. It's the only one here that hasn't been enchanted. Chapter 269, Marvelo's Pride. After retrieving the golden cup from Gringotts, a new problem quickly followed. I can easily pull the soul fragment out of it, Marvolio said, sprawled over the table as he idly turned the cup in his hands. The real question is how to merge it with me. Cynthia's curiosity went in a different direction. So this is the Hufflepuff cup that was left behind. Wasn't it supposed to contain food-related magic? Why can't I sense anything? It's been blocked off by my magic for a long time, Marvolio replied. And it wouldn't have helped much anyway. When I first got the cup, I wondered whether it broke Gamp's law of transfiguration. Turns out. He sighed. It just takes anything that can be called an ingredient and cooks it into the most delicious food it can possibly combine. You actually tried it? Of course I did. I was curious. The taste was excellent, but the restrictions are severe. It won't create seasonings that aren't added, and the ingredients can't clash too strongly with each other. For that era, especially in Britain, that was already extremely impressive magic, Tver said casually. He picked up the golden cup and examined it closely. Like the other Horcruxes, the cup was saturated with Voldemort's magical imprint, along with a fragment of his soul. This fragment was relatively immature, similar to the one in the ring. It was clearly one of Voldemort's earlier Horcruxes. But soon, Tver noticed something amiss. Why doesn't the soul inside this Horcrux have the ability to communicate outwardly? He wasn't very skilled back then, Marvolio said, waving it off. Even the earliest diary couldn't initiate contact unless someone actively tried to communicate with it. The diadem worked the same way. The only reason the ring I inhabit recovered so many abilities is because it absorbed a great deal of your magic and life force. In that case, Cynthia said matter-of-factly, why not absorb the soul in the cup the same way you absorb magic? Right. Marvolio straightened up, suddenly animated. Tver, aren't you able to convert souls into magic? That's exactly what worries me, Tver replied. If the fragment that merges into your body turns into magic, how does that strengthen your soul? He set the golden cup down. As if reacting to the conversation, it began to hum faintly, releasing an unsettling magical vibration. We can't afford to take risks. Every fragment of Voldemort's soul is crucial for you. Marvolio's expression darkened. After a long pause, he clenched his teeth. Then what if I turn into magic too? If both soul fragments become magic at the same time, the difficulty of fusion drops drastically. After merging, you can just turn us back into souls. Tver and Cynthia both stared at him in shock. Then how do you determine which soul takes priority? Tver asked gravely. If you fail to secure the dominant position, all your current soul power will become subordinate. Worse still, your original memories could be overwritten by Voldemort's. Tver looked at Marvolio with a heavy expression. He had considered this approach long ago, and rejected it immediately. All these years of careful planning and subtle guidance were meant to produce a rational Marvolio who shared his goals, not a deranged, bloodthirsty Voldemort. Otherwise, he could have destroyed everything outright. There would have been no need for all this effort. What, you don't trust me? Marvolio said, the corner of his mouth curling into a wild, arrogant smile. I am Voldemort. But that thing is Voldemort too, Tver shot back, tossing the cup to him. Stop hesitating. There's no such thing as a perfect plan. Marvolio didn't argue. Instead, he calmly began channeling his magic, slowly drawing the soul fragment out of the cup. And I have absolute confidence, he said coolly. The one who wins in the end will be me. A roiling strand of black soul emerged, pulled free by his right hand, growing darker and more substantial by the second. Sensing Marvolio's unwavering resolve, Tver sighed and pulled out his wand, banishing the table in front of him. It was a perfectly good table, after all. No reason to let it get destroyed for nothing. Can you tell me where that confidence comes from? By now, the soul Marvolio was drawing out had nearly solidified into human form, which meant every last trace inside the Horcrux had been extracted. He casually tossed the golden cup into Cynthia's arms, then pointed to his chest with his now empty left hand. Because this time, I have an unbreakable will. Come on, Tver. The pitch-black soul had taken on a shape almost identical to his own. The only thing he found mildly irritating was the completely bald head. Even if my strength doesn't match yours or Dumbledore's, I firmly believe that nothing can defeat me, not even myself. Because I am Lord Voldemort. Because I am Voldemort. Meeting Marvolio's unwavering gaze, Tver slowly raised his wand. Even as Marvolio, even with a far calmer temperament than before, he was still that proud Voldemort, the prodigy who had dominated the wizarding world for half a century. As Tver released his magic, a surge of vigorous life force flooded Marvolio's body. This vitality came from the Philosopher's Stone and formed the very foundation of Marvolio's physical existence. Because of that, his body began to dissolve, or rather, to transform into the same intangible state as the confused soul beside him. The state didn't last long. Under Tver's transfiguration, both souls were instantly converted into two masses of magic, pure to the extreme. Carefully, Tver guided the two clusters closer, watching as they slowly began to merge of their own accord. He had never experienced anything like this before. Even in the knowledge Salazar had left behind, only the transformation of souls was mentioned. As for what happened when transformed souls fused together, this was their first attempt. Fortunately, perhaps because both had already become magic, the fusion progressed more slowly than expected but showed no obvious signs of conflict. That alone put Tver at ease. Is it possible that the two souls end up on equal footing, influencing each other? Cynthia asked curiously, watching the two half-merged spheres. I thought that was very likely at first, Tver replied, still holding his wand. But it quickly became the least likely outcome. As the fusion neared completion, his mind instead grew calmer. You can force Horcruxes to cooperate, but with Voldemort's pride, no fragment would ever tolerate another while standing above its own. Even if they were once the same being. Chapter 270, Facing the Past. The moment Tver finished speaking, the two masses of magic fused completely into one. They collapsed inward, caving in for an instant, then suddenly expanded as if inflated, erupting into an unimaginably vast surge of magic. It was even greater than the sum of the two combined. Why would this happen? Cynthia staggered back in shock. If she didn't retreat, that magic would have swallowed her whole. Staring at the bloated mass of magic, Tver fell into deep thought. He couldn't understand what state this represented. By all logic, even magic converted from souls shouldn't behave like this when merged. From a physical standpoint, magic should obey conservation. It could flow, but it shouldn't increase or decrease out of nothing. Unless. As if a realization struck him, Tver stepped forward decisively. Before Cynthia's stunned eyes, a small black wisp shot straight into the mass of magic. From Marvolio's perspective, everything now felt completely different from his time as a soul. When he existed as a soul, there had always been something tugging at him, anchoring him firmly to this world. But now, it felt as though he were drifting through clouds, light and weightless, filled with an overwhelming sense of freedom. No, he was the clouds. Because a blinding white mist suddenly appeared before him. It was at that moment that the hazy sensation ended, and he became aware of his body and will returning. Marvolio lay on his back. Silence filled his ears, and the faint whistling that had lingered moments ago was gone. Then it came. A strange, low whimper drifted softly into his ears. The sound was different on each side, as if hundreds of voices were murmuring quietly, debating something in hushed tones. Or rather, hundreds of ghosts. Only then did he realize the most serious problem. He hadn't opened his eyes, yet he could see the white mist. Startled, Marvolio snapped his eyes open. He clearly felt himself do it, but his vision remained the same hazy white, no different from when his eyes were closed. A surge of panic hit him, a terrifying sense that he no longer had control over himself. Come. Marvolio drew a deep breath and slowly sat up. Only then did he notice the difference between this mist and before. Something seemed to be concealed within it, as though it were trying to push through. A sudden feeling of resistance rose in his chest. This was his territory. As anger flared in his mind, the white mist roiled violently, surging outward in waves. Under the constant impact, the fog around Marvolio gradually thinned, revealing what lay beneath. A small room. A worn, narrow bed. A wardrobe, gnawed by insects yet still sturdy. This is my room at the orphanage. Memories long buried began to surface. From the day he was sent to the orphanage until he graduated from Hogwarts, this had been his room. The ceiling, the floor, the window that creaked when the wind blew, nothing had changed. Only he had. As the memories flooded back, Marvolio seemed to catch the faint smell of damp mold in the air. Only then did he realize he was naked. It didn't bother him. With a quiet chuckle, he walked over to the wardrobe and opened it. As expected, a set of clothes that fit him perfectly lay inside. He slipped them on with ease. The style was the casual suit he often wore during his school days. He was taller and slimmer now than before, yet the clothes still fit his body flawlessly. As if he had foreseen that, 51 years later, he would return to what had once been his home. Honestly, I imagined many places, but I never expected your limbo to be here. A small black imp stepped out from the doorway, yet the voice coming from it was unmistakably Tver's. The imp looked around with interest, as though the plain little room concealed some hidden secret. Marvolio eyed his current form with a strange expression. I never imagined you'd show up like this. If word got out that the Dark Lord bent on overturning the world looked like this in private, no one would believe it, he said, sighing in exasperation. To outsiders, Tver was always calm, elegant, the image of a refined nobleman. But around those he knew well, he could shatter every expectation and didn't care in the slightest about their teasing. The imp shrugged unconcernedly. Wait. In this form, did he even have shoulders? In a place as dangerous as Limbo, of course I'd send a little imp in to scout first. If it really is dangerous, worst case I lose a curse. If it's not, doesn't that prove you're fine? Either way, there's no loss. Even though the imp's expression was limited and his voice carried a faintly distorted quality, Marvolio could clearly hear the excitement in his tone. I knew you wouldn't do anything meaningless, Marvolio said irritably. But what about the other soul? Why didn't I feel much resistance? I wiped out his will as soon as I came in, the imp said lightly, hands on his hips. That Voldemort barely had any strength left, especially inside Limbo. He didn't even know where he was. He scratched his head for ages, then got startled when I suddenly appeared. So I just used the power of the curse and killed him. Dying to his own curse. That Voldemort died fittingly. But the problem is, how do I get out? Marvolio asked. He walked toward the doorway. There was nothing there, only white mist blocking the way. This time, no matter how strongly he exerted his will, the fog refused to move. I don't know either. But I do know your soul power has grown a lot stronger. The next step is probably breaking free of the Horcrux's restraints. And how do I do that? I'm not sure. It probably has something to do with this room. That's why I started looking around the moment I came in. The imp drifted in a slow circle around the cramped room, found nothing, then floated back in front of Marvolio. Limbo is a reflection of the heart. This room must hold enormous significance for you. Try to remember. What happened here that mattered most to you? Something important. Marvolio let out a cold laugh. All I ever felt here was misunderstanding and conflict. After graduating from Hogwarts, I never came back. Even after 5th year, I rarely stayed here for long. I find it strange too. I thought it would be the Chamber of Secrets, or King's Cross Station. The imp lifted his fingerless little hand, rubbing at a barely visible chin as he thought. Why? Marvolio didn't know what had happened to Harry Potter in the original story, so he was curious why Tver would say that. Wasn't Hogwarts like home to you? It must have meant a lot. And King's Cross Station was where you officially became a wizard. Surely that carried special meaning for you as well. What is it? Did I say something wrong? The imp looked at Marvolio in surprise as he stood frozen in place. I finally understand why it's here, Marvolio murmured. This is where my life truly began. It was in this room that someone first told me I wasn't a freak, but a wizard. This is where my self-doubt ended, and where my confusion finally stopped. As he came to terms with his past, Marvolio's voice grew distant and ethereal, his figure gradually fading into a pale, translucent white. Tver, only by facing the past can we walk toward the future. Chapter 271, Marvolio after the fusion. Outside the illusory realm, Tver blinked twice, sensing that the magic within the orb had finally stabilized. The little wisp flew out of the orb and returned to his right forearm, and everything that had happened inside the illusory realm flowed straight into his mind. It seemed the sudden surge of magic inside the orb was an imprint left behind when Voldemort created the Horcrux. Because of the Horcrux's inherent restrictions, the fusion of the two souls had triggered that imprint. But now, not only had Marvolio successfully absorbed the soul within the Golden Cup, he had also broken free of the Horcrux's constraints. In short, both Marvolio's soul strength and magical power had increased by a significant margin. Tver, what was that just now? Cynthia asked anxiously from his side. Marvolio succeeded, Tver said with a pleased smile, lifting his wand. He cast Transfiguration once again, this time restoring the magic to its soul-like state. That said, part of the energy within the orb had always been pure magic to begin with and could not revert into a soul. As Marvolio's soul form slowly took shape, a small cluster of magic continued to flicker and bounce beside it. This actually feels pretty great, Marvolio said after regaining consciousness, letting out a long breath. What's different from before? Tver asked as he took out the Philosopher's Stone. Marvolio absorbed the life force from the stone in Tver's hand, his eyes half-lidded like a kitten enjoying a massage. It feels incredibly light. Before, it was like my soul was constantly being held back by something. Now it's as if the shackles are gone. Both my soul and my mind feel a lot freer. But what's that? He added, staring curiously at the grey-black mass of magic drifting above his head. That should be the force left behind to restrain the soul when a Horcrux is made. Even Voldemort would be wary of his own fractured soul, Tver explained. Then that's a good thing, Marvolio said at once, immediately drawing it in and absorbing it. My magic's gone up again, he said happily. As the life force continued to flow into him, his body grew more solid. The hazy quality in his voice faded, replaced by a steadier, more substantial presence. Tver couldn't help but reflect on Voldemort. Looking at it this way, Voldemort lost so much of his magic and soul, yet he still retained enough strength to stand against Dumbledore. If he hadn't made Horcruxes, he might have surpassed Dumbledore long ago and become the greatest wizard in the magical world. Marvolio waved his now solid hand dismissively. Most of the magic consumed in creating Horcruxes is generated by the severed soul fragments themselves. Even if the main body expends some, it can recover. Besides, you know as well as I do that Dumbledore's strength never came from sheer magical reserves. It's his freedom in wielding magic and the wisdom in his mind. Even if you gave Voldemort another 100 years, no matter how strong he got, he'd never grasp that. You say that like you could, Cynthia couldn't help but quip. Hey! Marvolio immediately raised a finger and wagged it playfully. I've completely cast off Voldemort's imprint now. Give me a real body, and I can live on as Marvolio. Not as a fragment of Voldemort's soul. Tver copied the gesture, raising a finger and giving it a small shake to temper his excitement. But that's where the problem lies. There's still a difference in strength between you and Voldemort. According to the professor, even if you both obtain bodies, the weaker soul will still be constrained by the rules of this world. It won't function as a true physical body, more like an empty shell that merely houses a soul. Marvolio froze. His research in this area didn't go as deep as Tver's, and he truly couldn't wrap his head around what that meant. What difference does that make? Everyone in this world is nothing more than a body carrying a soul. Some people don't even have one. Just like those whose souls had been sucked out by dementors, they could only act on instinct. The core of who they were was already gone. It's mainly an issue of compatibility, but it's not a big problem, Tver said reassuringly. As long as your soul is stronger than Voldemort's, then he'll be the one who doesn't fit. So is this basically one of the world's rules? Cynthia asked curiously. That the same soul isn't allowed to have two bodies. Based on my current research, you could say that, Tver nodded, though he still didn't sound entirely certain. The deeper he went into magical research, the more clearly he could sense the absolute, unquestionable rules governing this world. Take death, for example. Recently, everything he had learned about it revolved around taboos. No one had ever truly broken them, as if there really were a god of death watching over all life in this world. Marvolio curled his lip in irritation. His body had already fully recovered to its previous state, and the magic flowing within him felt stronger than ever. He even had the faint impression that, against the current absurdly powerful Tver, he might not be without a chance. Any so-called god of death who makes rules like this must have found some way to live forever, Marvolio scoffed. And he's terrified others will figure it out, so he does everything he can to keep everyone else restricted. Stop throwing a tantrum, Tver said helplessly as he restored the furniture to its original arrangement. We'd be better off thinking about how to gather the remaining Horcruxes. The one at the Black family house is already settled. I've spoken with Sirius, so there shouldn't be any issues. Voldemort's Nagini hasn't become a Horcrux yet, but it won't be long. When the time comes, we can just go together. The hardest part is Harry. There really will be a good opportunity soon, but are you sure you can draw out only your own soul, and not Harry's? I can't, Marvolio said bluntly as he flopped down into a seat. I have no idea how tightly the two souls are tangled together. If they don't interfere with each other, then it should be fine. But if there's a mental connection, that's dangerous. There's a chance even Voldemort and Little Potter could start sensing each other's memories. Tver. Seeing Tver's indescribable expression, Marvolio finally stopped fooling around. They're not really entangled, are they? If influencing each other counts as entanglement, Tver replied, then yes. Marvolio immediately collapsed flat. I don't care. I have to get the part of my soul that's in Potter's head back. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I'll be the one who fully resurrects in the end. We'll deal with it when the time comes, Tver said, equally troubled. Harry's soul absolutely cannot be affected. Otherwise, the one showing up at our door the very next day would be Dumbledore. Chapter 272, International Confederation of Wizards Assembly, Part 1. Tver woke early that morning in his bed at the manor. There was something extremely important he had to do today. The International Confederation of Wizards Assembly was being held today. There was still plenty of time, though, so he lay quietly on the bed, eyes slightly unfocused as he stared at the spotless white ceiling. Since coming to this world, this was the first time he had truly felt nervous. The last time he had felt this unsure of himself was when he had secretly gone to Nurmengard to ask Grindelwald to take him on as a student. But unlike that all-or-nothing gamble, this time he had already played through countless possible outcomes of the assembly in his mind. If he ultimately failed to persuade the international wizarding community, he would be completely exposed within the magical world. Anyone connected to him would be labeled as his associates and pushed into the public eye, subjected to scrutiny from wizards of all stripes. It might even interfere with the arrangements he had made in the Muggle world. That was the last thing he wanted to see happen. That was why, in preparation for today, he had planted countless pieces on the board within the magical world, steered public opinion, and built relationships with many highly respected wizards. He had also deliberately chosen this moment. Even if he failed, Voldemort's resurrection would be enough to divert public attention. Plan for failure before victory. This assembly was simply too important for Tver, so he had no choice but to be cautious, and cautious again. Only after carefully reviewing every arrangement he had made did Tver finally get out of bed. To project a more approachable image, he didn't choose overly formal attire. Instead, he put on the fitted black suit he wore most often, along with a dark red robe. After all, Dumbledore had said that assemblies like this were only held once every few years. If not for the fact that he would be speaking, these gatherings usually amounted to little more than discussions of international affairs, not much more serious than a formal chat. By the time Tver stepped out, his eyes were filled with calm and resolve, with no trace of his earlier hesitation. At exactly 10 in the morning, he arrived at Brown's Hotel in London, England, having come the Muggle way by taxi. This wasn't some personal quirk of his. The entire surrounding area was under anti-apparition enchantments to ensure the Assembly's security. What was even stranger was that this was a genuine, historic Muggle hotel. Tver paused outside to admire the hotel's white-painted exterior before pushing the door open. Even the lobby was plain and understated, not quite befitting its status as London's first hotel. Yet it felt perfectly appropriate. Tver was quite fond of this kind of simplicity, something worn smooth by time. Much like the magical world's resistance to technology. "Sir, may I?" The attendant at the door bowed politely, but before he could finish speaking, Cynthia walked over. "He's a guest for this assembly." "I'll take him upstairs," Cynthia said, offering Tver a small smile as she waved the attendant away. She then led Tver toward the staircase. "The meeting is on the 4th floor. It used to be the dining hall, but as usual, we've converted it into a conference chamber." "As usual?" Tver echoed. "Yes," Cynthia sighed helplessly. "Apparently, for nearly a century now, every assembly held in Britain has taken place in this hotel. It's just that back then there weren't as many attendees, so the original meeting rooms barely met the requirements. But now, especially over the past 50 years, the number of participants has increased dramatically. And those committee members insist on holding it here. So we've had no choice but to keep finding larger spaces to remodel." Tver chuckled softly, not at all surprised. To put it bluntly, most of the current members of the International Confederation of Wizards were elderly wizards. If Barty Crouch hadn't been busy with the Quidditch World Cup, and if Cynthia herself weren't so capable, the British Ministry of Magic wouldn't have sent someone so young to attend in the first place. All preparations before the meeting are complete. We're just waiting for the official start. Cynthia suddenly remembered something else. "Dumbledore arrived even earlier than you. He asked me to tell you that if you'd like to speak first, he's willing to give up his slot. If you insist on using the British delegation's speaking turn, then according to usual practice, the representative who shares the president's nationality will speak last." "I'll go last, then," Tver said after a brief moment of thought, deciding it would be better to speak near the end of the assembly. After all, once he finished speaking, the committee members probably wouldn't be in the mood to discuss anything else. "All right." Cynthia took a deep breath, suppressing her excitement, and walked into the conference room with him. The space had been cleverly arranged into a wide, tiered hall, with delegates from various countries seated along both sides. The meeting hadn't started yet, so most of the attendees were gathered in the open area in the middle, chatting casually and creating a lively hum of conversation. Their ages, however, were generally on the high side. Some of them looked even older than Dumbledore himself. So when Tver and Cynthia entered, they drew more than a few surprised looks. "I was just wondering when you'd show up." With his sharp eyes, Dumbledore immediately spotted Tver. He strode out of the crowd around him and came over to greet the two of them. "I don't have quite as much energy as you do, Professor." "I can't stay that endlessly enthusiastic," Tver said, teasing him. "And yet you seem to have plenty of energy when you're arguing with me," Dumbledore replied lightly. Thanks to the improvement in their relationship, after a brief period of relative calm, Tver's discussions with Dumbledore on Muggle-related issues had actually grown more radical. They had talked not only about peaceful coexistence with Muggles, but even about the possibility of wiping them out. Of course, that was largely because Dumbledore hoped to use open discussion to dispel some of the more dangerous ideas forming in Tver's mind. "Albus, is this the young man you often mention in your letters, Tver Folly?" An elegant elderly woman wearing an exquisitely crafted headpiece approached them. "Oh, Yajo, I nearly forgot to introduce Tver to you," Dumbledore said. He stepped aside, allowing Tver to face Madame Yajo directly. "That's right. This is Tver. Tver Folly." Then he turned to Tver. "This elegant lady is Yajo, one of the senior members of the International Confederation of Wizards and an expert on Muggle affairs. Many of my questions in this area come from consulting her." Tver felt a flicker of oddness at Dumbledore's accurate Chinese pronunciation, but he didn't let it show. He simply shook Madame Jo's hand politely. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I've been looking forward to meeting you as well, Tver." Madame Jo's eyes carried a depth shaped by time itself, as though nothing strange or unusual could truly surprise her. "Especially your views on the so-called Muggle threat. So before the meeting begins, I'd like to ask you a question. Would that be all right?" Tver was momentarily taken aback, unable to quite grasp her intent. "Of course. Then tell me, in your view, how should Muggles integrate magic into their normal lives? I mean in a way that wouldn't cause harm to either side." There was a trace of genuine curiosity on Madame Jo's face, as though she truly wanted an answer. But for a moment, Tver found himself completely at a loss for words. Chapter 273, International Confederation of Wizards Assembly, Part 2. "Jo, How could you even ask something like that? An elderly black wizard walked over. He looked slightly younger than Dumbledore and Madame Yageau, and that seeming edge of vigor made him appear sharper, more alert, as he joined the discussion as its fifth participant. Isn't our International Confederation of Wizards working precisely to prevent such a possibility from ever happening? Madame Yageau immediately turned her calm gaze toward him and replied in her characteristically even tone. That used to be the case, Baba Jeed. But the future isn't so certain. We need to look at the laws of this world through a lens of development. Baba Jeed Achingbade's quick mind stalled for a moment. He couldn't quite grasp why Madame Yageau would raise such a question at all. Unless, Muggles had already discovered magic. As a candidate for the presidency of the International Confederation of Wizards, he was anything but dull when it came to sensitivities like this. Then it really is time to start thinking about it, he said. But that's our responsibility. You shouldn't be using it to put the younger generation on the spot. Madame Yageau immediately smiled faintly at Tver. All right. That was my oversight. Let's not stand around anymore. The meeting is about to begin. Everyone, back to your seats. I can't wait to be the first to speak. Dumbledore said this not only to them but to all the wizards gathered in the conference hall. I'm very much looking forward to your speech, Madame Yageau said. Though it sounded like she was replying to Dumbledore, her eyes flicked briefly toward Tver, who nodded and smiled back at her. Shall we go to our seats? Cynthia whispered to Tver, who was still lost in thought. Let's go. Snapping back to himself, Tver cast one last, lingering look at Dumbledore and Madame Yageau. That earlier question had clearly come from a discussion between the two of them about Muggles. Tver didn't know whether they had an answer yet, but it was obvious now that the question had been meant to probe his own stance on Muggles. As expected of the International Confederation of Wizards. Everyone here was among the finest figures in the magical world, drawn from countries across the globe. One careless misstep, and it would be easy to earn their hostility. And yet, a sudden thrill surged through Tver, like the excitement of infiltrating enemy territory. To draw the enemy into his own camp. To turn the most powerful defender of the secrecy treaty into the one who would dismantle it with his own hands. Just imagining it was enough to make Tver struggle to suppress a smile. What's got you so happy? Cynthia asked as she led Tver to a seat in the middle right section, right beside the aisle closest to Dumbledore's side. Standing in that aisle was none other than Marvolio. He gave them a subtle wink and silently shaped the word security with his lips. Once everyone had taken their seats, Dumbledore, who had been presiding at the front, strode enthusiastically to the center. Welcome. I'm delighted to see so many energetic new faces among us. He swept his gaze across the room, never lingering on any one face for more than a second. Fresh blood is the reason our International Confederation of Wizards remains strong, because we are facing the most urgent problems in the entire magical world. And it is precisely for that reason that we've gathered here today, to listen to the discoveries and questions you've likely been pondering for a long time. And now, without further delay, please allow me to invite Mr. Albus Dumbledore to speak. Dumbledore gave a playful little clap, prompting a burst of laughter from the room. The elderly wizard beside Tver, however, muttered with mild displeasure, he was so serious just now, I thought it was a different person. Dumbledore paid no attention to the comment and launched straight into his speech with undiminished enthusiasm. First things first. Yes, the Triwizard Tournament. I've always felt that there's far too little international exchange, especially now that transportation has become so convenient. That inevitably brings us to Muggle technology. Not long ago, I traveled to Austria, and I took a Muggle airplane. It's not as convenient or as fast as magic, of course, but the experience was quite pleasant. Just how pleasant, I can't really say, because I fell asleep on the plane. Please forgive me. An old man, after all. Ahem. Madame Yageau cleared her throat, gently reminding him that he'd wandered off topic. My apologies. Back to the Triwizard Tournament. Let me see. Right. There's too little international exchange. Magical progress ends up stuck on the pages of newspapers instead of being shared with every wizard. That's why I proposed reviving the Triwizard Tournament. I want to explore the possibilities of this kind of inter-school exchange. And that's also why I declined to include other schools this time. This is just a small experiment. If it goes well, it can serve as a model, and the tournament won't have to remain limited to just 3 schools. Oh no. Tver suddenly remembered that he hadn't told Dumbledore yet about Voldemort's plan to stir up trouble during the Triwizard Tournament. Completely unaware of any of this, Dumbledore wore a radiant smile, already eager for the day when magical schools from all over the world would gather together and exchange their magic. To ensure the continued enforcement of the Statute of Secrecy, I will submit the specific matters to the Federation for deliberation. That concludes my remarks. Now, let us invite the next speaker. Tver watched as Dumbledore returned to his seat at the head of the table. This time, it wasn't just the elderly wizard beside him. Many people in the hall clearly understood the theme behind Dumbledore's words. Exchange. Dumbledore had said so much that it was obviously about more than just a tournament. He had given the event a broader vision, one centered on international cooperation. It seemed that Tver's subtle influence over the past few years hadn't been wasted after all. At the very least, Dumbledore was now using his own influence to encourage greater unity among wizards. Unfortunately, the speeches that followed were painfully dull. Not only were they nowhere near as engaging as Dumbledore's, the topics themselves were tedious. To Tver, even Snape's sarcasm was more entertaining than this. Yet even after having lunch in the cafeteria at noon, he still had to return and sit through more of these mind-numbing reports. One wizard from Japan in particular spoke for a full half-hour about the threats posed by Chinese fireball dragons. In the end, it was Madame Yajou who finally brought his speech to a close by quoting the renowned dragon researcher Kwangpa. The benefits brought by fire dragons far outweigh your complaints. If short-sightedness is your greatest weapon, then you are the most powerful wizard in the world. Only after that wizard left the stage in frustration did Tver finally feel his spirits lift. At last, it was his turn. If this had been before the conference began, he might have felt a trace of nervousness. But now, he just wanted it to arrive sooner. To be honest, before coming here, I thought there would only be a few dozen people in attendance. Tver stood and walked down the aisle toward the center, speaking in a voice that wasn't loud, yet still carried clearly to every ear in the hall. That place would be his stage alone. Chapter 274, Chapter 274, International Confederation of Wizards Assembly, 3. The attending wizards were generous enough to give him a round of applause. Thank you all for the encouragement. Otherwise, standing here alone would be rather nerve-wracking. Would you like me to come up and keep you company? Dumbledore teased. Let's not, Tver waved him off without ceremony. Compared to you, I'd much rather have a graceful lady like Madame Yajou. And speaking of which, before the meeting began, Madame Yajou asked me a question. She asked how Muggles might integrate magic while still preserving a normal social order. After thinking about it all day, please don't misunderstand, I'm not complaining that the meeting ran too long, I believe I can finally give an answer. At that point, Tver stepped fully into the center. He lifted his chin, clasped his hands behind his back, and stood with his feet set apart, calmly surveying the room with confidence that was assured but not arrogant. There was a faint, soldierly seriousness about him, paired with the ease of someone accustomed to authority. Though his tone remained relaxed, everyone present could feel the shift in the air. It was nothing like the dull atmosphere from before. But before that, I'd like to ask everyone a question. As fellow human beings, what exactly is the difference between wizards and Muggles? The moment the question left his mouth, several elderly wizards frowned in displeasure. It wasn't that they believed in pure-blood supremacy. Rather, magic itself had long given them a subtle sense of superiority over Muggles. Even when they claimed that wizards and Muggles were equal, deep down they still looked down on everything non-magical. Dumbledore's earlier mention of airplanes had already made some of them uncomfortable. They had only restrained themselves out of respect for his position as chairman, and for his formidable strength. We can use magic, one elderly wizard barked, his face dark. And then? Tver turned to him with a smile. And then what else is there? Magic is everything, the old man snapped, so irritated he looked ready to hobble up and start a fight. All right, no need to get upset. Tver raised a hand, gently calming the room. Then let me put it more simply. Sir, you're from the Middle East. How do you communicate with Chairman Dumbledore, who's all the way in Britain? How do you know I'm from the Middle East? The old wizard froze, hurriedly examining his clothing for anything distinctive. Tver didn't explain. He simply smiled at him, as though only the question itself mattered. Unable to find any clue, the old wizard answered gruffly, isn't it obvious? By all post, of course. Exactly. And do you know how Muggles do it? Tver pointed at him with clear excitement. In December 1901, a Muggle named Marconi used kites to lift antennas in Canada and successfully received messages from across the Atlantic. At the time, all he received were meaningless beeping sounds. But today, Muggles can easily place phone calls across entire oceans. So what does that tell us? Tver spread his hands and once again looked around at the wizards, who had fallen into thoughtful silence. This means that, in response to Madame Yajou's question, my answer is this: Muggles don't need to integrate magic. They already possess their own magic, a magic called technology. The magic we wizards take pride in is useful to Muggles, but it is by no means essential. In terms of both personal worth and daily life, Muggles are our equals. In fact, their technological progress far outpaces the development of our magic. Ladies and gentlemen, Muggle technology has already captivated our children. Have you ever considered a problem that may very well arise in the future? If simpler, more convenient technology replaces the functions of magic, will we still need to struggle so hard to learn it? Will children still take pride in graduating from a wizarding school? And we, Tver said, locking his gaze onto the dazed Middle Eastern wizard, will we still have any reason to exist? After being stared at for several long moments, the old wizard, left utterly speechless, suddenly sprang to his feet in humiliation and fury. Bullshit. How could those Muggle lumps of metal ever completely replace magic? You only feel that way because a brat like you hasn't yet grasped the true wonder of magic. Quentin, this is a place to discuss matters of the magical world. If you wish to refute Mr. Folly, then use facts, not personal attacks or groundless speculation, Madame Yajou said coldly, clearly displeased. Folly. Ha, Quentin sneered. You wouldn't happen to be from the Hector Folly family, would you? That explains everything. That's enough, Quentin. If you continue acting on impulse like this, I doubt anyone here will enjoy the meeting. Dumbledore stepped in to smooth things over. This meeting exists to discuss the future of the magical world. No one here, including the speaker, Tver, can be certain that what he's describing will definitely happen. But the purpose of this gathering is to make us think, and to prevent every possible threat to the magical world. That is precisely why, 300 years ago, we established the Confederation and implemented the Statute of Secrecy. With practiced ease, Dumbledore shifted everyone's attention away from Tver himself and toward contemplation of the future. Tver, I believe you still have more to say. Please continue. He cast Tver a subtle glare, clearly startled by how radical his statements had been. Thank you. Tver reined himself in and returned to his usual composed smile. I didn't come here today to make everyone hate Muggles, let alone to encourage attacking them. That's something none of us, including Mr. Quirrell, would ever want to see. But now, an obvious problem has emerged, one that's becoming clearer by the day. 5,000 years ago, wizarding magic was a divine miracle to Muggles, something only gods could possess. 300 years ago, Muggles gained the power to threaten wizards and the magical world, forcing us to enact the Statute of Secrecy. 300 years later, today, the magical world has reached the point where we must seriously discuss Muggle technology. So in the future, where do we wizards go from here? If this were an ordinary gathering of wizards, I would never raise such questions. But this is the Wizarding Union. As Chairman Dumbledore said, we make laws not to harm our fellow wizards, but to protect the magical world and protect wizards. Now, a new challenge has appeared. Whether we respond by drafting new laws or by adopting other measures is something all of us must think about. That is the purpose of my speech today. You don't seem very confident in the effectiveness of laws, Madame Yajou suddenly said. I have always supported every decision made by the International Confederation of Wizards, Tver replied, turning toward her. But I believe that drafting new laws every time we reach a critical moment will eventually lead to gaps and failures. I'm sure everyone here has experienced plenty of incidents where magic was nearly exposed. Then how do you think wizards should respond? Yajou's tone was as calm as if she were asking what 1 + 1 equaled, yet it drew the attention of everyone present. I don't know, Tver said with a self-assured smile. He had no intention of revealing his true thoughts at this moment. Right now, the wizards in the hall were confused and uncertain. If he openly suggested integrating with Muggles, the anger in the room would immediately label him the second coming of Grindelwald. From that point on, every action he took, even every word he spoke, would become far more difficult. Perhaps we can study Muggle technology and see whether it can be applied within the magical world, or even combined with magic to make it more powerful. Or we could be more direct and cooperate with Muggle governments, working together to develop more useful tools. And so on. As long as there's no conflict, anything is acceptable. Any solution that solves the problem is a good solution. Tver spread his hands openly, prompting Cynthia below the stage to shake her head with an amused, knowing smile. Chapter 275, International Confederation of Wizards Assembly, Final. Tver had expected that suggesting cooperation with Muggles, or researching Muggle technology, would infuriate the older wizards. As it turned out, some were indeed angry, but they were very much in the minority. Most of the wizards qualified to attend this meeting were hardly lacking in foresight when it came to the future. Just as Dumbledore had said, such a future might never come to pass. But for the wizards present, their responsibility was to consider every possible future that might affect the magical world. And to prepare solutions in advance. So even those few who were upset still joined the discussion with admirable professionalism. There was no melodramatic outrage or petty grandstanding here. Everyone present was among the best of the wizarding world, and solving problems mattered far more to them than venting emotions. As a result, even after Tver stepped away from the center of the floor, the debate in the hall continued at full intensity. Tver even overheard someone suggesting that Muggle researchers involved in technology should be placed under surveillance, with the occasional memory charm applied for good measure. Those were obviously words spoken in anger, but they also showed that people were beginning to realize something important, that Muggles, through unconscious development, were posing a growing threat to the magical world. Just as they had 300 years ago. From the early 15th century onward, persecution of wizards by Muggles, both men and women alike, spread across all of Europe. Madame Yageau sighed as she took a seat beside Tver. Many wizards were sentenced to death simply for using magic. Some managed to escape by relying on magic, but others weren't so fortunate. Once their wands were seized and they were locked in dungeons, they no longer had any way to escape execution. Wizarding children suffered the most. Unable to control their magic, they often drew Muggle attention, and without the strength to resist, they became easy targets for persecution. It was against this backdrop that the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy was enacted. But do you know? Yageau fixed Tver with a steady gaze. When the British Ministry of Magic was first established, it once sent a delegation to contact the Muggle monarchs, William III and Mary II, hoping that Muggle law would formally recognize and protect wizards. But do you know what happened? If there had been a result, the statute of secrecy wouldn't exist, Tver replied calmly. Exactly. They refused, Yageau said with a helpless sigh. As far as I know, the vast majority of Muggle governments rejected the proposal. Wizards at the time had no choice but to begin erasing traces of magic left in the Muggle world, retreating underground and living lives defined by secrecy. Tver, I'm not saying all this because I think your ideas are wrong. On the contrary, both Dumbledore and I believe you're right. Tver looked at her in surprise. His ideas were undoubtedly radical, but he hadn't expected that she and Dumbledore had already been influenced by him, and had begun thinking along the same lines. Madame Yageau seemed to notice his reaction and gave a weary smile. What we fear is that none of us has yet come up with a better solution. That's why we've remained silent for so long. Did you know? There's another witch in the magical world named Carlotta Pinkstone. She strongly advocates full integration between wizards and Muggles. But her ideas were too simplistic, Madame Yageau said after a pause, offering a restrained assessment. So all we could do was watch as she repeatedly used magic in front of Muggles, then punish her again and again. That was our way of testing our stance toward Muggles. Testing the Muggles' attitude toward magic. Tver looked at Yageau's grave expression. It seemed the issue of Muggle technology was something far more people had noticed than he'd originally thought. She said softly, it seems the result wasn't ideal. No. Their resistance to magic is too strong, and wizards' resistance to Muggles runs just as deep. Tver, Dumbledore told me he very much hopes you'll be his successor. I'm willing to trust his eye, and after hearing your speech, I'm also willing to believe you can do it. But promise me you won't betray our trust, all right? The elderly woman lifted a thin, weathered hand and gently patted the hand Tver had resting on his knee. Only peace is the truly appropriate path to solving this problem. Faced with the clarity in her eyes, Tver found he couldn't keep hiding behind evasions. Or perhaps more to the point, putting on false modesty in the face of that kind of wisdom would have been outright rude. I agree with you completely. I've always worked toward making sure both wizards and Muggles can survive in a safe way. But I also hope you understand that along the way, things will happen that neither you nor I want to see. That's enough. Yageau brought her hand down hard. I'm not one of those naive idealists. Bloodshed and sacrifice have always been the regrettable cost of reform. You may despise it, but you still have to accept it. But I'll be watching you, along with everyone in the Wizards Union. If what you're doing is right, we'll be your strongest support. But if you're wrong, like Grindelwald was, then we'll be your most powerful enemies. I give you my word, Tver said, offering her an easy, confident smile. Good. Yageau answered with a brilliant smile of her own. Come on. Let's go have dinner. I still have a great deal I want to discuss with you. In the past, it was always Albus who passed things along to me. At last, Tver understood why Madame Yageau knew so much about his opinions and ideas. There really had been an insider. Only then did he realize that Dumbledore had ended the meeting some time ago. Everyone had already left their seats and gathered in the Great Hall. Just like at lunch, the food was kept fairly mild to suit the tastes of the elderly wizards, cooked soft and tender. If you'd like, I can have the kitchen prepare an extra dinner for you, Cynthia said, apparently noticing Tver's hesitation. He wasn't usually picky, but he wasn't exactly thrilled by mashed potatoes with barely any flavor, either. No. It's better if I don't stand out too much. But after that speech, it was obvious that everyone present had taken notice of the young man named Tver Fawley. Of course, that was partly thanks to his grandfather, who had attended quite a few Wizards Union meetings in the past. Many of the wizards here had even sat in on those discussions with him. So during the meal, Tver barely got the chance to exchange more than a few words with Madame Yageau and Dumbledore. He didn't even manage more than a couple of bites. Most of his time was spent dealing with an endless stream of curious wizards, answering questions about Muggle technology and all manner of unrelated oddities. It's not just wireless radio. Muggles have also developed something called the Internet. It's like a spider web, linking information across the entire world. No, I don't have a girlfriend. And I'm not planning to date, either. Besides, isn't your granddaughter only 9? That's a very good point. The threat of Muggle technology lies precisely in its uncertainty. We don't know what they'll develop, and even they don't know what they'll develop next. So yes, the kind of technology you mentioned, something that can observe magic, really might become possible. But have you considered this? Muggle firearms simply can't break through the shield charm for the moment. If your thinking is still stuck in the past, how can you possibly tackle questions about the future? It wasn't until the banquet ended that Tver finally managed to escape the crowd of elderly wizards. But it still wasn't over. In order to win as much support from these committee members as possible, he had agreed to everyone's requests to keep in touch. Which meant that, in the future, Tver wouldn't only have to deal with the attention he'd already drawn. He'd also have to handle this entire swarm of energetic old wizards. Then again, wasn't this exactly the outcome he'd been hoping for all along? Chapter 276, Fudge Strikes Back. With the most pressing matter of the summer finally settled, Tver felt noticeably lighter in the days that followed. Even early in the morning, when Cynthia arrived carrying a towering stack of letters, he went through them one by one with genuine interest. "You look quite pleased with how things turned out," Cynthia said as she sorted the mail, glancing at the faint smile on Tver's face. "Very much so. Look at this." Tver gave the parchment in his hand a small shake. "It's from Mr. Quinton, the one who argued with me. Even though there's still a trace of stubbornness between the lines, he's clearly making an effort to think through the questions I raised. That's more than enough. I don't expect everyone to agree with me. That's unrealistic. As long as they start questioning the Confidentiality Act on their own, we've achieved our goal." "Still, Dumbledore thinks you might have pushed a little too hard," Cynthia said, handing over a letter from Hogwarts. Tver didn't take it. Instead, he stretched lazily. "What did he say?" "He said most of the committee members have been directing their attention toward him as chairman. Ever since the meeting ended, alls have been flying into Hogwarts nonstop. There hasn't been a moment's peace." Cynthia read the letter aloud with a hint of amusement, but her expression suddenly shifted near the end. "However, Headmaster Dumbledore mentioned that one of the committee members seems to have found out about your identity as a Durmstrang student." "Oh." Tver finally straightened, curiosity sparked. "How did that happen?" "One of the committee members' family has a student at Durmstrang. When your name came up by accident, the student recognized you as a well-known figure at the school. That committee member didn't react negatively at all. In fact, they were rather pleased that their child attends the same school as you. After hearing about your outstanding performance there, they even felt you were fundamentally different from your teachers. Still, Dumbledore advised you to be prepared for your identity coming to light, whether as a Durmstrang graduate or as a student of Grindelwald." Tver nodded, a little helplessly. He had deliberately avoided mentioning that he graduated from Durmstrang, emphasizing his British identity instead, precisely to keep people from forming preconceived notions about him. Especially when some of his views were so similar to those his teacher had once put forward. Fortunately, the speech had gone well, and Yuzhou, a committee member with immense influence within the Wizards' Union, was willing to back him. Even if the force he had gathered wasn't as vast as his teacher's once was, his base of support among ordinary members was far more solid. Still, with so many magical schools in the world and committee members coming from all corners of it, it was almost inevitable that someone would have a Durmstrang student in the family. And that student just happened to remember his name. Honestly, it was terrible luck. It had to be the backlash from dealing with Marvolio's problem. He hadn't finished complaining to himself when the men in question strode in without a shred of restraint. "I've been cleaning up mess after mess for you these past few days, and you're just sitting here leisurely writing replies." Marvolio dropped into the chair across from them with practiced ease, grabbed a biscuit from the table, and slouched back while eating it. "You never said what it was about, so of course we trusted you," Cynthia replied without lifting her head, still sorting the letters. "TSK. Now you're blaming me." "Well then," Tver said, finally shifting his gaze from the mail to him, "what exactly is so important that it's kept the deputy head of the Auror office this busy? Who else could it be?" At the mention of it, Marvolio straightened up, clearly irritated. "Fudge ordered Umbridge to stir up trouble for us. No, wait, I'm technically on Fudge's side, so it was to make trouble for you in Hogwarts. And she didn't even realize she was being used as his tool. She actually thought she'd earned his trust. While we were busy with the Congress, she forced a new anti-werewolf act through the Ministry. It mandates that all werewolves must register and submit to Ministry control, or else the Werewolf Capture Task Force will be deployed." "I remember that," Cynthia said, lifting her head in surprise. "Isn't that task force a subordinate unit under the Beast Division of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures? Their job was supposed to be arresting werewolves who pose a real threat to others, wasn't it? And the Anti-Werewolf Act already existed last year. Otherwise, that Lupin wouldn't have been harassed by the Ministry last summer." Marvolio immediately shook his head. "You said it yourself. That was last year." Under the new law Umbridge pushed through, the task force can decide a werewolf's level of danger on their own and arrest them in advance. If I hadn't warned Lupin and some of the werewolves he's been gathering overnight, he'd probably be in Azkaban right now, preaching your ideas to Fenrir Greyback. In advance. How can you arrest someone in advance when they haven't committed a crime? Tver found it completely absurd. It was like using a time turner to go back and arrest future criminals. That's why I say Umbridge has lost her mind. Even Scrimgeour is furious. He thinks she's encroaching on the Auror's authority, Marvolio said with a shrug. But Fudge is quietly backing her, and werewolves were never popular to begin with, so the law is still being enforced. That won't do. Tver frowned at once. While this task force might, to some extent, push werewolves toward his side, it would also deepen their resentment toward wizards. Between the two, Tver was far more unwilling to see the latter. Is there any chance of repealing it? He looked toward Cynthia, who had fallen into thought. When it came to the inner workings of the ministry, Cynthia knew far more than Marvolio, let alone Tver. Yes, she said firmly. The lack of clear punishments and clearly defined authority already makes this law fundamentally unsound. But if Fudge is determined to push it through, we'd better secure the Wisengamot's support first, then formally submit a repeal proposal. I'll write to Dumbledore. Without hesitation, Tver picked up the letter Dumbledore had just sent him along with a fresh sheet of parchment. And I remember there were committee members at the meeting who have considerable influence over the British Ministry of Magic. We can probably make use of that as well. Anyone qualified to attend the Wizards' Union Congress was no ordinary figure. They were either internationally renowned veteran wizards, the kind whose names appeared in textbooks, or key officials from magical ministries across various countries. Most of them held no small amount of influence in the British magical world, especially among the old guard of the Wisengamot. Some of them might even be old friends. Don't just stand there. Help write the replies. Tver's quill never stopped moving, but he still shot Marvolio a cold glance. Me too. Marvolio froze, pointing at himself. Obviously. Do you even want to be resurrected? But there are so many letters. Marvolio stared in disbelief as Cynthia kept pulling out more and more parchment. Enough complaining. Once we finish these replies, I'll take you to see Sirius and get that locket back, all right. Tver felt like he was coaxing a child, having to dangle a reward just to get Marvolio moving. Deal. Sure enough, Marvolio immediately brightened, picked up a quill, and began opening the letters. Chapter 277, Chapter 277, Salazar Slytherin's Locket. After a long stretch of non-stop work, Tver finally helped Cynthia rally together members of the Wisengamot and ministry officials who were openly opposed to Umbridge. Even so, truly repealing the Anti-Werewolf Act was far from simple. For the time being, Tver could only have Cynthia suspend the actions of the werewolf capture task force, while instructing Marvolio to have Lupin and the werewolves he'd gathered lie low for a while. What caught him off guard was just how pleased those werewolves actually were. A life of hiding was something they were long used to. When Marvolio showed up wearing Dawlish's face, they instinctively crouched down, reacting out of sheer habit. For these timid yet innocent werewolves, resisting had always seemed worse than letting the ministry search them. In the past, Auror's only cared about actual criminals, or people framed as such. Other werewolves were rarely worth their attention. But now things were different. They were still in hiding, yet they received advance warnings from Auror's, had a warm place to stay, and enough food to go around. It was something they'd never even dared to imagine. In that sense, it was an unexpected bonus. After giving it some thought, Tver understood why. The Anti-Werewolf Act only squeezed the living space of decent, harmless werewolves. For those werewolves who practiced dark magic and caused trouble everywhere, the capture task force was unlikely to ever track them down anyway. Resentment was certainly being stirred up, but Marvolio's timely warning had kept things from spiraling out of control. To reward Marvolio, or rather, because he couldn't take the constant urging anymore, Tver took him to Grimmauld Place early the next morning. This place is actually quite nice. Letting it sit abandoned like this really is a shame, Marvolio said as he followed Tver toward number 12. He seemed to be in a good mood, casually looking around as they walked. The surroundings, however, were much the same as they had been last year, old, run-down, and decaying. Only the Black family's ancestral home looked noticeably better than the others, as if it had been repaired. And since Dumbledore hadn't yet turned it into the headquarters of the Order of the Phoenix, the exterior was protected by nothing more than a few ancient anti-Muggle enchantments. Tver reached the front door with ease. Knock, knock. Creak. Good morning, Sirius. Harry. Tver stared in surprise at the grimy-faced Harry standing before him. In his hand was a rag even dirtier than his face, dripping with thick, black, ink. Good morning, Professor, Harry said, hastily hiding the rag behind his back and offering an awkward smile. We're cleaning. I'm more curious about when you got here, Tver said. A few days ago. I went and picked Harry up myself, Black replied. He swung the door open wide, revealing clothes that made him look more like a cleaner than anything else. Judging by the bright smile on his face, he clearly didn't care about appearances. Come in. We've been cleaning since early morning. You might need to cast a few spells for us. Did something happen? Tver asked as he stepped inside with Marvolio. It's nothing serious, just, well, there's some odd magic in the house that's interfering with our cleaning. I didn't dare use finite incantatem directly. You have no idea. Yesterday, after lifting a curse, a cabinet completely fell apart just because we wanted to see what was inside. Sirius ran a hand through his hair, which looked shinier after some proper rest, clearing his view. They walked down a gloomy corridor. Rows of old-fashioned gas lamps lined the walls, casting a dim, murky light that was barely any better than the sunlight filtering through the filthy curtains outside. The wallpaper on both sides had long since peeled away, and the carpet was worn smooth and frayed. Thankfully, a spiderweb-like chandelier overhead flickered faintly, allowing Tver to make out the crooked, empty picture frames hanging on the walls. This one used to be my mother, Walburga Black. She never liked outsiders coming in here, Sirius said. Luckily, you came at the right time. She's not around for once. Otherwise, she'd be screaming her head off. Oh, right. This portrait seems to be under a permanent sticking charm. Can you help me take it down? I'm afraid not, Tver said after a brief look. This portrait has fused with the house itself. Removing it would be no different from destroying the house. What does that mean? Harry asked blankly. It means the house would lose the magic that maintains it and rot away in an instant, Marvolio replied, his gaze never leaving Harry. Harry felt uncomfortable under that stare. Fortunately, Marvolio wasn't in his original form, so it wasn't enough to affect the soul inside him. Sirius still remembered this aura, but he didn't want his godson to be stared at like that for too long. He deliberately slowed his pace by a step, neatly blocking Marvolio's line of sight. In truth, though, what he was really wary of was the fragment of Voldemort's soul inside Harry's mind. By the way, I've already found the locket you wanted. A trace of gravity crept onto Sirius's face. That thing feels even more unsettling than all the dark magic in this house put together. You didn't touch it directly, did you? Tver asked at once. No. Just like you told me, I put it in an empty room. Sirius led the three of them up to the third floor and pushed open the door to a bedroom. I cleared everything out. There was only a tall stool in the middle, with the locket placed on top. But where's the locket? Marvolio said in surprise, pointing at the toppled stool. Damn it. It must have been Creature. Sirius immediately realized who had taken it. Furious, he left Tver and the others behind and stormed down the stairs. Creature is the Black family's house elf, Harry explained quickly as he followed along. He seems to really like that locket and keeps sneaking into that room. He led them downstairs with practiced familiarity, into a kitchen that looked much cleaner than the rest of the house. Strictly speaking, it was more like a basement. Rough stone walls surrounded the space, with a long wooden table in the center lined with many chairs. At the far end, near the fireplace, were two small doors, and Sirius was standing in front of one of them. I told you, you're supposed to give that locket to me. His furious voice carried straight through the thin door. Creature gave it, came a cowering yet sly voice in reply. But since the young master didn't want it, Creature naturally took it back. Sirius's temples bulged with anger. He thrust out one hand, took a deep breath, and said coldly, "Give me the locket." There was a burst of muttering from inside. Tver and the others couldn't make out the words clearly. A moment later, they saw Sirius snatch the locket in a rage and march back to the long table without even looking behind him. This is the locket you wanted. I really don't understand how Creature could like something like this, he said, handing it to Tver with obvious disgust. It was, in fact, a locket. Salazar's locket. Time had left surprisingly few traces on it. Under Marvolio's delighted gaze, Tver took it, gave it a light wipe, and its distinctive sheen immediately emerged. Maybe, Tver said softly, Creature wanted to protect it. At those words, Creature, who had followed out of curiosity, froze, his eyes widening in shock. Chapter 278, Chapter 278, Regulus Black. At Tver's words, Sirius spun around to stare at Creature, who stood frozen in place. What does that mean? What exactly is your connection to this locket? Creature, tell me. Why would you want to protect something this evil? His expression was so grave that Harry didn't dare make a sound. Creature isn't protecting it. The house elf clenched his small fists, his eyes filling with aggrieved tears. Creature wants to destroy it. Destroy it. Sirius froze. Why? Because it was Master Regulus's order. Creature said hesitantly. It was obvious that someone had once forbidden him from speaking about this. What does this have to do with Regulus? Sirius frowned in confusion. At first, he had thought Creature had simply gone senile, leaving such a dangerous dark artifact in the house. Now it seemed the truth was far more complicated. Creature cannot. Master Regulus did not allow Creature to speak of what happened back then. The house elf trembled from head to toe, caught between two masters, his loyalty tearing him apart. Regulus is dead. I am your master now, and I allow you to speak. Sirius said sternly. Creature's reaction only made him more curious about what had happened in the past. Creature. Creature. Creature opened his mouth, stammering for a long while before finally making up his mind. It was when Master Regulus was 17. He had already been with the Dark Lord's organization for more than a year. I remember someone saying he was quite happy back then, Sirius snorted coldly. Much better than you, always angering the mistress and forcing her to focus all her attention on Master Regulus. Creature immediately switched expressions, muttering sarcastically at Sirius. Creature. Stick to the point. Yes, Master. Creature shuddered. That day, Master Regulus came to the kitchen to see Creature. He always liked Creature. That kind of concern was something no other master ever showed. But he said the Dark Lord needed a house elf. So he handed you over? Sirius asked, frowning. To be of use to Master Regulus was Creature's honor. Creature shrieked, offering no denial. Master told Creature to obey the Dark Lord's orders and return home once the task was done. But the Dark Lord never told Creature what the task was. Instead, he took Creature to a cave by the sea. That huge cave was pitch black, with a terrifying dark lake that almost filled the entire space. And on the other side of the lake there was a stone basin, filled with dreadful potion. Creature seemed to be reliving the memory, his body beginning to twitch uncontrollably. The Dark Lord ordered Creature to drink. Creature is a loyal house elf and had no choice but to drink. It was too horrible. Creature saw so many terrifying visions. It felt like his insides were on fire, but the Dark Lord just stood there laughing cruelly. Tver cast a subtle glance at Marvolio. Marvolio immediately mouthed back, not my problem. After he finished drinking the potion, the Dark Lord placed the locket inside and refilled the basin with potion again. But the Dark Lord sailed away on his own, leaving Creature behind. Leaving Creature there. Creature needed water. Creature had no choice but to crawl to the edge of the Black Lake, but there were so many terrifying hands inside. They dragged Creature down. Then how did you get back? Sirius asked again. I mean, even Voldemort had to use a boat. Apparition, Tver finally answered when he saw the question come up. House elf magic isn't constrained by the wizarding magical system. They can apparate freely. Clearly, Voldemort's arrogance made him overlook house elves as a group. Sirius flushed slightly. To be honest, he'd overlooked that as well. Why yes. Creature stole a glance at the neatly dressed Tver. Since the old house had been left with only him inside, he hadn't seen anyone so refined. Master Regulus cared deeply for Creature. After asking about Creature's encounter with the Dark Lord, he told Creature to hide. After some time passed, the master came to Creature in a panic and ordered Creature to take him to that cave. Tears instantly welled up in the house elf's large eyes and spilled down freely. The master took out an identical locket and ordered Creature to switch them after he finished drinking the potion. Then Creature was to return home. Creature was forbidden from telling anyone about this place and had to destroy the locket. But Master Regulus was in such terrible pain. Creature could only watch as he drank all the potion, watch as the master was dragged beneath the water. As he recalled the death of the master he respected most, Creature collapsed to his knees, sobbing uncontrollably. He covered his eyes tightly with both hands, yet tears still streamed through his fingers. Creature wanted to destroy that locket, but no matter how many times Creature tried, magic, swords, fireplaces, nothing could even leave a mark. He cried in anguish. Sirius slowly turned his head, eyes bloodshot, staring at the locket in Tver's hand. But he was a Death Eater. Coming from Slytherin doesn't mean someone lacks the courage to stand against what's wrong, Tver said quietly. As a Death Eater, Regulus could still choose to do the right thing. He had known only that Regulus retrieved the locket, never realizing there was such a story behind it. This time, neither Sirius nor Harry argued. Only Marvolio curled his lip faintly. What exactly is this thing? Sirius asked. To Voldemort, was it important? He looked at Tver almost pleadingly, afraid his brother's sacrifice might have been for something meaningless. Very important, Tver said firmly, nodding. Destroy it, and we can truly eliminate Voldemort. Only then did Sirius let out a long breath. If magic doesn't work, then how do we destroy it? Maybe, the Sword of Gryffindor. Harry suddenly thought of a certain diary and asked hesitantly. No need. We have plenty of ways to deal with it, Marvolio said quickly. Right, Tver. Seeing Marvolio winking at him, Tver couldn't help but smile and nod again. It's precisely because we know how to deal with them that we started collecting information. Them. Sirius caught the word at once. There aren't many. We've already dealt with quite a few. These are just the last ones. Sirius nodded in understanding. In his mind, Tver was someone Dumbledore trusted. If that was the case, then what Tver was doing was likely under Dumbledore's direction as well. He took a deep breath and looked at Creature, who was still kneeling on the floor, crying. Take me to that cave. Sirius, you can't, Tver started at once. I can. Sirius snapped, spinning around and fixing Tver with a lion-like stare. That was my brother. No matter what dangers are there, I'm bringing him home. Tver chuckled softly. I meant you can't go by yourself. We can help you. Chapter 279, Chapter 279, The Power of Voldemort at his peak. At Tver's words, Sirius's earlier anger vanished at once, replaced by a hint of embarrassment. This is Regulus's business. How could I let you risk yourselves for it? His tone softened noticeably. This concerns Voldemort. Dawlish and I have to go, Tver said with a smile, exchanging a glance with Marvolio. In truth, Marvolio had just subtly passed him a message. That cave was very likely a manifestation of Voldemort's power at his peak. Going there would also give them a reference point for judging Voldemort's strength after his resurrection. Sirius hesitated for a moment, then nodded. If Voldemort really had set up magic there, he would indeed need Tver's help. And the aura beside him looked strong as well. If they could go together, all the better. After all, he wasn't alone anymore. He couldn't keep risking his life recklessly like he used to. All right. Creature, take the three of us to the cave. I want to go too. Harry said quickly, realizing he was about to be left behind. Sirius is my godfather, so Regulus should be my uncle. Tver and the others burst out laughing. The title of godfather only applied to Sirius himself, just as no one expected Harry to call Sirius's mother his grandmother. Harry flushed red, scratching his head with an awkward grin, but his gaze remained fixed firmly on Sirius. I can't let you. I think it's fine, Tver interrupted. Harry also needs to see Voldemort's arrangements. If Voldemort truly returns one day, he won't spare Harry, the one who caused his first defeat. At those words, Sirius's heart tightened at once. Why does Voldemort target the Potter family so specifically? You'll have to ask him that yourself, Tver said with a shrug. All right. I think Creature is already eager to take us there. Beside them, Creature, who had already wiped away his tears, bowed nervously. This young master, Creature would never dare speak out of turn to his master. Creature is always ready to serve. Sirius shot him a disdainful look. He'd never been treated with that much courtesy himself. Then take us there. Harry, hold onto my arm tightly and stay close, understood? Otherwise, I won't let you go, he warned sternly. I will. Harry nodded repeatedly, gripping Sirius's right arm as hard as he could. Sirius reluctantly took Creature's small hand, while Tver and Marvolio naturally each grabbed one of Creature's arms. Creature seemed genuinely impatient. Before Sirius could even give the order, they were instantly pulled into apparition. Harry's first experience with apparition was far from pleasant, especially since it was passive. A wave of nausea rose immediately, making him feel like he might retch. But the darkness before his eyes was even worse. Sirius. Losing his sight made Harry panic, though the warmth coming from the arm he was holding helped steady him a little. Lumos. Lumos. Tver and Sirius raised their wands, the light barely illuminating a small patch of ground ahead. Hold your wand tight, Harry, Tver said as he surveyed the cave, which seemed to carry a kind of suppressive force. I imagine you've learned quite a few combat techniques. Stay alert. But I can't use magic outside school. Compared to getting expelled from Hogwarts, I'd much rather you not lose your life over a law. Harry stiffened at once. He hurriedly pulled the wand from his pocket, though he didn't cast the lighting charm, instead scanning the surroundings with obvious unease. Has the Lumos spell gotten weaker, or has the darkness grown thicker? Sirius muttered in confusion. We'll know if we try. The light at the tip of Tver's wand suddenly intensified, yet it still illuminated only that small area around them. What does that mean? Marvolio asked, watching closely. It means Voldemort has set up a kind of rule-based power here, Tver said, his brow knitting tightly. A rule that limits how bright a Lumos spell can be in this place. This kind of power wasn't unfamiliar to wizards. Anti-apparition wards were a classic example of rule-based magic. Such spells affected anyone who met their conditions, even the caster themselves. But anti-apparition magic was the result of thousands of years of trial, error, and refinement within the wizarding world. Voldemort, on the other hand, had created something similar on his own. And this cavern likely held more than just one such spell. That meant Voldemort, at the height of his power, might already have brushed up against the realm where Dumbledore could cast spells freely, guided purely by intent. Even Tver himself had only begun to understand that level after coming into contact with Salazar. After a moment's thought, Tver shook his head, casting off the heaviness in his expression, then snapped his wand sharply. Lumos Nox. A burst of deep blue light exploded out from the original white glow. The cavern was still far from bright, but it was a vast improvement over the pitch-black darkness, enough for them to clearly make out the layout of the place. Voldemort at his peak had been powerful, but that didn't mean Tver was any weaker. With a satisfied air, Tver lowered his wand. Let's go. The stone basin should be over there. He pointed toward a spot glowing with a faint green light. Remembering his own horrifying experience, Creature couldn't help but shudder. We came to bring Master Regulus home. There's no need to go back there, is there? That's still Regulus's belonging, Sirius said firmly. I won't leave it on Voldemort's ground. But how do we get across? Harry looked around. Aside from the still surface of the lake, there was nothing but jagged stone. Wasn't there supposed to be a little boat? Stupid. Creature can apparate, the house elf snapped irritably. Creature, I won't allow you to speak to Harry like that. Sirius said angrily, grabbing the elf's hand again. Take us over there. Now. They apparate once more. Perhaps because the distance was shorter, or because Harry was starting to adapt, he didn't react as violently this time. After taking a moment to steady himself, he followed the others toward the stone basin. It was filled to the brim with a vivid green liquid, the eerie glow radiating directly from it. Where's Regulus's locket? Harry asked, puzzled. You have to drink all the potion to get the locket. Creature shrank back fearfully. This kind of potion was far beyond what a house elf could endure. Can't we just scoop it out? Or drain it? Sirius reached toward the basin. Don't. Harry hadn't even finished speaking before he realized Sirius's hand couldn't enter it at all. If even Voldemort needed to bring a house elf here to drink it, Tver said thoughtfully, then this means the magic enforcing this rule can't be resisted. All right. Sirius took a deep breath. I'll drink it. This time, before Harry could protest, Tver stopped him. There's no need. The rule is that it has to be drunk dry, but it doesn't necessarily mean we have to be the ones to drink it. Who else would there be? Sirius looked at Tver in confusion. Creature. What do you think? Tver grinned as he walked toward the lake. Down there are plenty of people willing to help us. Chapter 280, Regulus. Everyone except Marvolio stared in shock as Tver calmly plunged his hand into the pitch-black lake. Professor. Tver. Why young master? Before their alarm could fully register, Tver pulled his hand back out. What emerged with it was a soaking wet, pure white rope. Smiling, Tver walked back toward the stone basin. As he tugged on the rope, the figure at the other end was dragged into view. Splash. A male corpse, bloated and pale from soaking, thrashing weakly as it was hauled out. This is? Harry asked nervously, watching as Tver calmly examined the body. This is an Inferius, Tver said, suddenly sounding as though he were back in the classroom. They're created from the corpses of Muggles or wizards. Magical creatures can be used as well, but that's rare. Dark magic is then used to control them. They have no life, no soul, and no independent thought. They prefer dark, damp environments, which is why they're extremely vulnerable to fire and light. A spell like the high-intensity light charm I taught you can harm them to some extent. Harry nodded in understanding. The familiar question and answer rhythm eased his nerves considerably. So this was made by Voldemort. That's right. The bodies at the bottom of this lake were most likely gathered from Muggle villages Voldemort slaughtered, Tver said, shaking his head lightly. Such unrestrained killing was something even his teacher, who sought dominion over Muggles, would never have done. That was precisely why people felt wary of Grindelwald, yet feared Voldemort far more. For the first time, Harry truly grasped the brutality of Voldemort's methods and finally understood why Ron and the others reacted with fear whenever his name was mentioned. That name represented death itself. But how do we control it? Sirius asked, unfazed by the corpse's presence. With dark magic as well. Having already seen the cruelty of war, Sirius didn't dwell on the moral implications. He watched the flailing Inferius with curiosity instead. Tver did know the dark magic used to control Inferi, but he had an even simpler solution. He released the white rope. At once, it moved as if alive, whipping through the air and wrapping tightly around the Inferius's neck and limbs. The corpse immediately stopped struggling. Under Tver's control, it lurched forward stiffly, like a marionette, and marched straight to the stone basin. Without hesitation, it picked up the spoon Tver had transfigured and began drinking the potion, head tilting back as it swallowed mouthful after mouthful. Well, an Inferius didn't hesitate, either. The others stared, dumbfounded. Even Marvolio could only rub his forehead and shake his head in helpless disbelief. Though he had no memory of arranging this place himself, what he'd seen so far was enough to make him admire his original self's creativity and mastery of magic. And yet Tver's solution was even more flexible, to the point where Marvolio was left completely speechless. They remained stunned until the Inferius finished the last of the potion and was casually flung back into the depths of the lake. Only then did they snap out of it and turn their attention back to the stone basin. With the potion gone, they could clearly see the fake locket resting at the bottom and immediately tell how it differed from the real one. It was smaller, lacked the intricate detailing, and most notably, did not bear Slytherin's distinctive ornate S. Tver reached in, retrieved the locket, and opened it. Inside was a folded piece of parchment. He took out the parchment, tossed the locket toward Creature, whose eyes were shining with anticipation, and quietly began reading the contents aloud. To the Dark Lord. By the time you read this, I will already be dead. But I want you to know this. I was the one who discovered your secret. I have stolen the real Horcrux and intend to destroy it as soon as possible. I willingly risk my life in the hope that, when you finally meet your match, you will be killed. R.A.B. This is a Horcrux. Sirius took the parchment in a daze. Regulus wanted to destroy the secret that's kept Voldemort alive all this time, and I misunderstood him. Tver wasn't surprised that Sirius knew about Horcruxes. In the long-standing traditions of some pureblood families, there were scattered records of such things. It was just that very few people ever bothered to read them. In truth, Tver had wanted to keep this hidden for now. If Dumbledore were to connect the dots and realize there was a Horcrux inside Harry's head, he would almost certainly tighten Harry's protection even further. All right, Tver said gently, patting the still-dazed Sirius on the shoulder. Let's find Regulus now. Yes, Sirius said at once, his eyes sharpening. Let's bring him home. He strode straight toward the lake, as if ready to wade in himself and drag Regulus out. With his back to the others, he stared into the pitch-black water for a long moment before slowly turning around. How am I supposed to find Regulus among all these bodies? Under everyone's gaze, Sirius gave an awkward chuckle. It's not that I'm scared. I just don't want to throw myself in before I even find Regulus, that's all. Tver laughed softly and led everyone over to his side, then once again plunged his hand into the black lake. It's actually very simple, he said, in a way that made everyone instinctively feel he was about to do something outrageous again. We just invite all the bodies out, don't we? Unlike before, he made no effort to suppress the lake's magic. Instead, he even splashed water across the surface, looking almost delighted, like a child playing with water for the first time. Then, to everyone's growing horror, the lake began to boil. With a loud splash, Tver pulled his hand back, gripping his wand as he calmly watched the churning water, utterly at odds with the chaos beneath the surface. Suddenly, his wand moved. Men to the left, women to the right. Please follow the rules. Every corpse that surged up was neatly sorted by Tver's magic, lining up obediently on either side. Some, however, were clearly part of Voldemort's arrangements and far stronger than the rest. One of them actually broke free of the spell and lunged straight at him. That shouldn't be Regulus, right? Tver asked, turning back to the stunned group. Seeing no response, he added, help me identify him. Regulus should still look about 18. These middle-aged ones definitely aren't. Sirius finally snapped out of it and hurried over with Creature to the line of male corpses to search. Voldemort truly had been insane. Tver's wand arm was starting to ache, yet bodies kept crawling out of the lake without end. If there are too many, I'll have to think of a way to haul them all up first. Found him. Creature suddenly shrieked. Creature found Master Regulus. Oh. Tver immediately turned around. Creature was clinging tightly to the leg of a young corpse, stiff as a statue. The Inferius magic had preserved it from rotting in the water, but its pallor was unnaturally white. Sirius ran over without the slightest hesitation. The moment he saw the face, he wrapped him in a fierce embrace. But, Professor, what about the Infri here? Harry cried out in panic, staring at the masses of Infri surging toward them like an ant swarm as the spell faltered. Tver chuckled softly and raised his wand. That's simple. He slowly traced a circle in the air. In an instant, a ring of blue-violet flames exploded outward around them with terrifying force. Before Harry could even close his mouth, the ring of fire spread across the lake at incredible speed. The Infri climbing up were like paper figures, swallowed by the flames and reduced to wisps of black smoke before their eyes. All right, Tver said calmly, the firelight casting shifting shadows across his face. Let's go back. Oh, okay. Harry murmured, still staring wide-eyed in shock. Chapter 281, The Funeral. After returning to number 12, Grimmauld Place, Sirius devoted himself entirely to Regulus's funeral. He refused to let anyone else help, taking on every task alone, as though trying to make up for the years he had misunderstood his younger brother. Even after obtaining the locket, Tver didn't leave right away. He stayed behind to help clean the house. In particularly high spirits, Marvolio didn't mind at all. Humming a little tune, he helped deal with quite a few remnants of ancient dark magic. After all, he had just witnessed the peak of his own power with his own eyes. If that theory held true, then once he successfully mastered soul strength comparable to his original self, perhaps his own power could reach that same level. Unfortunately, none of them were especially skilled at household magic, so progress was slow. By the time Sirius finished arranging Regulus's burial site, they had only just finished cleaning the first floor. Sirius spent an entire day locating an old cemetery, or rather, a small cluster of graves. It was well hidden, tucked behind a low hillside. Weeds grew thickly but not overwhelmingly, and the surrounding anti-Muggle enchantments were still functioning perfectly. Under the sunlight, the place even felt faintly warm. The cemetery itself was ancient, with only a few graves. Some of the headstones were badly weathered, the cracked stones so eroded that the names of those buried there were no longer legible. Regulus's newly erected headstone was the lone exception. "This is the Black family burial ground," Sirius said quietly, dressed in black. "Those weathered graves likely lost their protective magic. In fact, only the head of the Black family is qualified to be buried here." But Regulus took pride in the Black name his entire life. "He was more worthy of the title of head of the Black family than I ever was. That's why I chose this place." Tver nodded softly. Pure-blood families did have traditions like that. "Shall we begin?" Sirius remained silent for a moment, his expression stiff, before finally saying, "Begin." Grief filled his face as he gazed down at the finely crafted coffin resting in the deep grave. "To my dear brother, Regulus Arcturus Black. Perhaps it was my running away that placed too much pressure on you, from mother and from the family, and pushed you onto this path." Harry paused, wanting to step forward and comfort the self-blaming Sirius, but Tver stopped him with a subtle gesture. "Perhaps this realization comes too late," Sirius continued, his voice growing hoarse, "but no matter what, Regulus, you will always be the pride of the Black family. I am proud of you." Tver stepped quietly to Sirius's side. "Your name may go unknown," he said softly, "but your deeds will endure forever. Salute to Regulus." "Salute to Regulus," Marvolio murmured along with the others. That was precisely why Tver had brought him here. Back then, Regulus had joined the Death Eaters because he admired Voldemort's ideas about overturning the Statute of Secrecy. Only after witnessing the cruelty inflicted upon ordinary people did he choose to oppose Voldemort. Now, there was someone who had once embodied the Voldemort Regulus admired, a Voldemort untainted by madness, who was willing to affirm his original ideals. That, too, was a form of consolation. Everyone, including the house elf, fell silent for a moment. Then, under Sirius's lead, each of them picked up a shovel and covered the grave with earth, one scoop at a time. When it was over, they stayed with Sirius for a while longer, lost in thought, accompanied by Kreacher's heartbroken wailing. "Professor," Harry asked in a low voice, seizing the moment to voice the question he'd been holding in for days, "wasn't Regulus a Slytherin?" "Yes," Tver replied calmly. "Then why would he choose to sacrifice himself just to oppose Voldemort?" During his years at Hogwarts, if you asked Harry what he disliked most about the school, he would answer without hesitation, Slytherin House, and its head of house, Severus Snape. In his mind, Slytherin was synonymous with scheming and ruthlessness. Yet now, in a Slytherin, he had felt courage. Courage even stronger than that shown by many Gryffindors. It left him genuinely confused. "Harry, do you remember what I've told you time and again?" Tver said gently. "Don't rush to judge someone. It's true that many people from Slytherin like to explore ideas others find unpleasant. Regulus himself once held beliefs about pureblood supremacy. But that doesn't mean they lack bravery. People are complicated. Slapping a single label onto someone is a serious mistake. And it can make you miss a lot of kindness you should have been able to see." For some reason, Tver thought of Snape. A Slytherin who endured in silence until the very end. In some ways, he wasn't all that different from Regulus. The only question was whether his ending would be the same. Even if Tver wanted to save him, serving as a spy beside Voldemort was simply too dangerous. Neither Tver nor Dumbledore could guarantee his absolute safety. Harry nodded, only half understanding. Over the past 3 years, the professor seemed to tell him something like this every year, yet each time it felt deeper, more real, and easier to relate to. "Let's go. We should head back," Sirius said, having finally composed himself as he turned to them. This time, however, Tver and Marvolio did not return to Grimmauld Place. While Marvolio was in a good mood, helping clean for a few days was fine. But there were still several floors left. Even offering up another Horcrux wouldn't justify working a Dark Lord this hard. After returning to the Folly estate, Tver smoothly fused the soul from the locket into Marvolio's soul. Soon after, an unexpected yet entirely unsurprising letter arrived in their hands. Voldemort has returned to the Riddle House and ordered Nagini to kill a Muggle, splitting off his 7th Horcrux. It was a letter Wormtail had sent in secret, and one of the 2 tasks Tver had assigned him. Perhaps because his soul had been replenished once more, Marvolio's physical recovery visibly sped up. Or perhaps he was simply impatient to grow stronger. In the Limbo realm, the soul inside the locket was completely helpless. I can already feel it. My soul is barely any weaker than the original now. Through their research, they had also realized that the strength of the Limbo realm depended on soul power. And Voldemort, along with his Horcruxes, simply possessed souls far too weak to pose any real threat to them. Of course, just to be on the safe side, absorbing more souls would always be better. He said this with an unashamed grin, rubbing his hands together in front of his chest, looking for all the world like a fly eagerly waiting to be fed. Chapter 282, Chapter 282, Voldemort's Unease. Finally found it. A shortman quietly took the milk from the household's doorstep. Disheveled and filthy, Peter looked no better now than he had when Black escaped from prison. The only thing that could still be called passable was his mental state. He knew exactly why. It was because of the crystal lodged in his mind. The crystal didn't just block Voldemort from peering into the deepest corners of his thoughts. It also invigorated his spirit, keeping him from revealing cracks in front of the Dark Lord too easily. But Peter also knew that if he failed to complete the professor's task, that same crystal would become his death sentence. Fortunately, yesterday, while he was out, he had secretly passed information about the Dark Lord to the professor. That alone counted as a contribution. On top of that, the Dark Lord relied on him heavily now. No matter which side ultimately won, he would have some connection to the victor and avoid being cast aside afterward. Pleased with himself, Peter's mood lifted considerably. Even as he walked back toward Riddle Manor, knowing he would soon face the terrifying Dark Lord, nothing could dampen the joy bubbling inside him. Creak. Holding the milk jug, Peter mulled over his prospects as he slipped into the pitch-dark manor, weaving through the corridors with practiced familiarity. The place had been abandoned for years. Most of the rooms were completely rotten, with only the kitchen and a sitting room on the 2nd floor barely usable. Even so, the air was thick with the stench of decay. Peter placed the jug on the stove, which still retained some warmth, and cautiously approached the sofa chair. There, asleep, lay the wicked Dark Lord. In his current state, Voldemort looked neither fully human nor fully ghostly. Years of effort had only granted him a skeletal form, a blood-soaked skeleton barely clinging to existence. "Master, would you like to begin your lunch?" Peter asked softly. No matter how many times he saw it, this form of the Dark Lord still filled him with fear. At his words, Voldemort slowly opened his blood-red eyes, narrowing them slightly as he cast a detached glance at his servant. "You seem rather happy today. You weren't like this yesterday." His voice was sharp, as though forced out of his throat, and it sent a winter-cold chill through Peter. Peter was certain the crystal protected the depths of his mind. The problem was that the Dark Lord could infer far too much just from a shift in his emotions. Yesterday it was because you kept wanting to seek help from others. "I wasn't questioning your decision, I just felt a little wronged," he said hurriedly. Voldemort gave a soft chuckle. "There's no need to revisit that. Go. Bring me my lunch. I don't feel at ease today. I need to accumulate more strength." His gaze drifted unconsciously toward the window, where grime blocked both the sunlight and his view. For the first time, this man who reveled in darkness felt the urge to open a window, to ease the vague, inexplicable unease in his heart. And so he did. Or rather, he ordered someone else to do it. "Wormtail, open the window." The sharp command reached Peter's ears as he carried the milk back, making him freeze. "Master, opening the window makes it easier for others to notice us. That old Muggle yesterday followed the light from the window. Carry it out." "Yes, Master." Peter didn't dare argue. He set the jug down and moved toward the window. "Oh, and where is Nagini?" Voldemort asked again. "I saw her come back when I went out. She's probably in the kitchen." Peter's hand froze on the window frame, his face instantly drained of color. At the manor's entrance stood 2 robed figures. From their attire alone, he knew they weren't Muggles who had wandered in by mistake, but wizards. More importantly, he recognized both of them. The moment he realized who they were, Peter spun around in panic. "Master, run!" His voice was so loud it was almost as if he were deliberately warning Tver and Marvolio outside the manor. Voldemort's blood-red eyes widened at once, the unease in his heart surging violently. "What are you saying?" The answer, however, came from someone else. "Long time no see, Voldemort." Tver apparat directly into the sitting room, landing neatly opposite Voldemort and greeting him casually. "I remember it's only been a little over 2 years. How did you end up like this?" He frowned in open disgust at Voldemort's current state. To be honest, this was even worse than when he possessed Quirrell. Voldemort's unease instantly exploded. Propping himself up with his weakened body, he glared furiously at Tver. And whose fault do you think that is? Tver folly. I've carved your name deep into my mind. Sooner or later, I'll make you beg for death and be denied it. He no longer expected Wormtail's pitiful magical ability, or the power he had managed to accumulate so far, to be enough to deal with Tver. So he might as well abandon all restraint. He couldn't truly die anyway. At worst, he would simply discard this body and carry his fragmented soul to find another servant. Tver paid no attention to Voldemort pounding the armrest in fury. Instead, he calmly swept his gaze around the sitting room. He didn't find the target he was looking for. Marvolio, however, grinned broadly and pointed at the floor, and Tver immediately understood. At that moment, a red beam suddenly shot toward Tver, forcing him to halt mid-step. Master. Peter clutched his wand and threw himself in front of Voldemort, perfectly intercepting the small bird Tver had transfigured. The sharp beak plunged deep into Peter's back, leaving him looking like a hedgehog bristling with spikes. While Voldemort stared in disbelief at what he was seeing, Peter seized the moment and tightly grabbed Voldemort's hand. Whoosh! Tver watched the two of them vanish from sight. Or rather, he deliberately watched them escape. So this is the feigned injury plan you were talking about, Marvolio said, his expression one of genuine amazement. Everything that had just happened had been part of Tver's prearranged script. Not only did it secure Nagini, the Horcrux, it also made Peter Pettigrew even more valued in Voldemort's eyes. Tver shrugged easily. Just a small trick, really. He always liked to squeeze out a bit more benefit when doing things. Drag Nagini out. This place is filthy. Compared to here, the Black family house is practically paradise. Marvolio immediately raised his wand and slashed downward. A red beam pierced straight through roughly 10 feet of flooring ahead, striking the giant snake precisely as it realized something was wrong and tried to flee. Done, huh? What's this? Chapter 283, Chapter 283, Small kindness as great evil, great kindness as ruthlessness. Hearing Marvolio's words, Tver followed his gaze and looked down into the hole in the floor. A beautiful 12-foot-long serpent was tightly bound by magically conjured ropes. No matter how violently it twisted its body, it was pinned in place, unable to move. In front of it lay a pile of bones. The stench of blood was so heavy it made Tver nauseous, yet not a shred of flesh remained on them. This wasn't eaten by the snake, Marvolio said solemnly. The flesh was stripped away by magic. He seemed to truly realize, in that moment, just how deeply the original had sunk into the path of darkness, to a degree even he found hard to accept. So Voldemort's vitality is sustained by the flesh and blood of these Muggles? Tver asked. Yes. Simply draining life force would only leave him with a fabricated body like mine. Only by consuming flesh and blood can he barely be considered truly alive. Only then did the full weight of the scene strike Tver. There were no fewer than 10 skeletons here. That meant that in the few days since arriving, just to maintain this useless body, Voldemort had slaughtered at least 10 Muggles. What angered Tver most wasn't the number itself, but Voldemort's utter disregard for life. Why? Tver frowned. I never sensed this level of brutality in your memories, or even in the diadem. During the last Wizarding War, Voldemort had indeed killed many people. The Inferius they had dealt with days earlier had claimed even more lives. But back then, his killings had purpose. Now, he no longer seemed to care about purpose at all, like a feral beast indulging in slaughter for its own sake. This level of madness was far worse than anything Tver had seen in the original story. Do you think something happened to him over the past few years that we don't know about? Very likely, Marvolio nodded. Unfortunately, absorbing Horcruxes doesn't allow us to read the original soul's memories. But there's no need to dwell on it. No matter how strong the original becomes, the two of us, plus Dumbledore, are more than enough to crush him. This is different, Marvolio. For the first time, a trace of uncertainty crept into Tver's usually unwavering gaze. There are things I know will harm innocent people. Yet if they benefit me, if they help me achieve my goals, I find myself tempted to indulge in them, or even deliberately ignore what's wrong about them. Then I turn around and tell myself I'm just going with the flow. I didn't kill them with my own hands, so what does it have to do with me? In that case, how am I any different from my former teacher, or from Voldemort himself? When did you become this naive? Marvolio looked at him oddly. Our cause was never something you could accomplish by giving speeches on a stage. Bloodshed and sacrifice are inevitable. This isn't moral grandstanding. It's reflection. Tver withdrew his gaze. After that brief moment of wavering, his eyes became even firmer than before. To those in power, these people might be nothing more than a series of ones in a ledger. But to their families and friends, they are living, breathing lives. I also know that the integration of wizards and muggles will inevitably bring immeasurable pain. But if we wait until that integration happens passively, the pain will be far worse. So I have to become stronger. My plans have to be more perfect, so that this process can unfold as peacefully as possible. I want those who should never be harmed to stay far away from danger. I want every enemy to be left without the slightest ability to fight back. Truthfully, his earlier desire to overturn the statute of secrecy had been more of a byproduct of self-preservation. After the curse incident, he had simply become more protective of his own life. But now, standing in the sunlight that slipped in through the window, his resolve truly settled. What he wanted wasn't just to protect himself, but to protect everyone who longed for a peaceful life. Tragedies like Regulus's were something he would never allow to happen again. Tver suddenly shook his head with a quiet laugh. If he said this out loud, no one would believe him anyway. But he didn't care how others understood him. In this life, all that mattered was having a clear conscience. I want to protect them. Whether they understand it or not has nothing to do with them. Marvolio, unaware of the storm of thoughts running through Tver's mind, could only stare at him in silence. Right now, the only people the original can rally, aside from that bunch of fanatics in Azkaban, is a deranged Barty Crouch Jr. What kind of resistance does he even have? Marvolio genuinely felt Tver was being overly cautious. The plans laid out so far were already meticulous beyond measure, accounting even for every imaginable failure scenario. Honestly, a large part of why Marvolio now followed Tver without hesitation was precisely because, under such airtight planning, he couldn't see any realistic way this could fail. Hurry up and move. Once I absorb the Horcrux from Nagini, I'll be almost on par with the original. At that point, no matter how strong the enemy is, they won't be able to interfere with us. Oh, right. Nagini was formed by a blood curse. Her original form was actually a wizard. What do you think? Interested in studying it? He flicked his wand and yanked the dazed Nagini into the air. From the snake's simple perception, all she could sense was that the two masters had suddenly come together, one had fled, and the other had tied her up. We'll see, Tver said after a moment's thought. The blood curse is indeed an interesting subject, but our top priority right now is finding Godric Gryffindor and ensuring your successful resurrection. Then after dealing with this Horcrux, if we eliminate the one in Potter's head, can we just erase the original outright? Marvolio asked curiously. He genuinely didn't understand why Tver insisted on letting Voldemort revive. After all, once the Horcruxes were gone, dealing with the soul-only original would clearly be easier. We could, but there's no need, Tver said with a grin, all traces of his earlier seriousness gone. I need Voldemort. Or rather, our plan needs a dirty hand. Marvolio, I originally planned to have you play that role, stirring chaos between the wizarding world and the Muggle world. But now that Voldemort is already this ruthless, I don't mind nailing him to the pillar of shame in history. Marvolio teased as he grabbed hold of the massive serpent. What's this? Not feeling sorry about Muggle casualties anymore. Petty kindness breeds great evil, while true kindness often appears ruthless, Marvolio. Tver's voice grew indistinct as he operated away. But even if it had been clear, it wouldn't have helped. He'd said it in Chinese. Left behind, Marvolio scratched his head and hurried after him. Do Dark Lords have to learn foreign languages now too? Chapter 284, Progress. Morning at Folly Manor. After getting up, Tver headed downstairs to the living room and immediately spotted the long-absent Cynthia glaring at Marvolio with undisguised disdain. Since the start of summer break, his parents had only stayed home for a month before setting off on another round of travel. As a result, Marvolio made no attempt to disguise himself, maintaining his usual sinister, seductive air. With Nagini sliding around beside him, the entire scene radiated an unmistakable sense of malevolence. Unlike Harry, Nagini had become a Horcrux less than a day ago. The entanglement between the two souls had ended before it even truly began. Voldemort's soul within the serpent had already been absorbed by Marvolio, and the soul now inhabiting the snake belonged entirely to Nagini herself. Hearing movement, Cynthia quickly turned around. Good morning. Morning. Any developments at the ministry lately? Tver greeted her as he sat down, casually grabbing a biscuit from the table for breakfast. As she poured him some pumpkin juice, Cynthia replied lightly, progress on the anti-werewolf legislation has slowed a bit. I'm worried Umbridge might realize we're trying to win over the werewolves and go completely unhinged. So I deliberately reframed the bill as a way to attack Fudge instead, just to divert his attention. Tver nodded in approval. Handing ministry affairs over to Cynthia had been one of his earliest arrangements, and she had more than repaid that trust with results. The entire ministry is busy with the Quidditch World Cup right now, she continued. A lot of routine matters have been pushed back. Especially Barty Crouch. He's also responsible for the Triwizard Cup. If I hadn't taken on part of his workload, he wouldn't even have time to deal with Umbridge. Cynthia sighed, then shot an annoyed sideways glance at Marvolio across the room. Especially a certain deputy head of the Aura office, who not only refuses to help but spends all day here playing with snakes. This isn't a snake. Well, not an ordinary snake, Marvolio said, lifting Nagini off his shoulders. Both the original and I regard Nagini as a companion. It's a special bond you simply wouldn't understand. Tver looked at him with a strange expression. If Marvolio were talking about any other snake, he might have understood. But Nagini was different. Even now, Tver had no solution for her blood curse. After a period of research, he had confirmed that Nagini had completely become a snake, at least physically. There was no longer any possibility of her transforming back. That, in itself, was deeply peculiar. With Tver's mastery of transfiguration, not only could he not restore her human form, even simple spells like the tickling charm failed to work on her. It was as though any magic that tried to interfere with her body was instinctively repelled. The phenomenon intrigued him, but for now, he had to set it aside. When does the match start? Tver asked. In the evening. We can enter around dusk. As long as we arrive before then, we're fine, Cynthia answered briskly. The match, of course, was the Quidditch World Cup, the event that kept the ministry busy for an entire year. With August drawing to a close, the grand spectacle was finally approaching. What about Lucius? Are they ready? They've been impatient for a while now, Marvolio said with a grin. Despite Cynthia's complaints about him slacking off, anyone who thought the Dark Lord would truly waste his time on idle amusements was being naive. Bartys also brought along a group of former Auras to maintain order at the venue, Marvolio added. They're all eager to make a name for themselves. But are you really set on doing this? There might still be people worth recruiting, he continued. Tver knew he was referring to the Death Eaters he had already abandoned. There's no need, Tver said calmly. Even if we brought them over, they wouldn't offer much help. Worse, it would only provoke dissatisfaction from the so-called righteous side. If balance is what we want, then those who should have been in Azkaban long ago must face punishment. With plenty of time left, they went over the day's remaining matters. First was the Muggle world business. To be honest, Ian Russell had proven far more capable than Tver had expected, which was why this part of the plan had nearly slipped his mind. The facial masks had now expanded into cosmetic counters across the entire world, generating daily profits enough to make anyone jealous. But Ian's methods were even more impressive than his commercial success, though they could still be considered part of doing business. After Tver guaranteed his personal safety, Ian boldly reached out to economic oligarchs, both official and unofficial, across various countries. For now, those figures were content simply to enjoy the generous profits and weren't about to swear brotherhood. Still, friendly relations had been established, and at the very least, they had been given a taste of real benefits. As for the profits left to the wizarding world, Tver had stopped bothering to count them. Gringotts' reserves of Muggle currency and antiques, accumulated over 3 centuries, were already struggling to keep up with the sheer volume of gemstones and minerals Ian had purchased on Tver's behalf. Overall, progress on all fronts had gone far more smoothly than Tver had anticipated. The only disappointment was that the Wizards' Union turned out to be far more conservative than expected. Or rather, they had chosen not to voice any radical views publicly, seemingly preferring to shut their doors and handle everything internally. That ran somewhat counter to Tver's intention of pulling the entire magical world into the current. But it didn't really matter. After all, he still had Professor Burbage. Professor Burbage had become increasingly adept, her use of subtle phrasing and carefully slanted rhetoric now rivaling even Rita Skeeter's. Even without Rita's help, she could single-handedly withstand criticism aimed at her and then turn around and continue promoting the advancement of Muggle technology. It was already noticeable that fewer people were openly refuting her. Of course, it was also possible they simply couldn't argue their way through it anymore. Either way, the trend was encouraging. Back when summer break had just begun, Tver's parents had even discussed the issue with him. Naturally, he had still played dumb, putting on a show of surprise at their increasingly pro-Muggle views. It's about time. Let's go, Tver said, setting down his cutlery after glancing at the dimming sky outside. Aren't we bringing tents or anything? Cynthia asked curiously. We could rest for a while. Lucius and the others won't start moving until after midnight. We can just borrow someone else's, Tver said with a laugh. I hear Sirius bought a tent the size of a palace for this rare occasion. Sirius had clearly been holding it in for a long time. Part of it was to distract himself from his grief over Regulus, and part of it was because Harry loved Quidditch. He took this World Cup seriously enough to ask Tver to secure several top box tickets. By that logic, the entire box would probably end up filled with people close to Tver anyway. Chapter 285, Ludo Bagman. When they reappeared, they found themselves in the middle of a forest. To avoid panic, the Ministry deliberately designated this forest as the apparition landing point, Cynthia explained. The campsite itself is actually borrowed from Muggles. There's even a Muggle caretaker family living there. Of course, plenty of people don't take it seriously anyway. Tver nodded in understanding. With the occasional crack of apparition sounding around them, he gradually made his way out of the forest, already able to sense the lively atmosphere ahead. Before they had even fully emerged from the trees, a massive stadium loomed into view, casting an enormous shadow over them. It was designed like this to accommodate 100,000 spectators and make sure everyone gets a decent view. Seeing the odd look on Tver's face, Cynthia immediately offered an explanation. To be honest, the stadium looked like a gigantic oval cylinder, completely devoid of any aesthetic appeal. Compared to large Muggle stadiums, it was so ugly that Tver briefly regretted coming at all. He wasn't particularly interested in Quidditch anyway. He was here entirely for what was going to happen later that night. Suppressing his resignation, Tver walked past a small stone hut and entered the campsite. There were plenty of tents, though not nearly as many as he had imagined. Only this many tents for 100,000 spectators? Marvolio asked, pointing toward the roughly 1,000 tents ahead. There are quite a few people packed into each tent, Cynthia replied. Most of them leave after the match. Unlike us, they're not staying to watch the excitement afterward. Tver slapped Marvolio's arm away and continued straight through the rows of tents. Most of them looked completely ordinary on the outside, indistinguishable from standard camping tents. As for the interiors, one glance at 5 or 6 people emerging from a tent that looked barely big enough for 2 told him everything he needed to know. That said, some tents were impossible to ignore. One was extravagantly draped in layers of striped silk, looking absurdly luxurious, with several live peacocks tethered at the entrance. Another had been constructed into a bizarre 4-story structure, complete with small corner towers. Nearby, there was even a tent with a garden out front, complete with a sundial, fountains, and all manner of decorations. Those were still acceptable. Over the top, yes, but at least they could still be called tents. But the one in front of Tver now, blazing red like a miniature sun, looked more like an egg. Professor. Harry called out happily from the entrance, with Ron and Hermione behind him, both grinning from ear to ear. Behind Tver, Marvolio and Cynthia quietly peeled away, each heading off to handle their own responsibilities. That didn't surprise him. Marvolio was acting as Fudge's bodyguard, and being seen around Tver too often wouldn't do either of them any favors. As for Cynthia, the World Cup itself fell under the jurisdiction of the International Magical Cooperation Department. She had already carved out this daytime window with difficulty. What are you all standing around for? Tver asked. And this tent, are you sure it's actually livable? He reached out and gave the strange red sphere a tentative pat. The material wasn't just sturdy, it was surprisingly soft to the touch. It seemed Sirius really had been itching to enjoy himself. Harry scratched his head awkwardly. Well, Sirius only bought the tent and forgot the instruction manual, so he ended up teaming up with Mr. Weasley and enthusiastically insisting on putting it together the Muggle way. After several attempts, we barely managed to get it to this state. This is the best shape we could manage. The inside is arranged pretty well, at least it looks much better than it does from the outside. He couldn't help but chuckle. Ugly as the egg looked now, during the first few attempts they hadn't even managed to get an egg at all. All right, then what about you? Tver withdrew his hand with an amused smile. We're going to buy souvenirs. Harry said excitedly, watching the vendors who kept descending from the sky. Their carts were filled with all kinds of strange merchandise, all more or less related to the match. Tver even spotted a Victor Crumb-shaped cupcake. That sight made the cupcake-loving Tver fall silent. He had absolutely no interest in sampling a goblin's culinary creation, nor any desire to wander around. Then I'll go into the tent and wait for you. Remember to be back before it gets dark. Harry and the others were already itching to go. They waved goodbye and ran off. There would be plenty of chances to chat with the professor back at Hogwarts, but an event like this was rare. Tver chuckled and shrugged, pushing open the tent flap. The moment he stepped inside, he finally understood what Sirius meant by a palace-like tent. The interior was arranged entirely in a classical palace style, though this particular version of classical was rather mixed. In the 2-story interior, Tver saw ancient Greek Doric columns, Gothic pointed arches, and even distinctly Chinese upturned eaves perched along the edge of the second-floor floorboards. Well. Sirius came over, his face flushed with excitement. The merchant said it combines the most beautiful features of architecture from all over the world. It's certainly beautiful. Tver withdrew his gaze with mixed feelings and followed Sirius toward the sitting area. There stood Chinese-style wooden tables and chairs, complete with a tea table. All that was missing was an actual teapot. There weren't many people in the tent. Mr. Weasley sat together with his 3 sons, Bill, Charlie, and Percy, chatting with a middle-aged man with a prominent belly seated opposite them. The man wore a long Quidditch robe with thick yellow and black horizontal stripes, and a giant wasp splashed across the chest as if painted on. Naturally, he looked rather wasp-like himself. Tver Folly, the men recognized him at once. Tver had already realized who he was. Ludo Bagman, head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports, and Bertha Jorkins' superior. Bertha was still officially on holiday, undergoing secret treatment, leaving him without his forgetful yet capable assistant. "Hello, Mr. Bagman." Tver shook his large hand politely and then sat down beside Percy. Percy, still not fully accustomed to his role at the ministry, retained a hint of student-like restraint. Seeing Tver sit down, he murmured "Professor," and then fell quiet. "I hear you've been working at the ministry recently, under Barty Crouch. How is it? Are he and Minister Fudge still getting along?" Tver asked casually. "Getting along?" Mr. Weasley blinked. Since when did those two have anything like that? When the conversation turned serious, Percy immediately straightened up. "Mr. Crouch is dissatisfied with the anti-werewolf law and has had several brief disagreements with Mr. Fudge. Mr. Fudge has also come to me a few times to probe Mr. Crouch's movements, seemingly wanting to push back." Mindful of who was present, Percy didn't go into detail, but Tver began to think it over. Mr. Weasley also caught on. This was currently one of the biggest internal issues within the already overworked ministry. But isn't that supposed to be the Wisengamot wrestling with Umbridge? How did it get tangled up with these two, he asked. "Arthur, things at the ministry are never that simple," Bagman said with a hearty laugh. "Everyone's choosing sides." His rough demeanor didn't quite hide the subtlety in his words. Ever since that incident, Barty's been content to muddle along. Why would he suddenly be unhappy with Fudge's arrangements? If you ask me, he's probably developed a bit of ambition, trying to show that he still has a presence in the ministry. Otherwise, that Cynthia under him would end up more impressive than he is as a department head. If Bagman had a subordinate that capable, he certainly wouldn't mind being outshone. Thinking of this, he sighed regretfully. Whoever said ministry work was easy clearly had no idea. He was so busy he was practically swelling from it. Chapter 286, The Strange Box. Tver set his thoughts aside and gave Bagman a surprised look. He had heard before that Ludo Bagman didn't have the best reputation, but he hadn't expected him to see the ministry's shifting currents so clearly. "By the way, want to place a bet?" Bagman said with enthusiasm. "I'll wager 10 galleons that no matter when Fudge steps down, Barty will never get a shot at becoming minister." He pulled out his money pouch, though Tver could tell at a glance that there were barely any coins left inside. Whether he was genuinely broke or had already gambled it all away was anyone's guess. Well, that certainly explained his reputation. In the end, the bet never happened. For one thing, only a few people here actually understood the ministry's situation. And for another, the match was about to begin. "It's time. Let's go," Sirius said. He had changed into a dark green robe, giving him the air of someone tempered by age yet still carrying a hint of youthful vitality. No one looking at him now would guess he had spent 12 years in Azkaban. The Weasley family stood up at once, excitement written all over their faces. Bagman, meanwhile, remembered that he was the head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports and still had work to do at the stadium. He hastily said his goodbyes, stepped outside, and operated away before the door had even closed, completely ignoring the ministry's request to limit magic use at the campsite. There was hardly any need to close the door anyway, because Ginny walked in just then, carrying a pile of souvenirs along with Harry, the other two, and the Weasley twins. Harry was grinning so widely it looked as though his smile had been permanently fixed in place. "Sirius, I bought you a pair of omnioculars, and some scarves." "All right, son," Mr. Weasley cut him off. "Let's hand out the gifts after we're settled in the box." Led by him, Tver followed the crowd toward the other side of the forest, where the stadium stood. Night had already fallen, but bright lanterns floated above the treetops, lighting the path ahead. Laughter and chatter filled the air as people clutched their purchases and excitedly discussed their expectations for the match. Everyone around them was the same, turning what should have been a quiet forest into a roaring crowd, punctuated now and then by bursts of spirited singing. Even though Tver preferred peace and quiet, he didn't mind the liveliness. Every occasion had its own atmosphere. There was no need to force everything to bend to personal preferences. After nearly 20 minutes of walking, they finally reached one of the stadium entrances, where a ministry which stood checking tickets. Sirius and Mr. Weasley immediately produced theirs. When it was Tver's turn, he awkwardly patted his empty pockets. He had remembered to ask Sirius for tickets, but seemed to have forgotten to take his own. Just then, Cynthia emerged from inside the stadium. "I was about to go back to the tents to look for you. I didn't expect you to arrive so early," she said, handing a ticket straight to the witch. "This one's his." The witch didn't even glance at it before stepping aside. "First-class seating. Just keep heading up, that's the top box." "My staff member," Cynthia explained under her breath, then greeted Mr. Weasley with practiced familiarity. That surprised Tver even more than the fact he'd forgotten his own ticket. "When did you get so close with Mr. Weasley?" While everyone continued upward, Tver and Cynthia fell back a step to talk quietly. I'm on good terms with plenty of people at the ministry, Cynthia said, clearly pleased with herself. To make things easier, I've already gone through and met the old hands in every department, plus the new ones with potential. Marvolio's approach is to win people over. Mine is to make as many connections as possible. Maybe the friendships aren't deep, but when the time comes, the two methods will complement each other. Whatever you want to push through the ministry, there'll be a whole crowd ready to follow your lead. Tisk, tisk, Tver said with a laugh. You two work so hard you're making me look like I never do anything. Cynthia's eyes curved into crescents. That's because you handle the key moments. The easier it looks for you, the smoother things are going for us, isn't that a good thing? What things? Fudge, with Marvolio behind him, had appeared at their backs without warning. The cause of maintaining world peace, Tver said with a smile. Ever since the business with Sirius Black and the anti-werewolf law, Fudge had long since filed Tver and Cynthia under Dumbledore's side. At this point, putting on a show of friendliness would have been too fake. Of course, Tver didn't mind keeping up a polite surface. Fudge choked on it for a second. There was a flicker of displeasure in his eyes, but he didn't let it show. Then I won't interrupt your discussion. I'll see you in the box later. The smile fell from his face the instant he turned away, and he took Marvolio down toward the entrance. He seems more mature, Cynthia said. No, Tver replied, taking his eyes off Fudge's back. He's just turning into a proper politician. Come on. They're probably already in the box. The top box didn't actually have an amazing view. The players spent most of their time flying around the middle and upper portions of the stadium. Still, it was more comfortable than most seats. After all, most of the stands didn't come with soft, gilded chairs. There weren't many seats in the box, only a little over 20, arranged in 2 rows. The Weasleys alone took 6. Add Sirius, Harry, Hermione, plus Tver and Cynthia, and then the Malfoys, 3 of them, and already half the seats belonged to Tver's side. And that was without counting the purebloods Lucius was about to bring along. The Malfoys seemed to be doing much better these days, dressed in lavish robes. The outer cloak was still unmistakably wizarding, but the clothes underneath. Tver couldn't shake the feeling that the fashionable cut looked more like something out of Muggle luxury. I've heard Lucius is getting quite interested in the Muggle world, Cynthia said, amused. He's been trying out Muggle life, even going around outside disguised as one. Ever since he realized he'd have to cut ties with his Death Eater identity, he's been studying how to blend into our side, so he can keep his standing among pureblood families. Tver couldn't help but chuckle as he greeted Lucius. Lucius had been about to pull a sour face when he first saw the Weasleys. The moment he spotted Tver behind them, though, his expression flipped at once into a pleasant smile, leaving Mr. Weasley staring in confusion. He'd come prepared for a round of cold sarcasm with Lucius. Since nothing came of it, he simply led the children to find seats. Over the next half hour, people drifted into the box one after another. From what Tver remembered, most were either from pureblood families, the ministry's upper levels, or both. None of them were from the pureblood group Tver intended to have Barty arrest. Which made sense. They weren't as extreme as the lot in Azkaban, but they weren't much better either. People like that shared one thing in common: in peacetime, their influence would never be enough to land top box tickets. That was exactly why Tver could deal with them without a twinge of guilt. They were useless, they loved stirring up trouble, and they still wanted someone else to feed them. As if. Some of the purebloods coming in seemed to realize Lucius was their boss, and Tver was Lucius's boss. But it wasn't something they could say out loud. So they sat stiffly in their seats, forcing rigid smiles at everyone on Tver's side. The Weasleys and Sirius and the others felt the oddness too, and little by little they fell quiet. In a stadium roaring with noise, this single box somehow turned into the quietest place of all. Chapter 287, State of Mind. Soon, the strange silence was broken by Fudge. He entered the box with a broad smile, accompanied by a man dressed in an opulent black velvet robe trimmed with gold. Marvolio followed behind, expression blank, only flashing a fleeting look of helplessness when his eyes met Tver's and Cynthia's. Tver glanced at Fudge as he enthusiastically greeted everyone, even pulling Harry over to introduce him to the Bulgarian Minister of Magic, and immediately understood that helplessness. Fudge would never miss an opportunity like this to put on a show. To him, actual accomplishments were far less important than befriending influential figures in the wizarding world. That was what truly kept his position secure. It was precisely this kind of person that both Voldemort and Dumbledore despised. Which was why, in the original course of events, Voldemort had never intended to prop up a puppet minister like him after his return. As for Tver, when faced with Fudge's insincere enthusiasm, all he could do was return an equally insincere smile. Fortunately, both of them were seasoned actors. To outsiders, nothing seemed amiss, and no one would have guessed that a moment of tension had just passed between them. At that moment, Ludo Bagman burst into the box, moving with an agility completely at odds with his build. That was when Tver remembered that Bagman had once been a Quidditch player, albeit retired for many years. Both teams are ready, Minister. Shall we begin? If you think it's time, then go ahead. It was as though stepping back into the stadium reignited Bagman's energy. With Fudge's genial approval, he eagerly strode to the very front of the box. After all, as the only box in the stadium, this was the most conspicuous position of all. Sonorous, he said, pointing his wand at his throat. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Welcome to the 422nd Quidditch World Cup. The spectators erupted, waving flags of all kinds. The cheers were at least 100 times louder than before, nearly overwhelming the entire stadium. And now, let us welcome the Bulgarian team's mascot. On the right side of the stands, a red formation emerged. It didn't take long for Tver to clearly see who they were. Yes, Bulgaria's mascots were Vila. Strictly speaking, Vila were magical creatures found across much of Europe. They closely resembled humans and had no reproductive barrier with wizards. Aside from their exceptionally refined features and the natural aura of charm surrounding them, they looked almost identical to humans. Yet Tver sensed something off. It wasn't that the Vila could actually enchant him, but like everyone else, his gaze still drifted toward them as they danced. After a moment of thought, Tver looked away. He understood where that odd feeling came from. The Vila were beautiful, but their beauty was strangely uniform, as if it had been produced on an assembly line. Of course, this wasn't meant to diminish them. They had their own thoughts and consciousness. Rather, it was their charm itself that felt unusual. It resembled a strange fusion of effects similar to the Imperious Curse and the Confundus Charm, creating a unique form of influence. This was the first time Tver had seen something akin to a variation of the 3 unforgivable curses. 3 years ago, his own breakthrough in soul-related research had come from a rudimentary study of the Imperious Curse. But that same incident, where his soul had been disturbed, was also why he had never delved deeply into the unforgivable curses again. Among the countless spells in the wizarding world, nearly all could be refined or altered. Only those 3 seemed immutable, as though they were born fixed and unchangeable. And yet now, this enchanting effect made his curiosity about the Imperious Curse stir once more. By the time Tver came back to himself, the Vila had already finished their dance and withdrawn. Worse still, they had ignited the audience's fury, the roar of anger rivaling the cheers from moments earlier. What just happened? Tver asked, genuinely curious. He had been so focused on the Vila that he hadn't noticed what was going on in the box at all. Almost all the men were enchanted. The adults recovered fairly quickly, but... Cynthia laughed and pointed at Ron and Harry, both wearing deeply dissatisfied expressions. Your 2 students nearly flew straight out of the box. Everyone's furious about the Vila leaving. If the box doors hadn't been locked, Ludo Bagman would have been beaten by the crowd rushing in. And now, please welcome the Irish team's mascot. Ludo Bagman shouted loudly, clearly afraid the situation might spiral out of control. A massive green and gold sphere flew into the stadium. After circling the arena once, it split into 2 smaller orbs that shot toward the opposing goals like stars. In an instant, a rainbow arched across the pitch, linking the 2 shining points. Amid the audience's gasps, the rainbow slowly faded. The 2 stars converged once more, merging into a brilliant shamrock that rose high into the air. When it reached above the stands, the shamrock began to spin. At the same time, glittering objects started falling like rain, clattering noisily to the ground. Gold coins. Tver watched Ron and Harry scrambling to pick them up with an amused smile and bent down to take one of the leprechaun coins himself. Leprechauns were delightful little creatures. They enjoyed pranks but rarely crossed the line, could learn human languages, and were perfectly capable of friendly communication. These coins were produced through a leprechaun's unique magical talent, though they usually only lasted a few hours. Once the magic faded, they vanished. Tver flicked the coin lightly. This kind of magic was essentially a variation of Transfiguration's summoning techniques. Leprechauns simply had a very specialized and limited magical aptitude, which allowed them to conjure coins, but only temporary ones. Even so, the trick was impressive. Many wizards who didn't understand the magic immediately forgot all about the Vila and hurriedly bent down to gather coins. I get the feeling you're thinking about magic again, Cynthia said helplessly. You always say you're doing nothing, but in reality, you're more diligent and more focused on magic and our work than anyone else. Honestly, I really hope you can relax a little. Our plan has been progressing well the entire time, better than we ever expected. This plan could survive without me, without Marvolio, even without the professor, but it absolutely cannot do without you. Tver realized that his mindset really had been off. Or rather, that it had always been that way. Even though he outwardly appeared calm and confident, inwardly he had always been tightly wound. All right, I'll pay more attention to my state of mind, Tver said, gently placing the gold coin into Cynthia's hand. I was just too impatient. Chapter 288, A Surprised Victor Crumb. As the mascots left the field, the match was about to begin amid Ludo Bagman's booming voice. Let us welcome the Bulgarian national Quidditch team. Under his introduction, the Bulgarian players emerged one by one, powerfully built and clad in red uniforms. The last to appear was, of course, the most crucial position on the team, the Seeker, and Bulgaria's brightest star, Viktor Krum. Tver watched him astride the latest model of the Firebolt. Compared to when they had last parted a few years ago, Viktor looked a little leaner now. Or rather, his muscles were denser and more tightly honed. His signature heavy brows and hooked nose still gave him the look of a hawk poised to strike. It was hard to believe that someone with such an aggressive presence was only 18 years old. Honestly, if the two of you swapped ages, it wouldn't feel strange at all, Cynthia teased with a laugh. To maintain a calm, non-threatening image, Tver usually dressed far more mildly. Walking through Hogwarts, anyone who didn't know him might easily mistake him for a student. Maybe we should add another 10 years to Viktor's age, Tver replied, equally unkind in his joking. Fortunately, once the Irish team entered the pitch, the match officially began, leaving Viktor no time to notice the exchange. Ladies and gentlemen, the match officially begins. With a sharp whistle, the 4 game balls burst from the box, streaking through the air as players from both sides rushed to claim them. High-level Quidditch was completely different from what Tver had seen at Hogwarts. The sheer flying speed alone far exceeded anything the students had ever experienced. Harry also rode a Firebolt, but as a Seeker, he rarely took part in offensive play and almost never pushed his broom to its absolute limit. The players on the field, however, had no concept of slowing down. From start to finish, they maintained the fastest speed their brooms could possibly deliver. So fast that all Tver could see were flashes of red and green. I should have bought 2 telescopes, he muttered quietly. Cynthia, on the other hand, turned back with bright excitement. If you use the replay function, you'll miss all the best moments happening right now. Unlike Tver, Cynthia actually had a decent feel for Quidditch and was clearly enjoying herself. Relying on his excellent dynamic vision, Tver was still able to grasp the general flow of the game. Ireland's tactics were more refined and disciplined, with stronger coordination and teamwork. It could be said that, aside from the Seeker position, Ireland completely outmatched Bulgaria. Bulgaria had reached the finals precisely because of their Seeker. Viktor always managed to catch the golden snitch at critical moments. Both teams' strategies were actually quite straightforward. Ireland aimed to build a lead of more than 150 points before Viktor could catch the snitch. Bulgaria, meanwhile, focused on minimizing the score gap to buy Viktor as much time as possible to search for it. As Ireland continued to score and rapidly widen the gap, their Seeker, Lindsay, stayed glued to Viktor from start to finish, trying to interfere with him at every turn. But a single, expertly executed Wronski feint from Viktor sent Lindsay crashing down, badly injured. Using a sudden high-speed dive to lure the opposing Seeker downward, then pulling up sharply at the last moment, tricking the opponent into slamming toward the ground. The maneuver bought Viktor precious time, but it also sent the tension on the pitch skyrocketing. Physical clashes became frequent. Beaters swung their bats without restraint, hammering at opponents and drawing gasps of alarm from the crowd. The scene gave Tver a strange sense of déjà vu, like watching an ice hockey match. In the Muggle world, outside of Olympic events, ice hockey players were actually allowed to fight, sometimes even chosen specifically for that purpose. Maybe Quidditch could adopt something similar. The space below the pitch was wide open. Players with grudges could be sent down there to settle things with magical duels. Tver rubbed his chin, seriously considering the idea. Harry shivered involuntarily, so distracted that he didn't even notice the moment when Viktor, whom he had just started to admire, was struck by a bludger. Perhaps the blood streaming from his injured nose fueled his fighting spirit, or perhaps he simply realized the score gap was growing too large. Under the breathless gaze of the entire stadium, Viktor launched an even more ferocious dive than before. Lindsay noticed it at once, and the two entered another headlong plunge together. Victory once again belonged to Viktor. He raised the golden snitch high in his hand and landed safely on the ground. But defeat belonged to him as well. Bulgaria lost to Ireland with a final score of 160 to 170. What a shame. If Viktor's teammates had been a bit stronger, the result might have been different, Cynthia said softly, unable to hide her sympathy as she looked at Viktor's blood-smeared face. Ever since the incident involving the teacher, Durmstrang's reputation beyond its own walls had never been particularly good. But in recent years, Viktor Krum's rise had dramatically improved how many people viewed the school. Bearing that reputation on his shoulders, Viktor had been careful with his words and actions from the moment he became famous, quietly working to uphold the image of both his school and his country. Yet despite everything he had given for this match, the championship still slipped through his fingers. Tver felt a pang of regret as well, thinking of the kid who used to trail after him so eagerly. After the match ended, it was time for the final trophy presentation. Even the Bulgarian team, who had finished as runners-up, were invited by Ludo Bagman to the top box. After all, their Minister of Magic was present. That minister showed no sign of displeasure. The team making it this far had already exceeded his expectations, or rather, the expectations of Bulgaria as a whole. Making sure everyone could hear, he praised Crumb at length in English, his voice full of enthusiasm. It was the first time he had spoken English all evening. "You can speak English?" Fudge stared at him in shock. "Then why did you make me gesture like an idiot for so long?" The joy of Ireland's victory vanished from his face, replaced by the irritation of having been played. "I thought it was funny." "Well, I suppose losing to Ireland was already enough of a surprise for you." Fudge glanced toward where Marvolio stood and immediately regained his confidence, turning to needle the Bulgarian minister with thinly veiled sarcasm. But neither the Bulgarian players nor spectators like Tver paid any attention to them. Because Panda Warlord. Victor stared at Tver in astonishment, then at Cynthia beside him, who was struggling so hard not to laugh that her face had gone bright red. "Did a bludger knock the sense out of you too?" Tver asked flatly, looking at him without a trace of expression. Chapter 289, The match ends. The nickname, Panda Warlord, had actually been coined by Victor himself. It started when Cynthia happened to notice that Tver's Patronus was a panda. After listening to his explanation, she learned about this creature that was both adorable and terrifyingly fierce. No one expected that Victor, who followed them around all day like an eager fanboy, would overhear part of their conversation. Having only caught fragments, all he understood was that a panda was some kind of ferocious bear. At Durmstrang, bears ranked among the most fearsome Muggle animals in their understanding. So he combined panda with warlord, convinced it perfectly matched Tver's brutal performance during the school dueling tournament. And just like that, the nickname spread. By the time the somewhat withdrawn Tver found out, the entire school had already tacitly accepted it as his unofficial title. Sensing Tver's displeasure, Victor immediately scratched his head in embarrassment. After so long apart, he had nearly forgotten that Tver disliked the nickname, or rather, disliked hearing it spoken out loud in public. Panda. Fudge squinted in confusion, while the others also glanced back and forth between Victor and Tver with curiosity. They could understand warlord, but panda was something they had barely ever heard of. At the time, pandas were rare even in Britain, let alone across Europe. In the magical world, which knew little about Muggles to begin with, they were practically unheard of. "It's a kind of bear," Victor said vaguely. Not daring to elaborate, he hurried over to Tver, whose gaze carried a palpable killing intent. "I didn't think you'd come to watch my match." "I thought you didn't like Quidditch," he said excitedly, not a trace of disappointment left from the loss. "I still don't really like Quidditch." Tver smiled gently and patted his solid shoulder, his friendliness making Victor grin instinctively. "But seeing you covered in blood and losing the match. That part was quite enjoyable." Victor's face immediately collapsed, and he quickly turned pleading eyes toward Cynthia. Laughing softly, Cynthia stepped past Tver and used her wand to clean the blood from Victor's face, casually mending his nose as well. "We haven't heard anyone mention that nickname since we graduated. I didn't expect you to be the first one to bring it up. Professor, you know him." Harry cautiously edged closer, with Ron behind him, his face full of awe and curiosity. "Victor is a student at Durmstrang," Tver said calmly. "And yes, he's still in his 6th year. 6th year. Durmstrang." Harry and Ron stared at the well-behaved Victor in disbelief and immediately began whispering to each other. "He looks older than the professor," Ron muttered, sizing up Victor's now restored face. "But he's a Durmstrang student," Harry said worriedly. He had just started admiring Victor. "Don't you get it?" Hermione snapped irritably. The professor was a Durmstrang student too. Those prejudices and rumors must come from people who don't understand and just spread things one-sidedly. The Bulgarian team members, however, reacted rather strangely. Some of them were Durmstrang students as well. Even if they hadn't attended school at the same time as Tver, they had all heard the legends of Durmstrang's greatest graduate in history. And with their absolute core player, Victor himself, being so well-behaved in front of Tver, they genuinely had no idea how they were supposed to act around him. The expressions of everyone present grew awkward, especially Lucius, who for the first time truly regretted showing up in this box. Hearing a nickname your superior hated, what were you supposed to do? Panic. He could only grip Draco's shoulders tightly to stop him from going over to join the excitement. Even after the victorious Irish team entered the box, everyone remained silent, their attention inexplicably fixed on the single corner. "All right, let's get on with the trophy presentation," Ludo Bagman said hastily, sensing how strange the atmosphere had become. The people present seemed to snap out of it at once, clapping rather perfunctorily as they turned to watch Fudge struggle to hoist the trophy. On Tver's side, meanwhile, he took the opportunity to introduce Harry and the others to Victor and the members of the Bulgarian team. Ron, being a devoted fan of the Bulgarian team, went without saying. Harry was just as excited, eagerly collecting autographs from several of the players. Later, thanks to the generous donation of a certain pureblood family, they were even given a camera. They took dozens of photos and only stopped once the film was completely used up. To an outsider, it would have been obvious that the box had split neatly into two halves. One side was Fudge, leading a group of ministry officials as they presented the trophy to the Irish team. The other side was Tver and his group, joined by Draco, who had finally managed to slip over, chatting with the Bulgarian players about the match. As for the Weasley twins, they had cornered the now unaccompanied Ludo Bagman and were whispering away about who knew what. "By the way, are you staying here tonight?" Tver suddenly asked. Victor froze for a moment. "We're planning to head back to Bulgaria once the match is over. If we win, we'll celebrate on the way back. If we lose, we'll celebrate anyway. But I could stay," he added quickly. "We haven't seen each other in so long, and I really want to talk properly." "No need. You should leave as soon as possible," Tver said flatly, without the slightest hesitation. Victor had no idea what to say. "All right, then. I'll head off later." "That's good," Tver said, giving his arm a reassuring pat. "I'm doing this for your own good. And besides, we'll have another chance to meet this year." "You mean, that thing?" Victor's gloom vanished instantly as he looked up in surprise. "Oh. Headmaster Karkaroff told you already?" "Yeah. Even before summer break started, he quietly told me to prepare." TSK. So leaking information really was part of the Goblet of Fire tradition. With that thought, Tver said goodbye to Victor and, along with Harry and the others, who were still a little reluctant to part, followed the crowd back toward the tent area. The spectators were still caught up in the celebratory mood, especially the Irish fans, who were singing at the top of their lungs, waving green flags, wearing green cloaks, and donning green hats. Thankfully, Hogwarts Slytherin students would never do something like that. Otherwise, Tver might have had to explain the special meaning of green hats in certain cultures. Back at the tent, the excitement still hadn't fully died down. Everyone gathered together, animatedly discussing every detail of the match. Part of that was simply because the game had ended early. Even after chatting for quite a while, it still wasn't very late. In the end, though, Ginny grew so sleepy that she nodded off by the coffee table and bumped her head. At that point, Mr. Weasley and Sirius promptly sent everyone off to bed. Even Tver was no exception, finding a room to take a short nap. Cynthia, however, stepped out at that moment, saying she needed to go on duty. That prompted Mr. Weasley to sigh and remark, "Good thing I'm not on duty tonight. Who knows how long they'll keep this up." Chapter 290, The Unexpected. Even though he knew something was bound to happen, Tver still slept deeply. It wasn't until the middle of the night that he woke on his own. That ability came from years of staying up late. When people sleep, less than half of the time is spent in deep sleep. As long as you get enough of it, you can shorten your total sleeping time. So when Tver got up and dressed, there was still no sound at all outside. "Like I'm actually looking forward to this," he muttered under his breath as he poured himself a glass of pumpkin juice. Strictly speaking, he didn't need to be here tonight. Everything had already been arranged, and he trusted Barty, Maforio, and Cynthia to handle things. But the issue he'd realized earlier, while dealing with Voldemort, made him want to see for himself how this plan would be carried out. There were several thousand innocent witches and wizards here from all over the world. Too many variables were out of his control. If things went badly and caused serious fallout, it would be like handing Lucius and the rest of the former Death Eaters a weapon against him. As long as he remained strong, they were his most loyal subordinates. The moment he fell, they would become the ones to bury him. Tver sat completely submerged in the darkness, expressionless, taking small sips of pumpkin juice. The light in his eyes grew colder by the second. Well, it might have felt more fitting if it were something stronger than pumpkin juice. But it tasted good, so what could he do? He set the glass down with a quiet sigh. The noise outside had already reached the tent. Did something happen? Sirius stepped out of the room, still half asleep but gripping his wand tightly. Mr. Weasley and his 3 eldest sons followed, rubbing their eyes as they came out as well. "It's loud. Doesn't sound like anything good," Tver said. "I'll go check it out. You wake the kids and get ready to leave." Without waiting for a response, he drew his wand and stepped outside. "Honestly, some people make a fuss when they lose, and even more of one when they win," Mr. Weasley said helplessly before turning to wake the children. Outside, there wasn't much to see at first. People were constantly running past, heading deeper into the forest, urging others to leave quickly. It was as if they were fleeing from something. He didn't have to wait long before he saw them. Figures glowing with magical light, accompanied by mocking laughter and shouted jeers, moved slowly in their direction. A group of wizards, packed tightly together. Every one of them wore a hood and a mask, their faces completely hidden. Their wands were raised outward, clearly sustaining some kind of spell. Then a burst of magic set a tent ablaze. By the firelight, Tver finally saw what was floating in the sky. 4 Muggles. Men and women, all adults. They were conscious, staring in terror as they hung upside down in midair, screaming themselves hoarse. Their voices were drowned out by the chaos of the campsite, their words impossible to make out. Tver's anger flared instantly. There were Muggle campground managers here. He had anticipated that Muggles might get caught up in the procession and had ordered Meforio to move that family away in advance. And yet Muggles had still been dragged in, paraded before a crowd in a display of pure-blood hatred. This was the one thing he had most wanted to prevent. Wah, my God. Mr. Weasley stared at the marching group in shock. Get the children out of here. They'll be here soon, Tver said, forcing his fury down. Before he could finish, Sirius had already led Harry and the others outside. Oh no. Hermione covered her mouth in horror. The others watched with equally grim expressions. Go, Mr. Weasley said calmly but quickly. Sirius, George, Fred, take Ginny and the others into the forest. If it comes to it, apparate away with them. Grimmauld Place or the Burrow, either is fine. And you? Sirius asked. I'm going to stop those bastards. Then I. No, you're not, Tver cut him off flatly. You're still considered a criminal suspect by the Ministry. Don't give them an excuse to arrest you again. Sirius's cheek twitched. He glared furiously at the procession, then lowered his gaze to Harry, who was looking at him with open concern. He didn't hesitate any longer. Taking the youngest, Ginny, by the hand, he led the children away at once. Before leaving, Harry and the others pulled the badges from their robes and pressed them into Tver's hands. You need these more than we do. With that, they followed the flow of people and disappeared from sight. Tver closed his fingers around the badge, exchanged a brief look with Mr. Weasley, then raised his wand. Bill, Charlie, and Percy did the same, though their eyes lingered uneasily on the procession ahead. What if those Muggles fall? Percy asked, worry creeping into his voice. The crowd continued to swell as curious onlookers joined in from time to time. Unlike the Death Eaters at the center, these people were only crudely masked. Yet most of the tents being set ablaze were their doing. That, too, caught Tver off guard. He genuinely hadn't expected so many idiots who were just there to stir up trouble to be hiding in the camp. Then we save them first, Tver said coldly, snapping his wand through the air. A cloud of smoke, darker than the night itself, poured forth. It flowed as smoothly as silk, yet curved through the crowd with the precision of a cold-blooded snake. When it reached the very front of the procession, it detonated in an instant. The smoke exploded outward like a bomb, releasing a force so overwhelming that even protective magic struggled to withstand it. The marching crowd was brought to a dead stop, as if it had slammed head-on into a speeding lorry. Then the mass of bodies lost balance and toppled backward, crashing hard to the ground. The entire area descended into chaos. Naturally, the Muggles suspended in the air began to fall. But moments later, in sheer terror, they realized they weren't plummeting to the ground at all. Instead, they were floating, drifting slowly toward the forest. Percy, however, kept his eyes fixed on Tver. He could tell the spell was anything but ordinary. There had been no real physical impact. It was a wave that struck directly at the soul. At that level, ordinary protective magic was completely useless. It was horrifying. Just learning a minor dark magic spell that could slightly affect a single person's soul had taken him nearly half a year. And yet the professor had unleashed a spell that covered such a wide area with a single motion. And it was dark magic aimed at Death Eaters, whose souls were notoriously hardened. Percy. Percy. Bill had to shove him a few times before snapping him back to reality. What? Percy asked blankly. Come on. Let's drive these people off. Percy glanced around and realized that after saving the Muggles, the professor had already vanished without a trace. Of course, Percy knew what tonight's plan was. With his nerves settling, he followed Bill and charged into the chaos. Chapter 291, the long-awaited attack. Tver didn't leave the camp. Instead, he stayed on the outskirts, quietly observing the crowd. Tonight's operation had deviated from his expectations. Lucius was not someone who acted on impulse. Especially now, when Tver's maneuvering had forced him to draw a clear line between himself and Voldemort, Lucius would be even less likely to alter plans on his own. And yet, the procession was growing faster than Tver had anticipated, and its destructive force was far greater than he'd planned for. Even in the original storyline, things never escalated to this extent. Tents weren't supposed to be burning in entire swathes, let alone attacks on other wizards. Blending into the chaos, Tver released shield charms from time to time, protecting fleeing wizards and children as they ran. Still no Aurors. According to the plan, once the procession began causing damage, Barty Crouch was supposed to arrive with the Aurors he had previously drawn to his side. Marvolio would then secure the perimeter, preventing that group of Death Eaters from slipping away. But now, there was nothing. Tver's heart sank. For the moment, he still had things under control. There hadn't been any real casualties yet. But as more people joined the fighting, this place was rapidly turning into a battlefield. "Where is Madame Maxime?" a soft, frightened voice cried out in panic, in French. Tver immediately turned around. A group of boys and girls in pajamas were huddled together, carried along by the flow of people as they slowly retreated toward the forest to seek shelter. The fear on their faces hadn't eased at all. If anything, it grew more pronounced as the fighting intensified. The one who had spoken seemed to be the girl at the front of the group, with pure silver hair falling all the way to her waist. What caught Tver's attention, though, was what she'd said. "Madame Maxime. Beauxbatons students," he asked quickly in French. His French wasn't particularly strong. He'd always learned foreign languages casually, based on interest. Still, basic conversation was no problem. Perhaps hearing a familiar language amid the chaos put them at ease. Or perhaps Tver simply looked reassuring. The student stopped at once, staring at him in surprise. The little girl glanced at him timidly, then lowered her head and answered in a small voice. "Yes. Madame Maxime is our headmistress. She brought us here to watch the match. Our tents were arranged by year, but Madame told us to wait here while she went to fetch the older students. Then those people destroyed our tents." The more she spoke, the more wrong she sounded. She sniffled now and then, but still managed to finish her explanation clearly and resolutely. "TSK. No wonder Beauxbatons was a school funded by Nicholas Flamel. With money like that, they could afford to take students on summer outings like this. Unlike Hogwarts, where Dumbledore wouldn't even agree to give himself a raise." For some reason, in the middle of all this chaos, that was the first thought that crossed Tver's mind. "Sir? Can you help us find Madame Maxime?" the little girl asked. For reasons she couldn't explain, she instinctively felt that the men in front of her could be trusted. "Tver Folly. Just call me Tver," he said. "I'll take you somewhere safe first. Madame Maxime might already be waiting for you there." He pointed toward the forest. As long as the refugees hadn't left the area, they would naturally gather there. As for helping these students, Tver couldn't bear to see them harmed because of flaws in his own plan. What's more, among the three major European schools, Durmstrang was his stronghold, Hogwarts was gradually falling under his control, and Beauxbatons was the only one he'd never had contact with. These three schools produced the majority of Europe's wizards. Building goodwill with them would only improve his standing on the international stage. And besides, the little girl didn't understand any of that. All she knew was that she'd found a kind-hearted adult willing to help them. "Thank you, Mr. Folly. My name is Gabrielle Delacour. Just call me Gabrielle." Gabrielle smiled sweetly, her silver hair gleaming in the firelight. The other students looked at Tver with wide, innocent eyes, their expressions full of relief and excitement. If he were actually a bad person, these kids would probably help him count the money after being sold off. "Let's go," Tver said as he moved to the back of the group, wand raised to guard them. The students immediately felt reassured, their steps noticeably lighter. Completely unaware that, even without Tver, they had originally been heading in the same direction anyway. Gabrielle quietly slowed her pace, toddling on her short legs until she was walking beside Tver. "Mr. Folly, are you from Beauxbatons too?" "Just call me Tver." "I'm not a Beauxbatons student," he replied casually, his attention fixed on the center of the battlefield. The fighting there was growing more intense. Although no one had been injured yet, it was already far beyond the scope of a simple parade. Stray spells flew from time to time, arcing toward the fleeing crowd. Everything about tonight felt wrong. Until the situation became clear, simply wiping out this group wouldn't solve the real problem. That said, when the refugees saw him casually transfigure hundreds of small birds and have them intercept every incoming spell with perfect precision, they immediately understood who the real pillar of support was. They hurriedly gathered their families and edged closer to him. Just like that, the small group that had consisted only of Beauxbatons students swelled into a massive crowd made up of people from different countries and backgrounds. Tver didn't seem to mind. He chatted idly with Gabrielle while scanning the surroundings. However, such a large gathering inevitably drew attention. At the moment before Tver could conjure another wave of birds, more than a dozen hooded, masked Death Eaters operated directly in front of him. Avada Kedavra. Chaotic green light erupted all around Tver. Amid Gabrielle's piercing scream, he was swallowed by an explosion of dust and debris. A moment passed. "I've been waiting for you for quite a while." As the dust cleared, Tver stood there with his wand lowered, blue-violet flames coiling around his body. The fire illuminated the mocking smile on his face with brutal clarity. Many people didn't realize that the greatest strength of fire shield protection wasn't its offensive power, but its defense. That said, its offensive capabilities were still far beyond what these idiots, who knew nothing but the killing curse, could withstand. As the Death Eaters exchanged panicked looks and tried to flee, the flames surged outward in an instant. Tver was like a flower in full bloom. Every spark became a deadly spear, and hundreds, no, thousands, of flaming javelins threaded with fine strands shot out like bullets, striking every Death Eater who had just attacked him in the shoulders and thighs with unerring precision. And the flames didn't vanish on impact. They pinned them firmly to the ground, leaving them unable to move.